Flower Stealing Master Chapter 866 to Chapter 942. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Zhao Men and the yellow-robed woman looked up at the same time. They saw a large group of people wearing white headscarves suddenly emerge from the bushes not far away and surrounded them. Song Qingshu was slightly embarrassed. He was too careless. He only cared about talking to Zhao Men and did not even notice that they had entered the enemy's encirclement. Void hometown, Ajati matriarch. Void hometown, Ajati matriarch. Void hometown, Ajati matriarch. After the group of people surrounded them, they all struck a strange pose and mumbled something. The buzzing sound made the group of women dizzy. What are they fiddling with? Song Qingshu was confused. He could understand every single word, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand them at all. The yellow-robed woman's face turned ugly. They are from the White Lotus Society. The White Lotus Society believes in the Ajati matriarch. They believe that the Ajati matriarch is the lifeless ancient Buddha in heaven. She wants to purify the children of the mortal world and return to heaven to avoid calamity. This heaven is the Void hometown. Void hometown, Ajati matriarch is the 8-syllable mantra that all believers believe in. You can understand it as similar to monks shouting Ba and the Western Paradise. The White Lotus Society? Song Qingshu was instantly energized, and he looked at the White Lotus disciples in high spirits. One had to know that the White Lotus cult was the villain that appeared the most in the movies in his previous life. How could he not be excited now that he saw them alive? By the way, the novel said that the White Lotus Society has a saintess or something like that. What is the usual setting? I remember now. The saintess is unruly and willful, and the saintess is seductive. Is that true? Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of Xianxia and Anbiru and the best servant. The two demonesses from the White Lotus cult, one big and one small. Lin San was really... Oh, no, he was really blessed. B** starred, how dare you insult our holy lady? The people from the White Lotus school were enraged. They drew their swords and were about to charge over. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders without a care in the world. Truthfully speaking, although the other party had a large number of people, with his current cultivation, they were simply a motley crew. Stop. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the back of the crowd. The people from the White Lotus Society quickly quietened down. Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. This voice was flirtatious and sweet, very different from the previous one. Could it be that he had misheard? The members of the school of White Lotus quickly parted, revealing a small path. Two graceful women slowly walked out. Although they were dressed in plain clothes, they shone with a faint brilliance. As they walked, they were like weak willows swaying in the wind. Even though their faces were covered with veils, just by looking at their beautiful eyes, one could tell that they were two extremely beautiful women. However, upon closer inspection, there was still a difference between the two women. One of them had a smile on her face, which added a tinge of charm, while the other was as cold as ice. If he guessed correctly, she was the one who had said that earlier sentence. Song Qingshu tried his best to take a few more glances at her. Actually, with his current cultivation, it was very difficult for such a thin veil to obstruct his vision. When he saw the other party's face clearly, he was very sure that he did not know her. However, why did there seem to be a hint of anger in her eyes? It was as if she knew him? Tang sire, I didn't expect that we would have to trouble you personally this time. The yellow-robed woman's expression was a little nervous. Over the years, Xianxia Academy and the White Lotus Society had been fighting fiercely. As the Holy Lady of Xianxia Academy, she had naturally come into contact with the Holy Lady of the White Lotus Society, Tang Sire, on several occasions. Tang Sire's martial arts were not inferior to hers, and she was also shrewd and cunning. She also knew many crooked tricks. Every time she dealt with her, she would have a headache. To deal with an immortal-like figure like my sister, how can the sage king be at ease sending others? The charming and graceful woman in the lead laughed delicately. It was obvious that she was the Tang Sire that the yellow-robed woman had mentioned. Since when did the White Lotus Society have a holy lady? The yellow-robed woman looked at the woman beside Tang Sire, and a hint of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. Just Tang Sire alone was already very difficult for her to deal with. Now that there was an unfamiliar holy lady who was of equal status to her and a large group of White Lotus Society's experts, it would really be troublesome for her group to deal with them. She subconsciously excluded Song Qingshu. Although she looked cold on the outside, she was an extremely strong-willed woman. She would never ask for help from others unless she had no other choice. This is a young lady who has recently joined the White Lotus Society. Regardless of appearance or martial arts, she is not inferior to me. Furthermore, she has made several great contributions, so the Sage King has personally conferred her the title of Holy Lady. As Xianxia spoke, she suddenly sighed. She pulled the woman beside her and said, I had originally thought that with my sister's help, this mission would be a cinch. Who would have thought that the Holy Lady of Jianshan Academy, who is usually as pure as ice and as clean as jade, would hook up with a lover in such a short time? This lover looks calm and unruffled. It seems that his martial arts are very high. The yellow-robed woman was immediately enraged. She stole a glance at Song Qingshu and happened to meet his seemingly smiling gaze. She could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. She quickly turned around and glared at Xianxia. What do you mean by lover? This is the style of the White Lotus Society's demonesses. I don't dare to associate myself with you. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh as well. He looked at the enchanting woman and said, Beautiful lady, are you referring to me by the lover you speak of? Xianxia also laughed, Mister, you have quite a glib tongue. You can't even see her face, so how do you know that she is not ugly? Song Qingshu looked her up and down, his eyes lingering on her graceful and delicate body. Lady, your features are picturesque, your breasts are high, your waist is slender, and your voice is so enchanting. If a woman like you is ugly, then there would be no good-looking lady in the world. Xianxia was amused by him. Mister, aren't you afraid that your female companion will be angry with you for saying this? I have already noticed that this lady could not help but pout. Zhao Min, who was mentioned by her, smiled slightly. He always gets carried away when he sees a beauty. I am already used to it. However, as a woman, let me kindly remind you that this man is poisonous. Don't be careless and fall into his trap. Song Qingshu looked at her with a gloomy expression. Are you praising me or insulting me? Why don't you guess? Zhao Min blinked her large eyes and looked at him with a smile on her face. I don't know if I will fall into his trap, but I can see that lady has already fallen into his trap. Xianxia suddenly turned to the yellow-robed woman. Zhao Luo, this love rival of yours is a bit strong. She is so beautiful, smart and cute. Even your younger sister is a bit worried for you. A strange expression appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Most people only knew that the yellow-robed woman's surname was Yang. There were only a few who knew that she was a princess of the Song dynasty. This Xianxia was really resourceful. Before the yellow-robed woman could reply, Zhao Min had already hugged Song Qingshu's arm and giggled, Brother Qingshu, am I really as good as this sister's praise? Xianxia also looked strangely at her companion. She quickly turned her head back and said with a smile, My younger sister is usually very conservative. She might not be able to stand the scene of you two flirting. Young master, please don't take it to heart. Song Qing smiled and shook his head. I have a very high tolerance for pretty girls. However, I have a question for your younger sister. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, Do you know a girl with the surname Zhou? The frosty girl's expression changed slightly, but she quickly concealed it. She said coldly, I don't know her. That's a pity. I saw that you look similar to an old friend of mine, so I wanted to introduce you two to each other. Song Qing had asked this because Zhou Zhirua had previously said that she wanted to subdue her father's former power. Her father, Zhou Ziwang, was the former holy king of the White Lotus School. However, so much time had passed and there was no news at all. He was really worried. When he saw this girl, he had thought that she was Zhou Zhirua in disguise. However, he could clearly see that although this girl was also very beautiful, she was clearly not Zhou Zhirua. Young master, your excuse for seducing women is too old-fashioned. Xianxia giggled. But does young master know that seducing the holy lady of our school is a serious crime? You will be skinned and your heart dug out? Is that so? I'm so scared. Song Qing patted his chest and pretended to be extremely terrified. Watching from the side, Zhao Min and the yellow-robed girl cursed under their breaths. Songqing quickly changed the topic. Anyway, I've already seduced you. I'm going to die anyway. Why don't I seduce you? What do you think of me, miss? Do I look okay? Are you interested in a round or not? The smile on Tang Sire's face froze. Even though she didn't really understand what she meant by one round, women were naturally very sensitive to such things. She knew that it was definitely not something good. Her voice couldn't help but turn colder. Zhaoing Luo, you're a man who eats from the bowl while looking at the pot. He even dares to seduce other women in front of you. Do you want me to discipline him for you? The yellow-robed girl was originally angry at her various filthy words, but hearing her words, her anger immediately disappeared. She couldn't help but reveal a big smile. Since sister is so kind, then I'll have to trouble you. The yellow-robed girl's heart was already blooming with joy. No matter how smart Tang Sire was, she did not know that she had kicked an iron plate this time. Tang Sire was startled. She did not expect this reply. Seeing the yellow-robed girl's slightly raised lips, she subconsciously felt that the other had dug a hole for her to jump. At this time, her companion pulled her hand and whispered in her ear, "Sister, we don't have much time. Let's catch them first." Tang Sire looked up at the dust rising in the distance. She knew that the Jin people had probably caught up and would arrive in about an hour. It would indeed be troublesome to delay any longer. Since sister agrees, then how about this? Please come to my house as guests. I'll teach this disobedient lover of yours a lesson. What do you think? Tang Sire looked at the yellow-robed girl. Although she was smiling, her eyes were full of murderous intent. The yellow-robed girl knew that she had decided to take action. Just as she was about to remind Songqing to be careful, she heard the other say, "Take your sisters and retreat first. My father, 4th Uncle Zhang, and 6th Uncle Yin will escort you all back to southern Song. Leave this to me." The yellow-robed girl immediately became anxious. "No, I already owe you a lot this time. How can I let you take such a big risk? This Tang Sire is highly skilled in kung fu and cunning. The White Lotus cult has many people. We can deal with her together." Before she finished, Songqing interrupted her. "The Jin people have already caught up. You have to leave the territory of Daxing Mansion as soon as possible so that Empress Peiman can take action. If you are caught up by the cavalry of the Jin kingdom in advance, Empress Peiman can't let you go even if she wants to." Seeing that she was still a little hesitant, Songqing smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's not like you haven't seen my kung fu. These people can't hurt me. Besides, it's not easy to find an opportunity for you to owe me. It's best if you can't pay me back for the rest of your life. You can pay me back with your body." The yellow-robed girl blushed, but she was rarely angry. "You are helping me out of kindness, but you have to be so glib. Well, I'll remember this favor. If you have a chance to come to Linen in the future, you can come to Jinshan Courtyard to find me." After saying that, she smiled at him and turned to leave. She began to order her subordinates to leave in another direction with the carriages. Zhao Min sighed and said, "I'm really worried for Zhou Zhirua. If she doesn't keep an eye on people like you, she will definitely get a house full of sisters for her." Songqing couldn't help but laugh. Since when did the commandery princess get so close to Zhirua? If I remember correctly, you two should be sworn enemies. Shouldn't you be happy to see her suffer? Zhao Min held her breath and said angrily, "It's none of your business. I'm happy to worry for her." Seeing that they were chatting and packing up their luggage without paying any attention to them, Tang Sire couldn't help but be angry. She couldn't help but say coldly, "You want to leave? Have you asked me?" Zhao Min poked Songqing's waist gloatingly. "Someone is angry. See, pleasing a girl will inevitably annoy another girl." Songqing asked curiously, "I wonder if the commandery princess is happy or angry now?" Zhao Min curled her lips. "What I'm worried about now is that you've sent away so many experts, and you're the only one left. If you can't deal with these White Lotus disciples, won't I, the dignified Mongolian princess, become a prisoner of the evil cult?" Seeing that no one was paying attention to Tang Sire, the people from the White Lotus cult immediately became indignant. "The saintess is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Songqing smiled and raised his head to look at the people from the White Lotus cult. He said slowly, if I want them to leave, they will naturally leave. How arrogant. Xianxia laughed coldly. With a wave of her hand, her subordinates took out crossbows from their backs and pointed them at the backs of the yellow-shirt woman and the others. If you dare to take another step, I guarantee that you will become porcupines in the next moment. The yellow-shirt woman turned around and saw the cold gleam on the arrowheads. Her expression changed slightly. The military's godly mechanized crossbows. Where did you get them? She could not help but be shocked. Crossbows were different from bows and arrows. A good archer would need several years of training to achieve some success. However, crossbows were different. Even if they had never come into contact with one before, as long as they were taught how to use it, they would be able to fire it freely. Moreover, their accuracy was usually guaranteed. These things were also feared by the people of the martial world. After all, ordinary experts who had trained hard for dozens of years might not even be able to defeat one crossbow. Therefore, since the invention of the crossbow, it had been classified as a prohibited item by the imperial court and had never been circulated among the people. Xianxia looked at the crossbows in their hands thoughtfully. In his previous life, after firearms became popular, martial arts gradually declined. This was because after training hard for dozens of years, it was still not comparable to a child holding a gun. Although one's martial arts reached a certain level, such as the level of a first-rate expert in the martial world, they would not be afraid of crossbows and arrows. However, how many people in the martial world could reach this level? Without a large number of martial arts practitioners as a foundation, there would only be fewer and fewer people who could become first-rate experts. In the end, martial arts would also decline. Why do you care where I got them? If your people dare to move again, I'll give the order to fire. At that time, perhaps you can escape with your martial arts, but how many of your sisters will survive? Xianxia said confidently. She knew that with Zhao Yingluo's martial arts, it would be difficult to capture her. However, these sisters were her weakness. As long as she played this card well, she might really be able to bring her back to the White Lotus Society. At that time, the Sage King would definitely be pleased. Xianxia's thoughts were interrupted by her. He raised his head and saw the questioning gaze of the yellow-robed girl. He could not help but smile faintly. Don't worry and go. I'm here. The yellow-robed girl hesitated for a moment. Every member of the White Lotus Society had a crossbow. Once fired, although it would not be as exaggerated as a volley of arrows would definitely take the lives of at least half of the people in the caravan. However, she only hesitated for a few seconds. When she saw Xianxia's deep gaze, she subconsciously chose to believe him. Go. The yellow-robed girl ordered. At the same time, she stayed at the back of the caravan. If the opponent fired, she would do her best to block the arrows. Xianxia narrowed her eyes when she saw that the yellow-robed girl had completely ignored her warning. She waved her hand and said coldly, "Release the arrows." Upon receiving the order, several hundred disciples of the White Lotus Society pressed the buttons in their hands. Several hundred crossbow bolts shot towards the yellow-robed girl's caravan like streaks of black light. Zhao Min cried out. She and Xianxia were currently in between the disciples of the White Lotus and the yellow-robed girl's caravan. They were the first to bear the brunt of the crossbow bolts. Even though she was used to seeing storms, she still felt her scalp go numb. Xianxia reached out to protect her behind him, then raised his other hand. The following scene immediately caused all the disciples of the White Lotus Society to stare blankly. The whistling bolts seemed to have been restrained by a large, invisible hand, and were all frozen in midair. The reason why they used the word frozen was because they could not find any other words to describe the instantaneous change from movement to stillness. How is this possible? Xianxia, who had thought that victory was within her grasp, was completely thrown into disarray when she saw this scene. Everything that had happened had far exceeded her understanding. Perhaps even a saint ruler would not be able to do this. Just who was this frivolous young master? The yellow-robed girl was currently on guard, preparing to deal with the incoming rain of arrows. She just happened to see everything that had happened, and her eyes shone brightly. Even though she knew that Xianxia was very skilled in martial arts, she did not think that he would be so skilled that he could stop so many crossbow bolts with just a wave of his hand. The yellow-robed woman was no longer worried about Xianxia's safety. She looked at him deeply, then turned around and ordered her subordinates to escort the carriages away. She knew that they were not completely out of danger yet. Only by bringing these people back to southern Song safely would they not waste their efforts. Only when the yellow-robed woman and her entourage disappeared into the distance did the people from the White Lotus Society come to their senses. Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What are you all standing there for? Keep shooting." Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Although he could stop the arrows, it was a beautiful move, but it consumed a lot of internal energy. He was not stupid enough to stand there and take a beating, letting the enemy exhaust him with arrows. Seeing that the White Lotus Society members were starting to reload the arrows, Song Qingshu lowered his hand. The arrows that were fixed in the air changed direction and flew back under everyone's shocked gazes. The White Lotus Society members were already in a state of panic and shock, so they were not prepared at all. They were caught unprepared, and 70 to 80% of them were instantly killed. Only a few with high martial arts skills barely escaped the fate of being pierced through the heart by the arrows. However, almost all of them were wounded. Looking at their terrified expressions, it was likely that they had lost the ability to fight. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. This time, she had brought all the elites of the White Lotus Society. Coupled with the strong crossbows that the Sage King had obtained from the army camp, she thought that it would be safe against the people from Jianshan Academy. Who knew that they would encounter a freak like Song Qingshu? With such martial arts skills, you are definitely not a nameless person in the martial arts world. Why did you pretend to be Zhao Yingluo's lover and plot against our people? Xianxia trembled, her voice no longer as gentle as before. When did I say that I was her lover? You were the one who took it for granted the moment you arrived. Are you blaming me? Seeing that most of the White Lotus Society members had lost the ability to fight, leaving only the two saintesses, Song Qingshu was not in a hurry. He chuckled and chatted with her. The longer they delayed, the better. It would be best if they could wait for the Jin cavalry to catch up and confront the White Lotus Society. Not only would they fight each other, but they could also push the blame to the White Lotus Society to avoid future trouble. Who the hell are you? Xianxia's face darkened even more as she listened to him joking around. I am Song Qingshu. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing to hide. There were so many people here today, and the people from the White Lotus Society would be able to find out once they returned. Golden Snake King Song Qingshu. Xianxia was startled. Qingshu could be said to be the most famous person in the martial arts world. It was unexpected that his kung fu was even higher than the rumors said. The Golden Serpent Camp and the White Lotus Society have never interfered with each other. Why are you making things difficult for us? Xianxia had no choice but to use the school of White Lotus to pressure him. Although the Golden Serpent Camp was in the limelight recently, it was still lacking compared to the school of White Lotus which had existed for hundreds of years. Song Qingshu said curiously, "Miss, you must be joking. I was walking on the main road, and then the people from the White Lotus Society came out and shot randomly. If you want to talk about making things difficult, it should be the White Lotus Society making things difficult for the Golden Serpent Camp." Xianxia held her breath. She knew that she was indeed in the wrong this time. However, if she left with her tail between her legs, how was she going to establish herself in the society in the future? Let's not talk about who is in the right and who is in the wrong today. You have hurt so many of our brothers, and we can't just let it go. Xianxia took a step forward and cupped her hands. Xianxia, the saintess of the White Lotus Society, would like to learn from the Golden Snake King. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Are you sure you want to fight me? Xianxia replied expressionlessly, although your kung fu is high, it may not be invincible. Do you want your companion to come along? Song Qingshu glanced at the other saintess who had been silent beside him. He had a strange sense of familiarity with this mysterious saintess, even though he had never seen her before. No need, I alone am enough. As soon as Xiaxia's voice fell, a ribbon shot out from her sleeve and went straight for Song Qingshu. This weapon is quite unique. Song Qingshu glanced at it and did not dodge, allowing the ribbon to wrap around his waist. Xiaxia's face lit up. She hurriedly reached out to pull back the ribbon in an attempt to disrupt his center of gravity. However, she did not expect that she would not be able to move it at all. Instead, a great force came from the ribbon, causing her to stagger and fall into Song Qingshu's arms. She exclaimed and tried her best to stabilize her body. However, the gap between the two of them was too great. Her efforts had no effect at all. Almost without any hesitation, she threw herself into Song Qingshu's arms. Right at this moment, the panic on her face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a strange smile on the corners of her lips. She did not know when, but two short daggers appeared in her hands, shining with cold light. Borrowing the force of her pouncing on Song Qingshu's chest, she suddenly stabbed towards his waist. However, her smile quickly froze because the thorns did not stab into his body as expected. Instead, they were firmly caught by his fingers. Tisk, TSK, you little girl are really ruthless. You want to go for my waist. I have so many confidants. If you hurt their waist, their lower body. Oh, no, what about the happiness of the rest of their lives? Song Qingshu looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. Zhao Min, who was not far away, could not help but spit. What nonsense are you talking about? As the saintess of the White Lotus School, Xianxia's martial arts were not for nothing. Seeing that her hands were being restrained by her opponent, she lowered her upper body and flipped one of her long legs forward from behind her. She lightly tapped on Song Qingshu's forehead. Although this kick was like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, once it hit a major acupuncture point on someone's forehead, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Song Qingshu's body leaned to the side and narrowly dodged her foot. At the same time, he took advantage of the time when she was exhausted and had not yet recovered her strength to open his arms and put her leg under his armpit. The two of them leaned against each other in an extremely ambiguous position. Xiao's beautiful face turned pale and she hurriedly wanted to withdraw her leg. However, her opponent's arm was like an iron hoop, and she could not move at all. Song Qingshu could not help but whistle. Your saintess's flexibility is really amazing. Not far away, Zhao Min secretly spat and walked to the side of a big tree. Out of sight, out of mind. The other saintess of the White Lotus School had her eyes lowered, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Let go of me. Xianxia knew that her current position was very embarrassing, and she could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. It took me so much effort to catch you, how can I let you go? Song Qingshu smiled. Moreover, if I, the great Golden Snake King, obediently let go of a person just because of a mere saintess like you, doesn't that mean that the Golden Snake Camp is inferior to the White Lotus School? You can't let go. Xianxia tried to raise her head with great effort, but suddenly, a dark light shot out from her mouth. Song Qingshu was about to reply, but he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly moved 3 feet to the side and narrowly dodged the hidden weapon from her mouth. Xianxia took the opportunity to jump several feet away, and looked at him with lingering fear. At this moment, Song Qingshu could not help but praise. No wonder Luo said that you are full of tricks. If I had not reacted quickly enough, I would have fallen into your hands. End of this chapter. Thank you for the compliment, Golden Snake King. Xianxia finally regained her usual composure, and a charming smile appeared on her face. It's a pity that I couldn't hurt you at all. Song Qingshu spread his hands and said, I can't help it. Who asked me to be so good at martial arts? Xia's face stiffened. She paused for a moment before continuing. Golden Snake King's way of speaking is really different. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, I'm different in many ways. You can follow me back and slowly get to know me. Xianxia giggled and said, can I understand that Golden Snake King wants to capture me? Song Qingshu shrugged and said, we've already taken revenge on the White Lotus group today. In that case, we might as well go all out. You're the White Lotus Saintess after all. With you in our hands, the White Lotus group won't be able to retaliate for fear of harming the innocent. The Golden Snake Camp's current strategy was to hide their strength and bide their time. It was unwise to fight the White Lotus group at this juncture because they would not gain anything even if they won. Instead, they would suffer heavy casualties. How about this? Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Xianxia said with a smile, in terms of martial arts, I'm definitely not as good as the famous Golden Snake King. However, I happen to be good at using hidden weapons. If you can safely take one of my hidden weapons, then I'll be your slave from now on and listen to the Golden Snake King's orders forever. Otherwise, I hope the Golden Snake King will let us live. Saintess, you can't do that. You're of noble status. How can you risk your life for us lowly people? The White Lotus Saintess has always been pure. This Song guy is a famous playboy in the martial world. How can the Saintess serve him? Song Qingshu was speechless when he heard this. What's going on? Is my reputation really that bad? At the same time, he could not help but look at Xianxia in confusion. This woman is enchanting. I'd believe it if she said she was the top girl of a brothel. Is it a joke to say she's pure? Xianxia did not expect her subordinates to react so strongly. She shouted angrily, "Shut up. I've made up my mind. Say no more." She then looked up at Song Qingshu and asked, "Golden Snake King, do you dare to bet with me? It seems that you're confident." Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little suspicious. No matter how brilliant this woman's concealed weapon technique was, it was impossible for her to hurt him. So where did she get her confidence from? What? Could it be that the famous Golden Snake King is afraid of a little girl like me? Xianxia laughed. Little girl? Song Qingshu's gaze fell on her full chest, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. You're not small at all. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, she realized what he was referring to. Her ears turned red and she said angrily, "Are you going to bet or not?" "Bet, of course I'll bet." Song Qingshu changed the topic, "but I still want to confirm, if you lose, will you really listen to my orders?" "Of course." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Will you do anything I ask?" Song Qingshu propped up his chin and looked at her playfully. As soon as he said this, the White Lotus disciples all cursed and scolded him, but he quickly stopped them. However, Song Qingshu did not stop. Xianxia blushed and nodded again. "Yes. I'm a little excited just thinking about it." Song Qingshu rubbed his hands together. "Come on." Although he spoke frivolously, he did not dare to be careless. Since the other party was so confident, the hidden weapons later would be a little tricky. Xianxia put her hands behind her back and circled around Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but he was bold and did not react. He stood in the middle without moving. Golden Snake King is indeed a top expert in the world. He's just standing there casually, but there's not a single flaw on him, Xianxia suddenly praised. Is that so? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. But I'm clearly standing here with flaws all over my body. Could it be that you're stalling for time? Full of flaws, but in fact, there are no flaws. Facing an expert like Golden Snake King, I need to be confident before I. Xianxia circled around Song Qingshu and just happened to walk between him and Zhao Min. As soon as she said the word go, silver needles shot out from her sleeves. However, their target was not Song Qingshu, but Zhao Min, who was standing under a nearby tree. Torrential pear blossom needles. Song Qingshu was shocked. He remembered that his opponent was surnamed Tang and couldn't help but think of the Tang sect's peerless hidden weapons. However, he had no time to be distracted. He hurriedly rushed towards Zhao Min and stretched out his hand at the same time. He suddenly spread out his cultivation and tried to freeze the densely packed needles in the air. The corners of Xianxia's mouth rose, and she suddenly shot out 3 objects as thin as cicadas' wings. Song Qingshu saw them from the corner of his eyes, and he was somewhat afraid of these unknown hidden weapons. However, if he dodged it this time, he would not be able to control the torrential pear blossom needles, and Zhao Min would probably die. Humph, I don't believe that hidden weapons can break through my protective genuine qi. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and no longer cared about the hidden weapons shooting at him. Instead, he moved all the torrential pear blossom needles in the air to the nearby ground. At this time, the 3 thin hidden weapons had already arrived in front of him. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless. He once again set up a qi wall in front of him. With his current cultivation, although the qi wall was not as magical as the diamond body invincible divine art, even if he stood still and did not dodge, and let the 5 uniques master hit him with all his strength, at most, a few ribs would be broken. It would be very difficult to get a fatal injury. No matter how powerful Xiao's hidden weapons were, They could not be more powerful than the 5 Unique's master's full-strength attack. Seeing the 3 sparkling and translucent objects collide with his chi wall, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Just as he was about to use his chi to deflect them back, the 3 objects that were as thin as cicada's wings seemed to ignore his chi wall and effortlessly pass through it, shooting into his body. Song Qingshu only felt a little pain at the place where he was stabbed. Then, an unbearable numbness and itchiness surged in his meridians. His face suddenly became gloomy. Golden Snake King, what do you think of my hidden weapons? Xianxia giggled. Seeing that the situation had changed, Zhao Min hurriedly ran to Song Qingshu's side. There was a trace of panic in her voice. You. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Song Qingshu was trying his best to resist the numbness and itchiness in his body. He could not speak for a while. You don't need to ask him. He feels like thousands of insects are biting his heart. How can he have the strength to answer you? Xianxia glanced at Song Qingshu and could not help but show a surprised expression. Golden Snake King is indeed worthy of being called the Golden Snake King. If a person was hit by this hidden weapon, they would have long rolled on the ground and their whole body would have been torn to pieces. Golden Snake King is actually able to stay still. I really admire you. Who is Heavenly Mountain Tonglao to you? At this time, Song Qingshu's voice was extremely hoarse. It was obvious that he was enduring great pain. The rest of the people in the field did not know why he suddenly mentioned a person they had never heard of. Only Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Do you know the origin of this hidden weapon? It's hard to live or die. No hidden weapon in the world can compare to the life-death note. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and said. He had been too careless. In fact, with his cultivation, even Heavenly Mountain Tonglao herself might not be able to hit him with the life-death note. However, facing a junior whose martial arts were far inferior to Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, it was difficult for him to be as cautious as he was when facing Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. In addition, Xianxia used Zhao Min to make him have to use his protective true chi to block the life-death note. The life-death note specialized in internal true chi, so he suffered a great loss. Hearing him mention the life-death note, Xianxia glanced at the subordinates of the White Lotus Society secretly. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes, but she quickly hid it and smiled. Golden Snake King, you really have a good memory. To be honest, if you didn't want to save this girl, I wouldn't have been able to hit you. Zhao Min couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu and sighed. This time, I am a burden to you. Do you feel very guilty? If we have a chance to escape this time, you should just devote yourself to me. Song Qingshu endured the pain in his body and squeezed out a smile on his face. Zhao Min glared at him angrily. You are still so frivolous at a time like this. I'm being serious right now, and I'm being serious. Song Qingshu looked back at her quietly. Zhao Min was slightly stunned. Her lips moved, and she was about to say something, but she was interrupted by the other saintess of the White Lotus Society. The two of you have been lovey-dovey since just now. Now that you are about to die, you are still lovey-dovey here. Don't you think it's disgusting? Seeing the disgust in her eyes, Zhao Min stuck out her chest. We are lovey-dovey. It is none of your business. Slap, a crisp slap answered her. Not only was Zhao Min stunned, but even Xianxia was stunned. This younger saintess had a very cold temperament. Apart from teaching affairs, she almost didn't care about anything else. Sometimes, Xianxia even suspected that she was a piece of thousand-year-old ice that had cultivated into a spirit. Otherwise, how could she be so emotionless? It was not until she saw this slap that she realized that she was still human. A few bright red fingerprints immediately appeared on Zhao Min's fair face. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. With her status, who dared to hit her since she was young? Now, she was hit by a woman from a rebel organization. How could she take this lying down? There were many experts around her, so she had the opportunity to learn many exquisite martial arts. As such, her martial arts were not weak. When she was hit, she subconsciously used the jade-shattering Kuan Gang to counterattack the other party's face. However, she did not know how the other party moved. First, she felt her wrist go numb. Then, all the acupoints on her body were sealed. How dare you be so rude to me today? The Mongolian army will definitely crush all of you traitors from the White Lotus Society into ashes. Zhao Men had just finished speaking when she received another slap. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost bled. Song Qingshu said coldly, "You will regret slapping her twice just now. I will make you pay for it tenfold." End of this chapter. Why? Does it hurt you to see me hit her? The woman stopped and stared at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stared at her and began to mobilize the genuine qi in his body. He wanted to kill the two White Lotus demonesses even if he had to suffer a life-threatening injury. As if she had seen through his thoughts, the woman gently pressed her hand on his chest and whispered in his ear, "Don't be impulsive." "You?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Song Qingshu's expression became extremely strange. Zhao Men also widened her almond-shaped eyes in shock. "Sister, don't talk nonsense with them. The Jin Kingdom's cavalry is almost here. Let's tie them up and take them away." Tang Sire walked over anxiously. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. The woman had suddenly attacked her and sealed all her acupoints. With her martial arts, even with Song Qingshu's cultivation, it was unlikely that he would be able to subdue her in less than a dozen moves. But how could she guard against her companion's attack? She was captured in one move. The remaining followers of the White Lotus Society were dumbfounded. Their first thought was that the two saintesses were having an internal conflict. After all, the internal struggle for power in the White Lotus Society was quite fierce, and the two saintesses were competitors. However, Tang Sire had been a saintess for many years, while the other one had only appeared recently. Emotionally, these people were more supportive of Tang Sire. When they came to their senses, they all raised their weapons and rushed over to save her. "What are you doing? Let go of the saintess." However, the only response they got was a black hidden weapon. But seeing that these pebbles didn't look impressive and didn't have the slightest bit of accuracy, not a single one of them hit them. All of them landed on the ground nearby. The group of people laughed loudly. However, before they could finish laughing, they heard a terrifying roar and heat wave. Then, they lost consciousness. Looking at the scene of explosions, Tang Sire's expression changed drastically. "Thunderbolt Fireball. Are you from the Amei sect?" The woman took off her veil, and then took off a thin mask, revealing a pretty face that seemed to be angry and bashful at the same time. Who else could it be but Zhou Zhirua, who he had not seen for a long time? "It's you." Zhao Men, who was standing at the side, was instantly infuriated. When she thought of how she had been slapped twice for no reason, her heart itched with hatred. "Shut up. The Jin Kingdom's cavalry is almost here. Let's get them out of here." Zhou Zhirua held Song Qingshu's arm and helped him walk to the side path. Zhao Men was dumbfounded. "You want me to carry this woman?" "No, I'll help Song Qingshu." "You carry him yourself." Ever since she was young, she had never served someone like this. "I'm Qingshu's wife." "What are you to him?" Zhou Zhirua raised her jade-like chin slightly. Zhao Min's breath caught in her throat as she was choked by Ji Yunshu's words. After a long time, she regained her composure and said, "Humph, what's so great about being married? Even if you're married, you can still divorce your wife." Although she said so, when she saw Zhou Zhirua walking further and further away with Song Qingshu, she still followed them with Tang Sire. They soon found a cave nearby. Seeing Song Qingshu sweating profusely, Zhou Zhirua took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat for him. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Song Qingshu's lips trembled, but he did not say anything in the end. Tang Sire could not help but sneer. "Of course I feel uncomfortable. Being hit by the life and death spell, I can't even beg for death." Zhou Zhirua raised her eyebrows and gave her a slap. "Give me the antidote." Tang Sire's veil had already fallen off during the fight earlier. A red mark soon appeared on her pink and fair face. She glared at Zhou Zhirua and said, "I didn't expect that the dignified Amei sect's leader would actually lower herself to become a holy maiden by relying on us, the evil demon's unorthodox path." Hee. The White Lotus faction originally belonged to my father. What's wrong with me taking back my father's belongings? Zhou Zhirua snorted coldly. Don't change the topic. Give me the antidote. There's no antidote for the life and death spell. Just wait to be a widow. Xianxia turned her face away. However, her expression soon changed. Seeing that Zhou Zhihua was taking off her clothes, Xianxia was shocked and angry. What are you doing? If you don't give me the antidote, I can only take off your clothes and check them one by one. Zhou Zhihua answered matter-of-factly. Xianxia raised her head and looked at Song Qingshu. Her face turned green and then red. Stop. I'll give you the antidote. You should have done this earlier. Zhou Zhihua unsealed the acupoints on her body. Zhou Zhihua had already used the special acupoint sealing technique from the Nining manual. Although Xianxia could move her limbs at this moment, her entire body was weak and she was unable to circulate any true qi. Xianxia took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket and threw it in front of her. Then, she hugged her knees and sat aside. She looked at her. When Zhou Zhihua took out the antidote and was about to feed it to Song Qingshu, Zhao Min reached out and stopped her. Wait. Let her take one first. Seeing that the two women were staring at her, Xianxia snorted. She took out one and swallowed it directly. Zhou Zhihua breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the antidote and gave it to Song Qingshu. How do you feel? Do you feel better? Zhou Zhihua and Zhao Min stared at Song Qingshu nervously. Song Qingshu took a long breath and said, the numbness and itchiness in my body have finally stopped. Xianxia said at this time, since the poison in his body has been cured, can you let me go? Zhou Zhihua said expressionlessly, do you think I will let you go? Xianxia didn't look surprised at all. Instead, she looked as if she had expected it. You will let me go. You are quite confident. Zhou Zhihua couldn't help laughing. Of course. Xianxia moved her eyes to Song Qingshu. Because it is not the real antidote of the life-death note, it can only temporarily relieve the numbness and itchiness. When the bottle of analgesic is used up, the numbness and itchiness will come back 10 times more. Zhou Zhihua's face changed. Give me the real antidote, and I can spare your life. Do you think I will believe you? Xianxia curled her lips disdainfully. Hey, don't take off my clothes. Zhou Zhihua was not moved. Instead, she winked at Zhao Min and said, let's search together. Zhao Min was stunned and joined in. I really don't have the antidote. Soon, her coat fell to the ground. Xianxia was really anxious, and her face turned red. Don't search her. Song Qingshu coughed. She doesn't have the antidote. Zhou Zhihua and Zhao Min looked back at him in confusion. How do you know? Because the life-death note itself has no antidote. Song Qingshu answered in a deep voice. Xiaxia's face changed dramatically. Zhou Zhihua suddenly looked back at her and said, you lied to me. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 jade-like fingers were clasped on her throat. Nining white bone claw. Xiaxia's pupils shrank. She had been fighting with the yellow-robed woman for so many years, and she knew this martial art. Afraid that the woman would break her neck instantly, she said in a hurry, although the life-death note has no antidote, I know someone who can. End of this chapter, say it. Thinking that Song Qingshu's life was likely to be in danger, Zhou Zhihua suddenly became anxious. Ahem. Xianxia felt uncomfortable being pinched by her. She hurriedly pointed to the hand on her neck and said, let go of me first. Zhou Zhihua snorted and said, if you dare to play tricks again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then she let go of her hand. Xianxia took a few deep breaths of fresh air and then said, I can tell you, but you have to unseal my acupoints first. No. But I can promise you that I will let you go after I tell you. Zhou Zhihua refused flatly. Zhao Min, who was next to her, rarely agreed with her judgment. Xianxia bit her lips and said, if you don't unseal my acupoints, I won't be able to resist you if you go back on your word. I'm not that stupid. You have no choice but to trust me. Zhou Zhihua moved her fingers subconsciously. The reason why she didn't agree was that Xiaxia's martial arts were too high and she was cunning. Zhou Zhihua was not sure that she could control her after unsealing her acupoints. Noticing her actions, Xiaxia's eyebrows twitched. She didn't want to experience that uncomfortable feeling a second time, but she also knew that she couldn't give in on this point. Since that's the case, let me and your man go to the throne together. At that time I might even help you serve him on account of our sisterhood. Little sister, don't be angry at that time. After saying that, she giggled. Zhao Min couldn't help sighing and said, your shameless look is very like my style in the past, but why do I feel more and more uncomfortable now? Zhou Zhirua rolled her eyes at her and said, now you know how shameless you were in the past. Zhao Min raised her eyebrows and said, what, do you want to quarrel? Zhou Zhirua looked at the red mark on her face, and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. If I can't beat you, I can hit you. Zhao Min held her breath. Originally, the two women's martial arts were about the same, and she was slightly better than Zhou Zhirua, but after Zhou Zhirua learned the Nining manual, she was far from being her opponent. She rolled her eyes and hurriedly ran to Song Qingshu's side and pulled his arm. Brother Qingshu won't let you bully me. Song Qingshu said gloomily, you call me big brother Qingshu just because you need my help? It's none of your business. Zhao Min subtly pinched his waist. Noticing the intimate look of the two, Zhou Zhirua narrowed her eyes and said, you're doing the same thing again. At that time, Zhang Wuji protected you, but now the man you are hugging is my husband. Do you think he will help me or you? So what if he is your husband? I can also let him be my husband. Then we'll be even. Zhao Min replied with a smile. Zhou Zhirua was finally defeated by her. She couldn't help but spit and said, are all Mongolian women as shameless as you? What's the use of being shameless? I only want brother Qingshu. Zhao Min said as she shook Song Qingshu's arm. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Of course, he knew that Zhao Min only said that because she needed a shield, so he wouldn't take it seriously. Alright, stop arguing. The poison in my body hasn't been detoxified yet. Only then did the two women snorted and shut their mouths. Only then did Song Qingshu return his attention to Tang Sire. Miss Tang, I have to admire your cleverness. I haven't been in such a dangerous situation for a long time. Before Tang Sire answered, Zhou Zhirua said sourly, if you hadn't seen her beauty and had tender feelings for her, how would you have been plotted against by her? Zhao Min was not satisfied. Brother Qingshu was obviously injured in order to save me. Don't slander him. If you call him brother Qingshu again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth. Brother Qingshu, tear me if you can. Tang Sire and Song Qingshu looked at each other. Finally, Tang Sire pursed her lips and smiled. Gongzi, it's not easy to have two lovers, right? Shut up. Zhou Zhirua and Zhao Min had the same attitude towards Tang Sire, who had hurt Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was also speechless. He hurriedly changed the topic. Miss Tang, I can promise to unseal your acupoints, but before that, you have to answer a few questions for me. Tang Sire hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay. She had made up her mind that as long as she refused to tell them who could unseal the life-death notes, answering a few questions was not a big deal. Just now, you shot 3 life-death notes at my Shaoyang meridians, Shaoyin meridians, and Jian meridians successively. Song Qingshu stared at her without blinking. How much of the masculine and feminine force did you put into each of the life-death notes in the 3 meridians? Tang Sire felt dizzy and answered subconsciously, the life-death talisman of Shaoyang contains 80% yin and 20% yang. The Shaoyin talisman contains 60% yang and 40% yin. The Jian talisman contains 70% yang and 30% yin. I see. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Tang Sire's expression shook, and she was inexplicably horrified. Was that the 9 yin manual soul transfer technique? That's right, so if you know what's good for you, you'd better say it yourself. Zhou Zhirua didn't use it just now because she didn't know much about this technique in the 9 yin manual. Besides, even if she knew how to use it, she wasn't sure that she could defeat someone who was almost as powerful as her. Now that she saw Song Qingshu successfully soul transfer technique with Tang Sire, she felt relieved. As long as she could find out who could unseal the life-death notes, Song Qingshu would be saved. Tang Sire's face turned blue and then red. Even if you soul transfer technique with me, it's useless. I don't know how to unseal the life-death notes. Besides, even if you know who can do it, she can't do it for you without my help. You mean Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, right? Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. Tang Sire's face changed. How? How do you know? Song Qingshu smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he continued to ask, "What's your relationship with her?" Tang Sire immediately closed her lips and turned her head to one side. "If you don't tell me, I'll just use the soul transfer technique," Song Qingshu said with a playful expression. Tang Sire bit her lips and finally said in a low voice, "Tong Lao. Tong Lao is my master." "What?" Hearing this answer, the other three people all showed strange expressions. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "That's strange. The successor of the Spirit Vulture Palace in Misty Peak actually went to Jiangnan and became the Holy Virgin of the White Lotus cult," Tang Sire said hurriedly. "Only my master can unseal the life-death notes in this world. If you kill me today, my master will know what's going on when she sees the life-death notes on you. She won't help you then. Only Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao can unseal the life-death notes in this world?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "Not necessarily. I can do it myself." End of this chapter. I admit that you are very good at martial arts, but it is impossible for you to solve the life-death note. Tang Sire hesitated and couldn't help but add, "Solving the life-death note is a very dangerous process. If you are not careful, your internal organs will burn and you will die. Don't try it, Gongzi." Zhao Men looked at her in surprise, then turned around to look at Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. "Brother Qingshu, I have to admit that you really have a way with women. In such a short time, you've turned a woman who wants to kill you into someone who's worried about you. Since you care so much about my brother Qingshu, why don't you tell him how to solve the life-death note?" Tang Sire was anxious. "What are you talking about? I'm just worried that he will die and I won't be able to live. Besides, I really don't know how to solve the life-death note." "Don't trouble her. She really doesn't know how to solve the life-death note." Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Men and said to Zhou Zhirua, "Protect me. I'm going to solve the life-death note now." "But..." Zhou Zhirua looked worried. "According to what she said, will it be dangerous for you to solve it yourself?" "Don't worry. I'm sure." Song Qingshu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. "Alas, it's really dangerous. Don't be impulsive." Tang Sire was really anxious. Years ago, after Heaven Mountain Tong Lao planted the life and death talismans on the cave masters of the 36 islands and 72 caves, there was no lack of martial arts experts among them. Many of them tried to use their inner energy to dissolve the life and death talismans, but without exception, all of them died a violent death. Seeing that the group of people with the highest martial arts among their companions had died, the rest then completely surrendered to the Vulture Palace. "Shut up. Don't disturb his cultivation." Zhou Zhirua sealed her mute acupoint. Although she was also very worried about Song Qingshu's safety, after getting along with him these days, she also knew that her husband was not a person who did not know what was important. Since he said so, she chose to believe him. Without the distractions, Song Qingshu began to pull out the life-death notes. He was so confident because he had been curious about how a thin piece of ice could be so powerful when he watched demigods and semi-devils in his previous life. Therefore, he had done some research and learned what Shuzhu had learned from Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao. The reason why the life-death talismans couldn't be removed was that the types of life-death talismans that Heavenly Mountain Girl planted in her enemies' bodies were different, and the methods she used were also different. It was as if he had used a masculine technique to neutralize the blow. The unsolved life-death notes were in the meridians of Taiyang, Xiaoyang, and Yangming, and he felt the Yang Qi and its power increase sharply. The Yang Qi got tangled and went deep into his internal organs, which was beyond his control. If he resolved it with the gentle force, the life-death notes in the Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Juyin meridians would cause trouble again. Besides, each life-death note contained different amounts of Yin and Yang Qi. How could others undo it? The people in the 36 islands and 72 caves didn't understand it, so they rashly resolved it with their internal force. Naturally, they ended up in a miserable state. However, after understanding the principle and asking Tang Sire how much Yin and Yang she had used, Song Qingshu was able to resolve it accordingly. The life-death note in the Xiaoyang meridian contained 80% Yin and 20% Yang, the Shaoyin meridian contained 60% Yang and 40% Yin, and the Juyin meridian contained 70% Yang and 30% Yin. Song Qingshu silently recalled what Tang's sire had said and couldn't help but feel that the life-death note was indeed insidious. The life-death note in the Xiaoyang meridian contained 80% yin and 20% yang, so it had to be resolved with 80% yang and 20% yin. However, the Xiaoyang meridian contained abundant yang qi, so the life-death note's power would increase dramatically when it sensed the yang qi. Moreover, the yin and yang qi would gradually change. At first, it was 80% yin and 20% yang, but soon it would become 20% yang and 80% yin. Therefore, the yin and yang qi used to resolve the life-death note had to be adjusted according to the situation of the life-death note. If one was not careful, the life-death note would be forced into the internal organs, and even a Daluo golden immortal would not be able to save him. Most of the masters in the Jianghu couldn't accurately control their own strength, let alone adjust the yin and yang qi at any time. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's cultivation had almost reached the top in the Jianghu. After combining the Nine Yin Sutra and the Godly Radiating Sutra with the Joyful True Qi, he had cultivated both yin and yang. In the entire Jianghu, no one could compare with him in controlling the yin and yang qi. With one hand, Song Qingshu patted the corresponding meridians with the yang force, and with the other hand, he slowly pulled out the life-death notes with the yin-yang force. After a long time, the heat poison and cold poison in the 3 life-death notes in his body were all removed. He felt that the blockage in the corresponding meridians was suddenly gone, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky that Tang's sire's cultivation was not strong enough. If it was the life-death note that was launched by Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, it would not be so easy for him to resolve it. He had to be more careful when facing Heavenly Mountain Tonglao in the future, especially when the life-death note had the ability of this characteristic of penetrating Xianxia was something that should be taken as a warning. "Are you okay now?" Seeing him stand up with a smile, Zhou Zhirua and Zhao Min immediately surrounded him. "I'm fine." Song Qingshu glanced at Zhou Zhirua and said, "Zhirua, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably." Zhao Min, who was next to him, couldn't help but curl her lips and run to the side to sulk. Seeing her being embarrassed, Zhou Zhirua's eyes were full of smiles, and she replied, "Let's see if you dare to forget yourself when you see a beautiful girl in the future." I won't. Song Qingshu laughed embarrassedly. In order to divert her attention, he waved his hand and unlocked Tang's sire's mute acupoint in the air. How is it possible? Tang's sire was uncomfortable, and as soon as she was freed, she looked at him in shock. How did you undo the life-death note? In her mind, her master's life-death note was the best hidden weapon in the world, and she had the idea that the life-death note was unsolvable since she was a child. Now that she saw an outsider undo it, of course, she was shocked. I know a lot of things. Song Qingshu wanted to take the opportunity to tease her, but he glanced at Zhou Zhirua and Zhao Min, so he hurriedly held back his impulse and threw 2 pills to her. Take these 2 pills. Tang's sire looked at the 2 pills in her hand with vigilance. One was colorful, and the other was plain. What pills are these? Take them first, Song Qingshu replied coldly. I won't take them. Tang's sire closed her lips tightly. Even a fool would know that these 2 pills were definitely not tonic. If you don't take them, you can't escape death today. Song Qingshu's tone was extremely calm. If I take them, I'm afraid I'd rather die than live. Tang's sire bit her lips. You don't have a choice. Every dog has its day, and now it was Song Qingshu's turn to say this. Tang's sire's face was gloomy. If she was alone, she might really choose to die. However, she carried the hatred and expectations of several generations, and did not complete the ancestral teachings. Even if she died, she would not be able to face the ancestors who had sacrificed themselves for this goal. To celebrate the birth of the 3rd leader of this book. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Tang's sire's heart ached at the thought of her mother's dying eyes. She picked up 2 pills and swallowed them. She then said coldly, "Now can you tell me what these pills are?" One is the 3 corpses brain pill and the other is the leopard fetus tendon changing pill. As the holy maiden of the White Lotus School, you are very knowledgeable. I'm sure you know the properties of these 2 pills. Song Qingshu answered. You were able to obtain the treasures of the Sun Moon Church and the Divine Dragon Church. The Golden Snake King is indeed very capable. Tang Sire's heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Although the White Lotus School was powerful in Jiangnan, they did not have much of an advantage over the Sun Moon Church and the Divine Dragon Church. With the addition of the Golden Snake Camp, she might not be able to defeat them even if she asked for help from the Misty Peak. I'll take that as a compliment, Miss Tang. Song Qingshu smiled and removed the restriction on her body. Come to me for the antidote in a year. You can leave now. Oh, by the way, you're a smart girl. You don't need me to teach you what to say and what not to say when you return to the White Lotus School, right? Tang Sire stretched her body and felt that her vital qi was circulating again. Only then did she raise her head and look deeply at Zhou Zhirua. She then walked out of the cave without saying a word and disappeared into the distance. Zhou Zhirua, when he left, he looked at you as if he wanted to swallow you. You'll have a good time in the future. Zhao Min said gloatingly. You don't have to worry about that. Zhou Zhirua said lightly. You don't know what's good for you. Zhao Min curled her lips. She suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, by the way, why did you hit me just now? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? A faint smile appeared on Zhou Zhirua's lips. Of course it's the truth. Zhao Min stared at her fiercely. Because I wanted to hit you for a long time. Of course I wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Zhou Zhirua replied calmly as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Zhao Min did not expect her to admit it so confidently. According to her previous temperament, she would obviously find all kinds of reasons to whitewash her behavior and pretend to be pitiful to get others to contact her. Who knew that she would suddenly become so direct? Zhao Min did not know how to react for a moment. Are you unhappy that I hit you? Seeing Zhao Min's dumbfounded expression, Zhou Zhirua's lips curved into a smile. To continue, please turn the page. Thicker. Zhao Min was so angry that her teeth itched. She knew that now the martial arts gap between the two sides was too big. She was no match for her, and Song Qingshu could not help her beat his wife. Zhou Zhirua felt that it was not enough to vent her hatred. She took Song Qingshu's arm and said sweetly, as the wife of Qingshu, of course I have to drive away flies for my husband when I see some shady women around him. Zhao Min was so angry that her face turned white. Who are you calling shady? Who are you calling a fly? Oh. Zhou Zhirua looked at her with a playful face. Since you are not that kind of shady woman, you must be a decent woman who is ready to marry into the Song family. But I am already the wife of Qingshu. The one who marries first is the big one. You can at most be a concubine. It is natural that a wife teaches a concubine a lesson. You should get used to this early. Maybe in the future you will encounter this kind of situation often. Zhao Min's lungs were about to explode. She thought that in the past, Zhou Zhirua had to care about the image of softness and kindness all the time, so her behavior was restricted everywhere. She could take advantage of this to make her suffer again and again. She did not expect that now she had become as shameless as herself in the past. What a wheel of fortune, now it was she who was embarrassed. Song Qingshu, as a man, do you mean what you say? But who was Zhao Min? How could she tolerate being bullied by Zhou Zhirua again and again? She suddenly turned to Song Qingshu and asked. Seeing the two of them arguing, Song Qingshu looked at the side and secretly prayed that he would not be involved in it. Unfortunately, God did not pay attention to his request in the end. Of course, I mean what I say. Song Qingshu couldn't figure out Zhao Min's plan for a while and answered hesitantly. Well, now slap her 20 times. Zhao Min reached out and pointed to Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua raised her eyebrows but did not speak. Instead, she watched how Song Qingshu would react with great interest. Song Qingshu looked at her guiltily and said embarrassedly, why? When she slapped me just now, you said that you would pay her back tenfold. She slapped me twice, so you should slap her 20 times. Zhao Min replied quickly. Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. He didn't expect her to remember such a detail in such an urgent situation. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know her identity just now. Moreover, she was trying to hide it from Tang Sire. Besides, she wanted to hide it from Tang Sire, so I had to use the trick of suffering. The more Song Qingshu spoke, the less confident he was because he didn't believe it himself. The trick of suffering? Zhao Min chuckled. Why? Are you not going to keep your promise? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I just said it casually. It's not a promise. Well, if you don't think it's a formal promise, then I'll find a formal promise for you. Zhao Min said with a straight face, didn't you promise me before that you would fulfill one of my conditions? Song Qingshu's face changed slightly. I did, but you won't, Zhao Min snorted. I didn't think about it at that time, but now I have. Slap Zhou Zhirua 20 times, and we'll be even. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. This? How can I do that? Why not? Don't tell me that as a man, all your promises are bullshit. Zhao Min was also bullied by Zhou Zhirua this time. She had never suffered such a loss since she was a child. While Song Qingshu was still struggling, Zhou Zhirua said, Qingshu, promise her. Ah? Song Qingshu couldn't react for a moment. However, Zhou Zhirua said coldly, this woman likes to play the game of agreeing to conditions. She takes the opportunity to tie a man's heart. I don't want you to owe her anything anymore, in case she asks for something more difficult in the future like what happened in Haozhou City. Song Qingshu knew what she was referring to. Back then, Zhang Wuji had to leave with Zhao Min at the wedding banquet in Haozhou City because he had agreed to Zhao Min's 3 conditions. This became the biggest regret in Zhou Zhirua's life. Speaking of which, I have to thank Miss Zhao for taking Zhang Wuji away in Haozhou City. Otherwise, how could I have the chance to marry you? Song Qingshu looked at Zhou Zhirua tenderly. He didn't have any negative emotions because of this. The past was the past. The most important thing for a man was to be magnanimous and confident. Zhou Zhirua's face turned slightly red. I'm afraid that she will use this condition to make things difficult for you in the future. Compared to other unknown troubles, it's not a big deal for me to be slapped 20 times. Oh. You don't have to provoke me. I always do things according to my own mood. Today, I can let Song Qingshu slap you 20 times. I'm already happy enough. Zhao Min puffed out her chest and finally recovered her dazzling appearance of the past. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Although it was as Zhou Zhirua had said, this request could be said to be the smallest price to pay, he knew that Zhou Zhirua and Zhao Min had been fighting with each other for many years. If he, as her husband, slapped Zhou Zhirua 20 times in front of Zhao Min, where would Zhou Zhirua put her face in the future? At this moment, Song Qingshu's head was about to explode. He used to fantasize about building a big harem, but as a result, 2 women made him dizzy. It was not easy to enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. The ancients were right. Miss Zhao, if I remember correctly, you once promised me a condition. Since that's the case, how about we call it even? Song Qingshu took out a golden hairpin from his arms. It was taken off from Zhao Min's head on the way to the hospital as a proof of Zhao Min's promise. Seeing clearly what was in his hand, Zhao Min's heart trembled. You've been carrying this golden hairpin with you all the time? Yes. Song Qingshu nodded and handed over the golden hairpin. Miss Zhao, don't embarrass me, okay? You actually used my promise to save Zhou Zhirua. Zhao Min did not take it. Instead, she bit her lip and stared at him. I can't really slap her 20 times. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Well, don't regret it. Zhao Min's voice turned cold. She reached out to take the golden hairpin. She made up her mind to find a corner and throw it away after taking it back. Out of sight, out of mind. However, her hand caught nothing. It turned out that Zhou Zhirua had snatched the golden hairpin first. Looking at the golden hairpin in her hand carefully, she said with a playful face, "Oh, it turns out to be a token of love." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Zhirua, stop fooling around. This is just a witness." Zhou Zhirua looked at him with a faint smile. It was not until he felt a little guilty that she stuffed the golden hairpin back into his arms. Keep it. It's rare for this witch to owe you a promise. It's a pity to use it like this. But... Song Qingshu hesitated. It doesn't matter. It's just 20 slaps. I can still take it. After saying that, Zhou Zhirua closed her eyes and raised her chin, revealing her snow-white cheeks. She looked like she was allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Zhao Min watched as the golden hairpin was stuffed back into Song Qingshu's arms. Her red lips parted, but she didn't say anything in the end. 20 slaps. Looking at the delicate face in front of him, how could Song Qingshu bear to hit her? Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he thought of an idea that could satisfy both sides. Well, Miss Zhao, I promise you. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Zhou Jiruo's eyelashes trembled, but this was her own choice. Her heart quickly returned to calmness. Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min and said, "Are you satisfied if I slap her 20 times? Yes. Zhao Min was stunned. She didn't expect that he would really hit her. Although she also liked to see Zhou Jiruo being hit, seeing that Song Qingshu really wanted to hit her, her mood suddenly became complicated. That's good. Song Qingshu raised his palm high, and Zhao Min's heart was hooked. Although Zhou Jiruo's eyes were closed, she could roughly feel his movements. She couldn't help but feel resentful in her heart. Even if I asked you to hit me, you don't have to hit me so hard. Song Qingshu's hand fell down heavily, but it didn't fall on Zhou Jiruo's face. Instead, he took the opportunity to hold her waist and press her on his thigh. What are you doing? Zhou Jiruo didn't understand, and Zhao Min also looked confused. I'm hitting you. Zhou Jiruo's breasts. Her breasts pressed against his thigh, and the soft touch made Song Qingshu's heart flutter. Then he raised his hand high and slapped her butt. Zhou Jiruo moaned, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. Her pretty face turned red. You. How can you hit here? Zhao Min, who was next to him, was also dumbfounded. No, Song Qingshu, you're cheating. Song Qingshu said matter-of-factly, I'm not cheating. You just asked me to slap Jiruo 20 times, but you didn't say where. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Zhou Jiruo's buttocks again. Tut-tut, it was soft and felt really good. Stop it. Zhou Jiruo's skin was so red that water was about to ooze out. She hurriedly struggled to get up. Although she knew that Song Qingshu was helping her, it was too shameful to be spanked in this position in front of Zhao Min. Don't move. It'll be over soon. Song Qingshu lowered his head and said softly in her ear. Zhou Jiruo felt the gentleness in his words, and a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. It seemed that this was not so embarrassing, however, she was still too embarrassed to look at Zhao Min's expression. She buried her head deep in Song Qingshu's arms and tried her best to close her lips, so as not to make any shameful sounds and make Zhao Min laugh at her. Occasionally, she couldn't help but bite Song Qingshu. Looking at the two of them snuggling up to each other, Zhao Min suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she wanted to take revenge on Zhou Jiruo, but after spending half a day and wasting her precious request, the two of them seemed to be there instead. Aren't you ashamed? Looking at the two people in front of her who were affectionate, Zhao Min couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. It's none of your business. You were the one who asked Qingshu to hit me. Zhou Jiruo, who was in Song Qingshu's arms, replied in a low muffled voice. However, her voice was more gentle than usual. Adulterous couple. Zhao Min stomped her feet and ran out without looking back. Where are you going? Song Qingshu subconsciously asked. Back to Daxing Prefecture. Zhao Min's voice became more and more indistinct. She was clearly determined to leave. It's not safe on the road. Do you want me to send you back later? Song Qingshu shouted anxiously. There were Jin Kingdom cavalry and White Lotus Society along the way. She might be in danger if she was alone. No need. Zhao Min paused for a moment, then added, continue to slap him. 20 slaps, not one less. If Song Qingshu and Zhou Jiruo were not people with profound skills, it would be difficult for them to hear Zhao Min's words. Zhao Min was already quite a distance away, and her voice was almost inaudible. Song Qingshu and Zhou Jiruo looked at each other. Do you still want to hit him? Zhou Jiruo bit her lip and stared at him with her big, watery eyes. Whatever. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but hit her again. Zhou Jiruo's eyes became even more watery. Qingshu. Although they were husband and wife, they spent more time apart than together. Moreover, they had misunderstandings before. They hadn't really reconciled for long. Zhou Jiruo's sweet voice was like a spark on the dry grassland. It instantly ignited a raging fire. Here? Don't you think it's inappropriate? Why don't we go back to Daxing Mansion and find a room? No, here. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Ji sat up from the pile of withered grass. Rua sat up from the pile of withered grass, her long, smooth legs leaning to the side. Her cheeks were still flushed from earlier. She tidied up her clothes and rolled her eyes at Song Qingshu. Ever since you started practicing that technique, there aren't many women in this world who can withstand your torment. No wonder you're flirting everywhere. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I can't help it. The skill of Tantric Buddhism is a little strange. Once you start practicing it, you can't stop. I'm sorry. Zhou Jirua sighed softly. Sometimes, I think it would be great if you were still the innocent Song Qingshu from before. You'd be devoted to me. Before Song Qingshu could reply, she shook her head. If you were still the Song Qingshu from before, I probably wouldn't like you either. It seems that everything is destined. Song Qingshu's heart was deeply touched. He pulled her into his arms. Jirua, Zhou Jirua's face was pressed against his shoulder. She said softly, I don't care if you find other women. I only have one request. You can't find Zhao Men. Song Qingshu was speechless. It seemed that the grudge between these two women was really big. Zhou Jirua continued, that demoness is the worst. She loves to steal men from me. I've already been stolen by her once. I don't want to be stolen by her a second time. Song Qingshu felt pity for her. Don't worry. There won't be a second time. Zhou Jirua nodded. She tidied her messy hair and said softly, Qingshu, I'm going back to Jiangnan. Song Qingshu frowned. We just met and you're leaving? Stay with me for a while. I can bring you around the Jin Kingdom. Zhou Jirua smiled and shook her head slightly. Although Xianxia was poisoned by you, she's extremely cunning. If she says something she shouldn't after returning to the White Lotus Society, I don't want all my efforts to go to waste. Song Qingshu immediately fell silent. He knew that Zhou Jirua and Zhao Min's personalities were polar opposites. Zhao Min was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. She could abandon everything for love and belong to the romantic faction. Zhou Jirua was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She was extremely competitive. Seeing that Jiao and Xia Qingqing had brought their own generous dowries, how could she, as a wife, be willing to be outdone? Moreover, the White Lotus Society was her late father's foundation. Now that it had fallen into someone else's hands, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't stop her from returning. Are we leaving now? Song Qingshu was a little reluctant. Yes. Zhou Jirua nodded. Xianxia shouldn't have gone far at this time. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to her. All right then. You have to be careful in the White Lotus Society. If there's any danger, protect yourself first. Song Qingshu reminded her worriedly. I know, my good husband. Zhou Jirua suddenly leaned over and kissed him. Then, she happily walked out, looking back as she walked. You're not allowed to hook up with Zhao Min. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, he had seen more of the cold side of Zhou Jirua. Now that he saw her like a little girl, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this time, in the Jin Kingdom's palace, Jin Shizong looked at Wan Yunping and the others who were kneeling on the ground and flew into a rage. The dignified laundry yard, the laundry yard that I rely on the most, is now a public toilet for people to come and go as they please? As the backbone leaders, none of you are in the palace at the critical moment. What's the use of having you? Come, drag all of you out and behead them. To the side, the Minister of Internal Affairs, de Xinghua, hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, although they are in the wrong, they don't deserve to die. It was just that the enemy was far too cunning this time. They plotted against them, causing the laundry yard to fail miserably. Now, those thieves are still at large and they are the backbone of the laundry yard. This is the time for them to atone for their crimes. If we execute them now, it will only make our enemies happy. Jin Shizong hesitated for a moment before replying, Fine, then we will allow them to atone for their crimes. However, while they may be spared the death penalty, they cannot escape punishment. Pucha and Pusan Hutu have left their posts without permission. They will be demoted by 3 ranks and their salary will be forfeited for a year. They will also be dragged out and flogged 80 times. As for Wang Yanping, she will be handed over to the imperial clan court. When he said that he would drag these people out and execute them, he was only putting on an act. Wang Yanping was his blood sister, and Pucha and Pusan Hutu were the heirs to the great families of the Jin kingdom. If he really killed them, these great families would turn the heavens upside down. Thus, when De Xinghua pleaded for mercy, he took advantage of the situation and went down the slope. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Pucha and Pusan Hutu secretly wiped away the cold sweat on their faces. In these past years, Jin Shizong had killed many ministers. The 2 of them were worried that he would execute them in a fit of anger. Guards had already come up to drag the 2 away, bringing them to the door to be flogged as punishment. Although the 2 of them were skilled in martial arts, they were still unable to withstand being flogged by a 10-foot-long board. The 2 of them were able to endure the first 20 floggings, but after that, they couldn't bear it any longer. The 2 of them couldn't help but whimper. Isn't this General Pucha and General Pusan? What's going on?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not too far away. The 2 of them looked up and saw that it was the Hailing King, Wan Yanliang. "Greetings, Hailing King, please forgive this lowly official for not being able to greet you right now." The 2 of them bitterly smiled. There's no need. The Hailing King hurriedly signaled for the executioner to pause. He moved closer to the 2 of them and asked, "Why were you flogged?" "Don't mention it. It's all because of the laundry yard." Fusan Hutu sighed. "I've also heard about the incident at the laundry parlor. The other party's plan is very thorough, and it's not something you could have predicted." Wan Yanliang comforted the 2 of them for a while, then suddenly pretended to inadvertently mention it. "From what you've said, when you left, you were sure that the Princess of Qi country was still around. That's why you left. In that case, the one who bears the greatest responsibility should be the Duke of Qi country." "Lord, how did His Majesty deal with her?" Pucha Shiji's face darkened, and he kept his mouth shut. Pusan Hutu, on the other hand, indignantly said, "She's His Majesty's sister. What can we do with her? We just handed her over to the imperial clan court." Hutu. Pucha hurriedly cut him off. Fusan Hutu also realized that if his words were to reach the ears of the emperor, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He hurriedly laughed a few times and said, "Wang Ya, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart." Wan Yanliang said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't speak of it." He then stood up and pulled the executioner to the side, whispering to him. He even secretly stuffed a large wad of banknotes into the executioner's hands. This scene was witnessed by Pucha and Fusan Hutu, and the 2 of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what the other was thinking. "I still have to enter the palace to meet the emperor, so I can't stay here for long. I've already discussed it with them. When the execution is carried out, it'll be all thunder and no rain, so that the 2 of you won't have to suffer too much." Hearing Wan Yanliang's words, the 2 of them were moved. "Wang Ya, there's no need to be so polite. We're all officials of the same court, so I'll definitely help you if I can." Wan Yanliang smiled at the 2 of them, then hurried towards the Hall of Benevolence. Looking at his back as he left, Fusan Hutu couldn't help but sigh. Among all these princes, only the Hailing King treats the wise with respect. Pucha had a complicated expression as well. "That's right. It's a pity that he's a bastard." /T. After Wan Yanliang arrived at the Hall of Benevolence, Jin Shizong pulled him over to play chess as he asked, "Hailing King, who do you think is behind the incident at the laundry yard?" Wan Yanliang smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty is wise and knows what to do. This subject doesn't dare to speak carelessly. Just say what I want you to say. Don't beat around the bush." Jin Shizong glared at him. Among all the princes in the capital, the one he trusted the most was Wan Yanliang. First of all, he was indeed very capable, and he was also the eldest of his generation, so he had high prestige. Second of all, Wan Yanliang's family was a bastard, so they didn't have the qualifications to fight for the throne. Thus, after the incident at the laundry yard, the first official he summoned was Wan Yanliang. "As your Majesty commands." Wan Yanliang hesitated for a moment, then organized his thoughts and said, I heard that His Majesty has sent the laundry yard to investigate. Regarding the matter of Wei Wang, in the end, something happened in the laundry yard. Heh, this matter can be complicated, but it can also be simple. His Majesty doesn't have an heir, so who benefits the most? Jin Shizong's pupils shrank. Are you talking about Changxing Wang? This subject didn't say that. Everything needs to be decided by Your Majesty. Wanyan Liang was an old fox, so he didn't want to get himself involved. He wanted to sit behind the scenes and watch Jin Shizong and Changxing Wang fight to the death. He didn't want to get himself involved. Jin Shizong nodded thoughtfully. Let's continue playing chess. After a while, Jin Shizong looked at Wanyan Liang's departing figure and waved to the air beside him. Have you found the person who sent the letter to Pucha and Shiji? De Xinghua flashed out from the shadows and said, Your Majesty, we found them. Although those people have changed hands several times, we followed the clues and found out that they are from Prince Chongqing's mansion. Wanyan Yuan. Jin Shizong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He thought about how he had suppressed his love for Tao Yao for the sake of the country and his brothers. He didn't expect that the other party would make the first move. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame him for bringing up the past again. If everything goes according to plan, Jin Shizong will definitely suspect Changxing Wang. The brothers have been suspicious of each other for a long time, and this will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Changxing Wang's fate is already sealed, and with Wei Wang's death, you are the most likely candidate to succeed to the throne. In Prince Su's residence, Zhao Min was analyzing the current situation to Wan Yinyong. Your Highness's foresight is truly divine. This prince admires you from the bottom of my heart. The throne, which he hadn't even dared to think about before, was now within reach. Wan Yinyong looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, his heart filled with admiration and fear. Jin Shizong and Changxing Wang's father was the second son of Jin Taizu, and with Wei Wang's death, the second branch was destined to be cut off. Wan Yinyong's father was the third son of Jin Taizu, and with the second branch killing each other, he was the first in line to succeed the throne. As for Wanyan Liang, because his father was a concubine, he was not considered in the family tree. After sending off Zhou Jirua, Song Qingshu returned to Tang Ku's residence in low spirits. Just as he reached the door, he saw Wan Yanping glaring at him with a frosty expression. End of chapter. After sending off Zhou Jirua, Song Qingshu was feeling a little down. Seeing his pretty sister-in-law, his mood immediately improved. He hurriedly went over to greet her, Ping-er. Who knew that Wan Yanping would immediately shake off his hand, causing Song Qingshu to be stunned. Why did you use me? Wan Yanping's voice was as cold as ice. I didn't. As Song Qingshu said this, he felt a little guilty. Even though he didn't write the letter to transfer her away, he knew about it from beginning to end. It was equivalent to tacitly agreeing that Wan Yanliang used his name to transfer her away. Sensing his tone, Wan Yanping was even more disappointed. Her voice lost its former color. Brother-in-law, ever since I was young, I adored you and even dreamed of marrying you. That night when we fell off the cliff together was the happiest night of my life. I thought I had the chance to marry you. But now, looking back, it was all a lie. You only approached me with ulterior motives. I was so stupid to believe everything was true. Song Qingshu opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but on second thought, she wasn't wrong in blaming him. He did approach her with ulterior motives. He did have ulterior motives. Wan Yanping sighed, alright, that's it. From now on, we're done. She turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. When they investigated, I didn't say that I left after receiving your letter. Be careful. Don't let the people in the palace find out. After leaving these words, Wan Yanping didn't look back. What a good girl. Song Qingshu sighed. She knew he used her, but she still chose to hide it for him. And took all the blame herself. Tang Quobian's sister-in-law was truly devoted to him. Even though it was a bit unkind, Song Qingshu still decided not to explain to her. Ending things here was a kind of closure. He couldn't live as Tang Quobian forever. One day, Wan Yanping would learn of Tang Quobian's death. Rather than making her suffer, it was better to let her be disappointed in Tang Quobian now. Then, when she learned of Tang Quobian's death, it would be less painful. Even if Tang Quobian was in heaven, he would still want Wan Yanping to walk out of his shadow and start a new life. Song Qingshu walked into the inner hall while thinking. Goodbye was anxiously pacing around the room. When she saw him return, she was pleasantly surprised. You're finally back. What happened? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Something happened in the laundry yard. I was worried that you would be in danger, but I'm glad to see that you're safe. Goodbye patted her plump chest, causing Song Qingshu's eyebrows to jump. However, I heard that Ping Er is largely responsible for what happened in the laundry yard. Although Imperial Brother didn't punish her much, she has always been a headstrong person. She must be feeling very bad. I tried to persuade her, but the effect wasn't good. She has always listened to her brother-in-law since she was young, so you should find a few opportunities to comfort her. Okay. Song Qingshu was secretly surprised. It seemed that Wan Yanping hadn't told her sister the truth. Goodbye had asked him to comfort her, but she didn't know that her sister had already severed all ties with him. By the way, you weren't the one behind what happened in the laundry yard, were you? Goodbye suddenly looked at him suspiciously. After all, Song Qingshu was a wanted criminal in both the Jin and Song kingdoms. It wasn't strange for such a dangerous person to do something like this. Of course it wasn't me. Since Wan Yanping had chosen to hide it from her, Song Qingshu hesitated and didn't tell her the truth. But this wasn't a lie. The attack on the laundry yard had been carried out by Wan Yanliang and Zhao Min's men. He had only rescued the Song dynasty princesses from their hands. When he thought of Zhao Min, Song Qingshu was filled with confusion. He hadn't noticed her existence in this period of time. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere. Where was she hiding? When they were together, the two of them had tacitly avoided this question. Zhao Min didn't know that he was hiding into Xingfu as Tang Quobian, and he didn't know where Zhao Min was hiding. The relationship between the two of them was a bit strange. They were enemies, but they were closer than normal friends. But if they were friends, the two of them were in opposing camps, so it was hard for them to be friends. But they were both intelligent people. They had tacitly reached a balance, and that was to separate public and private matters. In private, they could be close friends, but when it came to public matters, they could treat each other as enemies and carefully guard against each other. Fortunately, I usually act as Tang Quobian. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know I was tricked by Zhao Min. Song Qingshu was secretly vigilant. Although Zhao Min said that she came to Xingfu to track down Murong Jingyue, he guessed that it was probably just a cover. If she really came for Murong Jingyue, she would not have only brought two masters, the Xianming elders. With Murong Jingyue's martial arts, the Xianming elders were more than enough to protect her. But it was too unrealistic to rely on the Xianming elders to catch Murong Jingyue. Zhao Min would never do something that she was not confident about. Therefore, Song Qingshu guessed that Zhao Min must have another purpose for this trip. Although he was not very sure, Song Qingshu could roughly guess what Zhao Min was thinking. She represented the interests of Mongolia, and naturally did not want a united and powerful Jin kingdom. If she wanted to turn the Jin kingdom upside down, the best way was to use the fight for the throne. Even Song Qingshu could see the undercurrent of the fight for the throne of the Jin kingdom. He believed that with Zhao Min's intelligence, she would definitely be able to see it too. The only question left was which king she was supporting. It was definitely impossible for Wan Yanliang, otherwise she would not have bumped into Ouyang Feng's group. It was also unlikely for the ever-victorious prince, Wan Yanyuan. She had hijacked the laundry yard, so Wan Yanyuan was the biggest suspect. She would not be so unwise. After eliminating these two possibilities, the remaining range of possibilities was greatly reduced. However, during this period of time, Song Qingshu's main focus had been on the imperial palace and Wan Yanliang. He did not know much about the other princes in the capital, so he could not think of any clues in such a short time. While Song Qingshu was in a dilemma, in a quiet courtyard in King Su's mansion, Zhao Min was also thinking about a similar problem. From the incident at the laundry, Song Qingshu has probably been lurking in Daxing mansion for a long time. But why did I not notice anything? Where is he hiding? Wan Yanliang? Impossible. He and Ouyang Feng were obviously on different sides. Wan Yuan? Impossible. If something happened at the laundry, Yuan would be in big trouble. Among the other kings, Zhao Min was having a headache thinking about it. She could not figure out where Song Qingshu could be hiding. Later, the image of Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhirua hugging each other kept appearing in her mind. Her expression suddenly became ugly. They are the legitimate husband and wife. I am just an outsider. Zhao Min smashed a teacup. Only then did the pent-up anger in her heart slightly ease. The sound of the teacup breaking alarmed the servant girls outside. They hurriedly ran in. Miss, what are your orders? Nothing. You may leave. Zhao Min waved her hand. Looking at the backs of these pretty and charming maidservants as they left, her heart suddenly stirred. Wait a moment. The maidservants immediately stopped and looked at her in confusion. What famous beauties are there in Daxing Mansion? It turned out that Zhao Min had an idea. She thought of Song Qingshu's dissolute personality. He always had a lot of beautiful women by his side. Why didn't she start from this angle? Perhaps she would have an unexpected harvest. The servant girls looked at each other and confirmed the question again. Then they answered hesitantly, although there are many beauties in Daxing Mansion, they are not as beautiful as Mississippi. Zhao Min was instantly furious. I am asking you a question. Stop flattering me. Yes, yes, yes. The servant girls finally came back to their senses. There are countless beauties in Daxing Mansion. They are of all ages. What does Miss want to ask? Choose the most famous beauties. Zhao Min knew that Song Qingshu was surrounded by beautiful women. Ordinary beauties would not be able to attract his attention. As for their age, they should be in their teens to 30s. As a Mongolian noble, Zhao Min was used to the special hobbies of many men. Some of them liked younger girls. However, after interacting with Song Qingshu for a while, she knew that although he was lustful, he was not that much of a beast. As for the older ones, they should be in their 30s. If they were over 40, Song Qingshu did not have such a hardcore taste. Zhao Min and Song Qingshu had not been together for a long time. However, she had to admit that she had a very accurate grasp of Song Qingshu's hobbies. After obtaining the specific scope, the maidservants began to speak one after another. Empress Peiman is a great beauty. Although the Empress is beautiful, it is more because of her special identity. In terms of appearance, Princess Gubai is the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. But I heard that Princess Chongqing is as beautiful as Princess Gubai. She was even given the title of Lady Peach Blossom by His Majesty. The Grand Preceptor's daughter-in-law, Pucha Elihu, was also the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. Elihu is a little old. Compared to the younger Princess Gubai and Lady Peach Blossom, he is inevitably at a disadvantage. But it is said that her daughter, Xianxia, is going to surpass her. In a few years, Princess Gubai and Lady Peach Blossom might not be as beautiful as her. Zhao Min silently read the names of these women. Empress Peiman, Princess Gubai, Lady Peach Blossom, Pucha Elihu, and his daughter. Is there anyone else? The servant girls hurriedly replied. The others are slightly less famous. For example, Miss Jiao Chao of the Pucha family, Princess Wan Yanping of the Qi Kingdom. And consort hailing. Our consort Su is not bad either. Of course. They are all famous beauties in the capital. Zhao Min chased the maids out and took out a piece of paper to write down the names of Princess Gubai, Lady Peach Blossom, and Xianxia. She crossed off Lady Peach Blossom's name first because according to her previous analysis, Song Qing was obviously not in cahoots with Chongqing Prince. Lady Peach Blossom was Chongqing Prince's wife, so of course, she was excluded first. After hesitating for a while, she crossed off Gubai's name. These years, Princess Gubai and Tang Quobian had a deep relationship. It would be difficult for Song Qing to get involved. Looking at the last name on the paper, Zhao Min fell into deep thought. After a while, she shouted outside the door, "Call the Xianming elders here." Your Highness, the Xianming elders are recuperating. Would it be inappropriate to call them at this time? A subordinate's voice came from outside the door. Zhao Min was slightly startled. Only then did she remember that the two of them were injured in the laundry yard. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth and mumble to herself, "Two useless people." After hesitating for a while, Zhao Min directly ordered the person outside, Go pick a few people with high martial arts skills and kidnap the granddaughter of the Grand Preceptor, Wanyan Xianxia. Everything must be done in secret. Yes, Your Highness. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps outside the door, Zhao Min smiled slightly. If Song Qing was really related to Wanyan Xianxia, then he would definitely think of a way to save her if he knew she was kidnapped. If that happened, then their whereabouts would be exposed. As she thought about it, Zhao Min's face suddenly darkened. This bastard surnamed Song. Everywhere he went, he would fool around. Why didn't Zhou Zhirua care about him? How ridiculous. Chu Song Qing was chatting with Go Bai when he suddenly sneezed. He couldn't help but rub his nose. Did you catch a cold? I'll ask the servants to make a bowl of ginger soup for you. Go Bai hurriedly said. No need. I'm very healthy. You know that. Song Qing patted his chest loudly. You scoundrel. Go Bai spat and returned to the inner hall with a red face. Song Qing was left standing there in a daze. How am I a scoundrel? Song Qing cried out. Suddenly, a servant ran over and said, There's a letter here for you. Letter? Who sent it? Song Qing took the envelope with a puzzled expression. There were only a few words on the envelope, to Tang Qubian. I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. Got it. You can leave now. Song Qing pinched the envelope. It didn't seem to be a trap. With his current cultivation, common poisons couldn't hurt him. He opened the envelope and saw a few words inside. Come to the Cool Breeze Gang quickly. The Cool Breeze Gang was a famous restaurant in the capital. Song Qing hesitated for a moment and read the whole letter over and over again. He couldn't find any clues from the handwriting, so he decided to go to the Cool Breeze Gang. On one hand, he was very curious about who had sent the letter. On the other hand, he was skilled and bold, so he was not afraid of any ambush. After giving a few instructions to the servant, Song Qing hurriedly went out. He had never seen the handwriting on the letter before, so it shouldn't have been written by someone he knew. Judging from the strokes, the words were slightly graceful, so it was very likely that it was written by a woman. However, Song Qing wasn't sure about this. After all, he was a complete layman when it came to calligraphy. It was possible that this was a special handwriting. Song Qing was lost in thought. Without realizing it, he passed by a remote alley. This alley was the only way to get to the Cool Breeze Gang from Tang Qua's mansion. However, it had always been deserted, so it looked very secluded. Suddenly, Song Qing felt a sense of foreboding and quickly dodged to the side. A cold light had already streaked past the place where he was standing just a moment ago. The other party had obviously anticipated his reaction. After he dodged the attack, the other party did not hesitate at all. The short sword in his hand slashed across the air and chased after Song Qing like a maggot on a tarsal bone. At this time, Song Qing also saw the attacker clearly. The attacker was completely covered in black clothes. However, he didn't have time to think. The attacker's sword was already coming at him without any pause. In Song Qing's eyes, there were still many flaws in the swordsmanship of the black-clothed man. However, there was a unique sharpness in his moves. If an ordinary martial artist were to encounter this storm-like attack, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Song Qing dodged 3 steps in a row. Finally, he found a flaw in the black-cloaked man's swordsmanship and caught the tip of the sword with his fingers. The man was shocked and pushed the sword forward, trying to cut off 2 of Song Qing's fingers. Song Qing's fingers slid across the blade of the sword. The man's hand trembled and couldn't hold the short sword in his hand anymore. Song Qing took the opportunity to jump into the man's arms and hit the man's chest with his elbow. This man's attack was full of killing moves. Song Qing naturally wouldn't be polite. If this had hit the man's chest, at least half of his ribs would be broken. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to keep the man alive for questioning, he would have taken the man's life. Ouch! A crisp and tender cry of pain rang out. Song Qing also felt the soft touch on his elbow. He couldn't help but frown. In a flash, he changed the direction of the attack to a point and sealed the man's vital acupoints. Then, he put the blade of the sword across the man's neck. "Who are you?" Song Qing asked in a low voice. Now that he knew the other party was a woman, he couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Although he had suffered at the hands of a woman not long ago, it was difficult to change his nature of having tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Who would have thought that the black-clothed man would turn his head away, as if he hadn't heard Song Qing's words? Song Qing didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled off her veil, revealing a young and inexperienced face that couldn't hide its peerless beauty. How come it's you? This young woman was the man he had met a few times before, Wanyan Zhongjie. Why can't it be me? Wanyan Zhongjie snorted angrily. Song Qing suddenly understood. No wonder I thought your eyes looked familiar. So you are the mysterious assassin who tried to assassinate Wanyan Liang. You still have the nerve to say that? Hearing him mention this matter, Wanyan Zhongjie immediately became angry. If you hadn't ruined my plans time and time again, I would have already killed Wanyan Liang. You have a grudge against Wanyan Liang? Song Qing asked. Suspiciously. If the other party really did have a grudge against Wanyan Liang, then it wouldn't be good for him to make a move. The enemy of an enemy could very well be a friend. Why do you care? Wanyan Zhongjie pouted and retorted. Song Qing was immediately angered and amused. Although your martial arts are good, Wanyan Liang has many experts by his side. Fortunately, you met me on those 2 occasions. Otherwise, you would have been captured long ago. Also, please understand your situation. Right now, you are my captive. Be polite when you speak. A captive is a captive, Wanyan Zhongjie said carelessly. Hurry up and unseal my acupoints. Song Qing couldn't help but chuckle. You want me to unseal them just because you want me to? Why should I? Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and gloomy. I didn't know you were a woman. Now that you know, why don't you let go? Wanyan Zhongjie snorted, her cheeks turning pink. Song Qingshu sheepishly retracted his hand. He was also very unhappy that a young lady had rebuked him. He couldn't help but say, "Tisk, such small breasts. Do you think I want to touch them?" What did you say? Wanyan Zhongjie's eyes almost spat fire. Nothing. I said a good man doesn't fight with a woman. In terms of roguishness, Song Qingshu could be said to be the ancestor of roguishness. How could he be fooled by a little girl? Square root, square root. Wanyan Zhongjie suffered a loss in silence. Looking at Song Qingshu's roguish expression, she knew that it wouldn't do her any good to continue bickering. With a straight face, she said, "Hurry up and unseal my acupoints." Song Qingshu hesitated for a while, but still decided to unseal her acupoints. First, she was Gubai's niece. Even if he didn't want to give her face, he still had to give her face. Second, with his martial arts, he wasn't afraid that she would cause any trouble. Wanyan Zhongjie was shocked when she saw that Song Qingshu had unsealed her acupoints just like that. However, she didn't show it. She stretched her arms and waved at him. Okay, come with me to kill Wanyan Liang. Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed. Why should I go with you to kill Wanyan Liang? Because I know your secret. Wanyan Zhongjie turned around and smiled sweetly at him. He had to admit that although she was young, she already had a captivating charm. What secret? Song Qingshu asked without batting an eyelid. Wanyan Zhongjie held her hands behind her back and circled around him, sizing him up. After a long time, she opened her thin lips and said, "Because you aren't my uncle, Tang Bien." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat as he replied expressionlessly, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Wanyan Zhongjie smiled and said, "The last time you tried to assassinate Wanyan Liang, you caught my sword between your 2 fingers. At that time I was very suspicious. Although Tang Bien is skilled with the bow and the horse, that's all on horseback. He doesn't know the martial arts of Jianghu." Afterwards, I went to investigate and found that no one had ever heard of Tang Bien practicing martial arts. In order to confirm it, I ambushed you again just now. Sure enough, it proves that your martial arts are unfathomable. Then tell me, how can you be Tang Bien? If I'm not Tang Bien, who am I? Song Qingshu had a headache. At that time, he had carelessly revealed his martial arts, and in the end, he was seen through by Gu Bai and her. It was really a miscalculation. Wanyan Zhongjie shook his head. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. I just need you to help me kill Wanyan Liang, and I will keep your secret. And if I don't help? Song Qingshu said coldly. You are pretending to be Tang Qibian because you want to use his identity to plan something big. If the whole capital finds out that you are a fake, how will you accomplish your goal? Wanyan Zhongjie smiled. Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about my aunt, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. How will she react when she finds out the truth? If her pursuers find out that their goddess has been sleeping with a wild man, how will they react? Let me give you a friendly reminder, at least 1/3 of the nobles in the capital were my aunt's pursuers. You should think about the consequences. Before Wanyan Zhongjie could finish speaking, he felt his vision blur, and then his whole body was pressed against the wall. The hand around her throat was like an iron hoop, making it hard for her to breathe. Song Qingshu looked at her calmly and said in a cold voice, if I kill you, everything will be over. After the initial panic, Wanyan Zhongjie had now calmed down. He looked back at him calmly. Did you think that I came to see you alone without any preparations? What do you mean? Song Qingshu was stunned. I knew that I was meeting an extremely dangerous person. How could I come unprepared? Wanyan Zhongjie's lips curled into a mocking smile. I already made the appropriate arrangements. If I didn't return on time, the whole capital would know that you were pretending to be Tang Qibian. How capable can a little girl like you be? I'll kill you and find your contact. Then, I'll kill him and everything will be fine. Song Qingshu was unmoved as he said. You don't even know who my contact is. How are you going to kill him? Although Wanyan Zhongjie was young, he was not intimidated. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find him. Oh? I don't believe you. Song Qingshu deliberately provoked him. You don't have to provoke me. If I tell you, I won't be afraid of you finding him. Wanyan Zhongjie snorted. Every 3 days, I go to the street to find a Tonghulu seller. When he sees me, he will know that everything is fine and your secret will not be leaked. There are so many Tonghulu sellers in the capital. Even if you know, you won't be able to find him. Song Qingshu frowned, suddenly realizing the flaw in her story. Humph, you're obviously lying to me. You're a noble lady. How can you show yourself in public so often? What if you have something to do that day? For example, the palace summons you and you can't meet the Tonghulu seller? Unexpectedly, Wanyan Zhongjie did not panic at all. She calmly replied, I made an agreement with that person. If I suddenly have something to do and can't go, he will send someone else. When the time comes, as long as I match his secret signal, it means that I'm fine. What was the secret signal you agreed on? Song Qingshu tightened his grip. Wanyan Zhongjie's small face immediately flushed red. The person I sent would ask him, how much is the Tonghulu, and he would reply, 3 taels of gold and 3 taels of silver for a skewer. The person I sent would reply, it's so cheap. I'll pay 5 taels of gold and 5 taels of silver. Then the person would know that I'm safe and sound. Song Qingshu frowned. Why did this sound like Tian Di Hui's plan? Releasing her neck, Song Qingshu said in a low voice, I keep feeling that you're lying to me. How could you possibly tell me the secret signal? Of course I'm lying to you. Wanyan Zhongjie covered her neck and gasped for breath. That Tonghulu and that secret signal are all fake. I wouldn't be so stupid as to tell you the real thing. I just wanted to use this method to let you understand that even though I'm young, I have a lot of experience in Jianghu. I've long since made preparations to be foolproof. Fine, you win. Song Qingshu said indifferently. Although he still doubted whether Wanyan Zhongjie was telling the truth, he couldn't take any risks. Why do you want to kill Wanyan Liang? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to help me kill him. As Wanyan Zhongjie spoke, she tore off her black clothes and threw them to the side, revealing a green maiden's dress. She then pulled Song Qingshu and walked out of the alley. Her hand was soft and cold. Song Qingshu was slightly startled and asked, where are we going? The Cool Breeze brothel. Wanyan Liang is drinking there today. The guards around him are much weaker than usual, Wanyan Zhongjie replied without turning her head. You want to make a move today? Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. He had originally planned to temporarily agree to her request and calm her down. Who knew that she would make a move so soon? He didn't really care about Wang Yanliang's life or death. What he cared about was how the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom would redistribute their power after Wang Yanliang's death. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to intervene in the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom. He still needed time to make arrangements. If Wang Yanliang died now, he wouldn't be able to find such a good opportunity again. Song Qingshu was hesitating whether he should use the soul transfer technique to control her and slowly ask her for information about the contact. Suddenly, his vision darkened. Looking up, he saw a group of fierce-looking people blocking the alley in front of him. "Miss Xianxia?" the leader asked. Wanyan Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, "You are?" "My master wants to see you," the leader replied. "Who is your master?" Wanyan Xianxia subconsciously took a step back. "Miss Xianxia, you'll know when you arrive," the leader replied coldly. "I'm not interested in people who hide their heads and show their tails." Xianxia pulled Song Qingshu along as they walked back. However, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Several people had already jumped behind them and blocked their path of retreat. "What is the meaning of this?" Xianxia's expression changed. "We are just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us." Although the leader's expression was respectful, he didn't seem to be polite at all. "It seems that you have a lot of wild bees and lascivious butterflies by your side." Song Qingshu couldn't wait for someone to come and cause trouble. At this time, he was rejoicing in Xianxia's misfortune. Xianxia shook her head slightly and whispered in his ear, "These people are all experts. They aren't like the hedonistic young masters in the capital who can order them around. It seems that they have come with ill intentions. I'll leave them to you." Song Qingshu was startled and asked, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Although Xianxia's martial arts weren't good enough in front of him, he would still be considered a top-notch expert in Jianghu. He was more than enough to deal with these martial artists. Xianxia explained in a low voice, "No one in the capital knows that I know martial arts. I also don't know who's behind them. If I reveal my martial arts and Wang Yanliang hears about it, he might connect it to the previous assassination attempts. I can't take this risk." Song Qingshu was very depressed and said, "Everyone knows that Tang Quebian doesn't know martial arts. I revealed my martial arts once and you caught me. How could I dare to do it a second time? If I don't do it, and you don't do it, then are we just going to let them capture us?" Wanyan Zhongjia's eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. "If we get captured, then we get captured." Song Qingshu had thought things through. If he dealt with these people, Gubai would immediately send him to assassinate Wang Yanliang. He was worried about this matter and would only act now if he were an idiot. "Sister Xianxia, please get on the sedan chair." The group of warriors slowly surrounded her, as if they would use force if she showed even the slightest sign of refusal. "What?" Wang Yanliang struggled for a long time, but in the end, she gave up the idea of attacking. After all, she didn't know who was behind them, and it would be too dangerous to expose her martial arts skills. Before killing Wang Yanliang, she had to maintain the image of a harmless rabbit. "I can get on the sedan chair, but I want him to accompany me." Wang Yanliang suddenly pointed at Song Qingshu. This group of people had only brought one palanquin. It was clear that they had intended to invite her alone. They hadn't expected that she would have companions with her. Wanyan Zhongjia had done this on purpose to remind this group of warriors that if they decided to silence her, Song Qingshu would have no choice but to act. Song Qingshu frowned and instantly understood what she was planning. Just as he was considering whether or not to act, he heard the warriors say, "No problem. Get on the sedan chair." Not only was Song Qingshu stunned, but even Wanyan Zhongjia was stunned. This sedan chair was obviously designed for a single person to sit in. There might be some space for one person, but it would be too crowded for two people. She asked incredulously, "You want me to squeeze with him?" The leader slightly frowned, "Sister Zhongjia, please get on the sedan chair." Beside him, Song Qingshu was instantly amused. He gave up on the idea of making a move, and instead became a little curious about the master behind these people. Thus, he happily crawled into the palanquin and sat down inside. Wanyan Zhongjia's eyes widened. She pointed at the sedan chair and said angrily, "Look at this. How can two people sit in such a small sedan chair? It's not a problem to squeeze a little." The leader's face became somewhat impatient. Are you going to sit or not? Wanyan Zhongjia took a deep breath and calmed herself down. I'll sit. She was very curious about the mastermind behind this, but she didn't dare to reveal her trump card before finding out everything. However, Song Qingshu was sitting inside like a lord, leaving almost no space. Wanyan Zhongjia rolled his eyes at him and said, make way. I've always liked to sit like this since I was young. If you can't squeeze in, you can sit on my lap. I won't mind. Song Qingshu was completely indifferent to the girl's request. Wanyan Zhongjia was so anxious that he laughed. Go and ask around, how many men in the capital want to hug me? How many of them have succeeded? If you want to take advantage of me, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Song Qingshu curled his lips in disdain. Who would want to take advantage of a little girl like you? Your breasts are like steamed buns, and you don't even have a lot of meat on your body. What's the use of having a pretty face? I'd rather hug you and knock you down. Wanyan Zhongjia was so angry that he almost fainted. Apart from her chest, the rest of her body was perfect. Who knew how many men drooled over her? Was this bastard blind or not? Because she had already entered the palanquin, the people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. They thought she was already seated and quickly set off with the palanquin. As soon as the palanquin was lifted, Wanyan Zhongjia lost her balance and stumbled into Song Qingshu's arms. Song Qingshu raised his hands, indicating that he hadn't touched her, and said, Hey, you're the one who took the initiative to take advantage of me. Wanyan Zhongjia had never been so close to a man before, let alone fallen into his arms. She quickly explained with a red face, You bastard, they suddenly lifted the palanquin and I didn't stand properly. Song Qingshu sneered, You're a martial arts expert. If this vibration makes your lower body unsteady, do you think you're lying to a 3-year-old? If you want to take advantage of me, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Wanyan Zhongjia hadn't expected the tables to turn so quickly. Her opponent had used her own words to mock her. She didn't know how to explain herself, so she decided to act shamelessly. So what if I want to take advantage of you? Get out of the way. As she spoke, she moved his thigh to the other side and squeezed herself into that fleeting space. Hey, you're squeezing so tightly that I can feel the heat from your body. You're a girl, aren't you ashamed? Song Qingshu couldn't help but remind her. According to seniority, you're my uncle. What's wrong with sitting with an elder? Wanyan Zhongjia rolled her eyes and didn't want to continue talking about this topic. She asked, Who do you think their master is? How would I know? Seeing the anger in her eyes, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile, but I know that their master is most likely a woman. Why? Wanyan Zhongjia asked curiously. One had to know that these people had suddenly appeared outside, and she was still confused. How did Song Qingshu know the gender of these people? Song Qingshu pointed at the two of them, who were tightly pressed against each other. If their master was a man, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to squeeze me into the same sedan chair as you. Wanyan Zhongjia instantly understood. If a man had kidnapped her, it was most likely because of her beauty. Under these circumstances, if these people allowed another man to take advantage of her, wouldn't they be causing trouble for their master? Only if their master was a woman would they not hesitate to lock the two of them together. Who is this bastard? Why does he have such sharp perception? Wanyan Zhongjia secretly glanced at Song Qingshu's face. Song Qingshu, however, was lost in thought. A woman? Is it Zhao Min? He also knew that this kind of speculation was too hasty. Even if a woman wanted to kidnap Wanyan Zhongjia, it could very well be out of jealousy or because her man was infatuated with Zhongjia and she wanted revenge. But his first reaction was still to think of Zhao Min. There's no point in thinking too much. Song Qingshu quickly gave up on all sorts of guesses and closed his eyes to rest. Wanyan Zhongjia, who was at the side, was infuriated when he saw this. However, he quickly admired Song Qingshu's calm demeanor. Perhaps it was because he was infected by Song Qingshu's emotions, but he quickly calmed down and imitated Song Qingshu, closing his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, the sedan chair suddenly shook and Wanyan Zhongjia opened her eyes. She couldn't help but be secretly surprised that she had actually fallen asleep. She had been too careless. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she had unknowingly rested her head on the shoulder of the man next to her. Noticing that there was a water stain on his clothes, she subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth, and her face instantly turned red. This is too embarrassing. I actually drooled while asleep. I hope he didn't find out. Wanyan Zhongjie raised her head in alarm and happened to see Song Qingshu's expression. Her body immediately stiffened and she hurriedly raised her fist. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened just now. Otherwise, I will also reveal your secret. It turned out that the reason why the palanquin had vibrated was because they had arrived at their destination. Along the way, Song Qingshu had the intention to observe their route, but the palanquin had been specially treated and had no windows. Other than the front door, the rest of the palanquin was completely sealed. Since he couldn't see the scenery outside, Song Qingshu was happy to be at ease and simply rested from beginning to end. Even when the palanquin had arrived at its destination, he still didn't know where he was. However, when he heard the voice of the woman outside, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Soon, someone opened the palanquin door. Wanyan Zhongjie was curious about the other party's identity and quickly walked out. When she saw the woman's appearance, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her mother was the #1 beauty of the Jin Kingdom in the past, and she was also recognized as the #1 beauty of the Jin Kingdom in the next generation. Wanyan Zhongjie was very confident in her appearance, but the woman in front of her had a rosy complexion and radiance. She was very beautiful, but she also had a heroic spirit. At the same time, she was graceful and dignified. She had a dignified air that made people feel deep veneration and not dare to stare at her. This beautiful big sister has specially invited me over. May I know what's the matter? Wanyan Zhongjie quickly came to her senses. She was in a dangerous situation and didn't have the time to admire the other party's beauty. She used the opportunity to ask questions to look around, but when she realized where she was, she couldn't help but frown. She had originally thought that the palanquin would stop at the door or in the courtyard, but now that she was surrounded by dark stone walls, it was obvious that she was in a secret room. Sister Zhongjie, you remain calm in the face of danger. I admire you very much. The woman's smile suddenly froze because she realized that there was someone else in the palanquin. Who is he? The woman frowned and looked at her subordinate. Miss Zhao, this is the son-in-law, Tang Qibian. He was with Sister Zhongjie just now. His identity is special, so it wasn't convenient to deal with him. I was afraid that the news would leak, so I invited him back. The son-in-law? Is he Princess Gubai's husband? Miss Zhao asked hurriedly. That's me. Could it be that Miss Zhao is acquainted with my madam? Before the subordinate could speak, Song Qingshu walked out of the sedan chair and looked at Miss Zhao with a playful expression. It seemed that his guess was right, the master behind them was indeed Zhao Min. Princess Gubai is the #1 beauty of the Jin Kingdom. I have long heard of you, but unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet you. Zhao Min had already come back to her senses at this time. Although she was a little surprised that there was one more person, she had originally planned to investigate Gubai. It was just right for her husband to bump into her. That's a pity. You two should get along very well. After coming down, Song Qingshu also casually looked around and saw the same scene as Wanyan Zhongjie. He was also shocked and secretly guessed where this place was. Zhao Min looked at him in confusion. For a moment, she seemed to see someone familiar, but this feeling came and went quickly. She quickly returned to normal and asked, how does the son-in-law know that my surname is Zhao? Song Qingshu was shocked and pointed at one of her subordinates. Didn't he just call you Miss Zhao? Oh. Zhao Min nodded noncommittally. Seeing this, Song Qingshu was very glad that someone really did call him that. Otherwise, he would have really let it slip. However, before he could finish his joy, Zhao Min said coldly, seal his acupoints and tie him up. Ah? Song Qingshu was stunned. His thoughts raced as he tried to figure out where he had exposed himself. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything wrong, so he could only restrain his impulse. At this time, Zhao Min's subordinates had already come forward to seal his acupoints. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, it was very simple for him to change acupoints. He let the other side seal his acupoints and then tie him up. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Did I offend Miss Zhao? No, but this young lady will interrogate you alone later. I am a delicate woman, so I have to be careful. Zhao Men smiled sweetly. She was going to interrogate the two of them about Song Qingshu later. She didn't want Su Wang's subordinates to hear it, so she would drive everyone else out of the room. Her martial arts was not high, but it was not low either. It was more than enough to deal with a young lady. However, Song Qingshu's current appearance was full of sideburns and he was impressively a powerful man, so she naturally had to be on guard. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes when he heard this. He thought to himself, you always call yourself a weak woman, but in reality, countless men are no match for you. You're really thick-skinned. Fortunately, the shackles on his body couldn't really bind him. Song Qingshu didn't care too much and just wanted to see what medicine she had up her sleeve. Seeing that he had calmed down so quickly, Zhao Min's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. Prince Consort, you really have a good bearing. No wonder you are favored by the #1 beauty of the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't reply. Instead, Wanyan Zhongjia, who was beside him, interrupted, beautiful sister, he is tall and sturdy, so it doesn't matter if he is tied up. However, I have soft skin and tender flesh, so there is no need to tie me up. Zhao Men nodded her head slightly. According to the information she had, Wanyan Zhongjia didn't know any martial arts. She herself had learned from various famous martial arts masters, so her martial arts would be passable in Jianghu. Seeing the young lady's pitiful expression, she agreed. Song Qingshu, who was watching from the side, laughed inwardly. An old fox had met another fox. This time, Zhao Men was going to suffer a loss. He was well aware of their martial arts. Although Zhao Men's martial arts weren't bad, Wanyan Zhongjia's was better. After all, Wanyan Liang had dared to assassinate so many experts and bodyguards. Coupled with the fact that Wanyan Zhongjia was unprepared, in a moment, Zhao Men, seeing that Song Qingshu was already tied to the wall, Zhao Men waved her hand, indicating for her subordinates to leave. After all of them had left, Wanyan Zhongjia asked, Sister Zhao, you spent so much effort to find me. What is the matter? Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask you about someone, Zhao Men replied. Who is it that you want to ask about? Wanyan Zhongjia was startled. She had thought of many possibilities, and every one of them was directed at her. However, she had never expected the answer to be this. Who was more important than her? Song Qingshu. Zhao Men said word by word. Song Qingshu, who was tied to the side, felt his heart skip a beat. He knew that Zhao Men would definitely investigate him, but he hadn't expected that she would use such a method to investigate him. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Men had racked her brains to find out about him, but in the end, he had found her first. Although this was a secret room, as soon as he left, Song Qingshu would know where this place was. At that time, he would know which Prince Zhao Men was hiding behind. Song Qingshu? Wanyan Zhongjia wrinkled his nose, this name sounds familiar. Zhao Men's face lit up, you know about him? I remember now. Wanyan Zhongjia slapped her forehead, he's the Golden Snake King who caused such a stir in the Qing kingdom in Shandong. I heard that he single-handedly destroyed the Qing army of 100,000. I've long wanted to meet such a great hero. Although the Jin and Qing were allies, Wanyan Zhongjia's father and grandfather had been killed because they were involved in the power struggle of the Jin. She and her mother were left to be bullied. As a result, she didn't have much affection for the Jin. On the contrary, she hated all of them. When she heard that Song Qingshu had beaten the Qing army so badly that even the Jin court was shaken, she was naturally happy. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself that the rumors were really powerful. He had clearly used the thunderstorm to obstruct the charge of a few thousand Qing cavalrymen, and in the end, he had to rely on the Golden Snake Battalion to completely annihilate them. How could it be that he had single-handedly defeated the Qing army? 100,000 soldiers. Even if they stood there for me to chop, I wouldn't be able to kill them all in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Men frowned, you don't know him? Should I know him? Wanyan Zhongjia was also surprised. Zhao Men carefully looked at her expression and saw that she didn't seem to be lying. She continued to ask, think about it carefully. Did you know anyone during this time? Or did anyone strange appear around you? No. It's the same as before. There's no one suspicious, Xianxia replied bluntly. Think about it carefully. He must have appeared around you. Zhao Min took a sip of tea and said calmly. Xianxia was puzzled. Sister Zhao, why are you so sure that he appeared around me? I've only seen his name on the court bulletin and occasionally heard my friends talk about him. But he's far away in Shandong and has nothing to do with me. Why would he appear around me? Song Qingshu nodded his head repeatedly. He was clearly curious as to why Zhao Min was investigating him and Xianxia. Zhao Min placed the teacup on the table and angrily said, because that scoundrel has a special trait. Wherever he goes, he hooks up with the prettiest girl there. What? Song Qingshu almost fell to the ground. This reason was too nonsensical. Xianxia was startled at first, but then he giggled. Sister's way of thinking is quite unique. But I'm quite happy that my appearance has gained your approval. Zhao Min frowned. Sister Xianxia, perhaps you don't understand the current situation. No one knows that you're here. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't let you go. Zhao Min's beautiful face paled and she hurriedly raised her hand to defend herself. However, her martial arts were not as good as Xianxia's. In addition, the other party was not prepared for this. Just as she raised her hand, her throat was grabbed. Her heart sank. Is I, Minmin Timur, going to die here quietly today? Xianxia had just grabbed Zhao Min's neck when Song Qingshu grabbed his wrist. Glaring at him, she asked, why are you grabbing me? Song Qingshu secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he was prepared. If Zhao Min's neck had been broken because of a moment of carelessness, it would have been too late for him to cry. There's no hurry to kill her. If we can't get out, we can use her as a hostage. That's true. Xianxia nodded and sealed Zhao Min's acupoints. You actually know martial arts? Zhao Min was still in a state of shock. Everyone in the capital thought that she was just a girl without the strength to truss a chicken. Who would have guessed that she was actually hiding such a high level of martial arts? At the same time, Zhao Min suddenly felt an irrepressible urge to ask Song Qingshu to teach her martial arts the next time she saw him. I've just been bullied by Zhou Jirua, and now I'm being bullied by another girl. How infuriating. You didn't expect this, did you? Xianxia proudly raised his chin, his eyes curved into crescent moons. I miscalculated, but I don't really care about you. Zhao Min suddenly looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. Didn't my subordinates seal his acupoints and lock him up? Why, that's because his martial arts are much higher than mine. How could your scrap metal lock him up? Hearing Xianxia's reply, Zhao Min's expression changed. Tang Qibian is also an expert? Stop talking nonsense. Who are you? I've been in the capital for so many years, how come I've never heard of a family with a Miss Zhao? Xianxia pinched Zhao Min's chin and turned her head around. A hint of anger flashed across Zhao Min's face, but she quickly concealed it. She replied with a smile, Sister Xianxia, I treated you quite well just now. Is this how you repay me? Xianxia curled his lips in disdain and said, that's because you're stupid. Zhao Min's smile froze and she was rendered speechless. Don't change the subject. Just who are you? Xianxia impatiently asked. Zhao Min was infuriated and turned her head away. Were you the one behind the incident at the laundry yard? Zhao Min still didn't answer. Xianxia became impatient and said, are you serious? Do you believe that I won't scratch your pretty face? You wouldn't dare. If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, you won't be able to leave this place alive. Zhao Min looked at her and said coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Xianxia frowned and looked around. Her expression changed. She had just noticed that this was a secret room, but now that she looked around, there wasn't even a door. How was she supposed to get out? Seeing her reaction, Zhao Min sneered and said, what do you think? Xianxia rolled her eyes and said in a cute voice, good sister, how about this? If you take us out, we'll let you go. From then on, we'll go our separate ways. How about it? Zhao Min snorted disdainfully and said, "Are you stupid or do you think I'm stupid? You've tried so hard to hide the fact that you know martial arts. Now that I know, how can you let me go?" Song Qingshu looked at her in admiration and thought that she was indeed Zhao Min. Even in this kind of situation, she was still able to clearly analyze the situation. Seeing that he couldn't fool Zhao Min, Wanyan Zhongjie gave up on pretending and said in a cold voice, "If you let us go, you might be able to live. If you don't, I'll scratch your face." TSK, I'm sure many men like your pretty face. For example, that Song Qingshu you just mentioned? Hearing Song Qingshu's name, Zhao Min's expression changed and her eyes became complicated. "If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, you won't be able to walk out of here. Even if you're lucky enough to get out, he'll avenge me. Are you the prince consort?" She looked at Song Qingshu with a smile that wasn't a smile. "How would I know?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhao Min had figured out his identity? That's impossible. At most, it's just a suspicion. She's probably just testing me. Carefully observing his expression, Zhao Min saw that he didn't reveal anything strange. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly became impatient. He stretched out his fingernails and started scratching her face. "I don't have much patience. I'll count to 3. If you still don't tell me how to get out, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Min pursed her lips and didn't reply. 1, 2, 3. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped Wanyan Zhongjie's hand. What kind of joke was this? Zhao Min was one of his future wives. How could he let her scratch her face? Noticing his actions, Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Why did you save this woman again and again?" Wanyan Zhongjie asked with a frown. "It's such a waste to scratch such a beautiful woman's face." Song Qingshu deliberately used a rough tone as he spoke. "You already have my aunt, such a beautiful wife. Why are you still thinking about other women?" Wanyan Zhongjie said angrily. "Fine, I don't care anymore. I'll leave the matter of getting out to you." Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, there's no need to do this. I know how to get out." "You know how to get out?" Wanyan Zhongjie asked curiously. Even Zhao Min turned to look at him. Song Qingshu nodded and began to search the surrounding walls of the room. Before long, he found a protrusion. He pulled it to the side, revealing a secret compartment. Inside was a bronze door knocker. "Huh?" Wanyan Zhongjie ran over excitedly and tried to pull it open. However, after trying a few times, it didn't budge. He became discouraged again. "There's no door. What's the use of a door knocker?" Zhao Min, who had been nervous all this time, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Humph, a blind cat bumped into a dead mouse." However, her eyes quickly widened. Song Qingshu pulled on the door knocker without hesitation. He knocked on it 7 or 8 times, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes long and sometimes short. As soon as the knocking stopped, there was a clicking sound. A beam of moonlight shone into the room, and a hidden door opened. "How did you know my secret code?" Zhao Min was completely confused. This was the first time she felt a chill down her spine. "That's right. How did you know how to open the door?" Wanyan Zhongjie asked curiously. The reason why Song Qingshu knew the way out was because in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhao Min had trapped Zhang Wuji in a similar prison cell. In the end, Zhang Wuji had tickled her feet to force her to release him. Song Qingshu saw that the place he was in now was similar to the prison cell they had been in at that time, so he copied it. He didn't expect that he would actually find the way out, but how could he explain this reason? He could only pretend that he didn't know anything. Wanyan Zhongjie was worried that there was an ambush outside, so he crept out anxiously. However, he discovered that there was no one around. After looking around, he realized that they were in the back garden of a wealthy family. He excitedly ran to the door and called out to Song Qingshu, "Come out quickly, there's no one here." "Take her with you." "Take her with you?" Song Qingshu was surprised. "Of course, take her as a hostage just in case," Wanyan Zhongjie said. "Oh, okay then." Song Qingshu was worried that the longer he stayed with Zhao Men, the more likely it was that she would see through his identity. However, she had seen that he and Wanyan Zhongjie both knew martial arts, so he couldn't just let her stay here. Don't touch me. Seeing that Song Qingshu was approaching, Zhao Men's face turned cold. Song Qingshu ignored her and carried her in his arms. So what if I touch you? I will kill you. Being hugged by a stranger, Zhao Men was both embarrassed and angry. It's a pity that your martial arts are too weak, so you can't kill me, Song Qingshu said with a smile. I will find someone to kill you, Zhao Men said angrily. Find who? The Song Qingshu that you just mentioned? Song Qingshu deliberately asked. Zhao Men directly turned her head to the side and ignored him. When Wanyan Zhongjie saw him carrying Zhao Men out, a strange look appeared in his eyes. I'll let you have it for now. Let's go. Then he used his lightness kung fu, and under the cover of the night, with a few leaps he flew over the courtyard wall. Song Qingshu carried Zhao Men and followed closely behind. Oh, this is Prince Su's side courtyard. Wanyan Zhongjie revealed a strange expression when he saw the surrounding terrain. How did you know? Song Qingshu looked around. This should be near the back door. There were no signs or signboards. My house is nearby. I've lived here for more than 10 years. Do you know? After saying that, Yan Zhongjie rolled his eyes. At that moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. She hurriedly said, there are many high-ranking officials and nobles' mansions nearby, so the security is very tight. There are often soldiers patrolling. It's not convenient for you to carry such a big person around. Let's hide in my house first. Song Qingshu didn't want to cause trouble, so he nodded and said, okay. Wanyan Zhongjie led the way, and Song Qingshu followed closely behind with Zhao Men in his arms. They turned left and right, and soon entered a house through the back door. They entered an elegant attic. This is your boudoir? Song Qingshu asked, noticing the decorations inside. The layout was very girlish. Wanyan Zhongjie's face immediately turned red. You have a captive with you, and you can't let anyone know. Where else can I put you two apart from here, he said. In this era, a girl's bedroom could be an extremely private place. Other than family members, only a few female friends could enter. Even fathers rarely stepped in, let alone other men. The only man of the same age who could enter was probably her future husband. Although the Jin kingdom was a grassland regime, it had become very Han in recent years. In this aspect, etiquette was not much different from that of the southern Song dynasty. I see. Song Qingshu had just nodded when he heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs. He couldn't help but ask, isn't this your boudoir? Why is there someone here so late at night? It should be my mother. Wanyan Zhongjie frowned, and his expression turned ugly. Is it Pucha Elihu? Song Qingshu had heard news about her several times. She used to be the eldest sister of the Pucha family, and the younger sister of the two brothers, Hudi and Hyut. She was also the first beauty of the Jin kingdom before Song Bai. Although Song Qingshu was curious about this former first beauty of the Jin kingdom, she was more curious about Wanyan Zhongjie's reaction. Why was he so cold when mentioning her mother? There seemed to be a trace of disgust. You hide for a while. Wanyan Zhongjie pouted at her, indicating for her to find a place to hide. Song Qingshu looked around and subconsciously wanted to hide on the bed. After all, if he pulled down the curtain, he wouldn't be able to see what was going on inside. However, Wanyan Zhongjie hurriedly waved his hand. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. It was indeed inappropriate for a man to hide in a girl's bed. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, he hurriedly picked up Zhao Men and jumped up, hiding on a beam in the room. In order to prevent Zhao Men from making a sound, he sealed her mute acupoint, causing her to roll her eyes. As soon as the two of them hid, a beautiful woman pushed open the door and entered. She had watery eyes, rosy lips, perky breasts, and a voluptuous body. Any man who saw her would think of a bed. Even though Song Qingshu was used to seeing beautiful women, he had to admit that this mature woman was extremely attractive. She was indeed worthy of being the first beauty of the Jin kingdom. However, that was all. Song Qingshu had enough women by his side. He was no longer the young man who would act on impulse whenever he saw a woman. The current him was only interested in two types of women. One was women that he truly liked, and the other was women that could help him in his career. Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. He could smell the strong smell of alcohol from afar. Why did this woman drink so much? Mother, you're drunk again. From Wanyan Zhongjia's words, it seemed that she was often in this state. At your age, what do you know? Alcohol is the best thing in the world. As the saying goes, once drunk, 1,000 grievances are resolved. The mature woman spoke intermittently as she walked towards the bed. Seeing this, Song Qingshu secretly wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He blamed Wanyan Zhongjia for telling him not to hide on the bed. It turned out that he knew that his mother would lie on the bed when she was drunk. Resolve 1,000 grievances, resolve 1,000 grievances. You're just trying to escape. Wanyan Zhongjia looked at his mother angrily. Hee. The mature woman laughed and tried to change the topic. My good daughter, where did you go? I didn't see you for the whole night. I was worried that you'd been deceived by some stinky man. Woo, Song Qingshu frowned. This woman had started crying. It seemed that she had been suppressed by too many things. Who knew how many things had happened to this mother and daughter pair over the years? On the other hand, Wanyan Zhongjia's expression was stiff. His voice was full of sarcasm. On one hand, you're worried that something might happen to me. On the other hand, you're dead drunk. You really are a good mother. The mature woman laughed awkwardly. Because I know that my good daughter is the smartest. You're the only one who can take advantage of others. No one can take advantage of you. So I had the maidservant keep an eye on you. When I saw that the light in your room was lit, I immediately came to see you. Since you've seen me, you can go back and rest, Wanyan Zhongjia coldly replied. Mother is dizzy. Today, I'll sleep here. Before she could finish speaking, the sound of her snoring could be heard from the bed. You. Wanyan Zhongjia was both angry and anxious. He stood there stupefied. Seeing that Pucha Elihu had fallen asleep, Song Qingshu jumped out of bed. Your mother is really special. If his own mother was like this, he definitely wouldn't want outsiders to see her. He had unintentionally exposed the awkwardness between mother and daughter and felt a bit embarrassed. Do you think she's beautiful? Wanyan Zhongjia suddenly asked. Song Qingshu hadn't expected this question. He glanced at the mature woman on the bed. Even though she was dead drunk, she was still sleeping like a begonia. He subconsciously replied, she's quite beautiful. Wanyan Zhongjia nodded. He suddenly reached out and pressed on Zhao Min's sleeping acupuncture point. Song Qingshu was astonished. What are you doing? Wanyan Zhongjia ignored him. He walked over to the bed and sat down. He reached out and caressed his mother's face, tidying up her messy hair. His fingers gradually moved downwards, slowly unbuttoning her collar, revealing her fair skin. Only then did he turn his head to look at Song Qingshu. Do you want to do her? What? Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that the other party would throw out such an earth-shattering question. Think about it. In the middle of the night, he was invited to his mother's room by a beautiful girl he had only met a few times. Then, she tore open his mother's clothes and asked him if he wanted to do her? What kind of melodramatic and F***king development was this? Are you crazy? This was the only sentence that could express Song Qingshu's current feelings. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, there's nothing to worry about. Wanyan Zhongjia suddenly laughed hysterically. He pointed at the woman on the bed. She's dead drunk right now. She won't remember what you did. Even if she remembers, it doesn't matter. She's a whore who can be a husband to anyone. How can you talk about your own mother like that? Song Qingshu frowned. Because she's not fit to be my mother. Wanyan Zhongjia's voice was as cold as ice. I don't need a woman who can be a husband to anyone to be my mother. A husband to anyone? Song Qingshu was deep in thought. There were many rumors about Pucha Elihu in the capital, but most of them had no evidence. But if his daughter was like this, could those rumors be true? While he was deep in thought, Wanyan Xianxia suddenly stood up. Let's go. Accompany me to kill Wanyan Liang. Big sister, your thoughts are jumping too far. Just now, your mother. Seeing the hatred in Wanyan Xianxia's eyes, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He asked tentatively, did your mother become like this because of Wanyan Liang? When Emperor Taizong passed away, the current emperor ascended to the throne after many parties fought over it. However, he was still young at that time and the power of the court was jointly managed by 3 ministers who helped him ascend to the throne. Wanyan Xianxia suddenly spoke, recalling the events of the past in a particularly sad tone. These 3 are my grandfather Wanyan Zongpan, the father of the king of Hailing, Wanyan Zonggan, and the king of Zhao, Wanyan Honglai. Wanyan Honglai? In this world, he is Yang Kang's biological father. Song Qing did not disturb Wanyan Xianxia and continued to listen. In the beginning, it was still peaceful. The 3 of them managed the court together, and the Jin kingdom's national strength quickly grew and became one of the strongest countries in the world. However, the 3 of them were all outstanding men, and deep down, they were not willing to share power with others. So it didn't take long for the 3 of them to start fighting each other for power. In the beginning, my grandfather had the advantage. After Emperor Taizong's death, he should have inherited the throne. However, under the checks and balances of various parties, he had no choice but to return the throne to the descendants of Emperor Taizong. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse and his power was the strongest among the 3 ministers. At that time, the heir of the king of Zhao, Wanyan Kong, was killed in the Central Plains. The king of Zhao was in a daze and my grandfather took the opportunity to cut off the king's wings and remove him from the center of power. In the end, the king of Zhao died of depression. Song Qing had a strange expression on his face. Listening to her now, her grandfather was clearly not a good person. Why did she not have the slightest intention of respecting him? Wanyan Xianxia continued. After the king of Zhao was pushed away, my grandfather's power could be said to be overwhelming. Even the other minister, Wanyan Zonggan, was respectful to him and followed his lead. Gradually, my grandfather let down his guard and Wanyan Zonggan revealed his fangs. By the time my grandfather reacted, it was already too late. In the end, Wanyan Zonggan framed my grandfather for treason and executed him. My father was also implicated and died in prison. My condolences. Seeing her sad expression, Song Qing did not know how to comfort her and could only think of a way to divert her attention. But I don't understand. Your grandfather already controlled the court. How did Wanyan Zonggan turn the tables so easily? Did you forget what I mentioned at the beginning about Grandpa's identity? Wanyan Xianxia looked in the direction of the imperial palace with a trace of hatred on his face. My grandfather almost succeeded the throne, and Wanyan she had long regarded him as a thorn in his side. Wanyan Zonggan had grasped his mentality, and that was how he was able to kill my grandfather. When mentioning the emperor of the Jin kingdom, Wanyan Zonggan directly called him by his name, without the slightest hint of respect. Song Qing sighed. Since ancient times, when it comes to the fight for the throne, even the weakest person will become ruthless. Wanyan Xianxia looked at him in surprise. It seems like you're not a loyal and patriotic person. Song Qing smiled bitterly. To put it nicely, he was called the Golden Snake King, but to put it bluntly, he was just a rebel leader. Moreover, he came from a later generation, and if he were to speak out his ideas, he would be regarded as a traitor by all the rulers of the world. He said, continue. What happened next? After grandfather and father's accident, we lost our protective umbrella. Because my mother's beauty spread far and wide, many people started to have designs on her. However, her identity was a sensitive one, so no one dared to make a move on her. Until Wanyan Xianxia's voice suddenly became bone-chilling. Until one day, that dog Wanyan Liang broke into the mansion drunk and did to my mother. Song Qing gently stroked her hair and comforted her. All right, I understand. You don't have to say it. Wanyan Xianxia looked at him gratefully. He skipped over this part and continued. At that time, his father, Wanyan Zonggan, held great power in the court. Even though he had done such a thing, no one dared to punish him. My mother went everywhere to ask for help, but no one in the capital was willing to help. Instead, there were rumors that my mother was fickle and that after her husband died, she seduced another man. In despair, my mother abandoned herself to despair. The gentle and virtuous mother disappeared and was replaced by a seductive woman. She walked among many men and became a slut in everyone's eyes. At this point, her body trembled uncontrollably. Songqing shook his head. Your mother had no other choice. Your grandfather and father were dead, and you were all criminals who could be demoted to slaves at any time. As a woman, she could only use her beauty to her advantage. If she didn't do this, how could she maintain this family and protect you? I don't need her protection. Wanyan Zhongjie immediately exploded. I would rather she take me with her to accompany father in death than do such a thing. At the end of the day, she was afraid of death and chose to drag out an ignoble existence. Songqing sighed when he saw the agitated girl in front of him. The greatest courage in this world is not to die heroically for a certain ideal, but to live humbly for a certain ideal. Living is much harder than dying. Wanyan Zhongjie was stunned. What do you mean? Songqing looked at the beautiful woman sleeping soundly on the bed and said in a low voice, although I don't know exactly what your mother was thinking, I can roughly guess what she was thinking. According to what you said just now, the court should be controlled by Wanyan Zonggan and his godson. But why is it that Wanyan Zonggan is nowhere to be seen and Wanyan Liang is only ranked 4th in the court? Above him are Wanyan Zongxian, left Prime Minister Zhong Min, and right Prime Minister Zhong Ben. Wanyan Zonggan seemed to have contracted some kind of illness and decided to retire. Not long after, he died, and the other members of the imperial family took the opportunity to take over. Wanyan Zhongjie's voice suddenly trembled. You're saying that all of this was done by my mother? No, that's impossible. All these years, your mother has money and power, wandering around with various men. Not long after Wanyan Zonggan retired, his power was divided among the other factions. If you say that all of this has nothing to do with her, I don't believe you. Although Songqing didn't know the details, he had seen so many court dramas in his previous life. After coming to this world, he had even become an emperor. He combined theory with reality and looked at problems from a perspective that a young woman couldn't compare to. I didn't expect that there would still be someone in this world who can understand me and understand me. A faint voice suddenly came from the side. Wanyan Zhongjie's body stiffened and he turned his head in disbelief. His mother, who had been lying on the bed a moment ago, was now sitting up. Her eyes were clear and she didn't look drunk at all. Pucha Elihu looked at him deeply. Even my own daughter doesn't understand me and even hates me. I didn't expect an outsider like you to be able to guess my thoughts so well. I didn't understand why goodbye fell for you in the past, but now I do. To be able to marry a man like you is a woman's greatest happiness. Song Qingshu blushed at her praise and smiled embarrassedly. You flatter me, madam. Mother, he's not Tang Quebian. Wanyan Zhongjie still hadn't come back to his senses, but he still subconsciously corrected his mother's words. Pucha Elihu looked surprised. Only then did Wanyan Zhongjie roughly explain how he discovered Tang Quebian's identity. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Little girl, this is where you're wrong. Why do you think I'm an imposter? Just because I know martial arts? If I remember correctly, in everyone's impression, Miss Cheng-jia doesn't know martial arts, right? Now that you have a consummate skill, can I suspect that you are also a fake? Wanyan Zhongjie was speechless. You're twisting words and forcing logic. You admitted it before. Did I admit it? Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Wanyan Zhongjie was stunned. He thought back carefully and realized that she really hadn't admitted she was an imposter. She'd just been acting alone. Pucha Elihu reached out and pressed down on his daughter. Whether you're the real Tang Quebian or not, it doesn't matter to us. The only thing we care about is, are you an enemy? A friend? Whether I'm a friend or an enemy, none of you can influence my choice. What does madam think? Song Qingshu looked at the mature and beautiful woman in front of him and sighed. No wonder she could walk among so many men. She did have the capital. Young master is right. Pucha Elihu smiled. From what you just said, it's clear that you don't have any enmity towards us. I was overthinking. Madam has been dancing on a tightrope for so many years. It's better to be careful, Song Qingshu replied. Dancing on a tightrope? Young noble's description is quite apartment. Pucha's Alihu covered his mouth and laughed. Wanyan Zhongjie frowned. Because of the shadow of the past few years, he subconsciously didn't like his mother teasing other men. Seeing this, he immediately interrupted, Mother, is what he just said true? Pucha's smile disappeared and he sighed, When your father was in trouble, I wanted to go with him, but you were still young. If I had gone, I'm afraid you wouldn't have survived. Even if you did, your life would be miserable. At first, I was still a little hesitant until Wan Yanliang broke into the mansion. After that, I finally thought it through. I want revenge. Not only do I want to avenge your father and grandfather, but I also want to avenge myself. That's why I chose to survive. All these years, I've been humiliated and looked down upon by my own daughter. I've wavered, but all these years of sacrifice haven't been in vain. I've finally succeeded in killing that old bastard Wanyan Zonggan. Wait, you killed Wanyan Zonggan? Didn't he get sick and return to his hometown? Wanyan Zhongjie asked curiously. Do you think that old bastard would give up his power so easily? Pucha's father hesitated, but in the end, he shook his head, Don't ask about the process. You won't want to hear it. Wanyan Zhongjie was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. His nose turned sour and he threw himself into his mother's arms. Mother, I'm sorry. I've misunderstood you all these years. Seeing the mother and daughter crying together, Song Qingshu didn't want to disturb them. He went to Zhao Min's side and looked at her sleeping face. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he felt a headache coming on. What to do with her would be the real problem. He definitely couldn't let her go, but he also didn't dare to keep her here. Wanyan Zhongjie looked innocent on the outside, but she was vicious and merciless. She might just turn around and kill Zhao Min to silence her. Wanyan Zhongjie cried for a while before suddenly raising his head, Mother, you've already killed Wanyan Zonggan. If I kill Wanyan Liang, I'll be able to avenge father and grandfather. Don't. Pucha's father hurriedly pulled his daughter back. Wanyan Liang has many experts by his side. You won't be able to kill him. I can't do it alone, there's still him. Wanyan Zhongjie pointed at Song Qingshu, he promised me to help me kill Wanyan Liang. When did I promise you? Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. This girl is really clinging to me. If you don't promise me, I'll tell everyone that you impersonated Tang Qibian. Song Qingshu was about to say something, but Wanyan Zhongjie quickly added, Don't try to fool me with what you just said. Let's see if the people in the capital will believe you. I'm afraid of you, young Mississippi. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. I'll help you kill Wanyan Liang, but not now. When will that be? Wanyan Zhongjie asked. That's none of your business. I'm in the middle of a plan to deal with Wanyan Liang. Don't ruin my plans, Song Qingshu replied. I don't believe you. Wanyan Zhongjie thought to himself, I'm not that easy to fool. There's no way you can stall me with a delaying tactic. Song Qingshu's expression darkened. Pucha's father hurriedly pulled his daughter back. All right, mother believes that he won't lie to us. But Wanyan Liang has given him his favorite carriage time and time again. I don't believe that he'll kill Wanyan Liang. Wanyan Zhongjie was also anxious. He hurriedly told his mother about how he had mistakenly hit the side carriage when he tried to assassinate Wanyan Liang. This time, even Pucha's mother looked suspicious. Song Qingshu's mouth twitched in disdain. He thought to himself, so what if he gave me a carriage? Wanyan Liang even gave me his consort to ride. Noticing their suspicious gazes, Song Qingshu had an idea. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see someone. Who? The two girls asked in unison. Goodbye. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice. Actually, he didn't want to explain things to the two girls. He was just worried that if they worked together while they were suspicious of each other, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Rather than that, it would be better to work together honestly. With his martial arts, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Wanyan Liang. The difficult part was what to do after he killed Wanyan Liang. Coincidentally, he had obtained an opportunity to enter the inner circle of the Jin Kingdom. It would be a pity to waste it. When he found out that Wanyan Liang wanted to usurp the throne, he came up with a plan. First, he would let Wang Yanliang get rid of the other core members of the Jin kingdom. When Wang Yanliang was ready to become the emperor, he would replace him. This way, not only would he be able to get rid of Wang Yanliang, but he would also be able to gain the power of the Jin kingdom. However, replacing Kangxi was not an easy task. Previously, he succeeded because of various coincidences. It could be said that he had taken a huge risk. Moreover, because everything happened in a hurry, he didn't have the time to train his trusted subordinates. As a result, when he became the emperor of the Qin kingdom, his control over the entire Qin kingdom was extremely limited, even with the help of a genius like Dongfeng Muxue. If he had enough trusted subordinates to help him control the entire Qin kingdom, the Qin kingdom would not have sent an army to encircle and annihilate the Golden Snake Battalion. Sending an army to encircle and annihilate the Golden Snake Battalion was the consensus of the Qin kingdom's upper echelons. Even as the emperor, he couldn't stop it. If he did, it would easily arouse suspicion. Later, with the help of Dongfeng Muxue and the help of a steady stream of intelligence, he was able to achieve a miracle. Then, he took the opportunity to purge a large number of people from the upper echelons of the Qin kingdom. Only then was the Qin kingdom truly under his control. This time in the Jin kingdom, he didn't want history to repeat itself. Last time, he acted rashly because he had no other choice. This time, he had enough time. Of course, he had to be fully prepared. After turning Xianxia and his daughter into his allies, he already had two of the three great families of the Jin kingdom, the Pucha family and the Tangqua family. Through Wanyan Xianxia, he had established a relationship with Taizong. Through Yanghua, he had established a relationship with the king of Zhao. In addition, Empress Peiman was also on his side. Once the final plan was completed, his control over the Jin kingdom would be much greater than when he hastily impersonated Kangxi and became the emperor in name only. Song Qingshu carried Zhao Men and brought Wanyan Xianxia and his daughter back to the Tangqua mansion. When Gubai saw that he had brought so many people back, she couldn't help but be shocked. "Song, husband, what's going on?" Song Qingshu placed Zhao Men on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. "Let's not talk about this. For now. You should know them, right?" Gubai looked at the mother and daughter and nodded awkwardly. Wanyan Xianxia was still alright. Occasionally, he would come to visit and call her auntie very affectionately. On the other hand, Pucha Elihu and Gubai didn't have much of a relationship. They only knew each other. In addition, Pucha Elihu's actions over the years had caused Gubai, who had always been gentle and dignified, to look down on her. After settling Zhao Min down, Song Qingshu told Gubai what had happened that day. When she heard that the mother and daughter had always wanted to take revenge on Wang Yanliang and his son, and especially when she heard that Pucha Elihu had endured all these years, Gubai immediately burst into tears. Because of what happened to Tangqua Bian, Gubai suddenly felt that they had a common enemy. When she looked at the mother and daughter again, she suddenly felt much closer. "You didn't call us here just to tell auntie about us, did you?" Wanyan Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. If more people knew about this, the mother and daughter would be in more danger. Moreover, Song Qingshu had said that he had a way to make them believe that he was dealing with Wang Yanliang. But until now, she still didn't know if he was trustworthy. "Of course not. Haven't you always been curious about who I am?" Song Qingshu pulled at his beard and took off his mask, revealing his true face. Wanyan Xianxia and Pucha Elihu subconsciously rubbed their eyes when they saw the man in front of them transform from a bearded man into a handsome young man. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. You, Song Qingshu sighed at Wanyan Xianxia. "You guessed correctly. I'm not Tang Quobian. The real Tang Quobian was killed by Wang Yanliang." He then told them about how Wang Yanliang had used a borrowed knife to kill Tang Quobian in Kaifeng City, and how he had sent an assassin to assassinate Tang Quobian. Gubai was already sobbing, and Pucha Elihu hurriedly went up to her and comforted her. "Now you'll believe that I'm really going to deal with Wang Yanliang, right?" Song Qingshu said. Wanyan Xianxia finally came back to his senses. "Then who are you? Are sigma greater than over equal to sigma greater than over equal to sigma greater than over equal to greater than over equal to plus / you've already heard my name." Song Qingshu glanced at Zhao Men, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Wanyan Zhongjia was puzzled at first when he noticed his gaze, but he quickly reacted. You're the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. This time even Pucha Elihu looked at him in shock. After all, the Golden Snake King was an unforgivable devil in the eyes of the Qing and Jin kingdoms. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right, it's me. Wanyan Zhongjia's face was full of excitement as he looked him up and down. It's you. No wonder you're so capable. Hurry up and tell me, how did you summon the wind and rain? Are you a god or a monster? Faced with her questions, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Of course I'm a human. But you don't look like one. Wanyan Zhongjia reached out and poked him in the chest. Song Qingshu, #%yen. Zhongjia, don't mess around. Beside her, Pucha Elihu couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly stopped his daughter. Of course, a large part of it was because of the Jin kingdom's demonization of him that she was still a little afraid of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu finally opened his mouth and said, okay, now you know what's going on. From now on, we can communicate with each other. Also, Zhongjia, for the time being, don't try to assassinate Wanyan Liang. Firstly, it's too dangerous. Secondly, it would alert the enemy and ruin my plan. Wanyan Zhongjia frowned. I can temporarily stop assassinating him, but you have to tell me what your plan is. No. Song Qingshu flatly refused. You'll know when the time comes. Wanyan Zhongjia still wanted to argue, but Pucha Elihu tugged at her and secretly shook his head. She could only pout angrily. It's getting late, Song Qingshu continued. You should take advantage of the darkness to go back. Otherwise, if Wanyan Liang sees you leaving during the day, he'll be suspicious. Fine, I'll go. Although he knew that what he said made sense, Wanyan Zhongjia was still extremely unhappy. Because of her beauty, she was the center of attention wherever she went. If she was a guest in a man's house, they would be more than happy to have her stay the night. Unlike Song Qingshu, who was in such a hurry to chase her away, he was really unromantic. Pucha Elihu felt the same way. However, after so many years of living, she had long since become calm and collected. She was only slightly startled before she calmed down. Wait. Hearing Song Qingshu call out to her, Wanyan Zhongjia's lips curled into a smile. What, you don't want me to go? Humph, you just offended me. I'm not that easy to coax. Song Qingshu's face darkened. You're thinking too much. Eat this. He extended his hand in front of the two women and opened it to reveal two pills, one red and one yellow. What are these? Wanyan Zhongjia's expression changed. She vigilantly stood in front of her mother. One is called the 3-corpse brain pill, and the other is the leopard embryo tendon altering pill. Song Qingshu paused. You're not from the martial world, so perhaps you haven't heard of them. I can explain them to you. The 3-corpse brain pill is a medicine used by the Sun-Moon sex hierarch to control his subordinates. There are 3 types of corpse insects in the pill. Nothing unusual happens after taking it, but during the Duanyang festival every year, if you don't take the antidote in time, the corpse insects will break free. Once they enter the brain, the person who takes the pill will act like a demon. They'll even bite and eat their parents and wives. The leopard embryo tendon altering pill is a miraculous medicine from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon sect. It's made from leopard embryos, deer embryos, human placenta, fur seal kidneys, and other rare and nutritious medicinal ingredients. It can strengthen the body for a year, but if the antidote isn't taken at the end of the year, the violent poison will flare up. There was once a fat man and a thin man who didn't take the antidote in time. The fat man was originally short and fat, but within 3 months, his body suddenly grew 3 feet longer and his skin was drenched in blood. The fat man was originally very tall, but he suddenly became shorter. He was originally very thin, but he became unbearably swollen, turning into a big fat man. Huh? Before Song Qingshu could finish, Wanyan Zhongjia shouted, "What kind of insidious and disgusting medicine is this? You're not going to make us take it, are you?" "That's right, to prevent you from leaking the news," Song Qingshu replied indifferently. He glanced at the nearby Gubai. "It's fine if it's just me, but this time it's also related to the Gubai and many others. If you betray us, many innocent people will die." Our hatred for Wan Yanliang runs as deep as the sea. Do you think we'll betray you? Wan Yanzhongjie trembled in anger. People will always change. What I need to do is to reduce all the dangers to the lowest possible level. Song Qingshu secretly sighed in his heart. Not long ago, he was also a sunny, optimistic, and virtuous young man. But after all these years, his heart had slowly become cold. In the past, he would definitely have chosen to believe the mother and daughter. But now, to him, a reasonable system and means were more reliable than human nature. Impossible, we will never take this medicine. Wan Yanzhongjie's face was as calm as still water. He quietly took out a short sword from his sleeve. Song Qingshu chuckled. Wan Yanzhongjie felt his vision blur, and then he was shocked to find that both his and his mother's acupuncture points had been sealed. Right now, your only choice is to decide which medicine to take, the 3-corpse brain divine pill or the leopard embryo tendon change. Pill. Song Qingshu walked in front of them with the 2 kinds of medicine. You can rest assured that after this matter is over, I will give you the antidote. It won't harm you at all. Wan Yanzhongjie gritted his teeth. If we take the medicine, won't we have to listen to you for a while? Oh, you can think of it that way. This was another reason why Song Qingshu had chosen to give them the medicine. After all, their hatred for Wan Yanliang was too deep. If they couldn't control themselves and did something rash, the whole plan would fail. That would be really depressing. That's even worse. Wan Yanzhongjie's small face suddenly turned bright red. We are under the control of your drug. If you covet our mother and daughter, how are we going to resist you? Song Qingshu almost fell over. Oh, although your suggestion is very attractive, I'm not that despicable. Didn't you just say that people's hearts can change? Wan Yanzhongjie mocked. Song Qingshu was momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't choose, I'll give it to you. Wan Yanzhongjie pursed his lips. He knew that he was now a fish on the chopping block. He could only snort. I choose the 3-corpse brain pill. Girls still love to look beautiful. Even though the corpse bugs were equally scary, Wan Yanzhongjie felt that it was better to just die than to become a short, fat, and ugly woman. Pucha Elihu's face was deathly pale. He made the same choice as his daughter. After feeding them the medicine, Song Qingshu unsealed their acupoints. It's not safe in Daxing Prefecture right now. Do you want me to send you back? Forget it. I don't want to be fed any more medicine by you. Wan Yanzhongjie's face was cold. Pucha Elihu also sighed. I thought that young master was a soulmate of Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Who knew that young master was as scary as the rumors say? I was also fooled by his delicate appearance. He's a complete demon. Wan Yanzhongjie snorted. He supported his mother and walked out without looking back. After the 2 women left, Song Qingshu looked at Gubai and sighed. Do you also think that I've gone too far? You're not familiar with them, so there's nothing wrong with being careful. However, I'm curious. Why didn't you force me to take this medicine? Gubai stared at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Song Qingshu was stunned. Huh? I don't know why, but I've never thought of it that way. Gubai pursed her lips and smiled. All right. Let's not talk about this. Where did you find such a beautiful girl? Is she your lover? Song Qingshu shook his head. My relationship with her is very strange. We're enemies and friends at the same time. For some reason, Gubai secretly sighed in relief when she heard his answer. Then what do you plan to do with her? Her identity is very sensitive. We can't let her come into contact with the outside world for a while. We'll lock her up for a while. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before saying, Is there a secret room in the Fu? Yes. Gubai's face suddenly turned red. Did you forget that time when you exchanged with Wan Yanliang, the secret room in my room? Hearing her mention that night, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Doesn't Wang Fei taste good? Gubai hadn't thought that she would suddenly say something so out of line. Song Qingshu wrapped his arm around her slender and soft waist. Although she tastes good, she can't compare to you. Seeing the other's face come closer, Gubai's face turned even redder. She murmured, I feel that I'm letting Wugula down. If he really blames you, then let him come to me. Song Qingshu liked her shyness before she spoke and her attitude of wanting to reject him. With a groan, Goodbye was lifted up by Song Qingshu. Seeing him carry her to the bed, Goodbye hurriedly said, Don't, there's someone else on the bed. Within Prince Su's residence, Wanyan Yongjing looked angrily at his subordinates kneeling on the ground. What the hell are you doing? A living person disappeared into thin air just like that, and you didn't even notice? Your Highness, Miss Zhao likes peace and quiet. She usually doesn't let us near her courtyard, so we reacted a bit slower. The subordinate braced himself and said. You still dare to quibble? Wanyan Yongjing swept the tea set on the table to the ground. Today, those people were in charge of Miss Zhao's safety. Tell them to come see me. Your Highness, not long ago, they were all killed by a mysterious person. The subordinate was drenched in cold sweat as he replied. What? Wanyan Yongjing suddenly stood up, his heart in turmoil. Just who was targeting me? Is it the Emperor, the Chongqing Prince, or the Hailing Prince? At this time, in the former Grand Preceptor's residence, Pucha Elihu was looking worriedly at the door. Seeing that his daughter had finally returned, he almost collapsed. On the way back, you said that you had something to do and left with a gloomy expression. I was worried that you would run back to settle the score with Song Qingshu. My good daughter, listen to your mother. That demon is vicious and merciless, we can't afford to offend him. He's vicious and merciless? Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he really was vicious and merciless, then I wouldn't have to clean up his mess. Pucha Elihu's face turned red. What nonsense is a girl spouting? What do you mean clean up my mess? That's so unpleasant to hear. Wanyan Zhongjie began to explain, today, he and I were captured by Prince Su's people and brought to Miss Zhao's courtyard. If we didn't silence them and Prince Su discovered that she was missing, he would definitely come to investigate us. I didn't want to bring trouble upon myself, so I killed all the people who came to capture me during the day. I've always treated him as my idol, but he's such a wishy-washy person. The more Wanyan Zhongjie spoke, the angrier he became. Pucha Elihu frowned. Why are you speaking up for him? Don't you mind that he forced us to take poison? She shuddered at the thought of the 3 cadaveric insects hiding in her body, even if they were in a dormant state. What's there to worry about? In any case, the poison won't take effect within a year. When the time comes, he'll give us the antidote. If I were him, I'd probably be 10 times more ruthless, Wanyan Zhongjie replied. Then why were you so angry before? Seeing his daughter in high spirits, Pucha Elihu was dumbfounded. I did it for him to see. If we happily took his medicine, he might find other ways to deal with us. Wanyan Zhongjie snorted proudly. Besides, I deliberately acted like that. He will definitely feel guilty and will unknowingly compensate us. You really believe that he will give us the antidote? After all these years of darkness, it could be said that Pucha Elihu would never trust any man again. Don't worry. He looks like a ruthless and ambitious person, but he's actually an extremely soft-hearted person. After carefully interacting with the various hedonistic sons of the capital these past few years, Wanyan Zhongjie had long since developed the ability to see through men's hearts. When she thought of the sincere smile on Goodbye's face when she saw him, she was even more certain. When Zhao Min woke up, she found herself lying on a bed. Shocked, she hurriedly checked her clothes. Seeing that they were intact, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she have the opportunity to look around. She discovered that she was probably in a secret underground room. With a cursory glance, she found a possible exit. Her gaze followed the sloping stairs, thinking to herself, I wonder where it leads to. You're awake? A man's voice suddenly came from beside her, causing Zhao Min to jump in. Fright. She turned around and saw a man sitting in the shadows. The dim light shone on his face, making him look especially frightening. Tang Bien, it's you. Zhao Min was both shocked and angry. That's right, it's me. Song Qingshu got up and walked over to the bedside. Looking at the woman on the bed, he said, Miss Zhao, you didn't expect the tables to turn so quickly, did you? Zhao Min coldly snorted and ignored him. Instead, she asked, Is this the Grand Preceptor's residence or the Prince Consort's residence? She remembered that before she fainted, he and Wanyan Xianxia had brought her back to the Grand Preceptor's residence. However, there was no sign of that damned girl. She was most likely in the Prince Consort's residence. It doesn't matter if I tell you. You're in the Prince Consort's residence right now. Song Qingshu pointed up. Our bedroom is up there. By this time, Zhao Min had already calmed down. Tell me, how long do you plan on keeping me locked up? Song Qingshu smiled. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Since you haven't, it means that I'm more valuable to you alive than dead, replied Zhao Min calmly. Miss, you're truly a heroine. Even in this situation, you're still able to remain calm. Song Qingshu praised her from the bottom of his heart. How long do you plan on keeping me locked up? Zhao Min ignored him and repeated her question. Or, what do I have to do for you to let me go? Miss, you don't need to worry. I won't harm you. However, I haven't thought of what to do with you yet. I'll let you know when I've thought about it. Song Qingshu was telling the truth. Zhao Min was a hot potato. He couldn't let her go. He knew that Tang Qibian and Wanyan Xianxia knew martial arts. If she were to go out, it would definitely ruin things. However, he couldn't kill her. Given their private relationship, he couldn't bear to do so. After thinking about it, he could only keep her locked up here for the time being. Hearing his answer, Zhao Min seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, according to the information I received, Tang Qibian shouldn't be as skilled in martial arts as you are. Who are you? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. However, having experienced Wanyan Xianxia's interrogation, his expression was much more normal this time. Everyone has a little secret. I've learned a lot of martial arts. Why would I want to tell everyone about it? Is that so? Zhao Min looked at him suspiciously. Song Qingshu stood up and said, Miss Zhao, you can stay here for the time being. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Zhao Min shook her head. I don't have the temperament to be locked up. Rather than being locked up like this, I'd rather kill myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and chopped down on the top of her head. Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't expect her to kill herself so easily. Although he felt that it was most likely a trap, he couldn't take the risk. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of her, grabbing her wrist. The corners of Zhao Min's lips curled up slightly. The next moment, the quilt covering her suddenly rose. Taking advantage of the fact that Song Qingshu's vision was blocked, she struck several major acupoints on his chest through the quilt. Miss Zhao, have you forgotten so quickly that you can't restrain me by striking acupoints? A voice sounded from behind the quilt. Zhao Min's smile immediately froze. Zhao Min shrank back in fear. She was both embarrassed and angry. If you dare to be rude to me, I'll tear you into pieces. Are you trying to scare me? Song Qing looked at her calmly. Why wouldn't I dare? Miss Zhao, you have to realize that you're my prisoner now. I can do whatever I want to you, and you have no right to resist. After the initial panic, Zhao Min quickly calmed down. Tang Qibian, do you know who I am? Oh, don't tell me that you're a fairy from heaven who has come down to the human world to understand the situation of the people. Song Qing knew who she was, but Tang Qibian shouldn't know, so he took the opportunity to play dumb. I'm Commandery Princess Xiaomin of the Ruyang Prince's Mansion of Mongolia. If you dare to offend me, even your Jin kingdom won't be able to withstand the anger of the great Mongolian Empire, let alone a prince consort like you. If the Mongolian army comes and demands for you, what do you think will happen to you? Oh, by the way, your beautiful wife will be humiliated 10 times or even 100 times more. Is that what you want to see? Zhao Min changed the topic and said, of course, if you let me go, I can pretend that this never happened. I can also use all kinds of resources to help you enter the core power of the Jin Kingdom's imperial court. At that time, it's not impossible for Shangling to marry you. What do you think? I'm so scared. Song Qing made the classic expression he had seen on TV in his previous life. He quickly put away his smile and said, but what you said is based on the premise that the Mongolians know that you're in my hands. Unfortunately, no one knows that you're here now. Zhao Min snorted. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. With our intelligence network, we'll find out the truth sooner or later. Songqing shook his head. Although what you said makes sense, it's still not enough to convince me. Think about other reasons, or else I'll start taking off your clothes. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together with a sinister smile. Even Songqing admired himself. If he were to put his current expression on the screen in his previous life and play the role of a villain, it might become a childhood trauma for many people. Nanny Rong from My Fair Princess, Feng Yuanjing from Don't Talk to Strangers, Yin Jiping from The Return of the Condor Heroes, everyone gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Min finally panicked. Encountering such an impervious person, she found that her usual intelligence was useless. Don't come over, scream as much as you want. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Songqing smiled even more strangely. He stretched out his hand and pulled. With a crisp sound of cloth tearing, more than half of Zhao Min's coat was instantly torn. Zhao Min cried out in surprise. She hurriedly put her hands in front of her chest to block the sudden flash of light. You bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Songqing picked up the torn clothes and sniffed it, revealing an intoxicated expression. Smells good. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. He was clearly just trying to scare her. Why did it feel like he was getting more and more into the role? Shameless. Zhao Min was so angry that her whole body was trembling. If you dare to touch me, my man will not let you go. Oh? Songqing stopped what he was doing and asked with great interest, who is your man? The first person that appeared in Zhao Min's mind was Zhang Wuji. After all, the two of them had an unforgettable love. However, now that Zhang Wuji's soul had become that old monster, Wisdom King, Zhao Min subconsciously did not want to mention him. Then, another name suddenly appeared in her mind. She immediately blurted out, Golden Snake King Songqing. Songqing was stunned. He did not expect to hear his own name. Noticing his reaction, the quick-witted Zhao Min knew there was a chance. She hurriedly added oil to the fire. My man has the power of ghosts and gods. He knows the art of summoning the wind and the rain. One man and one horse, he defeated the entire Manchurian army. He is also a peerless master. He defeated all the heroes in the world at the Golden Snake meeting. He once broke into the Forbidden City alone and killed many people. Kangxi was terrified. You. Ask yourself, is the prince consort's mansion more dangerous than the Forbidden City of the Manchurian Qing? Songqing could not help but touch his nose. This series of exaggerated words sounded so shameful. However, it seemed to feel quite good. He had originally only intended to scare him. Seeing this, he took advantage of the momentum and stopped what he was doing. He said seriously, Oh, it turns out that you are the Golden Snake King's woman. The Golden Snake King is wise and valiant, his martial arts are matchless, and his magical power is boundless. He enjoys immortal happiness and longevity. How could I dare to offend his woman? I hope Miss Zhao will forgive me for my offense. Zhao Min was dumbfounded. The Mongolian Empire had destroyed countless countries and had hundreds of masters and elite soldiers. How could he be less influential than Songqing? Ahem. Noticing Zhao Min's sluggish expression, Songqing knew that he had acted a bit too exaggeratedly just now. He hurriedly changed the topic. If Miss Zhao is really young Master Song's woman, then of course I wouldn't dare to offend you. However, even though young Master Song is handsome, elegant, and loved by everyone who sees him, and can even be said to have charmed thousands of girls, I still have to investigate whether Miss is his woman or not. If I find out that Miss is indeed young Master Song's woman, then I will dismount from my horse and send Miss back in a sedan. Oh no, I will send Miss back in a carriage and apologize to Mississippi. But before that, I hope that Miss will stay here and not make things difficult for me. Zhao Min listened to him in a daze. She nodded subconsciously and watched him leave. Songqing secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was not easy for him. He had to make her behave, but at the same time, he could not let her lose hope and harm herself. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with such a bad idea. At this moment, Zhao Min's mind was in a mess. Songqing is so smart. If he knows that someone is investigating my relationship with him, he will definitely come to his senses. He will definitely play along with my words and come to save me secretly. But it is a bit embarrassing to let him know that I have repeatedly pretended to be his woman. Wait, Tang Qibian is a concubine of the Jin kingdom. Why would he be so afraid of Songqing, who has nothing to do with him, and have a way to investigate our relationship? Zhao Min finally came to her senses. She looked back and thought about everything that had happened just now. Her expression suddenly became interesting. She could not help but bite her lips and snort. Songqing, you bastard. Hearing Songqing coming out of the secret chamber, she got up in a daze. The quilt slipped quietly, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder. Have you settled, Miss Zhao? Yes. Songqing nodded. Recalling the flustered expression on Zhao Min's face when her clothes were torn, he felt a fire rising in his lower abdomen. He quickly crawled under the quilt, causing Goodbye to cry out in surprise. Ever since the incident at the laundry yard, the entire Daxing prefecture had become much more somber. Every now and then, there would be guards patrolling the streets. In the following days, the court was also very noisy. After a series of officials were promoted and demoted, Song Qingshu decided to enter the palace to talk to Empress Peiman. The guards in the palace were even more exaggerated. Even with Song Qingshu's lightness skill, he found it difficult to sneak in. In the end, he could only run to the hall of Taihe with the appearance of Xianxia and ask to see Empress Peiman. At this time, the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall of Taihe were silent. It turned out that Empress Peiman was furious. However, when she heard that Xianxia asked to see her, the anger on her face immediately disappeared. She waved at the people in the hall and said, "Quickly let him in. You all can leave first. Is there no need for you to serve here?" "Yes." The group of eunuchs and palace maids felt relieved and left with their heads lowered. This Xianxia is really favored by Her Majesty. When Her Majesty heard that he was here, her face bloomed with smiles. That's right. I don't know what's so good about that little eunuch. Do you think he's Her Majesty's gigolo? Silence. Do you want to die? How dare you say such things? As he passed by these eunuchs and palace maids, Song Qingshu could vaguely hear their private discussions. He couldn't help but laugh. They were right. In a sense, he really was Empress Peiman's gigolo. As soon as he entered the hall of Taihe, Empress Peiman came over with a wisp of fragrant wind. "Young master, you've finally come to see me?" Looking at the mature and beautiful woman in front of him, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. The two of them were only exchanging interests and taking what they needed. There was far from any feelings. However, as the empress, her noble status still made him feel a sense of achievement in conquering her. Song Qingshu laughed. He took off his mask with one hand and put his other hand around Peiman's plump and soft waist. He went straight to the seat of honor. Empress Peiman was slightly startled, but she didn't show any signs of refuting. "What? Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you and leave?" Song Qingshu laughed. How could Gongzi be that kind of person? Not to mention. Empress Peiman's fingers caressed his face as she giggled, not to mention that Gongzi is such a handsome person. Even if he left, I wouldn't lose anything. Nyang Nyang truly knows how to please others. I wonder why His Majesty doesn't like coming to your place. Song Qingshu reached out to pinch her smooth chin as he couldn't help but wonder. I only know how to please a real man. What kind of man is Wanyan Shui? When Empress Peiman mentioned the emperor, her tone was not very respectful. Why isn't he a man? Song Qingshu had a rough guess in his heart, but he still asked. Empress Peiman blushed and carefully looked at him. Don't be angry if I say it. Does Nyang Nyang think that I'm such a petty person? Song Qingshu smiled. Empress Peiman moved closer to his ear and whispered, every time he comes in, he loses it. Does Gongzi think that he's a man? Song Qingshu was stunned. It can't be that tragic, right? No wonder he had heard that the emperor's temperament was eccentric and that he would kill his ministers at the slightest provocation. It turned out that his body's hidden illness had caused him to become a psychopath. Gongzi wouldn't despise me for being a broken flower, would he? Empress Peiman suddenly asked. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. You are his wife. Why would you care about such a thing? Gongzi is truly open-minded. Empress Peiman immediately beamed with joy. She picked up a grape from the table and peeled it before feeding it to Song Qingshu. As Song Qingshu ate the grape, he asked, "That's right. After the Song princesses escaped, how did the court react?" Empress Peiman covered her mouth and laughed. Gongzi must be asking if they were being chased by soldiers? Don't worry. Right now, Wanyan Shui is completely focused on dealing with the Chongqing prince. He doesn't have the time to care about those small fries. With my help, they should have successfully returned to the southern Song dynasty. That's good. Did you just say that Wanyan Shui is dealing with the Chongqing prince? Song Qingshu asked. Yes, Empress Peiman replied, in the past few days, the emperor has dismissed a series of officials for various reasons, and these officials happen to have one thing in common, which is that they are very close to Chongqing prince. Even Wanyan Tessie, the inspector of the palace, who has always been on good terms with Chongqing prince, but is barely neutral, has been dismissed by the emperor for dereliction of duty. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the emperor is going to take action against Chongqing prince. These days, Chongqing prince is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I guess he can't even sleep, haha, I don't think he can even sleep. Song Qingshu frowned. Your Highness, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Now that the Prince of Wei is dead, the Chongqing prince is in a precarious situation, and Wanyan Shui's body doesn't seem to be able to hold on much longer. Once he dies and has no heir, the throne will definitely fall into someone else's hands. When that time comes, Your Highness may not be able to become the Empress Dowager. Your Highness's efforts seem to be benefiting others. I killed the Prince of Wei in order to protect myself. I didn't think too much about it, but now I have an idea. Empress Peiman smiled charmingly. What idea? Song Qingshu was most worried that she was secretly colluding with Wanyan Liang. Although this woman appeared to be extremely obedient in front of him, she had been the empress for so long. How could she possibly be a spotless white lotus? Song Qingshu didn't dare to completely trust her. Although he hadn't discovered any substantial relationship between the two of them in the past few days, he still didn't dare to lower his guard. Young master just mentioned that I can't become the Empress Dowager. The biggest problem is that the emperor doesn't have an heir. But what if I give birth to a prince? Empress Peiman's eyes flashed. Song Qingshu was startled. He hurriedly took her hand and began to feel her pulse. After coming to this world, he had been ill for a long time. Although he couldn't be considered a divine physician, he still knew how to feel a person's pulse. Empress Peiman giggled. It's ticklish. Stop. I'm not pregnant yet. Song Qingshu asked curiously, then why are you so confident? Isn't Wanyan Xian a little impotent? It was no wonder he was cursing. Wanyan Xian had a harem of 3,000 beauties, but only 2 sons. One died young and the other was killed. Very quickly, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't much better off than Wanyan Shui. He had many intimate relationships with many women, but none of them had gotten pregnant. He didn't have the right to look down on Wanyan Shui. At the very least, Wanyan Shui had produced 2 children. Of course, Song Qingshu had another reason. The main reason was that he came from the future, and these women in history always made him have a kind of ethical worry. Looking at Master Huang Yi's searching for Qin, Xiang Xiaolong lived a life of luxury in Qin, but Master Huang Yi did not dare to let him have a son, so he could only find someone else to adopt his son. Due to various reasons, Song Qingshu didn't want to have a child so early. Therefore, he refined his energy into qi and only shot blanks. However, he practiced the blissful dhyana, a secret technique of Tantric Buddhism. His mastery of yin and yang qi was unparalleled. Therefore, he knew his body's condition very well. He wouldn't be as miserable as Xiang Xiaolong. Empress Peiman's charming laughter woke him up from his thoughts. I didn't have much confidence in relying on that useless man. But now that I have you, I'm very confident. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He asked in disbelief, what, do you mean? Empress Peiman twisted her body and sat in his arms. She moved closer to his ear and said, I want to borrow a seed from you. When our son becomes the emperor, will you lend it to me? Song Qingshu felt his throat go dry. He had to admit that Empress Peiman's suggestion was very tempting. If he could use this relationship to take control of the Jin kingdom, it would be simpler and more convenient. However, Empress Peiman might not be so easy to control. Despite the misgivings in his heart, Song Qingshu was no longer the innocent youth of the past. Now, he was only interested in two kinds of women. One was a woman he liked, a woman with pure feelings without any utilitarian nature, and the other was a woman who was beneficial to his career. It was obvious that Empress Peiman was the latter. It could be said that Song Qingshu only hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing to the other party's request. Empress Peiman giggled, "Since Gongzi has agreed to it, shall we choose a prince now?" Now? Song Qingshu glanced at the window, which was incomparably bright. In broad daylight, wasn't she a little too daring? Time waits for no man. Who knows when that dead man will die? We have to get pregnant before he dies. Only then can we make him the crown prince. Empress Peiman answered. Won't he be suspicious? Song Qingshu frowned. I have my ways. Don't worry. Empress Peiman giggled. Her white hand reached into his clothes. Song Qingshu swallowed. For the sake of unifying the kingdom, let me sacrifice my chastity. Just like that, the days passed without any shame or impatience. Unknowingly, the birthday of the Jin Emperor, Wan Yanyu, had arrived. Too many things had happened in the capital during this period of time, so the palace decided to hold a birthday banquet for all the officials and their families to wash away the bad luck that had befallen them during this period of time. Early that morning, Song Qingshu entered the palace with Gobai. He saw Prince Chongqing, Wan Yuan, pacing back and forth at the gate of the palace and not entering. Because Madame Peach Blossom was still in the underworld, he did not have his family with him this time. He looked a little anxious. The officials passing by all noticed the abnormality of the court situation recently, so few dared to run over to greet him. Compared with the usual bustling scene, he was a little desolate at the moment. They are all a bunch of snobs. The Chongqing Prince Wan Yuan thought bitterly. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. The person he had been waiting for had arrived. He hurried over. Brother hailing king. Brother hailing king. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed man in front of him, Wan Yanliang revealed a playful smile. Once upon a time, the Chongqing prince was in the limelight. At most, he would call him king hailing king. Today, he would call him brother hailing king. Did something happen to the Chongqing prince? Wan Yanliang looked hesitant. He took a look and stammered, "This." Wan Yuan panicked. Brother hailing, with our friendship, are you going to leave me in the lurch? Didn't we agree to work together at the Autumn Fragrance Brothel? Wan Yanliang pulled on his sleeve. Keep your voice down. If the emperor hears this, I won't be able to bear the consequences. No one will be able to help you then. Brother Wang, I've been at a loss lately. Give me some ideas. Should I go to the banquet today? Wan Yuan asked anxiously. Of course you have to go. Today is the emperor's birthday. If you don't go, you'll be impeached by the imperial censor. The emperor is worried about not having an excuse. Wan Yanliang hesitated and added in a low voice, although you have to go, you have to be careful. It's best if you don't drink any wine today. What do you mean? Wan Yuan was stunned and didn't react. Throughout history, many nobles have been poisoned. Seeing Wan Yuan's face turn pale, Wan Yanliang knew it was about time. He quickly added, there are many things that I can't say. Brother, you have to be careful. Although he was panicking, Wan Yuan still looked grateful. Thank you, Brother Wang. Looking at Wan Yuan staggering back, Wan Yanliang sneered inwardly. My brothers are all good for nothings. None of them can compare to me. Tu Danjing saw Wan Yuan leave and walked over. Your Highness, what did he say to you? Nothing much. He was just complaining. Wan Yanliang smiled. Tu Danjing said worriedly, recently, the emperor is obviously going to deal with him. Your Highness, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by being so close to him? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wan Yanliang said as he held his wife's hand. Unexpectedly, Tu Danjing subconsciously pulled her hand back. Seeing her husband's shocked expression, Tu Danjing hurriedly said, "Someone is coming." Wan Yanliang turned around and saw Tang Qibian walking over with goodbye. "Your Highness, long time no see." Song Qingshu cupped his hands together towards Wan Yanliang. At the same time, he glanced at Tu Danjing. Princess Hailing quickly lowered her head, her expression a bit unnatural. Her fair skin was flushed pink. "Brother Tangqua." After Wan Yanliang returned the greeting, his eyes kept glancing at goodbye. Today, she was wearing a green palace dress. Coupled with her slim and alluring figure, she gave off a feeling of being able to suppress all the other beauties. His wife, Tu Danjing, was also a famous beauty, but when she stood next to goodbye, she was obviously overshadowed. Originally, Wan Yanliang felt that he had suffered a loss when he sacrificed his wife's innocence that night. However, when he saw the incomparably beautiful woman in front of him and thought of the scene of her under him that night, he felt that it was worth it. However, if he knew the truth, that the one who accompanied him that night was just a prostitute, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The two couples chatted as they entered the palace. Although they were talking about serious matters, everyone had their own thoughts. Wan Yanliang was wondering when he could find another opportunity to swap places with Tangqua and relive that night. But then he remembered that his plan was at a critical juncture, and he was afraid that he didn't have the time, so he hesitated. On the other hand, Tu Danjing seemed a little absent-minded. Along the way, she always felt a fiery gaze falling on her, causing her to involuntarily recall the thrilling experience that night. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, her legs would have turned to jelly. Goodbye smiled, but her heart was cold. "Wugu La, I will definitely avenge you. When the time comes, I will make sure Wan Yanliang's family is broken." Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was recalling what Wan Yanliang had said to Wan Yanyuan. Although he had been far away, with his cultivation, he could have heard everything clearly if he wanted to eavesdrop. Why would Wan Yanliang be so kind as to remind Wan Yanyuan? Song Qingshu frowned. He felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't figure it out. The banquet was held in the Hall of Benevolence. Eunuchs and palace maids went in and out, preparing everything. The nobles and officials gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to chat. After Song Qingshu and his entourage entered the hall, Wan Yanliang suddenly said, "Madam, please accompany them for a while. I have something to attend to." Sai Tu Danjing stretched out her hand, wanting to hold her husband's hand. Unexpectedly, her husband left right after he finished speaking, not giving her a chance to object. When she thought that she would have to face that man alone, she felt uncomfortable all over. Moreover, because the banquet was held in the palace, the guards of all the ministers were left outside the palace. Tu Danjing felt even more insecure. After Wan Yanliang left, the atmosphere became very strange. Tu Danjing was afraid to see Song Qingshu, but at the same time, she felt sorry for Goodbye. If her husband hadn't messed around, Goodbye wouldn't have lost her chastity that night. Goodbye looked at the princess in front of her with interest. She knew that the princess didn't know that she already knew the truth. Seeing that Tu Danjing pretended to be unconcerned and chatted with her, Goodbye felt very happy. "Wugu La, did you see that? That bastard Wan Yanliang has been coveting me. I didn't expect that he would bring his wife into this mess. If you can see it from heaven, you must be very happy." The three chatted casually for a while. Goodbye stood up and said, "Husband, accompany the princess for a while. I plan to go see some acquaintances in the palace." As a princess, Goodbye grew up in the palace. What she said was reasonable. Although Tu Danjing didn't want to be alone with Song Qingshu, she couldn't stop him. She could only watch Goodbye leave. Recalling that Goodbye winked at him secretly when she left, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly in his heart. Goodbye was usually gentle and kind, but when it came to revenge, she was very black-bellied. "Princess, there is still some time before the banquet starts. Why don't we take a walk outside?" Song Qingshu needed to place a chess piece by Wan Yanliang's side. Obviously, Tu Danjing was the most suitable person. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to be alone with her. How could he not seize this opportunity? Tu Danjing's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously took a step back and shook her head. No, I have to wait here for His Highness to come back." Song Qingshu didn't care about her refusal. He took her hand and walked out. His Highness has something to do. How can he come back so soon? Besides, didn't he just say that princess will accompany me? Tu Danjing was almost scared out of her wits when he grabbed her hand. She subconsciously looked around. She was embarrassed and anxious. Let go of me. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't pay attention to her. He continued to pull her out. If you don't let go, I will call for help. Tu Danjing's heart was in her throat. If someone saw the current situation between the two of them, she would immediately fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Princess, if you want to call for help, just do it. Song Qingshu held her hand tightly. He didn't have any intention of letting go. Some people nearby seemed to notice the movement and subconsciously turned their heads to look in this direction. Tu Danjing was so anxious that she almost cried. I promise to go out with you. Let go of me. Song Qingshu smiled and let go of her hand. As soon as she was free, Tu Danjing quickly withdrew her hand. Coincidentally, the people nearby recognized her and greeted her. Princess hailing, why don't I see His Highness? Tu Danjing recognized that the other party was an official who was close to her husband. Her heart beat even faster. She secretly took a few breaths to calm herself down. Then, she smiled and replied, His Highness has gone somewhere else. He will be back in a while. After dealing with the acquaintances along the way, Tu Danjing found that she and Song Qingshu had unknowingly come to a secluded place. At this time, cold sweat had soaked her underwear. When the cold wind blew, she felt very uncomfortable. Princess's acting is very good. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Tu Danjing ignored his sarcastic remarks and hurriedly said, Didn't I say that after that night, we have nothing to do with each other? Why are you still pestering me? Song Qingshu shrugged disapprovingly. That is just your wishful thinking. When did I agree? Then why did you pull me out at this time? Tu Danjing said as she looked around, afraid that some eunuch or palace maid would pass by and see the two of them. She knew that the people in the palace were talkative. Even if nothing happened, they would be spread out. Moreover, the two of them had an unclear relationship. What do I want to do? A strange smile appeared on the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth. He took a step forward and hugged her slender waist. He pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, At that time, I wanted to *CK princess. Tu Danjing was instantly dumbfounded. She never thought that the other party would be so direct. She was usually high and mighty, and no man dared to be rude to her. However, she did not know why, when she heard such crude and vulgar words, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Are you crazy? In the end, reason prevailed. Tu Danjing pushed him away and looked at him in shock. Of course I'm not crazy. Song Qingshu said as he reached out to pull her. Tu Danjing was embarrassed and angry. Can't you see where you are? This is the Imperial Palace. If someone saw us, it would be a crime that would result in the execution of 9 generations. It is precisely because of this that it is more exciting. Song Qingshu pulled her into the forest at the side. Don't worry. No one usually comes here. Quickly let go. Tu Danjing tried to pry his hand away. Unfortunately, after a long time, it was useless. Tu Danjing pursed her lips and didn't know how to answer. Cooperate? What a joke. In the palace, it was a serious crime to do such a thing with her husband, let alone with another man. However, what the other party said made sense. The longer she delayed, the higher the possibility of being discovered. Furthermore, she didn't know where her husband went. If he didn't see her calling the palace maids and eunuchs to look for him, it would be even worse. While she was hesitating, Song Qingshu had already pulled her to the back of the small forest. Looking at the row of cabins in front of her, she was stunned. This is the imperial toilet, specially for the use of the emperor and his concubines. Other than the eunuchs who clean it, no other eunuchs or palace maids will come here. In addition, there is a banquet in the palace today. The emperor and his concubines won't come here. You can rest assured now, right? Song Qingshu had stayed in the palace for so long and was already familiar with these places. But Tu Danjing's mouth opened slightly. She was curious why this person was so familiar with the palace. No buts. Song Qingshu pulled her hand and led her into a cubicle. Although this was a toilet, because it was for the use of the emperor, it was very clean. Not only was there no smell, but there was also expensive incense. In terms of cleanliness and comfort, it was even better than the toilets of the stars in her previous life. Song Qingshu closed the door casually and looked at the woman in front of him with great interest. Tu Dongjing's face turned red and white. In the end, she sighed and gently untied her belt. She bit her lip and whispered, "Hurry up, princess, how can I dare to disobey?" Song Qingshu laughed even more happily. After some time, Tu Dongjing pushed away the man on top of her with a red face. She tidied up her clothes and was about to open the door to leave when she was pulled back by Song Qingshu. She frowned and was about to get angry, but she heard him whisper, "Be quiet. Someone is coming." Tu Dongjing hurriedly covered her mouth, and her heart suddenly jumped to her throat. She pressed her ear against the door and listened. Not long after, heavy footsteps came from outside. "King Hailing, there are too many eyes in other places, so I brought you here to take a look. The words spoken here will come from my mouth and enter your ears. I do not wish for a third person to know." A slightly feminine voice sounded out. Song Qingshu recognized it to be Emperor Wan Yanshua's voice. Tu Dongjing, on the other hand, felt weak all over. The remaining flush on her face quickly faded and was replaced by an endless paleness. This was because she had also recognized the voice of the emperor. What was even more frightening was that it seemed that her husband was also outside. As expected, Wan Yanliang's voice quickly rang out, as the saying goes, "A subject who does not keep secrets will lose his chastity." This subject understands this principle. "That's good." Wan Yanshua nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Do you think that I have gone too far with Wan Yanyuan? He is my only blood brother. Is it possible that I misunderstood what happened in the laundry yard?" Wan Yanliang was startled. He had schemed for so long in order to get rid of the person closest to Wan Yanshue and slowly turn him into a loner. But from the words just now, it seemed that Wan Yanshue was not hopelessly stupid. He had clearly realized that he no longer had an heir. If he also lost his blood brother, then the throne would likely fall into the hands of one of the other branches. "Fortunately, I was already prepared," Wan Yanliang calmly replied, "reporting to your majesty. In truth, if you want to determine whether or not the Chongqing prince has a guilty conscience, this subject has a simple method." "Oh? Quickly tell me about it." Although Wan Yanshue had always suspected that the Chongqing prince was the culprit behind the incident in the laundry yard, he had only found some ambiguous evidence. As a result, he couldn't help but feel hesitant. When he heard that there was a simple method to determine the Chongqing prince's true intentions, he was naturally very interested. Wan Yanliang's lips curled into a strange smile. Today is His Majesty's birthday banquet. When the time comes, His Majesty should find a chance to bestow wine to the Chongqing prince. If he drinks it without hesitation, then it proves that he is loyal to His Majesty. If he hesitates, then it proves that he is not so upright. Wan Yanshue clapped his hands in praise. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Prince Hailing, you are the reincarnation of Zhuge." As the emperor, he naturally knew of the stories of officials who used poisoned wine to kill their ministers. This time, using wine to trick Wan Yanyuan was truly a wonderful plan. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. This Wan Yanliang was truly sinister and ruthless. He had just told Wan Yanyuan not to drink wine, but in the blink of an eye, he had the emperor bestow wine to him. Poor Wan Yanyuan. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. In the end, he would still remember the kindness of Wan Yanliang's warning. Song Qingshu was glad that Wan Yanliang was always in the light while he was in the dark. Otherwise, if he was schemed against by Wan Yanliang, who knew what kind of sinister tricks Wan Yanliang would use, the two people outside continued to chat for a while, but there was no more valuable information. Soon, they left one after another. Song Qingshu then discovered that Tu Dongjing had already collapsed in his arms like a pile of mud. "Princess, look into my eyes." The reason why Song Qingshu was so anxious this time was mainly because he wanted to use the special environment of the palace to completely break the defenses of Tu Dongjing's heart. This way, the effects of the soul transfer technique would be twice the result with half the effort. In the end, she was frightened midway. At this time, Tu Dongjing's heart was already as fragile as a baby's. He immediately used the soul transfer technique on her. Tu Danjing raised her head. When she saw the two incomparably dark eyes, her eyes also became slack. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to give her an order. Tu Danjing subconsciously muttered, "Yes, master." When Song Qingshu brought Tu Danjing back to the main hall, Wan Yanliang was looking around for his wife. When he saw the two of them returning together, he suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. Tu Danjing was kept in the dark, but he knew very clearly what happened that night. He also didn't know why Tang Qibian brought her out. "Madam, where did you go just now?" Wan Yanliang couldn't help but ask. Tu Danjing smiled slightly and replied softly, "I just casually strolled outside." "I see." Wan Yanliang looked at his wife suspiciously. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Tu Danjing's face was 3 times more beautiful than before. However, no matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't have thought that his wife was brought out by Song Qingshu to eat fast food. "Where did you bring Tu Danjing to?" After taking a seat, Gubai intimately approached Song Qing's side and asked a question that was completely different. "Everyone, please search for the complete story. What do you think?" Song Qing picked up a glass of wine from the table and drank it. He had been busy the whole day and was a little thirsty. Gubai looked at the blushing Tu Danjing and could not help but spit, "Pei, doing that dirty thing again." Song Qing smiled and put his arms around her. "Jealous?" he asked. "If you don't like it, I won't look for her anymore." Gubai blushed, "We are not real husband and wife. Why should I be jealous of what you did?" This is obviously a jealous tone. Song Qing laughed, "If that's the case, I won't look for Tu Danjing anymore." "Don't." Gubai hurriedly grabbed his hand, "Did you forget that you promised to help me get revenge? If you look for Tu Danjing, not only will I not be jealous, I will be very happy." "You really aren't jealous at all?" Song Qing immediately showed a disappointed expression. "It seems that in your heart, I am just a tool for revenge." "It's not like that." Gubai hurriedly explained, Actually, I feel a little uncomfortable." As she said this, her face became slightly red. Song Qing laughed and hugged her. He bit her ear and said something, which made Gubai respond to him with her fists in embarrassment. On the other side, Wan Yanliang saw Gubai's angry expression and thought of that night when she sang under him. He suddenly felt a fire in his lower abdomen. "What a woman!" Song Qing keenly noticed the look in his eyes and sneered, but his attention was not on Wan Yanliang. Instead, he was looking for Prince Su, Wan Yanyong, in the crowd. With the help of Gubai beside him, he finally found the legendary Su King. He was talking and laughing with a group of companions. He was handsome and had a scholarly air about him. He was an extremely charming man. Song Qing secretly nodded. This person's eyes were reserved, and he had a strange calm temperament. No wonder Zhao Min would bet her life on him. At this time, Wan Yanyong appeared to be very cheerful, but Song Qing keenly sensed a trace of worry between his brows. It seemed that Zhao Min's mysterious disappearance had indeed made him suspicious. Song Qing's gaze shifted to Wan Yanzhongjia, who was on the other side. Wan Yanzhongjia was also quietly sizing him up. Noticing his gaze, the little girl fiercely glared back at him. Song Qing thought about the message that Wan Yanzhongjia had sent him not long ago, telling him that he had already dealt with the kidnappers. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he was slowly adapting to this world, he was still far from being ruthless. Song Qing's gaze continued to move. The entire hall was filled with familiar faces: the commander-in-chief, the minister Wan Yanzongxian, the left prime minister Wan Yanzongmin, and the right prime minister Wan Yanzongbin. He had already seen them at Pucha Qiucao's coming-of-age ceremony. Pucha Qiucao was also here today. She was at her father's side, looking shyly at the nearby Yanghua. Unfortunately, Yanghua perfectly portrayed the cold and arrogant character of a tyrannical president. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at her, only drinking his wine in a melancholy manner. Song Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head. This brat was able to flirt with women wherever he went. Although he looked unruly on the surface, he was actually a great lover. His love for Xiaolong Nu was unwavering. Not long after, Wan Yanyong came out from the back and the birthday banquet officially began. All the officials stood up to offer their blessings to the emperor. After going through a series of complicated ceremonies, they could finally sit down and enjoy the beautiful palace maid singing and dancing while drinking wine. Today's banquet was quite useful. During this period of time, the imperial court had always been shrouded in a layer of terrifying tension. Looking around, although everyone's expressions were still somewhat grave, there was a hint of a smile on their faces. Soon, the song ended. Wang Yinyong waved his hand, indicating for the maids to withdraw for the time being. He cleared his throat and said, taking advantage of this occasion, "I have a joyous matter to announce." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look at him. Even Songqing was filled with curiosity. The Jin kingdom was currently suffering from internal and external troubles. Wang Yinyong's situation was even more precarious. What joyous matter could he possibly have? Wang Yinyong swept his gaze across the crowd and his gaze fell on Yanghua. When the king of Zhao was a guest at the Pucha family's residence, news came from his residence that his wife was pregnant. Overjoyed, he immediately arranged a marriage with the Pucha family. Unfortunately, the king of Zhao's heir later died in a foreign land and his wife and son were also missing. From then on, the king of Zhao was unable to recover and soon passed away due to his illness. Fortunately, the heavens are merciful. Not long ago, the king of Zhao's grandson, Bingde, was able to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his family. I have decided to fulfill the king of Zhao's dying wish and personally officiate the wedding between Bingde and Qiucao. Pucha Qiucao's face was already red with embarrassment and she hid her face in her mother's bosom. Beside her, her father, Pucha Hyut, hurriedly stood up to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He was a man of his word. Although the king of Zhao's lineage had declined, he still remembered the engagement of the past. It was just that he could not stand the incessant persuasion of his family. In addition, he had heard that Yanghua had lost an arm and was now a cripple. He had some misgivings until he saw Yanghua at his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. He was indeed a man of striking appearance and was extremely capable. As a result, all his misgivings were gone. In order to quell the doubts within his family, he had specially requested the emperor to bestow a marriage. The Pucha family had always been close to the royal family. In addition, Wang Yinyong had previously received the king of Zhao's Wang Yanhonglia's kindness. Wang Yinyong had readily agreed to such an easy task. He had specially chosen a day like today to add to the good fortune. Songqing had a strange expression on his face, thinking that there was going to be a good show to watch. Yanghua had already stood up and bowed deeply to Pucha Hyut. He said, "Uncle's love for me is something that I cannot repay with my life. But I am of inferior character and am definitely not a match for your precious daughter." Pucha Hyut's expression changed slightly. Wang Yinyong had thought that the Pucha family would not mind Yanghua's current decline. Pucha Qiucao was a first-rate talent in terms of character and appearance, so he thought that Yanghua would be extremely happy. Who would have thought that Yanghua would flatly refuse? He could not help but be startled. But then he remembered that Yanghua must be young and shy, making excuses. He laughed and said, "Bingde, you and I are not strangers. This is an important matter of marriage, there is no need to be shy." According to seniority, Yanghua was his cousin and indeed not an outsider. Yanghua bowed again and said, "The emperor and Uncle Pucha have treated me with great kindness. If you have any requests, Yanghua will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. But regarding marriage, I really do not dare to comply." With this, everyone's expressions changed. Wang Yanshua's face darkened. He had personally offered his hand in marriage, but he had been publicly rejected. Wang Yanshua's face darkened to the point where it looked like it was about to drip water. Wang Yanliang groaned inwardly. He had gone to great lengths to bring Yanghua back and had also spent a great deal of effort to help him take the position of an official. Firstly, he wanted to win over the king of Zhao's faction. Secondly, he wanted to use Yanghua's power to help him deal with Wang Yanzongxian. Who would have thought that just as he was about to reap the fruits of his labor, this would happen? "Bingde, Miss Qiucao is as beautiful as a flower and has a good temperament. You were betrothed before you were born. Why would you refuse this marriage? Do you have any difficulties?" Wang Yanliang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He had to quickly calm things down before the emperor became angry. Otherwise, his previous investment in Yang Guo would have been wasted. Yang Guo looked apologetically at Pucha Qiucao and said, Miss Qiucao is naturally very good, but I already have a wife. I will have to reject her good intentions. Wan Yanliang was shocked and asked hoarsely, You're already married? He had asked this question before, but he had no idea that Yang Guo was married. Yang Guo hesitated for a while and shook his head. Not yet, but Long and I love each other and have already decided to marry each other. If you're not married, then it's fine. Wan Yanliang let out a long sigh. You can marry Miss Qiucao first and then marry Long. With Qiucao's temperament and your current status, I'm sure she won't mind if you take a concubine. Pucha Qiucao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. But Yang Guo shook his head resolutely. Long treats me wholeheartedly, so I will naturally treat her wholeheartedly. In this life, I will not marry anyone but Long. Even Wan Yanliang's expression changed when he heard this. He cursed in his heart and wanted to slap him, but he didn't dare show it. Seeing that a storm was brewing in the hall, Gubai stood up and said, Imperial brother, Qiucao is still young. Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Today is my imperial brother's birthday banquet. Let's put aside our private affairs for now. Once she spoke, the others all agreed. Wan Yanyu took advantage of the situation and grunted in agreement. However, everyone could see that his expression was dark and gloomy. After this small interlude, the joyous atmosphere in the hall was swept away. Everyone carefully observed Wan Yanyu's expression, afraid that they would accidentally provoke him and cause trouble. Wan Yanrui, who was sitting on the dragon throne, could see the expressions on the faces of the people below and felt even more frustrated. Coincidentally, he saw Wan Yanyuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, and couldn't help but think of Wan Yanyuan's idea. He said, Chongqing Prince, I have seen everything you have done for the Jin Kingdom over the years. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you. Servants, bestow wine. Wan Yanyuan's eyes narrowed. What he feared had come true. He remembered Wan Yanliang's words and had not touched a single drop of wine since the beginning of the banquet. Even when everyone toasted him, he only put the wine cup to his lips and pretended to drink. Could it be that Wan Yanyu had discovered his actions and was worried that he wouldn't drink, so he decided to personally bestow wine and force him to drink? Wan Yanyuan's hands trembled as he lifted the wine cup. His movements were extremely slow, as if the wine cup in his hand was extremely heavy. Just as it was about to reach his mouth, it stopped and his face revealed a look of struggle. Soon, everyone else in the hall realized that something was wrong and looked at him in surprise. Some of the more observant people even began to speculate that there was something wrong with the wine. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely strange. Seeing that Wan Yanyuan didn't drink, Wan Yanshui's anger rose again. He coldly snorted, Why doesn't Chongqing Prince drink? Wan Yanyuan's expression made it seem as if he had made a great decision. He placed the wine cup on the table and replied, reporting to Imperial Brother, I have been feeling unwell recently. The physician has instructed me to refrain from drinking. I hope Imperial Brother will forgive me. Unwell? Wan Yanshui coldly laughed. Someone, summon the Imperial physician to examine Chongqing Prince. Let's see what illness he has. Wan Yanyuan broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, I have been suffering from insomnia and night sweats and nightmares. The physician has instructed me to rest well and refrain from drinking. There is no need to trouble the imperial physician. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time and wasn't a complete coward. In the nick of time, he had come up with a plausible excuse. Even if the imperial physician arrived later, he wouldn't be afraid. As long as he insisted that there was something wrong with his brain, even the most brilliant imperial physician wouldn't be able to tell if he was lying or not. Is that so? Wan Yanshui didn't comment and quietly sized him up. Just as the officials were beginning to worry that he would fly into a rage, he smiled and said, Since Chongqing Prince is unwell, we won't urge you to drink. Many thanks, Imperial Brother. Wan Yanyuan hurriedly thanked him, but his heart was cold. He knew his elder brother too well. The happier he smiled, the more murderous he was. The banquet continued, but after Yang Guo's refusal to marry and Wan Yanyuan's refusal to drink, the officials had a strange look in their eyes. After staying for a while longer, Wan Yanyuan knew that it was too dangerous to stay any longer. He had been able to deal with the poisoned wine, but if the emperor made another move, he might not be so lucky. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Very quickly, he used the excuse of going out to pay his respects and left. Wang Yanxue narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. He waved his hand, indicating that he should leave quickly. After Wang Yuan left, there was a brief silence in the hall until a eunuch hurriedly ran in to report, "Your Majesty," Chongqing Prince said. "What did you say?" Wang Yanrui furrowed his brows. This servant doesn't dare to say." The eunuch was sweating profusely, and his entire body was shaking like a sieve. "Bastard! I told you to speak." Wang Yanju slammed his palm down on the dragon throne. "If you keep stuttering, do you believe that we won't skin you alive?" Chongqing Prince said that he wasn't feeling well, so he excused himself and has already left the palace. The eunuch's words caused an uproar in the hall. Not to mention that today was the emperor's birthday. Even on a normal day, an official entering the palace to see the emperor was not allowed to leave without the emperor's permission. Chongqing Prince's actions were tantamount to openly despising the throne and completely breaking off all pretense of cordiality with the emperor. Clang! Wang Yanrui threw all the wine jugs and blankets on the table to the ground. "Come on! Who's going to catch this bastard for me?" All the officials in the hall looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that the battle between the emperor and Chongqing Prince had reached a climax. Although it seemed that the emperor had the upper hand, Chongqing Prince was also quite powerful. Until the last moment, who knew who would emerge victorious? Those who could sit in the hall were all wily old foxes. The reason why they didn't dare to express their opinions was that they were worried that Chongqing Prince would make a comeback, but more importantly, this was a matter between Chongqing Prince and Chongqing Prince. Who knew if the emperor would suddenly make peace between the two brothers? Those who had expressed their opinions in advance were immediately met with tragedy. In history, many people had worked for the emperor, only to be betrayed by him. Such things happened one after another, and none of these wily old foxes were willing to take this risk. "If no one is going, do you want me to go myself?" Not receiving a response for a long time, Wang Yanrui suddenly became angry. "I'm willing to go." Yang Hua suddenly stood up. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Since when did Yang Hua become so enthusiastic about the Jin Kingdom's court battles? Wang Yanrui's anger turned to joy. "I've heard that Bind is highly skilled in martial arts, so this task is most suitable for you. Take 50 guards and invite Chongqing Prince back. If he objects on the way, I allow you to use force." "Okay." Yang Hua coolly said, then turned and walked out. Then everyone in the palace started whispering to each other. They were all discussing whether Yang Hua's actions meant that the king of Zhao's faction had completely broken off from the Chongqing king. But Song Qingshu could tell from the expressions of the officials in the king of Zhao's faction that they were also kept in the dark. The banquet continued, but no one was interested in watching the dancing palace maids. Everyone's eyes unconsciously drifted in the direction of the entrance of the hall. Song Qingshu inwardly shook his head. With so many things happening and the current strange atmosphere, it was better to end the banquet early. Staying here was simply too torturous. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the hall. All the officials turned to look, only to find that only the leader of the guards who had followed Yang Hua had returned. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Wang Yanrui frowned. "Where's Chongqing Prince? Where's Bingde?" "Your Imperial Majesty, Lord Bingde, he. The guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, as if thinking of how to phrase his words. The moment Lord Bingde left the palace, he used his lightness kung fu and disappeared without a trace. We chased after him with all our might, but we couldn't find a trace of him." Wang Yanrui was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. My two brothers are doing very well." He didn't wait for anyone to react. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Yang Hua was really capable of doing something like this. Being forced to marry by the emperor, he decided to simply leave. He really had a character. Not far away, a clattering sound could be heard. It turned out that Pucha Qiucao couldn't hold the cup in her hand and it fell to the ground. However, at this time, no one had the time to pay attention to her. Everyone was gathered in groups of twos and threes, whispering to each other. They all felt a storm brewing. Just like that, the banquet ended on bad terms and everyone left the palace. This time, Imperial Brother is really angry. I don't know why Second Brother is in such a bad relationship with him. After returning home, Goodbye said worriedly. Although she and Wan Yuan didn't share the same mother, they were still brother and sister. Naturally, she didn't want to see her siblings kill each other. Ever since he had rescued Song Yuanqiao and the princesses of the laundry yard, Song Qingshu rarely stayed in the palace. Thus, he had specially established a secret channel for the two of them to exchange information. Having seen so many spy movies in his previous life, he naturally knew the necessity of a single line. Thus, although Empress Pei Man had secretly sent people to investigate him several times, they still hadn't found out his outside identity. However, this didn't prevent her from spreading information. Seeing his strange expression, Goodbye couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" "It's nothing. I need to go out for a while." "You rest early," Song Qingshu replied as he stood up. The palace had undergone great changes, and he didn't know what had happened for Empress Pei Man to lie like this. Seeing that he wasn't telling the truth, Goodbye's expression couldn't help but darken. The two of them were living like a real husband and wife, but in the end, they weren't real husband and wife. "Okay, be careful." Song Qingshu nodded and hurried to the palace. He was now very familiar with the palace and quickly made his way to Taiha Hall. Empress Pei Man had already dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids. Seeing him appear, she couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. "What happened?" Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. "That slut Tao Yao entered the palace." Empress Pei Man gnashed her teeth. "Tao Yao?" Song Qingshu couldn't react for a moment. "It's Chongqing Wangfei, also known as the Peach Blossom Lady." Afraid that Song Qingshu didn't know who she was, Empress Pei Man hurriedly explained. "It's her." Song Qingshu's heart trembled. Although he had never seen this person before, he had heard of her name from many people. He knew that she was a stunning beauty whose beauty was not inferior to Goodbye's. At the same time, she was also the object of Wan Yuanshui's affection when he was young. "Didn't you say that she has been staying in Chongqing Wangfei's fief?" Song Qingshu asked in confusion. "Humph, I'm afraid that Chongqing Wangfei's situation has been difficult recently, so she went to the capital as soon as she heard the news. It just so happened that Chongqing Wangfei's escape during the day angered His Majesty, so she specifically entered the palace to beg for forgiveness," Empress Pei Man explained. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. "Is this the great change in the palace you were talking about? That slut clearly knows that His Majesty once admired her. In the end, of all the bad times, she chose to enter the palace at night. Is there even a need to guess her dirty thoughts?" Empress Pei Man angrily said. Song Qingshu looked thoughtfully at her. It seems that Nyang still loves Emperor deeply. Empress Pei Man was speechless. After a long time, she faintly sighed, "We have been husband and wife for many years. How could we not have any feelings for each other? However, my heart is still thinking about young master a little more." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It was fine to just listen to these words. He was not so naive as to believe it to be true. Nyang is in such a hurry to summon me to the palace. It can't be just to complain to me." Empress Pei Man nodded. "I want young master to eliminate that bitch." Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. "Right now, she is with the emperor. This action is too dangerous. I cannot think of a reason to do this." Empress Pei Man shook her head and hurriedly said, "I am not doing this purely out of selfishness. His Majesty has always admired that bitch. If he is bewitched by that bitch and lets Chongqing Wang go this time, then wouldn't our plan fail at the last step? In the future, when the emperor dies, the throne will fall into Chongqing Wang's hands and that bitch will be the future empress. How can I swallow this?" A woman burning with jealousy was truly terrifying. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. "All right, I'll go over there to gather information and see if I can ruin their good deed." The reason he agreed was because Empress Pei Man was an important ally of his. It was rare for her to ask him to do something, so if he refused too quickly, it would be too hurtful. Of course, becoming a knife in her hand was not something he wanted to see, so he only agreed to ruin the good deed between the two of them, not to kill someone for her. Many thanks, young master, but you must be careful. Xinggua's martial arts skills are quite high, Empress Peiman reminded him. I know what I'm doing. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the night sky. Under the cover of the night, Song Qingshu quickly found his way to the Hall of Benevolence. Fortunately, Wanyan Shui had not yet returned to his palace, so although the defenses were tight, they were not impregnable. In addition, Xinghua, who had the highest martial arts skills, was not present. With Song Qingshu's superb lightness skills, it was not difficult for him to sneak in. Not long after he entered the palace, he heard the conversation between Wanyan Shui and Xinghua. Where is Madame Peach Blossom? Your servant has already ordered the palace maids to take her to bathe and change her clothes. In addition, His Majesty has chosen to meet her in his palace. The hint is clear enough. If Madame Peach Blossom is still willing to come, His Majesty will naturally get what he wants. Hee, you dog of a servant. You clearly don't have that thing anymore, yet you still know so much about this matter. I have to share His Majesty's worries even if I don't understand it. Ha 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 ha, well done. We will reward you well tomorrow. In a moment, wait outside the door. Without our permission, you are not allowed to come in, so as not to disturb her. Your servant understands. When he heard Wanyan Shui enter, Song Qingshu pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and silently hit himself on the beam. I have really become a professional gentleman on the beam. Song Qingshu was bored to death from hiding and couldn't help but laugh at himself. He saw Wanyan Shui rummaging through the drawers and cabinets. After a long time, he finally found a red pill and secretly hid it on his body. Song Qingshu glanced at it and recognized that it must be some kind of aphrodisiac. He couldn't help but feel a natural sense of superiority as a man. Wanyan Shui was really a failure. He was clearly the emperor, but even though he had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, he was powerless. He was about to face a peerless beauty, but he didn't have any confidence. Instead, he needed the help of medicine. It was enough for a man to be like this. As Song Qingshu's imagination ran wild, Xing's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Madame Peach Blossom, His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. A soft hum sounded. Not to mention Wanyan Shui, even Song Qingshu's body went limp. This woman knows the art of seduction. Song Qingshu's heart trembled and he hurriedly became 120% vigilant. As the woman walked leisurely, a clear and melodious sound rang out. Song Qingshu looked down curiously and couldn't help but tremble. A beautiful woman with creamy skin, almond-shaped eyes, and peach cheeks appeared in the hall. She was truly radiant and beautiful. She was dressed in a purple palace dress. Just by standing there casually, the hall was immediately filled with light. The woman walked closer and closer. Later, from Song Qingshu's point of view, he could only see her graceful back. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and the skin on the back of her neck was as white as jade. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Although this woman was middle-aged, her beauty was not inferior to Zhao Min, Zhou Zhirua, and the others. However, what surprised him even more was that this woman's face was already white enough, but the skin on the back of her neck was even whiter. If he wasn't proficient in the art of disguise, he wouldn't have noticed the subtle difference. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu was suddenly shocked. Could it be that this Madame Peach Blossom had also changed her appearance? Everyone can guess who this Madame Peach Blossom was. If you guessed wrong, Madame Peach Blossom leisurely walked in front of Wanyan Rui and raised her skirt to bow. Taoyao greets your majesty. Please rise. Wanyan Rui quickly reached out to help her up. There is no need to be so distant between us. Back then, the etiquette between a ruler and an official cannot be ignored. Now that you are the emperor, of course Taoyao cannot be as impudent as before. Madame Peach Blossom discreetly shrunk back, causing Wanyan Rui's hands to miss. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. The discreet dodging just now was a very high level of martial arts. This Madame Peach Blossom was becoming more and more mysterious. Wanyan Rui sighed. We still hope that you can be like you were back then, smiling when you like it and scolding us if you don't. Madame Peach Blossom smiled slightly and quietly listened to him reminisce without interrupting. Wanyan Rui muttered for a while and seeing that she had no intention of continuing, he couldn't help but feel bored. He ended his reminiscence and asked, I have a question that I have never understood and never had the chance to ask you before. Today, I want to ask you clearly. What question does your majesty have to ask? Madame Peach Blossom replied. The beauty in front of him was so beautiful that Wan Yanrui felt as if he had returned to the time when he first saw her. Back then, I was about to ascend to the throne, so why did you choose Wan Yuan? Peach Blossom Lady's eyelids drooped and she lightly replied, this concubine prefers a wholehearted love and hopes that my husband can treat me wholeheartedly. Your Majesty already has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, there is no need to bring up old matters. Wan Yanrui hurriedly replied, if I had you, why would I need 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Song Qingshu, who was hiding on the beam, heard this and felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Wan Yanrui was really a coward. Now that you are the emperor, you can have any woman you want, so why waste those things? It was the dead of night and a man and a woman were alone. Why didn't you act in a Japanese literary film and instead acted in a bashful Korean drama? Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. I am now Chongqing Wangfei. Song Qingshu heard that Madame Peach Blossom's voice was neither sad nor happy. There was no trace of fear in her voice at all. If she wasn't resigned to her fate, then she had enough confidence. So what? Perhaps he had heard Song Qingshu's heartfelt words. Wan Yanrui finally regained the domineering aura of an emperor. You still have to come here today to beg me. Madame Peach Blossom took a deep breath and bowed to him. Prince Chongqing offended your majesty today, but he did not mean to look down on the might of heaven. I hope that your majesty can forgive him and let him go this time. Wan Yan she sneered and sat down on a chair. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, the Chongqing prince left the banquet in front of everyone today. If I don't punish him, won't I be violating the laws of the court? Hearing his businesslike tone, Madame Peach Blossom sighed. After all, Chongqing King is his majesty's younger brother. Then does he treat me as his own brother? Wan Yanshui slammed his hand heavily on the table. The Prince of Wei died for no apparent reason, and something strange happened in the laundry yard. All these years, he's secretly befriended high-ranking officials and even extended his claws into our imperial guards. Don't tell me you don't know what he's planning. Madame Peach Blossom hurriedly explained, the matter with the Prince of Wei and the laundry yard has nothing to do with our prince. Hearing her mention our prince, Wan Yanshui became even more furious. He interrupted her and said, that's enough. You don't have to. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I've already drafted an imperial edict to imprison Prince Chongqing in the imperial clan court for life. Madame Peach Blossom's expression changed slightly and she hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please take back your order. You want me to take back my order? Wan Yanshui's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Why should I listen to you? Madame Peach Blossom bit her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, as long as your Majesty can let Prince Chongqing go, I'll do anything. Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam, was originally drowsy from listening to the conversation. Now, he immediately became alert. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. The main show was finally starting. Anything? Wan Yanshui sat up straight and his expression became ambiguous. You can do anything. Madame Peach Blossom's body trembled slightly as if she was struggling internally. Song Qingshu was immediately confused. Had he guessed wrong? Otherwise, her acting skills were too good. She vividly portrayed a woman walking between morality and shame. You should know what I want. Wan Yanshui slowly walked towards her. This concubine knows. Madame Peach Blossom pursed her lips. Just now, when the people from the palace brought this concubine to bathe and change, this concubine understood. But you still came. Wan Yanshui stood in front of her and looked down at the woman of his dreams. Thinking that she was already within his reach, his body under the dragon robe trembled with excitement. Because this is the only way to save my prince. Madame Peach Blossom knelt on the ground with her head lowered. It was impossible to see her expression. Raise your head. Wan Yanshui ordered. When Madame Peach Blossom raised her head, he couldn't help but sigh. There was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. Compared to her, the concubines in his harem were completely ordinary. Wan Yanshui supported her shoulders and helped her up. Looking at her smooth, jade-like face, he couldn't help but tremble as he stretched out his hand to hook her chin. Back then, when you married Chongqing Wang, I swore to myself that I would obtain you in this life. Today, I have finally gotten my wish. Femme fatale, Wanyan Yuan was also implicated by me. Madame Peach Blossom faintly sighed. A woman of the highest quality like you should be enjoyed by the strongest man in the world. He doesn't have enough strength, yet he wants to have you. This is him courting death. Wanyan Shui said coldly, tonight, serve me well. If I am satisfied, I will let him go for now. Song Qingshu, who was on the beam, secretly gave a thumbs up. This was the domineering aura an emperor should have, but the following scene was probably not suitable for children. Should he watch from the side, or should he go down and knock him out and replace him? Song Qingshu's mind couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. However, it was just a thought. According to his previous speculation, something must have happened next, so he focused 120% of his attention to observe the situation below. Wanyan Shui felt his throat go dry, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His hand slowly reached towards the clothes of the beauty in front of him, and before he even touched it, his mind was already imagining how alluring her body would be under this thin dress. Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine as he thought to himself that the women of this world were truly terrifying. Before, there was Tang Sire, and now there was Madame Peach Blossom. There was actually a trap hidden in her alluring red lips, it was truly impossible to guard against. As he thought about it, his expression suddenly changed. There couldn't be a woman hiding a trap there, right? If that was the case, which man would be able to guard against it? Song Qingshu felt a chill between his legs. Lady Peach Blossom supported Wanyan Shui to prevent the sound of a collision from alerting the guards outside the door. After helping him to the bed, she quickly let go of him and took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. A disgusted expression appeared on her face. Throwing away the handkerchief, Madame Peach Blossom got up and began to wander around the room. From time to time, she would pick up some of Wanyan Luo's memorials to look at, curling her lips as she read them. Let's go, Vicente. Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. Looking at Madame Peach Blossom's leisurely appearance, it was obvious that she did not plan to leave. Instead, she planned to stay here until daybreak. Could it be that he had to hide on the roof beam and eat dust for the entire night? I wonder how Wanyan Luo will deal with it when she wakes up. Song Qingshu's gaze shifted to Wanyan Luo's body. He discovered that although his eyes were tightly closed, his face revealed a perverted expression. His entire body was unconsciously shaking. Another erotic dream? Song Qingshu quickly reacted. It should be the effect of the pink smoke. It seemed to have the effect of confusing one's mind. No wonder she was so calm. Song Qingshu suddenly realized that if he was not wrong, when he woke up the next day, Wanyan Luo would treat the dream as reality and think that he had really gone to Mount Wu with Madame Peach Blossom last night. What a good medicine. Song Qingshu was full of praise. When the time came, he would get some of this medicine and it would be much easier to deal with Wanyan Liang in the future. Madame Peach Blossom looked at it for a while. Perhaps she was tired, she threw the memorial away and muttered to herself, let's remove the makeup on my face first. My skin can't take it all night. Song Qingshu's spirits were lifted when he heard this. It seemed that no matter which era a woman was from, she would always take care of her skin. This was perfect, he could see who this Madame Peach Blossom was. Madame Peach Blossom looked around and came to a table with a bronze mirror. She first took off the golden hairpin, then took off the earrings, and then started to gently rub her face with her slender fingers. Song Qingshu watched with great interest, but not long after, his expression changed. A woman with a high nose, snow-white skin, and azure eyes gradually appeared in front of him. With one look, he could tell that she was not from the Central Plains. In fact, her current appearance was not much different from before. One could still see her shadow from before, and it was 70 to 80% similar. However, he didn't know how she did it, but after changing a few places, she managed to hide the biggest characteristic of her body. Although Song Qingshu faintly felt that this Madame Peach Blossom's nose was a little straight, he only thought that she was a lady Taoist and didn't think much about it. He didn't expect her to be a foreigner. Even though Song Qingshu had seen countless foreign beauties in his previous life, such as Sophie Marceau, Alice, Eva Green, Jessica Alba, Jennifer Aniston, Hayden Panettiere, Jennifer Connelly, Megan Fox, he was still shocked by the Madame Peach Blossom in front of him. Time seemed to not have left any traces on her body, and even if she stood together with Zhao Min and Zhou Zhirua, those who didn't know would only think that they were sisters, and wouldn't think that she was actually a foreigner. She had the shyness of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. At this moment, Song Qingshu was racking his brains to think about who this woman was. With her peerless beauty and the fact that she was a woman from a different tribe, she would definitely not be unknown. Suddenly, he thought of the two beautiful women from the different tribes in the Golden Book. Princess Fragrance's age was not right, damn it, then there was only one person left, and that was the former #1 beauty in the world, Zishan Dragon King Taj Kiss. But according to the plot, shouldn't Zishan Dragon King and her daughter, Xiao Zhao, return to the Persian headquarters at this time? Moreover, the Jin Kingdom had known Madame Peach Blossom for many years, so he felt that the time did not match. Perhaps Song Qingshu was too lost in thought, and unknowingly, his body leaned out of the beam. Coincidentally, Madame Peach Blossom was dressing up in front of the mirror, and saw someone on the beam in the mirror. Madame Peach Blossom was shocked, but she quietly picked up the golden hairpin on the table. With a wave of her sleeve, the golden hairpin silently shot towards Song Qingshu. Although Song Qingshu was a little absent-minded, he still had the instincts of an expert. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the golden hairpin that was about to reach him. She was actually able to use an ordinary golden hairpin to such a superb level. Song Qingshu was even more shocked. With this hidden weapon technique, there were probably only a few people in Jianghu who could surpass her. A fragrant wind blew over. Madame Peach Blossom had already attacked with a gloomy face. Song Qingshu tiptoed and hurriedly jumped from the beam to the ground. The other party also tiptoed and chased after him at an unparalleled speed. Compared to Song Qingshu's elegance, there was another indescribable strangeness, like a ghost or a demon, like a spirit or a monster. Song Qingshu frowned. Although her qinggong looked a little familiar, after thinking about it carefully, it was very different from the qinggong masters he had seen before. Very quickly, he laughed involuntarily. They were not people from the Central Plains, so the martial arts they learned were naturally different from the qinggong of the Central Plains. It was not strange that he had never seen it before. The reason why Song Qingshu wanted to dodge just now was because he was worried that their martial arts would leak out. The beam could not withstand the torment, and if it broke and alerted the guards outside, it would be troublesome. Now that he was on flat ground, he no longer had any scruples. Seeing that she was pressing him, he did not dodge and extended his hand to meet her palm. Before he could sigh at the feeling of her skin, he felt a bone-chilling cold air coming from his palm. Very quickly, it spread from his hands to his chest. This cold air was completely different from the Xianming God palm, but it was still something that an inner force expert could not guard against. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. With a circulation of his power, the cold air disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Madame Peach Blossom's expression changed greatly. Just now, she had already understood that the other party's martial arts were far above hers. If she had not used a secret technique to dissolve the surging palm power on the other party's palm, she would have already vomited blood and been heavily injured. With a thought, she hurriedly tried to increase the distance between the two of them. However, how could Song Qingshu give her the chance? He changed his palm into a claw and firmly grabbed her palm. One of Madame Peach Blossom's hands was restrained, so she quickly used her other hand to attack the major acupuncture point on Song Qingshu's neck. The angle was extremely crafty and strange. If it was the first time an expert from the Central Plains encountered it, they might have suffered a great loss. However, Song Qingshu had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. Although the situation of martial arts was ever-changing, the essence was not different in his eyes. His fingers gently brushed against her wrist. Half of Madame Peach Blossom's body was numb, so how could she have any strength left in her hand? He grabbed her palm with one hand and her wrist with the other. Seeing that she was still trying to resist, Song Qingshu crossed his hands and used her own hands to lock her entire body up. "Who are you?" Looking at the comments, it seemed that no one had guessed it. Because Madame Peach Blossom believed in her teachings, she was usually as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Other than her husband, no other man had ever touched her body, not even the Gene Emperor. Her current posture was as if she was hugging her chest, but her wrists were tightly locked by Song Qing from behind. Her entire body seemed to be nestled in his embrace, surrounded by a strong masculine aura. She could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. Let go. Song Qing did not realize that their current posture was a little too intimate. His attention was now completely focused on guessing the other party's identity. Who are you? Seeing that he was unmoved, Madame Peach Blossom frowned. She lifted her knee and kicked towards Song Qing's lower abdomen. Song Qing tightened his legs, firmly clamping her legs. Madame Peach Blossom tried to pull her legs out a few times, but she was unable to pull her legs out. Seeing that her movements were getting more and more intense, Song Qing frowned. He extended his hand and pressed on her shoulder well acupuncture point. Madame Peach Blossom immediately felt that most of her strength was gone, and she no longer had the strength to resist. Your martial arts seem to have the shadow of the Persian Ming dynasty. Song Qing frowned and recalled the scene of his battle with revered Ming. His opponent's strange martial arts were still fresh in his memory. Although this Madame Peach Blossom's martial arts were far from revered Ming's, he could still see some familiar shadows. He suddenly thought of a person and could not help but blurt out, "You are Zishan Dragon Queen Toshkis?" Madame Peach Blossom's delicate body trembled and looked at him in disbelief. You have seen me before? Before Song Qing could answer, Dexinghua's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Song Qing and Toshkis simultaneously held their breath, afraid that Dexinghua would hear something unusual. Your servant just heard some movements in the room. Did something happen to Your Majesty? Dexinghua's voice continued to sound. Toshkis' expression turned cold. Now that she had removed her makeup, if Dexinghua saw her, wouldn't her 10 years of hard work be in vain? She hurriedly looked at Song Qing, her red lips slightly opened as she silently mouthed, "What should we do?" Song Qing shook his head, indicating that she should wait and see. Hearing that there was no reply from the room, Dexinghua's voice immediately became more severe. Your Majesty, if you don't reply, for your safety, this servant will come in. Sensing that he was about to push open the door, Song Qing's expression changed. He hastily released Toshkis's restraints and swept his gaze across the room. Since Dexinghua had already raised his suspicions, he couldn't hide anything on the roof beam anymore. When the time comes, it would definitely be his main target of inspection. With Dexinghua's cultivation, Song Qing wasn't confident that he could hide from him. No matter how he thought about it, the only safe place in this room was Wan Yanrui's dragon bed. Without hesitation, Song Qing leaped onto the bed and kicked Wan Yanrui to the corner of the bed. He then rolled up the blanket and covered the two of them. Damn it, squeezing in the same bed with a stinky man, it's really damaging to my reputation. Song Qing thought of the erotic culture of his previous life and couldn't help but feel a chill. Seeing Song Qing hide on the bed without hesitation, Zishan Dragon King subconsciously stamped her feet. Right now, she absolutely couldn't reveal her true appearance in front of Dexinghua. The dragon bed was her only hiding place. However, when she thought about the man inside, she couldn't help but hesitate. However, the door had already been pushed open. As long as Dexinghua took a few more steps, he would be able to see everything. Her face alternated between red and white. In the end, she clenched her teeth and shrunk back onto the dragon bed. Just as Song Qing was feeling disgusted with Wan Yanrui, a soft body suddenly squeezed into the blanket. He smelled a sweet fragrance that was different from that of a woman from the Central Plains. Their clothes were pressed against each other. When the skin under their feet touched, he felt a burst of warmth and softness. His heart couldn't help but ripple. The gloominess he felt because he had to squeeze in with Wan Yanrui was immediately swept away. Zishan Dragon King's entire body tensed up. Ever since her husband, Xianxia, passed away, she had never been this close to a man. Even her nominal husband, Chongqing Wang, had never been this close. Thinking about the situation today where she had no choice but to share a bed with a stranger, she felt very sorry for her dead husband. Xianxia, everything I did was for our daughter. I hope you don't blame me. Zishan Dragon King secretly sighed. She and Song Qing were looking at each other. Their breaths were blowing on each other's faces. Zishan Dragon King's face turned slightly red and she subconsciously turned her face away. Song Qing, on the other hand, was curious about another problem. Zishan Dragon King came from Persia, but she didn't have the common cumin smell of the West Asian people in his previous life. Instead, her breath smelled like orchids and her breath was extremely pleasant. It was really strange. By this time, De Xinghua had already walked in. The two of them didn't dare to make any strange movements. They both focused their attention and listened attentively to the movements outside. After De Xinghua entered, his sharp eyes swept across the entire palace hall. He didn't discover anything unusual. Walking to the bedside, De Xinghua pretended to accidentally drop a string of prayer beads on the floor. He stooped down to pick it up and conveniently moved it under the bed. Still, there was nothing unusual. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He clearly heard the sounds of fighting inside. Could it be that he had misheard? However, he quickly shook his head. His internal energy was profound and he wasn't an ordinary old eunuch with poor eyesight. Something must have happened in the room just now. Thus, his gaze fell on the dragon bed. Your servant De Xinghua pays his respects to His Majesty. De Xinghua didn't dare to rashly open the bed curtain. Bumping into the emperor was not a small matter. Zishan Dragon King, who was inside the bed, frowned slightly. Right now, Wanyan Rui had already been knocked out by her. How could she possibly pay attention to him? Not hearing any response, De Xinghua became suspicious. His Majesty? Tadish knew that this couldn't go on. She opened her mouth and replied, His Majesty has already fallen asleep. Is there anything I can help you with? De Xinghua recognized Madame Peach Blossom's voice. This woman usually had a pure and clean appearance. In the end, didn't she still get slept with by the emperor? If she had chosen the emperor, she would have long had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. She would have been doted on by thousands of people. She wouldn't have fallen to the point where she wasn't even recognized by the officials. Your servant heard some movements in the room just now. Thus, I came in to take a look. Although De Xinghua felt disdain in his heart, he spoke respectfully. There's nothing else. You can leave. Tadish intentionally yawned, as if she was still sleepy. Yes. Although De Xinghua verbally agreed, his feet seemed to have taken root and didn't budge. Tadish also noticed this. Her heart couldn't help but jump. Is there anything else? Madam, please forgive me. Your servant still needs to confirm His Majesty's intentions. De Xinghua replied in a deep voice. Didn't I say it earlier? His Majesty is asleep. Tadish intentionally used an extremely dissatisfied tone as she spoke. Your servant is shouldering a heavy responsibility. It's better to be careful. De Xinghua paused. Your servant has to open the curtain to confirm His Majesty's safety. I hope Madam can forgive me. Tadish was flustered. De Xinghua's martial arts were unfathomable. If he were to discover any abnormalities and alert the palace guards, not to mention her, even if revered Ming were to come back to life, it would be difficult for him to escape. Genius in 1 second remembers love go away? Speaking net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Song Qingshu gazed at the neatly dressed woman in front of him and couldn't help but inwardly smack his lips. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving others. Moreover, she can deceive others without batting an eyelid. However, De Xinghua was equally experienced and wasn't moved by her words at all. Madam, please be at ease. This servant is only a eunuch. Even if this servant were to see it, it wouldn't harm Madam's reputation. Song Qingshu almost gave a thumbs up. Truly, it's never too late to learn. It turns out that one can actually use this method to take a woman. Wait a minute. Previously, he had also taken advantage of the yellow-robed woman in the same way. For a moment, his cheeks couldn't help but heat up. Hearing that De Xinghua was insistent on entering, Purple Dragon Queen Taj Tish couldn't help but bite her lips. Of course, she couldn't let him see what was happening inside. If he were to see the emperor being drugged, not to mention her own safety, the crucial point would be that her decades of painstaking efforts would all go to waste. Feeling De Xinghua's hand slowly reaching towards the bed curtain, Taj Tish clenched her teeth and quickly undid her upper garment. Looking at the sparkling and translucent jade-like snow-white skin, Song Qingshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This woman took off her clothes without saying a word. What is she trying to do? Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, Tish's face turned as red as blood. She grabbed the blanket and covered herself while fiercely glaring at Song Qingshu, hinting him not to speak carelessly. At the same time, she pushed him back into the blanket, exposing Wanyan Luo. By this time, Xinghua had already lifted the bed curtain and happened to see Tish's back. Looking at the snow-white, tender and smooth skin on her fragrant shoulder, even if he was a eunuch, he couldn't help but feel moved. No wonder His Majesty yearned for her day and night, she is indeed a rare beauty of the world. From Tish's angle, she could still see Song Qingshu hiding under the blanket as he gazed at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. She was both embarrassed and furious, yet she had no choice. Because she had removed her makeup, she couldn't expose her true appearance to Xinghua and could only face him with her back facing him. Facing away from Xinghua meant that she had to face Song Qingshu directly. Even though her chest was still covered by her undergarments, such a private side of her was actually exposed to a stranger. She was about to go crazy. Especially when his eyeballs were rolling around, causing her to feel as though she wasn't wearing any clothes. "How much longer do you intend to look at my body?" Tish said coldly. In the end, it was all that damned eunuch's fault. If it wasn't for that damned eunuch, she wouldn't have had to resort to such a method. This servant wouldn't dare. Xinghua hastily retracted his gaze, feeling inwardly ashamed. A eunuch like him actually lost himself in the sight of a woman. It was truly a disgrace to the eunuch circle. Seeing Tish's back facing him, he felt a little strange. However, after some thought, he assumed that she was the ever-victorious prince consort. Coming to serve the emperor today was a form of humiliation and she probably didn't wish to meet him face to face. Just as Xinghua was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the commotion he heard earlier. He couldn't help but ask, "Madam, did you hear anything while you were in the room?" "No." Tish coldly replied, hoping that he would disappear as soon as possible. "That's strange." Xinghua revealed an expression of astonishment. He couldn't help but take another step forward. "Your Imperial Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty? What are you doing?" Tish's entire body tensed up. Her hands tightly gripped onto a corner of the blanket with such force that it seemed as though she would tear the blanket in the next moment. Suddenly, she felt that Song Qingshu was lightly patting her hand. Thinking that he was taking advantage of her, she nearly fainted from anger. Her pink face turned deathly pale. "We've conversed for so long, Your Imperial Majesty should have woken up by now." Seeing that Wanyan Rua remained silent, Xinghua's tone immediately turned hostile. At this moment, Tish's mind was completely blank. She didn't know how to respond to him. Seeing that Xinghua was getting closer and closer, about to discover that Wanyan Rua had already fainted, Tish pondered whether she should make the first move and seize the opportunity to restrain him. However, when she recalled the rumors of Xinghua's unfathomable martial arts, she hesitated. Even if she were to launch a sneak attack, the chances of successfully restraining him would probably be less than 10%. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, a familiar voice suddenly resounded in her ears. "Dog slave, you've been nagging here all this time. Are you going to let us rest?" The voice was exactly the same as Wanyan Rua's, but Wanyan Rua was clearly still unconscious. Tish focused her gaze and saw the man under the blanket winking at her. So it was his doing. "This slave deserves to die, this slave deserves to die. I've disturbed Your Imperial Majesty's rest. This slave will leave immediately." Through Tish's back, Xinghua could faintly see Wanyan Rua lying beside her. Furthermore, after hearing his voice, he no longer had any suspicions. He hastily bowed and apologized. "Leave. Without our command, you are not allowed to take a single step into this room." Wanyan Rua impatiently said. Yes. Your Imperial Majesty, please enjoy yourself. This slave shall take his leave." Xinghua smiled sheepishly as he bowed and retreated. He even considerately closed the door behind him. Witnessing the miraculous performance of the man before her, Tish was completely dumbfounded. She was also capable of changing her tone. Back when she was disguised as Grandma Golden Flower, No one could tell that a 70 or 80-year-old woman was actually a beautiful 34-year-old woman. However, she was only able to change her tone. It was impossible for her to completely imitate a specific person's voice. Thus, her voice was more or less different. However, this man's voice was exactly the same as Wan Yanrua's. He could even imitate the aura of an emperor who had been in a high position for a long time. Even a wily old fox like Xianxia couldn't see through it. He was truly formidable. How did you manage to sit here? After Xianxia left, Taj Tish couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu shook his head and asked with a grin, "Tell me first, who are you?" Only then did Taj Tish realize that her clothes were still disheveled. She hastily covered her body with her clothes in a fluster. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still staring at her, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. "You're still looking?" Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. "Such a beautiful scenery, it would be a waste if I didn't look at it." Taj Tish was startled. She didn't expect this man to say such words so naturally. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. After a long while, she hatefully said, "You are the most shameless person from the Central Plains that I have ever seen. You are the most beautiful person from the western regions that I have ever seen." Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Taj Tish's breathing immediately hastened. She wanted to raise her hand several times but ultimately put it back down. Noticing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Why? You don't intend to make a move? It's not like I can defeat you. Why seek humiliation?" Taj Tish finally regained her composure and replied gently. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, "Madame's ability to remain calm is admirable, admirable." Having taken advantage of her earlier, Song Qingshu felt it was inappropriate to continue staying in the same bed with her. He kicked Wan Yanting to the side and lightly leaped back onto the ground. "Since you did not expose me earlier, it proves that you are not from the Jin Kingdom's imperial court. I have nothing to fear." Taj Kiss pulled at her slightly loose clothes and tidied them up before turning around and looking at him curiously. "Who exactly are you, young master?" Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. "My identity is a little sensitive, I can't seem to find a reason to tell you." Taj Kiss immediately choked. One must know that with her beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, regardless of whether it was in the Ming dynasty or later in the Jin Kingdom, countless heroes and warriors were captivated by her peerless elegance, prostrating themselves before her. In front of her, every man could not wait to wholeheartedly fawn on her. Who would be like this person who did not even answer a single question? Zishan Longwang? Song Qingshu sized her up and couldn't help but ask curiously, "I remember that you should have returned to the Persian headquarters with Zhao. Why are you in the Jin Kingdom? You know Zhao?" Taj Kiss was finally somewhat moved. "We've known each other spiritually for a long time." Song Qingshu recalled that in the hearts of the men in his previous life, Shuang'er and Zhao were publicly recognized as the best candidates for wives. They had indeed known each other spiritually for a long time. "Then why haven't I heard Zhao mention you?" Taj Kiss looked at him suspiciously. Among the people Zhao knew, the only one who was so young and had such a high level of martial arts was Zhang Wuji. But if it was Zhang Wuji, she would definitely recognize him. "You will often hear her mention me in the future." Song Qingshu smiled. "How did it become you asking me questions? Let's get back to the main topic. Why did you change from Zishan Longwang to Madame Peach Blossom? Why should I answer you?" Taj Kiss was previously choked by him. Now that the tables have turned, she similarly replied. "Because you are now my captive." Song Qingshu replied matter-of-factly, "Madam, it's better to combine them. I'm afraid you can't take the torture with your delicate skin." Tadish's face flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She pointed to her surroundings and chuckled. "Do you have any way to torture me here?" Song Qingshu replied indifferently, "Of course I have my ways." Tadish was slightly startled. The confidence in the other party's tone caused her to waver. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how the other party would be able to torture her in the emperor's bedchamber. At the very most, she could just casually shout and lure the great Qing nation over to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thinking of this, she became even more certain. "I'm not a 3-year-old girl, how can I be scared by you like this?" "Is that so?" Song Qingshu stepped in front of her, scaring her into hurriedly taking a step back. "What do you want?" Tadish's expression instantly turned unnatural, thinking that if the other party were to harbor any malicious intentions, she would rather lose her years of hard work than to allow him to have his way. "Madame's eyes are like two sparkling sapphires, truly too beautiful. I can't help but stare at them a few more times." Song Qingshu calmly stared at her. "Lecher." Tadish's face turned slightly red as these words surfaced in her mind. However, perhaps due to the fact that the other party's tone wasn't vulgar or for some other reason, she realized that she wasn't as angry as she imagined. Instead, she unnaturally turned her face slightly towards another direction. "How much longer are you going to stare?" Seeing him standing there, the skin on Tadish's neck reddened as she spoke with some annoyance. "Until Madame looks at me, of course." Song Qingshu replied. "Look at you?" Tadish suspiciously turned her head back to look at him, only to come into contact with a pair of deep, pitch-black eyes. After executing the soul-shifting technique on her while she was unprepared, Song Qingshu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that foreigners and Chinese people weren't much different. Previously, he was worried that the martial arts of Chinese people would be ineffective against foreigners. Where did the real Madame Peach Blossom go? Song Qingshu's first question. "I am the real Madame Peach Blossom." Tadish replied somewhat woodenly. "How is that possible?" Song Qingshu frowned. One must know that the Xianxia brothers had fought over Tao Yao over a dozen years ago. At that time, Tadish was probably still the Purple Dragon Queen. "Aren't you the Ming Dynasty's Purple Dragon Queen? How did you become Madame Peach Blossom?" If he wasn't clear about the state of having his soul shifted, Song Qingshu would only think that she was lying to him. "Because of Xianxia." Tadish replied. "Xianxia?" Song Qingshu was puzzled. He suddenly thought of a person. "Your husband, Han Xianxia?" "Yes." Tadish nodded. A trace of gentleness appeared on her charming face, as though she was recalling the past love between husband and wife. "Why did you become Madame Peach Blossom because of him?" Song Qingshu was getting more and more curious. Back then, Xianxia was ostracized by his family. He had no choice but to accept a dangerous mission. Knowing that he had a slim chance of survival, he decided to first go to the Radiant Empire to avenge his father. In the icy azure lake. Tadish continued to narrate the story of how they met and fell in love. It was similar to what Song Qingshu had learned from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. "What kind of mission did Han Xianxia accept?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. In the original work, Han Xianxia only appeared once. Most of the time, he was only mentioned occasionally. Although he was not a minor character, he was not much different. The reason why he was remembered by so many people was mainly because he married the world's most beautiful woman, the Ming Dynasty's Purple Dragon Queen, Tadish. Although his presence was not strong, judging from Tadish's tone, there seemed to be more to it. Tadish explained softly, "Xianxia is the descendant of Song's famous minister, Han Qi. His uncle, Han Xingzhou, wielded the power of the southern Song dynasty. Han Xingzhou was a very ambitious man. He wanted to conquer the Jin kingdom and restore his homeland. However, the Jin kingdom was strong and prosperous, and the time was not ripe for the northern expedition. Moreover, the southern Song dynasty's pro-war and pro-peace faction did not give way to each other. Therefore, Han Xingzhou decided to let Xianxia come to the Jin kingdom first. But he went directly to the Radiant Empire? Song Qingshu asked. Yes. Tadish nodded. He could not let go of his father's past enmity. Therefore, he changed his path and went to the Radiant Empire. Later on, I betrayed the Ming dynasty for him. At this point, a gentle light shone on her face. She did not feel any regret. Puzzled, Song Qingshu asked, "Aren't the two of you living in seclusion on Lingxi Island?" Lingxi Island is just a cover. We didn't stay there for long. However, there are times when we roam Jianghu and need an identity. Therefore, we husband and wife assumed the names of Grandmother Golden Flower and Mr. Silver Leaf from Lingxi Island. Tadish explained. Small seclusion in the wilderness, big seclusion in the city. Hiding in the Jin kingdom is indeed a good idea. Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise. Having obtained his approval, Tadish smiled, instantly lighting up the room. Xianxia and I arrived at Daxing Prefecture. By chance, we met Wan Yanxi and his younger brother Wan Yuan, who hadn't become the emperor yet. Both of them seemed to adore me very much. After discussing with Xianxia, we decided to disguise ourselves as brother and sister and deliberately approach the two. Their status in the Jin kingdom is very high. Firstly, we could use them to accomplish Xianxia's mission more conveniently. Secondly, by hiding among the Jin royal family, even if the Ming dynasty were to find us in the future, we would have the ability to protect ourselves. Therefore, you married Changxing Wang and became Lady Peach Blossom? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. This Han Xianxia was truly magnanimous, allowing his wife to marry another man? That's right. At that time, Xianxia and I were discussing who to marry. Coincidentally, we learned that Wan Yanxi was about to inherit the throne. We were worried that things would be inconvenient in the imperial palace, so we chose Wan Yuan. It's laughable that the two of them were jealous of each other, thinking that I loved Wan Yuan more. Even though Taitish's mind was currently being controlled, the disdain in her cold smile was still evident. Song Qingshu pondered, you felt that Wan Yuan was easier to control? Tish nodded slightly and said, that's right. On our wedding night, he barged into the bridal chamber with an impatient expression. But considering my status, how could I allow such a stinky man to take advantage of me? Therefore, I used the Western region sleeping smoke to knock him out. This strange Persian drug could even cause him to hallucinate, making him think that something had happened between us. Song Qingshu glanced at Wan Yanxian, who was lying on the bed with a silly smile on her face and drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. The Western region bewitching smoke that she mentioned should be the pink smoke that had just come out of her mouth. Wan Yuan was really unlucky. He thought that he had married a beautiful consort for more than 10 years, but from start to finish, he had never touched her body. Later on, I found an excuse to return to his fief. At that time, Wan Yuan loved me dearly and was worried that his brother Wan Yanxi would covet me, so he immediately agreed. However, he holds an important position in the imperial court and has to stay in the capital most of the time. This way, Chiba and I can live together in his fief. Taitish continued to explain. Even Song Qingshu felt some sympathy for that ever-victorious king. His head was almost as green as a grassland. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem to be considered green. Tish and Han Chiba were husband and wife to begin with. After thinking about it, Song Qingshu could only sigh, the circle of nobles is really messy. That period of time was the happiest of my life. Unfortunately, not long after, Chiba was poisoned by the Western region Duda. We went to seek treatment from the butterfly bone fairy doctor, Hu Qingyao. Unfortunately, he refused to save her, saying that he wouldn't treat anyone outside of the Ming dynasty. Chiba didn't last long before she passed away. A trace of hatred appeared on Tish's face. However, later on, I finally found an opportunity to kill Hu Qingyao and his wife to avenge Chiba. Song Qingshu nodded. According to the plot of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji was suffering from the cold poison of the Xianming Divine Palm at that time and was seeking treatment in the Butterfly Valley. The whole plot matched. However, he was more concerned about the Western region Duda who poisoned Han Xianxia that Tish mentioned. In his previous life, there were many analyses on the internet about this. The most reasonable speculation was that the Duda was the coup Duda that the right emissary of brightness, Fan Yao, had hidden in the Ruyang Palace in disguise. Fan Yao was also smitten by Tish back then. He was proud of his extraordinary looks. Coupled with his high status, even Yang Dingtian and his wife thought that they were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Tish rejected him. That was fine. Due to the Persian central religion's rule that the saintess must remain a virgin for the rest of her life, Fan Yao could understand even though he was depressed. Who knew that Han Xianxia would appear later on? Regardless of appearance or martial arts, he was far inferior to Han Xianxia. In the end, Tish fell in love with him without any hesitation. In order to marry him, she even betrayed the religion. How could the proud and arrogant Fan Yao stand it? His jealousy turned into hatred and he plotted against Han Xianxia. Song Qingshu didn't know if this was the truth, but he had no interest in redressing Han Xianxia's injustice. He continued to ask, but I received news that the Ming dynasty of Persia came. After the Battle of Spirit Snake Island, didn't you and Xiaoxiao return to the Persian central religion? Tish nodded. Xiaoxiao is my daughter. According to the religion's rules, she automatically inherited my former saintess status. In addition, when the leader of the Persian central religion passed away, the people of the Persian central religion invited Xiaoxiao back to be the leader. It was also because of this relationship that I was spared the pain of being burned. After we returned to Persia, we found that the situation of the religion was not optimistic. The Mongolian army had gradually destroyed the countries of the western regions, and even threatened the safety of the Persian central religion. We sent out countless experts in an attempt to assassinate the Mongolian leaders. Although we killed many Mongolian princes and generals, we were unable to harm their Khan, Temujin. Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't know how much blood and tears were contained in these simple words of hers. It was no wonder that the death rate of the Mongolian leaders in this world was so high. The second generation of the Golden Clan was almost completely wiped out, leaving only Temujin and a few princes of the third generation. It seemed that the reason why the Western Xia marriage selection was delayed was because of Su Liu's serious injury. However, one could imagine how many experts the Ming dynasty of Persia had to sacrifice in order to assassinate so many Mongolian leaders. Sure enough, Tish's words confirmed his conjecture. For thousands of years, the Persian central religion has maintained its position in the western regions. Even the duchies and feudal lords of Europe are scrambling to curry favor with us and act according to our will. The strength that the central religion has accumulated for thousands of years is far beyond that of the Ming dynasty of the Central Plains. There are countless experts in the religion. However, in order to assassinate the Mongolian leaders, the religion has lost almost all of its experts. Even the previous religion master died in battle. When Xiaoxiao and I returned to Persia, the situation of the religion was already extremely difficult. I suddenly remembered the arrangements that I had made in the Jin Kingdom and decided to return to the Central Plains. I wanted to use the Jin Kingdom to restrain the Mongolians and give the religion a chance to breathe. Song Qingshu suddenly frowned and asked, "Did you not receive any instructions from the revered Ming?" Since the revered Ming had borrowed the body of Zhang Wuji to be reborn, he would definitely not sit by and watch as his base was destroyed by the Mongolians. He would definitely think of a way to contact the religion. The revered Ming? Tish was shocked. Did the revered Ming send an oracle? It's nothing. Continue. Song Qingshu shook her head. It seemed that she didn't know about this matter. Perhaps she just happened to miss the news when she came to the Central Plains. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu nodded and asked a few more questions regarding the Persian cult, to which Tish answered. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, Song Qingshu snapped his fingers and awakened Tish from her transcendent state. Unlike the various countries of this world that were constantly fighting and scheming against each other, Song Qingshu, who came from the future, understood how powerful Mongolia was. Thus, in his heart, Mongolia was the ultimate boss. The current Jin Empire and Manchurian Qing could only be considered as elites. There was no need for them to harm the grand plan of resisting Mongolia for the sake of immediate benefits. Although Tish was a member of the Ming dynasty, Song Qingshu currently needed the Ming dynasty to stall the Mongols. In a certain sense, Tish was on the same side as him. Back at Blackwood Cliff, he could even temporarily let go of revered Ming, let alone a mere purple-robed dragon queen. What did you do to me earlier? Tish stared blankly for a moment after regaining consciousness. She tried her best to recall what had just happened, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall anything. She could only recall the feeling of being unable to refuse the other party's request. She subconsciously took several steps back and stared at the other party with a horrified expression. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Why are you clutching your chest? Did you think I would seize the opportunity to strip off your clothes? I'm not that tasteless. Besides, it's not like I didn't see it earlier. Tish blushed. It turned out that she had secretly inspected her clothes to ensure that they were intact. What did you do to me? Don't worry, I didn't do anything unfavorable to you. Song Qingshu paused. Seeing her doubtful expression, he added. We are not enemies, at least not for the time being. You just need to remember this. Then who are you? Tish stared at him in astonishment. Song Qingshu pushed open the window behind him. Just as he was about to leave, he heard her question and couldn't help but pause. He turned around and smiled. My surname is Wang. You can call me next door old Wang from now on. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night sky. The Xing kingdom was on guard on the other side. Although there were quite a number of guards on this side, with Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it was difficult for those ordinary guards to detect him. Old Wang from next door? Tadish muttered to herself. Why is this name so strange? Could he be from the western region? But he doesn't look like one. Song Qingshu was very familiar with the imperial palace of the Jin kingdom. He knew where the hidden sentries were and how often the guards patrolled. If someone were to observe from the side, they would only see a ghostly figure strolling leisurely in the imperial palace, giving off a strange sense of elegance. It didn't take long for him to return to the Hall of Peaceful Harmony, but he found that Empress Peiman had already fallen asleep. He woke her up in a bad mood. For your sake, I've ventured into a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, but you're sleeping so soundly here. Empress Peiman slowly woke up. Looking at the man standing by the bed, she giggled. You also know that as the Empress, there are palace maids and eunuchs following me at all times. Only by sleeping can it be convenient to send them away and wait for your return. Don't be angry. How did the investigation go? A dignified empress was begging in front of him. The honest Song Qingshu was quite proud of himself. As you expected, Madame Peach Blossom was taken to bathe and change clothes by the palace maids the moment she entered the palace. After that, your husband threatened her with Prince Chongqing's life, and she complied. Song Qingshu told her what had happened in a few words. Of course, he wouldn't tell her everything. Instead, he concealed Tadish's identity, and the rest was half true and half false. In any case, in Wan Yanting's heart, she also thought that this was the whole story. Tao Yao, that slut. I knew that one day this foxy woman would seduce His Majesty. Empress Peiman gnashed her teeth. Song Qingshu frowned, looking at the whole matter. Madame Peach Blossom is also a victim. Your husband, the Emperor, is the instigator. Empress Peiman leaned over and asked, Isn't Madame Peach Blossom very beautiful? Tadish's graceful figure and beautiful appearance appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He subconsciously replied, She is indeed very beautiful. Empress Peiman couldn't help but snort, I knew it. This foxy woman is the best at seducing men. Ever since she came to the capital, all the men around her couldn't help but fall in love with her. Even you are no exception. Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A woman's jealousy was truly terrifying. If it really came down to it, although Tadish had bewitched a few men, she had no choice. Furthermore, she didn't do anything to let her husband Han Xianxia down. On the contrary, Empress Peiman's actions were more like that of a foxy woman. Sensing his disapproval, Empress Peiman felt extremely vexed. She reached out and pulled Song Qingshu's hand, Don't leave tonight. Accompany me. Ah? Song Qingshu inwardly thought, just now, you called her a foxy woman. This change in attitude is a little too fast. Empress Peiman gritted her teeth, My husband is currently having sex with someone else's wife. Now that he is having a great time, I also want him to have a taste of his wife having sex with another man. Song Qingshu originally didn't have much interest. However, after a few words from her, a nefarious fire was ignited in him. Since the Empress had already extended an invitation, if he were to refuse, wouldn't it be too shameful for her? The room was filled with the finest sandalwood incense. In addition to the unique fragrance of a woman in the bed, Song Qingshu's body and bones quickly softened. Empress Peiman bit his ear and said with a silly smile, Young master, you have to work hard. I need to get pregnant as soon as possible and settle the child's status. Otherwise, a long night is fraught with dreams. Who knows if that foxy woman Tao Yao will benefit from it. Over the next few days, a series of events occurred that shocked the court officials. Due to Wan Yanshua's previous actions, they originally thought that the emperor was going to make a move against Wan Yanyuan. Wan Yanyuan's escape on the day of the birthday banquet gave the emperor an excuse to make a move. Even Wan Yanyuan himself thought so he fled to his fief that very night. However, not only did Wan Yanshua not punish him, but he also issued a series of imperial edicts to comfort and reward the Chongqing prince. At the same time, some of the officials who were close to the Chongqing prince were also promoted, causing the court officials to scratch their heads in confusion. Some of the more well-informed people already knew that Madame Peach Blossom had entered the palace one night. They immediately understood Wang Yanshui's abnormal orders. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of, so those who knew about it didn't dare to go out. Most of the court officials were still in a state of confusion. They had originally wanted to beat the emperor when he was down, but now that the two brothers had suddenly reconciled, the court officials who had been cheering for the emperor couldn't help but worry. Clang! It was clear that Wang Yanliang was one of the few people who knew what was going on. Although he was lustful, beauties were nothing more than playthings to him. He would not be blinded by lust and delay his plans. Wang Yanliang could not help but feel angry and disdainful when he saw that Wang Yansun was so mesmerized by Tao Yao that he was soft-hearted towards the Chongqing prince. "Your Highness, please don't be angry." Xiaoyu comforted him. "It is precisely because Wang Yansun is not someone who can accomplish great things that you have a chance." Wang Yanliang's anger immediately turned to joy. "That's right, this prince likes to hear that." Xiaoyu smiled and continued, "Your Highness, to get rid of the Chongqing prince, it is only a matter of time. There is no need to get angry. Infinity greater than over equal to 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 infinity, plus square root for all. How can it be so simple?" Wang Yanliang frowned. Wang Yansun likes Tao Yao so much, and Tao Yao is not a woman without principles. The two of them must have reached an agreement. Wang Yansun treats the Chongqing prince well, and in return, Tao Yao obeys him. Thinking of Tao Yao, Wang Yanliang became indignant. The Wang Yansun brothers had actually taken the lead. When the prince ascends to the throne, he will definitely hold Tao Yao in one hand and go by in the other. That will be the happiest thing in the world. Seeing Wang Yanliang's perverted expression, Xiaoyu did not need to guess to know what he was thinking. He could not help but cough and remind him to get back to business. "Does your Highness think that Wang Yansun likes to have Tao Yao in secret, or does he prefer to bring her to the palace openly?" "Of course he wants to bring her to the palace and play with her as he pleases," Wang Yanliang blurted out. Noticing Xiaoyu's expression, he could not help but smile. "But Tao Yao is Wang Yansun's sister-in-law, how could he bring her to the palace openly? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible, but what if something special happened?" Xiaoyu's smile was extremely strange. "Special circumstances?" Wang Yanliang raised his eyebrows, unable to contain his interest. "Didn't the Chongyi army's military governor, Udai, recently report a rebellion?" Xiaoyu reminded him. "That's right, I remember this incident. However, the scale of this rebellion wasn't large, so it was quickly suppressed." The military governor of the Chongyi army, Udai, was one of Wang Yanliang's trusted aides in the army. When he mentioned him, Wang Yanliang couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife, Madame Tang. He didn't know why, but every time he thought of her in the past, Wang Yanliang couldn't help but want to press her down. But recently, when he thought of her, he didn't have any reaction. Maybe he was tired of playing. Wang Yanliang didn't care too much about it. He didn't know that it was because Song Qingshu had transferred his soul back then that he could no longer have any interest in Mrs. Tang. Tang Qibian is such a green-haired tortoise. I've toyed with both his sister and his beautiful wife. Wang Yanliang couldn't help but laugh when he thought about it. Xiaoyu coughed and continued, "The dossier on this rebellion hasn't been submitted to Wang Yanshui yet. We can use this opportunity to eliminate the Chongqing prince." "How do I operate it?" Wang Yanliang was shocked. Like this. Xiaoyu leaned over and whispered in his ear. Wang Yanliang frowned. "Do you think Wang Yanshui would be stupid enough to believe such an obvious accusation?" "Your Highness, please be at ease. The only reason Wang Yanshui can wantonly play with his brother's wife is because he is the emperor. If one day the throne falls into the hands of the Chongqing prince, how could he not seek revenge for such humiliation? That's why Wang Yanshui is most afraid of his brother inheriting the throne. Even if he knows that the Chongqing prince has nothing to do with the rebellion, he will still pretend to believe that the Chongqing prince is the mastermind," Xiaoyu said confidently. "In addition, there's another reason. If the Chongqing prince is executed for the rebellion, then the Chongqing prince's wife, Tao Yao, will become a criminal. Wang Yanshui will be able to take her into the laundry brothel." the laundry brothel is in the palace. Even if he takes Tao Yao to bed every night, how would outsiders know? Xiao Yu and Wan Yanliang glanced at each other, their mouths full of smiles. Wan Yanliang put himself in Wan Yanshue's shoes and made some deductions. Realizing that Wan Yanshue was indeed very likely to make this choice, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xiao Yu, you really are this prince's reincarnation. When this matter succeeds, this prince will confer you the title of king of the Shi tribe. The Liao could be divided into 3 factions. One was the Imperial Yalu clan, the other was the Empress Xiao clan, and the last powerful faction was the Shi people. Back then, the Liao had almost been destroyed by the Jin kingdom and a large number of its nobles had been captured. In order to change their fate, the captured Liao people had secretly sought refuge with Wan Yanliang. Although Xiao Yu's surname was Xiao, he was an outstanding member of the Shi people. Many thanks, Your Highness. Xiao Yu bowed. Wan Yanliang couldn't see the strange light in his eyes. The ever-victorious prince, Wan Yanyuan, had run back to his fief like a stray dog. He had wanted to take his wife and flee far away, but he found out that Tao Yao had already gone to the capital. Counting the days, it just so happened that she had arrived right after he had left the capital. Although he was afraid, he had always loved this beautiful wife of his, so he resolutely decided to take the risk and return to the capital. While he was still on the road, he received an imperial edict from the emperor. Not only did it not mention a single word about his crimes, he was instead rewarded handsomely. However, Wan Yanyuan wasn't happy at all. Instead, he thought of a certain possibility and his heart couldn't help but sink. Riding at top speed, Wan Yanyuan finally arrived at the prince's mansion. When he saw his wife, Tao Yao, he couldn't help but want to go forward and hug her. Tadish had long since become adept at dealing with these affectionate actions. Without a trace, she moved away, causing him to grab onto empty air. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't said anything, she ordered the surrounding servants to leave first. Wan Yanyuan's heart trembled. He knew that his wife wanted to discuss serious matters with him. After the servants left, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Did you go find that person?" Tadish deliberately sighed. "If I didn't go find him, how could you still be standing here in peace?" Then did he do anything to you?" Wan Yanyuan's voice trembled slightly. Tadish indifferently replied, "Your Highness has experienced so many things. How can you still have the delusions of a 3-year-old child?" Wan Yanyuan was immediately enraged. "That beast really bullied you." "He bullied me." "What can you do?" Tadish calmly gazed at her husband in name. Wan Yanyuan was momentarily speechless. "That's right, what can I do? The other party is the emperor, the ruler of a country. A single imperial edict can behead me. What can I do?" Tadish sighed and continued, "You must be mentally prepared. In the coming days, he will summon me to the palace every few days." Wan Yanyuan revealed an expression of disbelief. He abruptly stood up. "Wan Yanxi, that bastard. He's going too far." Rebelled? Wan Yanyuan's body trembled. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with his elder brother, he had never thought of rebelling. After all, their branch had always been small in number. In addition, after King Wei's death, he was the only successor to the throne. Thus, he was filled with fantasies. Although they were not a real couple, Taj Tish was well aware of her husband's temperament. She knew that unless she forced him into a dead end, it would be difficult for him to make up his mind. "It's fine if you're afraid. I'll serve His Majesty well in the future and ensure your safety," Taj Tish calmly said. The reason why she wanted to take this opportunity to force Wan Yanyuan to rebel was because the situation of the Persian headquarters was getting more and more critical. She had to take control of the Jin kingdom as soon as possible. Compared to Wan Yanxi, Wan Yanyuan was obviously much easier to control. Moreover, when Wan Yanyuan became the emperor, she would be able to become the empress. At that time, she would be able to influence the Jin kingdom's strategy against the Mongols. On the other hand, if she directly relied on Wan Yanxian, their relationship would appear to be indecent. Her identity would never be revealed and her influence on Wan Yanxian would naturally be limited. Provoked by his wife, Wan Yanyuan's face alternated between green and red and his breathing became rapid. Taj Tish quietly watched him from the side, not disturbing him. After a long time, Wan Yin Yuan took a deep breath and said, Wan Yin Xian has gone too far. Since he is heartless, he cannot blame me for being unjust. Taj Tish smiled and said, I really did not marry the wrong man. Hearing this, Wan Yin Yuan became spirited and said, Your Highness, please contact your trusted subordinates as soon as possible and gather enough power to control the situation in the capital. I will then act as a spy in the palace and coordinate with the outside. Wan Yin Yuan frowned and asked, Do you still want to enter the palace? Taj Tish ran to his back and squeezed his shoulder, saying gently, What we need most now is time. If I stay by Wan Xian's side, not only can I numb him, I can also monitor his movements. Seeing his unsightly expression, Taj Tish sighed and said, Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. Even though Emperor Gaozu's wife and father have fallen into Xiangyu's hands, he did not waver in the slightest and finally succeeded in his great cause. As long as you don't mind my body being dirty after you ascend to the throne, I will be satisfied. Wan Yin Yuan hurriedly said, Madam, why do you say that? Didn't you do all of this for me? If not for you, I would have been executed by that beast Wan Yin Shui long ago. If I despise you in the future, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? With Prince's words, Tao Yao feels much more at ease. Tadish had an agitated expression, yet her heart was incomparably tranquil. Many years of living in disguise had caused her emotions to be as calm as an ancient well. But there's another problem. Wan Yin Yuan suddenly frowned and said, The Dexing kingdom by Wan Yanxi's side is unfathomable. Even if we can catch him off guard, the Dexing kingdom will be able to protect him and evacuate safely. Once Wan Yanxi organizes a counterattack, all our efforts will be in vain. Don't worry, Prince. I have a way to deal with the Dexing kingdom. Taj Tish clapped her hands. Suddenly, 3 figures flashed in from outside the door, giving Wan Yin Yuan a fright. Wan Yin Yuan focused his gaze and saw 2 men and a woman. Their appearances were worlds apart from the people of the Central Plains. The tallest man had a curly beard and blue eyes, while the other had a yellow beard and an aquiline nose. The woman, on the other hand, had a head full of black hair and looked no different from a Chinese person. However, her eyes were extremely pale and almost colorless. She had an oval face and looked to be around 30 years of age. Although she looked strange, she was actually very beautiful. The 3 of them are friends I met in Jianghu. They call them the 3 emissaries of Feng Yun and Yu. This is Lu Yunshi, this is Miaofengshi, and this is Hui Yueshi. If the 3 of them join forces, the Dexing kingdom will surely perish. When Taj Tish returned to the Central Plains this time, Xiaoxiao was worried that her mother might be in danger. Therefore, she sent the 3 Persian emissaries to accompany her back to the Central Plains. The 3 of them learned the strange martial arts from the Xinghua Ling, which were worlds apart from the martial arts of the Central Plains. Previously on the Lingxi Island, even though Zhang Wuji's Jiuyan Shengong, Qiankuan and Nua Yi, Tai Chi sword and other martial arts had reached the advanced stage, he was still beaten into a sorry state by the 3 of them. He even forced Zhao Men to use a move that would perish together. With him, Taj Tish pondered that no matter how high the Dexing kingdom's martial arts were, it was impossible for them to surpass Zhang Wuji's. With the 3 of them joining forces and herself, eliminating the Dexing kingdom would not be a difficult task. Hearing Taj Tish's explanation, Wan Yin Yuan was overjoyed. With this, our chances of success have increased by several notches. When he first met Tao Yao, he already knew that she and Han Xianxia were brother and sister of Jianghu people. Therefore, he did not doubt her judgment at all. Taj Tish smiled sweetly, but in her heart, she was wondering who the man she met in the palace was. In the future, she would try her best to keep the 3 emissaries by her side, lest they fall into that man's trap again. Meanwhile, in the prince's mansion of Hailing, Wan Yanliang and Xiao Yu were also talking about Song Qingshu. You mean to let Tang Quebian be the chief judge of this rebellion case? Wan Yanliang looked at Xiao Yu doubtfully. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded. This case is of great importance. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Prince Chongqing has been wrongly accused. If His Highness's own people were to step in, it would inevitably arouse criticism. But Tang Quebian is different. Outsiders don't know that he has pledged allegiance to His Highness. Moreover, he is the Emperor's son-in-law. When the time comes, no matter how Prince Chongqing is dealt with, others will only think that it is the emperor's will. Brilliant. Wan Yanliang slapped his thigh. This scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill is really brilliant. It even allows me to wash my hands clean of this matter. Alright, it's decided. I'll start working immediately and let Tang Quebian be the chief judge of this rebellion case. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu didn't know that he had already been targeted by two groups of people. At this moment, he was planning to go to the secret chamber to see the special criminal. Zhao Min was sitting on the bed, holding her knees in a daze. Suddenly, she heard the movement from the exit. She jumped up like a rabbit. Looking at the man who came in with a faint smile on his face, she said angrily, "Song, you're such a jerk." Song Qingshu was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. "Song? Has Miss Zhao become muddle-headed after being locked up for so long?" Zhao Min sneered. "Don't play dumb here." Song Qingshu patted his head and put on an expression of sudden realization. "The Song Qingshu you mentioned is the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu you mentioned when you interrogated Xianxia, right? Miss, you can't forget him. It seems that he must owe you a lot of money." Hearing his answer, a trace of doubt flashed across Zhao Min's face. She said coldly, "He owes me more than I can repay in this lifetime." Song Qing smiled and said, "That person can't repay you in a lifetime, but I see that when you mention him, you don't seem angry. It seems that you intend to let that person repay with his body." Zhao Min's face turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Qing smiled and didn't answer. He looked around the secret room and didn't find anything unusual. Zhao Min was really an extraordinary person. If an ordinary woman was locked up for so long, she would have gone crazy. "Miss Zhao, are you living well here?" Zhao Min rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't I lock you up here for this long?" Song Qing was also a little apologetic. As a noble lady, she had never suffered like this before. During this period of time, she had been so busy that she didn't have the time to pay attention to her. Fortunately, she remembered to send food and water to her. Otherwise, she would probably have starved to death. These days, I have been a little inconsiderate. If you have any requests, you can tell me now. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you." Song Qing said. "If I ask you to let me out, will you promise me?" Zhao Min smiled disdainfully. "Except for this." Song Qing shook his head. Zhao Min was silent. Just when Song Qing thought that she was using silence to express resistance, she suddenly said, "I want to take a bath and change clothes." "Ah?" Song Qing didn't react for a moment. He imagined that Zhao Min would take this opportunity to think of various ways to escape, but he didn't expect that her first request was to take a bath and change clothes. "Didn't you hear me clearly? I want to take a bath and change clothes." Zhao Min said angrily, "After being locked up by you for so long, my body stinks." Song Qing thought, "I just passed by you. How can I smell?" But he also knew that women always love cleanliness. Even if they don't take a bath for a day, they will feel uncomfortable. "Well, you wait." Song Qing stood up and looked at the entrance of the secret room. He couldn't help but frown. "It's too narrow here. I'm afraid it will be difficult to move the bathtub in." "Then go to the room above." Zhao Min said as if it was a matter of course. "The room above?" Song Qing frowned. Zhao Min had always been mischievous. Could it be that she was up to something this time? "Your martial arts are so high, are you afraid that I will run away?" Zhao Min seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said directly. "That's good. Wait here for a while. I'll go get the servant girls to prepare some hot water." Song Qing hid Zhao Min here because he was worried that the news would leak out. Therefore, he did not allow anyone to come in contact with Zhao Min naturally. Outsiders would not be able to get any information. After a while, Song Qing led Zhao Min out. Zhao Min quickly walked to the window and pushed it open. She took a deep breath of fresh air and revealed an intoxicated expression. "I can finally see the light of day again. The fragrance of flowers and grass is really nostalgic." Song Qing pointed at the steaming hot bathtub and said, "The hot water is ready for you. Take a bath." Zhao Min was stunned. "Wait, are you going to do it here?" "Nonsense," Song Qing said in exasperation. If I'm not here to watch, what if you run away? Zhao Min's small face alternated between red and white. I'm a girl bathing here and you, a man, have the nerve to stand at the side and watch. There's a screen there. If you pull it over, won't I not be able to see? Songqing said disapprovingly. Of course not. Zhao Min's face was completely red. When she bathed in the Ryong Palace, even the servant girls were not allowed to stay in the room, let alone a man. If the other had evil intentions, this broken screen would not be able to stop him. If you don't want to wash, then forget it. Songqing walked to the front of the bathtub and looked at the steaming hot water. However, the servant girls have worked hard to prepare such a large tub. It would be a waste to dump it. If you don't want to wash, then I will. As he spoke, he pretended to take off his clothes. If you want to wash, then wash yourself. A trace of joy appeared in Zhao Min's eyes. After he took off all his clothes and soaked in the tub, she would immediately run. I don't believe that he would dare to chase me naked. Songqing glanced at Zhao Min and saw through her thoughts. Don't have any schemes. Since you don't like it, then go back to the secret room. Zhao Min snorted. Who said I'm not going to wash? Move. She walked to Songqing's side and pushed him out. When she thought about returning to that dark secret room, she shuddered. But you really can't stay here. Seeing Songqing frown, Zhao Min hurriedly added, after all, men and women are different. I hope that sire can understand. If you're afraid that I'll run away, you can have your wife stay here to watch me. Songqing pondered for a moment. He knew that it was indeed difficult for her to stay here. Okay. He asked Zhao Min to hide first. Then, he went to the door and called for a maid to invite Goodbye over. Goodbye was already nearby, so she arrived quickly. Seeing the legendary first beauty of the Jin Kingdom, Zhao Min couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. There's such a beautiful woman. Tang Qibian is a bastard, but he has such good luck with women. While Zhao Min was looking at Goodbye, Goodbye was also looking at her. In fact, when Zhao Min was sent to the secret room after she fainted, Goodbye had already seen her. Now, although her face was a little more haggard and pale, it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. What's the relationship between her and Qing? During this period of time, Goodbye and Songqing knew that they were just a fake couple. However, their life was no different from a real couple. They ate at the same table, slept together. Thinking about it, Goodbye's pretty face was dyed with a layer of red. Get out, get out. Seeing that Goodbye had come, Zhao Min immediately drove Songqing out. Okay, I'll go right now. As soon as Songqing's voice fell, he sealed several acupoints on her body, and then said to Goodbye, now that all her power has been sealed, her strength is even less than that of an ordinary weak woman. You just need to be careful, and don't be afraid of her. If anything happens, call me in, and I'll guard outside. All right. Goodbye smiled sweetly and said, she's a girl who wants to take a bath, why are you being so wishy-washy here? I'll take care of her. As Goodbye spoke, she pushed Songqing out, and then quickly locked the door. Then she turned back and smiled at Zhao Min, Miss Zhao, now you can rest assured. Zhao Min softly nodded. Looking at the steam in the bathtub, she could no longer hold back the desire in her heart. She glanced at Goodbye, but still blushed and untied her dress. Goodbye only felt that the room was full of light, and couldn't help but praise, Miss Zhao, you really have a good figure. I wonder which man will be so lucky in the future. Goodbye's heart trembled when she heard this. She blushed and answered subconsciously, why did he tell you this? Goodbye was not stupid. She was just confused by Zhao Min's unexpected question and didn't respond for a moment. When she saw Zhao Min's shocked expression, she suddenly realized, you lied to me. Zhao Min smiled and said, don't blame me for this, sister. Goodbye suddenly stood up and bit her lips. She was most worried that her carelessness would affect Song Qingshu. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She hurriedly turned around and trotted out, Qingshu. Hey! Zhao Min wanted to stop her, but Goodbye wouldn't listen to her at this time. She ran out without stopping, leaving Zhao Min to groan inwardly. She was now soaking in the bathtub. If Song Qingshu came in, she would bump into him. She hurriedly looked around for clothes, but everything was prepared in a hurry. There were no clean clothes around. Looking at the dress that had been taken off, Zhao Min frowned slightly. She was a clean person and didn't want to wear it again. Of course, if it was another man who came in, she would put on old clothes even if she didn't like it. However, it was Song Qingshu who came in, so she subconsciously didn't resist so much, so she was a little hesitant. Just as she was hesitating, Song Qingshu rushed in after hearing the news. Zhao Min let out a soft cry and immediately shrank into the bathtub. She hid her body under the water, leaving only her head above the surface. "I'm sorry, I was careless." Gubai followed behind Song Qingshu and was still hurriedly apologizing. Song Qingshu smiled. "You don't have to blame yourself. Miss Zhao is as cunning as a fox. How could you possibly be her opponent?" But Gubai's heart was still filled with guilt. "It really doesn't matter. Miss Zhao and I are old friends. It's not a big deal if she finds out my identity." Song Qingshu saw that she was still worried and couldn't help but say, "How about this, you go and prepare a change of clothes for Miss Zhao. I'll have a good chat with her." Gubai nodded and walked away, feeling uneasy. Seeing Gubai leave, Zhao Min bit her lip and said, "Send her away. Now there's only one man and one woman left. Do you want to take advantage of me?" Song Qingshu returned to his original voice and said gloomily, "If I really wanted to take advantage of you, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" Thinking back to everything that had happened since the two of them met, she had to admit that the man in front of her had indeed had many opportunities to take advantage of her, but he had very gentlemanly given up. Zhao Min couldn't help but blush and snort, "Take off your annoying mask. It looks weird." Since she had already seen through him, there was no need to continue pretending. Song Qingshu directly took off his mask. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Zhao Min sighed and said, "You're really something. You put on a big beard and no one in the entire Daxing manor recognized you. Tangqua's disguise is so obvious." Seeing that Zhao Min didn't realize the subtlety of his disguise, Song Qingshu wasn't stupid enough to take the initiative to explain. He was worried that if he continued to dwell on this issue, she would find out sooner or later. He immediately changed the topic and said, "To be honest, I admire you more, princess. I thought you were cunning enough to trick me with words. I didn't know that it was just a cover. You've been targeting Gubai since the beginning." Of course, Zhao Min proudly raised her smooth chin and said, "It's impossible to get anything out of an old fox like you. But it's much easier to get something out of Gubai." As she spoke, Zhao Min's expression suddenly changed and her tone became a little unfriendly. "I don't know what you did, but the first beauty of the Jin Kingdom knows that you are Song Qingshu, but she still treats you as her husband. I'm afraid you've been enjoying all this time. Personal charm, I can't help it." Song Qingshu shrugged and made a helpless expression, which made Zhao Min's teeth itch. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu laughed. Zhao Min's expression changed slightly. "Humph, why would I be jealous? I'm just fighting for Zhou Zhirua." "You're fighting for her?" Song Qingshu looked strange. "When did you become so close to her?" "I just think that Zhou Zhirua and I have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, but in the end, an outsider has taken advantage of her. I'm not happy." Zhao Min snorted and turned her head away. "Really?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Zhao Min blushed. "Hey, I'm still taking a bath. It's not gentlemanly of you to stare at me like this." Song Qingshu laughed. "I'm not a gentleman to begin with." Zhao Min held her breath and quickly changed the topic. "When are you going to let me go?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "I haven't decided yet." Zhao Min suddenly became anxious. "You can't lock me up for the rest of my life, can you?" "I won't go that far," Song Qingshu replied after thinking for a while. "But I can't let you go in the near future. I don't want you to ruin my plan." Zhao Min grabbed the edge of the bathtub and leaned her body against the wall. She seemed to be in deep thought. After a while, she said, "What are you planning in the Jin Kingdom? Tell me. Maybe we have the same interests." "Princess, you are now my prisoner. Why don't you tell me what your plan in the Jin Kingdom is?" Song Qingshu looked at the large patches of snow-white skin around her exquisite collarbone that were exposed to the air and shifted his gaze away somewhat unnaturally. Zhao Min seemed to realize something. She snorted and then shrunk back into the water. After a long time, she calmed down. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you. Now the Ruyang mansion is responsible for governing the Jin kingdom and the Qin kingdom. Our main army has been recruited by Genghis Khan and led by my brother Wang Baobao to the west. During this period, we can't take any military action against the Jin kingdom and the Qin kingdom. But we can't let the two countries be too comfortable. Now, you have swallowed 100,000 elite soldiers of the Qin kingdom. Then, there is the rebellion of the three border defenses. No matter who wins in the end, they will be greatly weakened. They are nothing to worry about. So, only the Jin kingdom is left. We don't want to see a unified and stable Jin kingdom. So, I came to the Jin kingdom to provoke the kings to fight for the throne. The more chaotic the Jin kingdom is, the better. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Min would be so honest. She easily revealed all her plans. Judging from the information he had, what Zhao Min said should be similar to what she actually thought. He soon realized that all of Zhao Min's plans were open and aboveboard. It didn't matter even if others knew about it. Because everyone's desire would be infinitely magnified in front of the throne. Wan Yinyong, who supported Zhao Min, couldn't guess what her purpose was. But so what if he knew? Compared to the throne, what was the threat of the Mongolians in the future? Seeing him fall into silence, Zhao Min giggled and said, "What do you think? Our interests should be the same, right? The Mongols want the Jin kingdom to be more chaotic, the better. I'm afraid your Golden Snake Battalion also thinks so." Song Qingshu's heart suddenly moved. Although Zhao Min was smart, she was not omniscient. Because she didn't know the relationship between him and the Qin kingdom, there was a big deviation in her judgment. Indeed, from the perspective of the Golden Snake Camp, the more chaotic the Jin kingdom was, the better it was for the Golden Snake Camp. But the Golden Snake Camp was only one of his forces. The interests of the Golden Snake Camp didn't represent his overall interests. It should be known that in his heart, Mongolia was his biggest enemy. But he was not stupid enough to tell all of this to Zhao Min. He followed her words and said, "Yes, our interests are indeed the same to some extent." "Then shouldn't you let me go?" Zhao Min smiled sweetly and kept winking at him. "I can let you go, but..." Song Qingshu changed the topic. "I went through a lot of trouble to capture you, and I can't just let you go like this. Besides, according to your Mongolian customs, the captive needs to pay a ransom to redeem himself." "Ransom?" Zhao Min breathed a sigh of relief. "That's no problem. The Ruyang mansion may not have much, but we can afford a ransom." "Don't be so arrogant." Song Qingshu said with a smile, "I want a lot of ransom. 200,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver. Princess, you know that most of the Golden Snake Camp used to be bandits. They lived a life of blood and poverty. Now that they have a bigger territory, they can't rob the people in their territory anymore. As a result, the daily expenditure of the army's provisions is an astronomical figure. So I have no choice but to ask for money from you." Zhao Min gasped when she heard this. "Song, do you think my family has a mountain of gold and silver? The southern Song dynasty only gives 250,000 taels of silver and 250,000 bolts of silk to the Jin kingdom every year. You're asking for too much. Can't pay? Then there's no other way." Song Qingshu shrugged and pretended to leave. "It seems that you have to stay here for a while. I'll let you go when the Ruyang mansion pays the ransom." "Hey, wait." Thinking that she had to stay in the secret room for a long time, Zhao Min's face turned pale. She hurriedly stopped him. "But you're asking for too much. We can discuss it again." Song Qingshu shook his head. "There's no room for discussion. Unless..." Zhao Min looked happy. "Unless what?" Song Qingshu turned around and looked at her with a faint smile. "I have a strange problem. I love my country, but I love beauties more. If you're willing to kiss me, I might consider waiving your ransom." "Shameless!" Zhao Min said angrily. But after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Is what you said true?" Song Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He thought that Zhao Min wouldn't sell her beauty based on her proud character, so he nodded and said, "Of course it's true." Although this small-scale rebellion was quickly quelled, the knowledgeable people in the court knew that it would not end so quickly. The reason why it was so unusual was that the rebel soldier, Sun Jin, claimed to be the emperor's younger brother. The inspector general, the current emperor, only had one younger brother, the Chongqing prince, Wanyan Yuan. Some time ago, everyone thought that the Chongqing prince was doomed, but the emperor's next move surprised everyone. Not only did he not punish him for his disrespect, he even rewarded him generously to show his relief. Originally, everyone thought that the emperor would just laugh it off and show his magnanimity. After all, the emperor had been very friendly to the Chongqing prince recently. Who would have thought that when Wanyan Shui read the memorial to the throne, his countenance would change? He ordered the imperial bodyguards to imprison the Prince of Everlasting Victory in the imperial prison, and the soldier who had led the rebellion was escorted to the capital. The whole case was handed over to the prince's son-in-law, Tangqua. Song Qing was also very surprised. Tangqua Bian's presence in the court had always been very weak. Although he was the left premier, he was more well known as the husband of Gubai. Why would he be in charge of such a major case that involved a rebellion and a prince? It was not until Wanyan Liang came to find him that he understood the whole story. Because of the importance of the case, Song Qing's office was set up in the prison. To prevent corruption and outside influence, the emperor specially ordered that he was not allowed to contact anyone while the case was being handled. However, there were policies and countermeasures. Wanyan Kui's order could not stop people with ulterior motives. That night, Wanyan Liang wrapped himself in a cloak and sneaked into the prison. Perhaps they had bribed the relevant people. The prison guards tacitly ran to other places, leaving enough space for Song Qing and Wanyan Liang. After some small talk, Wanyan Liang and Song Qing quickly got down to business. First, he hinted that the reason why Song Qing received this task was the result of his operation and reminded him of the key to the case. "Brother Tangqua, the Chongqing prince is dead this time. All you have to do is give him a little push. I understand, but the matter still needs to be investigated thoroughly. After all, we have to stop people from talking." Song Qing laughed coldly to himself. Wanyan Liang's plan was to put him on fire and roast him. Following Wanyan Liang's instructions, he became a knife in his hand. Wanyan Liang would take all the benefits, but he would have to bear the infamy of killing the Chongqing king. But if they didn't follow Wanyan Liang's instructions, wouldn't that mean that they were openly breaking off relations with him? Song Qing didn't want to see this happen after investing so much in the early stages. Since ancient times, it has never been easy to make a pledge of allegiance. Song Qing sighed inwardly. Although he had exchanged partners with Wanyan Liang and was able to enter his inner circle, it was obvious that Wanyan Liang did not trust him that much. This incident was just a test. Hearing his answer, Wanyan Liang didn't think much of it. That's how it should be. The whole thing should be done beautifully and make people speechless. By the way, brother Tangqua, this is your chance to earn both money and sex, Wanyan Liang suddenly said with a smile. Earn both money and sex? Song Qing was confused. I'm telling you this because I treat you as one of my own. Wanyan Liang looked around carefully, then whispered in Song Qing's ear, "This time, Chongqing King's family will definitely put in a lot of effort to bribe Chongqing King. As the chief interrogator, you will be the most important person. There will definitely be a huge windfall waiting for you. It's not good to take the money but not do the work." Song Qing frowned. Wanyan Liang obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chongqing King, and at the same time encourage him to take bribes from Chongqing King's family. Wasn't it too dirty? What's not good about it? Wanyan Liang replied indifferently, "Chongqing King is dead this time. When the time comes, his family members will either be exiled to the army or become slaves. Who will have the ability to make big waves? Don't be afraid. This kind of thing happens every day in the capital. Have you ever seen anyone get into trouble because of this kind of thing?" Song Qing sighed inwardly. These officials were really cunning. Not only were they cruel and merciless, but they were also shameless to the extreme. However, now that he was in the mud, he couldn't pretend to be untainted by the mud without looking for trouble. He could only play along and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I think I understand what you mean about money. What about sex?" Wan Yanliang smiled strangely and said, "Chongqing Wangfei is known as Madame Peach Blossom. Her beauty is not inferior to your wife's." "Brother Tangqua, have you heard of her?" Song Qing replied calmly, "I've heard a little about her. Right now, Madame Peach Blossom is in the capital. For her husband's matter, she is running around everywhere. She should be begging you soon." Wan Yanliang winked and said, "For a woman to save her husband, anything that happens is reasonable." Song Qing secretly curled his lips. Wan Yanliang did not know Madame Peach Blossom's real identity, so it was not surprising that he had this kind of speculation. Why would Taj Tish sacrifice her innocence for Wan Yanyuan? For example, Wan Yanliang, the emperor, was only given a mouthful of knockout smoke. Your Highness's methods are really admirable. Since flattery was free, Song Qing did not mind numbing Wan Yanliang for a while longer. Wan Yanliang also laughed coldly in his heart. Madame Peach Blossom is now the emperor's woman. If you don't know what's good for you and dare to touch her, hee, when Goodbye becomes a widow, I will take good care of her for you. The two men with ulterior motives chatted for a while longer before Wan Yanliang left in a hurry. After all, he did not want others to suspect that he was the one who had caused trouble. Not long after Wan Yanliang left, another uninvited guest arrived at the heavenly prison. Seeing the haggard young woman in front of him, Song Qing was startled and said, "Pinger? Don't call me that affectionately." Wan Yanping replied expressionlessly, "Last time, I said that we have broken off all ties." Song Qing knew that she was referring to the incident at the laundry brothel. Because she had been tricked by his letter, she suspected that he was the mastermind behind the incident at the laundry brothel. From then on, she thought that all the tender and sweet feelings she had shown him were just to use her. Song Qing thought that it was better to just get the pain over with. From then on, the young woman who had been so obedient to him became the vicious and merciless head of the laundry brothel. Okay. Song Qing could only reply in a businesslike tone, "Why did you come so late at night?" "Are you sure?" Song Qing frowned. To be honest, he couldn't figure out what Zhao Min was thinking. "Are you coming over or not?" Zhao Min's angry look melted Song Qing's heart. He hurriedly moved closer. "Squat down." Seeing Song Qing standing next to the bathtub and looking down at her, Zhao Min's face turned red. She hurriedly pressed her body against the wall of the bathtub. Fortunately, there was a thick layer of flower petals on the water surface. Otherwise, he would have seen everything. "You're not really going to kiss me, are you?" Song Qing stared at her with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. "What are you talking about?" "Hurry up and squat down," Zhao Min said angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and squat down." Although Song Qing felt that it was a little strange, he still squatted down. After squatting down, he was about to turn around and say something to Zhao Min. Who knew that Zhao Min's head would move closer and her soft lips would tightly press against his. Song Qing was startled. Zhao Min, however, shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. She was embarrassed and angry. "Why did you suddenly turn around?" Originally, she only wanted to kiss Song Qing's cheek. Who knew that he would suddenly turn around and cause the situation of their lips touching? Touching his lips, there seemed to be a lingering fragrance of a beautiful woman on it. A smile appeared on Song Qing's face. "You didn't say that I couldn't turn around." "Scoundrel." Zhao Min spat and turned her head to the side. "Okay, now that we've kissed, it's time for you to keep your promise and let me go." "So the princess has long had a special liking for me?" Song Qing said with a smile. Zhao Min hurriedly said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just trying to maximize the benefits of the negotiation. Compared to the 20 taels of gold and 100 taels of silver that you're asking for, a mere kiss is nothing." Song Qing calmly looked at her and gently said, "But in my heart, 20 taels of gold or 100 taels of silver are far less precious than a kiss from you." Zhao Min was stunned. Although she knew that the other party was probably coaxing her, she couldn't help but feel touched when she heard his sincere words. However, she was worried that Song Qing would see through her, so she hurriedly curled her lips. "There are so many girls around you. I'm afraid that they have fallen for your sweet words. Unfortunately, I'm not that kind of silly girl." Song Qing smiled and didn't explain further. He said directly, Princess, it doesn't matter if I'm being insincere or insincere. Anyway, I'm a man of my word. You can leave later. He did not really abandon the Golden Snake Camp because of women, but he had a deeper consideration. Even though Golden Serpent Camp had many things to do and was short of funds, he had never thought of taking money from Mongolia. After all, he was fighting under the banner of driving out the Tartars and restoring China. Once he had financial dealings with Mongolia, it would be a bad debt that could not be cleared in the future. It would be easy for the enemy to use this as an excuse to shake the foundation of his righteousness. Therefore, he had asked for an exorbitant price just to tease Zhao Min and see how she would respond. However, he didn't expect that she would kiss him. Zhao Min hid in the water and didn't reply. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, the atmosphere in the room became a little ambiguous. Did I miss something? Goodbye walked in with a pile of clean clothes. She was keenly aware that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. No, nothing. Zhao Min said in a somewhat flustered manner. Sorry to trouble you, sister. Goodbye put the clothes next to the bathtub and smiled gently. I saw that your body shape is similar to mine, so I found some of my clothes. I hope you don't mind. Sister, what are you talking about? Zhao Min thanked Goodbye again. She saw that Song Qing was still standing in the same place from the corner of her eye. She immediately said angrily, I'm going to put on my clothes. Are you going to keep watching me? Song Qing shrugged. You can wear it. I don't mind. Noticing the two women's angry eyes, he hurriedly added, I'm just kidding. I'm going out first. After waiting outside the door for a while, the door was opened from the inside. Song Qing looked back and saw the two women standing together. It really made people not know who to look at. Song, I'm leaving. Perhaps it was because she had just taken a bath, but Zhao Min's face was tinged with a faint blush, which made her look even more delicate and charming. You're leaving in such a hurry. I wanted to keep you as a guest for a while. Song Qing looked reluctant. Bah, I don't want to stay here any longer. Thinking of the dark days that she had been living, Zhao Min could not help but feel a lingering fear. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she patted the hem of her dress and walked out. After a few steps, seeing that Song Qing did not make things difficult for her, she stopped and said, Since you keep your word, I can't be ungrateful. From today on, I will withdraw my forces from the Jin Kingdom, and you can do whatever you want here. She had thought it through thoroughly. Since Song Qing's purpose was to stir up trouble in the Jin Kingdom, there was no point for her to stay here. Moreover, there were urgent matters to deal with in the Ruyang mansion. It was impossible for her to stay here for a long time, so she might as well do Song Qing a favor. Where are you going? Zhao Min appeared and disappeared mysteriously all day long, which made Song Qing very curious about her daily whereabouts. Who asked me to be so unlucky? I was poisoned by the 3-corpse brain divine pill. You won't help me find the antidote, so I have to look for it myself. Zhao Min's face was full of hidden bitterness. According to the information I received this time, there are 3 places where Murong Jingyue might be. Daxing Mansion is one of them. However, I didn't find any clues while I was in the Jin Kingdom, so I have to look for the other 2 places. Where are the other 2 places? Song Qing asked hurriedly. Although there was still some time before the Duanyang festival next year, as long as the poison in Zhao Min's body was not cured, it would be like the sword of Damocles, making people unable to eat or sleep in peace. Zhao Min pursed her lips and shook her head. I can't tell you for now. Otherwise, there won't be a surprise the next time we meet. Huh? Song Qing was speechless. Zhao Min waved at him and gradually disappeared into the distance. Her bell-like laughter could be faintly heard in the air. While you are in the Jin Kingdom, help me keep an eye on Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. I believe you can't bear to see me die, right? Ha ha ha, Goodbye could not help but sigh. It seems that the relationship between you and Miss Zhao is not ordinary. You can say that we are both friends and enemies. Song Qing smiled and wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the beauty beside him. He blew into her ear and said, But my relationship with her is not as intimate as my relationship with you. You know what I mean. Goodbye's face immediately blushed and she cupped her fists. Chongxing Wang? Although he had already guessed why Wang Yanping had come, Song Qingshu was still surprised to hear her say it. As far as I know, you and Changsheng Wang don't share the same mother? She and Wan Yuan had the same father but different mothers, but she and Wan Yanrua were biological siblings. This time, it was clear that Wan Yanrua wanted to deal with Wan Yuan. Why would Wan Yanping help the one who was more distant? Wan Yanping sighed. Although we don't share the same mother, we have a good relationship. When I was very young, Taizong was the emperor and the descendants of Taizong were often bullied. I was the youngest and looked like a little girl, so the princes of Taizong's line loved to bully me. At that time, Changsheng Wang always stood up for me and was often beaten black and blue by the other children. Although we grew apart as we grew older, I still have to repay the kindness he showed me. Song Qingshu had an awkward expression. But you should know what the emperor wants with this case. That's why I came to find you. Although Wan Yanping pretended to be calm, if one looked closely, one could see that her eyes were filled with hope. Song Qingshu shook his head. This is a very important matter. I need to think about it. Wan Yanping could not hide her disappointment and her tone became cold. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you tonight. She turned and left, leaving Song Qingshu alone with a bitter smile on his face. Song Qingshu knew that she thought that he was speaking in a bureaucratic manner. However, she did not know that he was in an awkward situation. If he found Wan Yuan not guilty, not just Wan Yanliang, but even the emperor would not let him off. It would be irresponsible of him to make a promise before he could think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Thus, Song Qingshu did not give her the answer she wanted to hear. While he was in a dilemma, a few of the prison leaders had already gathered together to eat melon seeds. When Wan Yanliang had entered the prison, he had been completely wrapped up. They didn't know who he was, so they turned a blind eye to the generous gifts they had received. Later, when Wan Yanping came in, she didn't have so many concerns. She was the emperor's younger sister and a powerful person in the laundry yard. It wasn't hard for her to enter the heavenly prison and she didn't want to hide her tracks. Therefore, when she came and left, the other jailers saw her. Looking at Wan Yanping's tall and beautiful back as she left, a few jailers couldn't help but start discussing. TSK, TSK, TSK. These two legs are round and straight. If they were to be clamped, which man would be able to stand it? According to what you're saying, she won't marry? Based on my many years of experience, judging from the way she was walking just now, it was obvious that she was no longer a virgin. I really want to find that lucky man and ask him what it feels like to be caught between these two legs. Hee, you guys are quite bold. You even dare to talk about the Qi Kingdom's princess behind her back. Don't you know that she is a famous demoness in the laundry yard? Anyone who falls into her hands will end up in an incomparably miserable state. What's there to be afraid of? I've seen all kinds of high officials and nobles in the heavenly prison. Not to mention a princess, even a prince is locked up in there. I even personally hanged a prince in the past. That's right, that's right. It's good that the Qi Kingdom's princess doesn't commit any crimes. If she does and falls into our hands, when the time comes, do you guys dare to have some fun? Thinking about her usual cold demeanor as a demoness, when the time comes it'll definitely be great. Lower your voice. Although we aren't afraid of her normally, she's the sister-in-law of the newly arrived prince consort. If he hears about this, do you guys still want your heads? TSK, sister-in-law is always the brother-in-law's considerate little cotton-padded jacket. In my opinion, the man who took her virginity might even be the prince consort. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Just thinking about it makes me excited. That son of AB** tch Tang Qibian, his luck with women is a little too good. His wife is our Jin Kingdom's #1 beauty, Princess Gubai, and even his sister-in-law is as beautiful as a flower. That #1 beauty of the Jin Kingdom can't just be a bluff, right? I've seen Yanping, and she's already beautiful enough. I really can't imagine that there's a woman more beautiful than her. TSK, that's because you're inexperienced. Although I've never seen Princess Gubai, I've been fortunate enough to see Lady Peach Blossom, who's equally as famous as her. She's truly a fairy that descended to the mortal world. All the women I've slept with in my life can't even compare to a single toe of hers. Just a glance from her out of the corner of her eye made my whole body go limp. Tisk, that's because your kidneys are weak from going to the brothel too often. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Actually, there really is. You've seen her too? Just about, we're coming over, the man said incoherently. Everyone was shocked and looked up. Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. A girl as beautiful as a fairy walked in leisurely. Her jade-like jade-colored face was elegant and refined. Under the illumination of the fire in the heavenly prison, her rosy white skin looked even more delicate and charming. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, giving everyone the illusion that she was smiling at them. They didn't even react until the woman walked up to them. Hello, I'm Princess Gobai of the Dai Kingdom. I've already received permission from the Emperor to speak with the Prince Consort, Xianxia. Is he here? Hearing her voice that was as gentle as water, the jailers finally understood the feeling that their companion had mentioned earlier. They hurriedly replied, yes. The Prince Consort is in the innermost room. Why don't we take the princess there? The jailers all tried to please her, thinking that it would be good to stay with her for even a moment longer. There's no need to trouble you, big brothers. I'll go there myself. Gobai nodded slightly, and gracefully went to speak with Xianxia. The jailers stared at her back, and someone sighed, no wonder she's the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. She's so beautiful, it's as if she's glowing. I didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also so gentle to us servants. She's so perfect. I don't dare to hope for anything else. If I can just lick her shoes, I'll be satisfied. You're so useless. Isn't the goddess you can't bear to desecrate under Tangqui's body every day? That son of AB***** Tangqui Bien, his luck with women is just too heaven-defying. He has such a beautiful wife and a beautiful sister-in-law. Don't be jealous. It's not easy to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. With such a beautiful wife, he must have done it 10 times a day. I guarantee he'll live 30 years less than a normal person. The jailers bragged in private, but they didn't know that their wild guesses were so accurate. Wang Yanping's virginity was indeed given to her brother-in-law, and the real Tangqui's life was indeed 30 years less than a normal person. Achoo! On the other side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose. Goodbye put a coat on him with concern, it's cold and damp in the heavenly prison. I've only been here for 2 days, and I've already caught a cold. Song Qingshu smiled, it's not like you don't know that I'm very healthy. I'm immune to the cold and heat. The sneeze just now was probably from some rascals talking about me. Goodbye blushed, and angrily punched him, you always like to take advantage of others. Because the feeling of taking advantage of you is too wonderful. Song Qingshu hugged her and said with a double meaning. I'm really scared of you. Goodbye blushed and pushed him away, I'm here for serious business. For the matter of Chongsheng Wang? Song Qingshu was deep in thought. Goodbye's eyes flashed with surprise, but she still nodded, yes. Song Qingshu laughed inwardly. This pair of sisters were really telepathic. They came one after another to plead for their half-brother. Why would you plead for him? As far as I know, the relationship between you and your brother can't be considered close, right? Goodbye sighed faintly, no matter how close they aren't, they're still siblings. Moreover, Imperial brother only has this one younger brother. Imperial father's bloodline is thin, and there are only a few males. Now that Wei Wang is dead and Chongsheng Wang is gone, Imperial brother is really all alone. Right now, Imperial brother is angry. When his anger subsides, he will definitely regret this matter. As his younger sister, I have to find a way to share his burden. Song Qingshu thought to himself, if you knew that Wan Yan Shui was treating Wan Yan Yuan this way in order to legitimately occupy his sister-in-law, how would you react? However, there was no need to say these dirty things in the palace to taint Goodbye's pure heart. Song Qingshu replied, actually, Ping came to find me just now. Did she have the same goal as you? You agreed to her request? Goodbye's expression brightened. Song Qingshu shook his head, no, this matter involves too many people. If I'm not careful, I'll bring trouble to myself. But since you've asked, I won't make things difficult for Wan Yan Yuan. I'll handle this matter impartially and won't let anyone frame him. Goodbye also knew that this matter was very difficult to handle. Dealing with Wanyan Yuan was obviously the emperor's will. If Song Qingshu agreed, he would definitely be under a lot of pressure and risk. Moreover, he wasn't the real Tang Qibian, yet he was willing to take such a risk for her. Goodbye couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. You're so good. Holding her soft and delicate body, Song Qingshu whispered in her ear, stay with me tonight. No. Goodbye immediately hid to the side as if she had been pricked by a hedgehog. She was worried that she would hurt Song Qingshu's feelings, so she hurriedly explained, when I came in, so many people saw me. If I spend the night here, how will I be able to raise my head in the capital? When you return home, I'll do whatever you want. From the beginning, Song Qingshu knew that she was thin-skinned and would definitely not agree. He said this just to tease her, but he didn't expect that there would be a pleasant surprise. Then it's a deal? Yes, Goodbye murmured softly, I'll go back first. After saying this, she didn't wait for him to agree and ran away as if she was escaping. Song Qingshu didn't mind, but the prison guards outside who were looking forward to seeing the first beauty of the Jin Kingdom suffer. They wanted to talk to the first beauty of the Jin Kingdom again and admire her beauty, but who knew that after she came out of the room, she didn't have the slightest intention of staying. Looking at her quickly disappearing figure, the prison guards couldn't help but feel lost. Just as they were feeling down, one of them suddenly exclaimed, Am I seeing things? Why is there another woman who can bring calamity to the country? Hearing his comrade's exclamation, another jailer impatiently said, Don't make such a big fuss out of nothing. How can there be so many women who can bring disaster to the country and the people in this world? That's right, I don't believe there's a woman in this world who can bring disaster to the country and the people more than the princess of the Dai Kingdom. The remaining people were still immersed in the amazement brought about by the Jade Songbi and were somewhat unconvinced. It's true, it's true. She's a liar for 3 months. Seeing that his companions didn't believe him, the first person who cried out in alarm immediately became anxious. He swore the fiercest oath that was usually circulated among the few of them. Hearing his words, the rest of the people raised their heads doubtfully. They had only just taken a glance when the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air sounded in the room. What's wrong with today? The woman I've seen is more beautiful than all the women I've seen in the past few decades combined. We've really lived our lives like dogs. We wouldn't even dare to dream of such a woman. She seems to be Madame Peach Blossom. The jailer who claimed to have seen Madame Peach Blossom widened his eyes and suddenly exclaimed. What? The others were instantly stunned. This was Madame Peach Blossom, whose beauty was on par with the Jade Songbi. No wonder she was so beautiful. Faintly hearing their discussion, Tadish couldn't help but emit a murderous aura. However, she knew that the imperial prison wasn't a place for her to act recklessly. She could only forcefully suppress the displeasure in her heart. The accompanying servants had long since gone to negotiate with the few jailers. Although the emperor had explicitly forbidden anyone from coming into contact with the people inside, as the ever-victorious princess consort, Tajkis had accumulated quite a lot of connections over the years. Therefore, she had her own methods. It didn't take long for the servant to finish communicating with the prison wardens. Sensing that they were secretly pointing at her, she snorted coldly in her heart and walked inside without saying a word. This Madame Peach Blossom came to the imperial prison not to look for her husband, but another man. Isn't this too strange? Tang Qibian is the presiding judge of the Chongqing prince's case. Of course she would look for him to smooth things over. How would you guys smooth things over? Is there even a need? Although Madame Peach Blossom has a noble status, her status is useless now that the Chongqing kingdom is in a precarious situation. Isn't her delicate body the best bargaining chip? Square root. What kind of karma did your Tang Qibian do in his past life? His luck with women is just too heaven-defying. His wife is the most beautiful woman in the Jin kingdom. No, he also has a lovely sister-in-law. Now even Madame Peach Blossom, a beauty who can bring disaster to the country and people, has come to him. Damn it. Comparisons are odious. These women are destined to be beyond the reach of people like us. It's better to discuss which girls are more practical. In the beginning, a few hot-tempered men commented on every woman who came in with great interest, but the repeated blows made them a little numb. Thinking that they were destined to never have any interaction with such women in their lives, the few of them lost interest and changed the topic to other places. Seeing Tosh kiss again, Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire her foundation in disguise. She was obviously a pure-blooded Western regionalist, but with simple makeup, she was able to conceal the unique features of a Western regionalist. Looking at her now, apart from her whiter skin and slightly higher nose, she was no different from a Central Plains woman. I wonder how she concealed the color of her eyes. Could she be the inventor of the cosmetic contact lenses in the future? Guessed Song Qingshu with great interest. Actually, just this alone wouldn't have caused Song Qingshu, who was also a master of disguise, to gasp in amazement. Tosh Kiss's makeup was ingenious. Although she concealed the unique features of a Western regionalist woman, her appearance was almost identical to her original appearance. How could this be called disguise? It was simply art. May I know the purpose of Changshan consort's visit so late at night? Even though Song Qingshu was clear of her intentions, he still asked out of courtesy. Tosh Kiss had been depressed for the past 2 years. Originally, because of her daughter, the Persian Ming dynasty, which she had been worried about for decades, had finally stopped pursuing her. Originally, she believed that with her daughter as the cult master, she could return to her hometown and spend the rest of her life contentedly. In the end, when she arrived in Persia, she realized that the situation at the Ming dynasty was extremely grim. The Mongolian cavalry could trample through the vulture nest at any time. For the sake of her daughter and herself, Tosh Kiss volunteered to return to the Central Plains, intending to use the gene to contain the Mongols. Unexpectedly, just as she returned, she discovered that her cheap husband was actually on the verge of death. She had no choice but to take the risk and enter the palace, using her beauty to exchange for her husband's safety. Just as she was discussing with完颜Yuan about seizing the throne, she planned to use her influence to have完颜Yuan start a war with the Mongols, giving the Persian dynasty some breathing space. Who would have expected that just as she began her preparations, the incident of Sun Jin's rebellion occurred, dragging完颜Yuan into it. She entered the palace several times, but no matter how she pleaded with the emperor, he refused to relent. It seems that this time,完颜Yuan has made up his mind to kill her. With no other choice, Tosh Kiss sought out the presiding judge, Tanqua, to see if she could influence the final outcome through him. After all, in the case of Sun Jin's rebellion,完颜Yuan was definitely wrongly accused. Tosh Kiss was feeling vexed. Only after hearing Song Qingshu's question did she regain her composure. Revealing a bitter smile, she said, "Consort is an intelligent man, why ask when you already know the answer?" Song Qingshu wagged his finger and said, "Men will always become stupid in front of beautiful women." Hearing him praise her beauty so directly, Tosh Kiss couldn't help but be moved. Is he hinting at something? Even though she had made ample preparations before coming here, she still couldn't help but feel a trace of disgust. Consort's wife is our Jin Kingdom's #1 beauty. How could an ordinary beautiful woman cause ripples in Consort's heart? Tosh Kiss faintly sighed. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. This woman was purposely changing the topic to something ambiguous. However, he would have to deal with it as it came. Who was afraid of who? Madame Peach Blossom's reputation has spread far and wide. Naturally, she isn't an ordinary woman. Song Qingshu followed up on her words. Tosh Kiss's sneer grew deeper in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she took out a gift box that she had prepared earlier and handed it over. I heard that Consort was attacked by an assassin in Kaifeng not long ago. Here, I have gathered quite a number of healing panaceas. I hope they will be of help. Song Qingshu gently pried open the box, revealing a thick stack of banknotes and jewels inside. He couldn't help but chuckle as he pushed the box back. Madame Peach Blossom, I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with this case. Although your gift is good, I'm afraid that I won't have the life to spend it. Moreover, I'm not interested in gold and silver. For me to risk my life for this, hee. I'll have to disappoint Madame's good intentions. Tadish's expression changed. She took a deep breath to calm the anger in her chest and revealed a charming smile. I wonder what Prince Consort is interested in. What are you willing to risk your life for? The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth curled up slightly. I wonder if Madame has ever heard of the saying of the Han, dying under a peony flower and becoming a ghost is still a romantic. Tadish's expression finally changed. Strictly speaking, this was no longer a hint but a clear indication. She bit her lips and thought to herself, these nobles are really ruthless. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything in this situation. Fine. As long as this case is solved safely, I'll agree to whatever prince consort desires. With things having come to this point, there was no need to beat around the bush anymore. Tadish immediately laid out her bargaining chip. Song Qingshu immediately laughed. Madam, you wouldn't want me to risk my life with an empty promise, would you? Tadish cursed inwardly, but her face was smiling like a flower. I wonder how Prince Consort would be willing to trust me. Song Qingshu replied, words have no proof. Of course, I'll write it down in black and white. Tadish was startled. She originally thought that Tang Qibian would make a move on her today. Who knew that he would be so gentlemanly? Song Qingshu secretly sneered. Others may not know your methods, but how could I not know? I don't want to end up like Wan Yan Kong, being sprayed with a mouthful of knockout smoke and then having a night of pleasure in my sleep. Even though he was prepared and Tadish's bewildering smoke couldn't reach him, he didn't wish to expose his identity. More importantly, because of Song Bai and Wan Yan Ping, he had already decided to try his best to protect Wan Yan Yuan. Whether Taj Tish came to beg him or not, the result would be the same. However, Song Qingshu had always been a bastard who did not take advantage of others. Since Taj Tish had delivered herself to his doorstep, who wouldn't be willing to take advantage of her empty-handed? Even though she was shocked, Tadish heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, when she used the sleeping gas on Wan Yan Yuan or Wan Yan, she had to plan thoroughly before executing it. This time, in the special environment of the imperial prison, she didn't have much confidence. It would be best if she didn't use her final trump card. As for the promise she signed, how effective would it be? If he didn't admit it after the matter, would he dare to report it to the emperor? With this thought in mind, she very cooperatively signed the written pledge. Song Qingshu solemnly kept it. Madam, you may return and await my news. In the future, I will bring this written pledge to you to collect the remuneration you deserve. Taj Tish sneered in her heart, but maintained a gentle smile on her face. Many thanks for Prince Consort's assistance. Gazing at her departing figure, Song Qingshu glanced at the written pledge in his hand. Of course, he knew that under normal circumstances, such a thin piece of paper wouldn't be of much use. However, as long as one possessed formidable strength as a backing, this piece of paper could provide one with legal sovereignty. Regardless of whether it was in this world or his previous world, though something like a title was illusory, it was extremely useful. A few days later, the case of Sun Jin's rebellion, which was the focus of the court's civil and military officials, finally came to a conclusion. Song Qingshu presented the testimonies of Sun Jin and related individuals, proving that his title was a random one that was coincidentally related to Wan Yan Yuan. In the end, Song Qingshu found Wan Yan Yuan innocent and released him. Once this result was out, some were happy while others were sad. Song Bai narrated everything that had happened during this period of time in front of her husband's memorial tablet in the secret chamber. In the end, she sighed faintly. Wugu La, he treated me really well, just as well as you used to treat me. This time, for me, he even risked offending my brother. I'm really touched. If your soul is in heaven, I wonder if you will blame me. In the palace, Wan Yanping was in her boudoir, looking at the portrait on the wall with a blushing face. This was the portrait she had secretly painted for her brother-in-law, Tang Qibian, to relieve her daily pain of lovesickness. Later, when the incident occurred in the laundry yard, she took down the portrait in a fit of anger. However, she couldn't bear to destroy it, so she finally hung it up again. She muttered to herself, brother-in-law, I forgive you. When the news reached Prince Chongqing's mansion, the Persian three emissaries couldn't help but discuss it. That Tang Qibian is really a man of his word. With the saintess personally taking action, what kind of man wouldn't bow down to her skirt? Haha, when Prince Chongqing returns, we have to speed up the process of helping him ascend the throne. I'm afraid the main altar won't last long. Taj Tish automatically blocked out the chatter of the three emissaries. Looking at the sky outside the window, her heart was filled with curiosity. That man actually did it. But what made him so confident that he wasn't afraid that I would go back on my word? In Prince Su's mansion, Wan Yanyong was in a daze. Previously, Zhao Men had mysteriously disappeared, and later, even her subordinates had withdrawn one after another. No matter how slow he was, he knew that he had been abandoned by Zhao Men originally. The incident with Prince Chongqing had given him a chance to turn things around. Once Prince Chongqing was executed, he still had a good chance of inheriting the throne. But he had never expected that this would be the result he had been waiting for. In Prince Hailing's mansion, Wan Yanliang angrily smashed a few teacups. Tang Qubian, that ingrate. I warned him so many times, but he dared to disobey my orders. Beside him, Tu Danjing hurriedly comforted him. Your Highness, please calm down. Tang Qubian is such a good friend. There must be some misunderstanding. Why don't you go and ask him? Wan Yanliang was already a thorn in his heart because of the exchange of partners that night. When he heard his wife defending Tang Qubian, the scene of her having sex with Tang Qubian appeared in his mind. His face immediately darkened. What's there to ask? He's just an untamed wild dog. If you're defending him like that, don't tell me you've fallen for him? Tu Danjing's face turned pale. Flustered, she replied, Your Highness, why do you say that? Fortunately, Wan Yanliang thought that she did not know about what happened that night. He had just said it casually and did not notice his wife's uneasiness. He waved his hand in annoyance. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to the palace. Not long after Wan Yanliang entered the palace, an imperial edict was issued from the palace. It reprimanded Tang Qubian for neglecting his duties and colluding with the prince. Sun Jin's case was sentenced to a heavy sentence. At the same time, Tang Qubian was also sent to prison to be tried together with Prince Chongqing. It was obvious that Wan Yanliang wanted to kill the Chongqing king. Song Qingshu didn't know the situation and declared the Chongqing king innocent. Wouldn't that offend the emperor? Moreover, Wan Yanliang couldn't wait to get rid of the Chongqing king as soon as possible. If the two of them cooperated, how could he be safe and sound? However, this was already within his expectations. He simply smiled, turned around, and walked back to the imperial prison. This caused the imperial guards to look at each other in dismay. They had never seen such a cooperative prisoner. It must be known that a moment ago, he was a high and mighty leader of the central government, and in the next moment, he was a prisoner. Almost no one could adapt to such a huge change. These imperial guards had seen many similar scenes over the years. Without exception, all the criminal officials were arrogant a moment ago, and in the next moment, they became soft prawns. Although there were many dirty things in the world and these guards were not necessarily good people, everyone had a hero complex in their hearts. Song Qingshu's unique temperament of not changing his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him made a group of people secretly admire him. Therefore, they did not make things difficult for him. They just politely invited him to the prison cell. They did not even put the normal handcuffs and leg shackles on him. After entering the prison cell, Song Qingshu directly sat cross-legged on the stone slab and closed his eyes to rest. He slowly perfected the final details of the plan in his mind. At this time, the prison leaders in the prison gathered together again and were discussing this matter. I knew that something must have happened between Madame Peach Blossom and him last time. Otherwise, why would he dare to declare the Chongqing king innocent? If it were me, I would also declare the Chongqing king innocent. As the saying goes, even if I die under a peony flower, I will still be a romantic ghost. Romantic my ass. His wife is not inferior to Madame Peach Blossom. This is too much of a loss. Hee, after he dies, who knows who his wife, who can bring calamity upon a nation, will end up with. And that beautiful sister-in-law. Sooner or later, she will have to pay back. Even if she pays back, it won't benefit us. Why are you worrying about this? That's right. In comparison, I'm more concerned about the time Madame Peach Blossom stayed in his room that night. Don't you think it was a little short? Sigh, now that you mention it, it seems to be the case. TSK. I couldn't tell. Tang Qubian looks strong on the surface, but he's just a spear that looks like it's made of silver. This is so F***king infuriating. A man like him actually has such a beautiful wife. It's simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. Are you going to take the Xianxia exam? Why are you always talking about literature? Can't I be cultured? My grandfather's generation was also a scholar. The group of people immediately burst into laughter. After your Tang Qibian's suffering, will those beautiful women from last time come to see him again? I think so. Even if others don't come, Princess Daigua is his wife. She will come. That's hard to say. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly apart when disaster strikes. Princess Dai is His Majesty's biological sister after all. After Tang Qibian dies, she can just find a new husband. There's no need to get on His Majesty's bad side. Princess Daigua is not that kind of person. The impression Gubai gave them last night was too good. Someone immediately argued in dissatisfaction. One of them casually raised his head and hurriedly pulled his companion. Stop fighting. Look, there are 2 more women who can bring calamity to the country and the people. The rest of the people looked up and saw 1 or 2 stunning beauties leisurely walking over. The older one was mature and beautiful, and when she walked, her plump and swaying buttocks made the others subconsciously swallow their saliva. The younger one was young and beautiful, and her flawless face made the big and burly men feel ashamed of their inferiority, not daring to look at her face directly. I bet these 2 seductresses are here to see Tang Qibian. Of course, if not him, then you? The rest of the people all expressed their agreement after seeing so many beautiful women come to visit them. Their reactions caused the 2 beauties to look at each other. After a moment of hesitation, the young girl skipped over to them with a pure and innocent smile on her face. Big brothers, we would like to pay a visit to Tang Qibian. Would you be so kind as to accommodate us? She blinked her bright eyes as she spoke. She had been able to mingle among the rich nobles like a fish in water for the past few years. She had perfected this trick a long time ago. Of course, the prison guards replied, but we hope that you will agree to one condition. What condition? The young girl's voice was as clear and melodious as an oriole's, but there was a cold glint in her crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled. We hope that you can ask Prince Consort Tang Qibian to answer one of our questions. The prison guards looked at her eagerly. The young girl was stunned. She had thought that these stinky men would have some improper thoughts. Who knew that they would ask for such a condition? She answered reflexively, It should be fine. The young girl thought that Tang Qibian would at least give her face. This way, please. The prison guards hurriedly stood up and led the way. Their enthusiastic attitude confused them. Song Qingshu was deep in thought with his eyes closed when he heard the commotion outside. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 2 beauties with similar faces. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you here? These 2 beauties were considered as seductresses as Gubai and Tajkis by the prison guards. In the entire Daxing prefecture, who else could they be other than Xianxia and her daughter? Xianxia wrinkled her nose in annoyance. We just want to see what's going on with you. She hesitated for a moment. Some things were not convenient to say in front of these outsiders, so she pointed at them and said, Look, these people have questions for you to answer. Song Qingshu looked at the prison guards in confusion. They all knelt on the ground and said excitedly, Prince Consort Tang Qibian, these past few days have been an eye-opener for us. The Princess of the Qi Kingdom, the Princess of the Dai Kingdom, Lady Peach Blossom, and these 2. All the famous beauties in the capital have come to find you. Any one of them is more beautiful than all the women we've seen in our lives combined. You must teach us how you manage to capture the hearts of so many beauties at the same time. There are sisters among them, and even mother and daughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. If we can learn even half a trick, we might not even have to pay to go to a brothel in the future. Genius 1 second remember love go away? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the end, Song Qingshu casually sent the prison guards away with a few words. He looked at the sulking Wanyan Zhongjie and Pucha Elihu, who had a strange expression on her face. Song Qingshu held back his laughter and said, All right. They didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Pucha Elihu smiled slightly. Her experiences over the years had made her calm. This matter didn't even count as a ripple, so she directly threw it to the back of her mind. But Wanyan Zhongjie was different. Perhaps it was because of what had happened to her mother, but also because of the rumors she had heard growing up, many of which involved the words mother and daughter. This made her extremely sensitive in this area. She unhappily snorted and said, "You sure are proud of yourself. We came to see you with good intentions, but in the end, we gave you face." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "No matter what, we are friends. There is no loss in giving a friend face." Friend? Hearing this word, Wanyan Zhongjie became even angrier. Is there a friend who poisons others? Back then, Song Qingshu had forced the mother and daughter to take the 3-corpse brain divine pill. Even now, she was still brooding over it. Zhongjie. Pucha Elihu hurriedly pulled her daughter back. She was more mature than her daughter and knew that in that situation, it was normal for Song Qingshu to use such a method. There was no point in arguing about this now. There was a more important matter. "Prince Song, we came this time to ask young master why he was so unwise. Why did he throw away his life for the ever-victorious king?" This was the benefit of Song Qingshu giving them the 3-corpse brain divine pill. Whether they were willing or not, their fates were now tied to Song Qingshu. If Song Qingshu thrived, they thrived. If Song Qingshu died, no one could cure the 3-corpse brain divine pill in their bodies. They could only die. So when they heard that something had happened to Song Qingshu, they immediately came to ask. "Mother, didn't you hear those prison guards just now?" Even Madame Peach Blossom came to find him. He must have lost his mind for a moment and lost his life. Wanyan Zhongjie sneered at the side. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not argue. It was Pucha Elihu who interrupted his daughter. "Don't talk nonsense. Prince Song is not that kind of person. He must have his own considerations." Her daughter's appearance was not inferior to hers now, but when it came to judging men, the two of them were not even half the same. Although Song Qingshu's words and actions were somewhat frivolous, she could see something in his clear eyes that ordinary people could not. She believed that he was not the kind of man who would delay business for the sake of women. Wanyan Zhongjie was a little unconvinced, but she had just reconciled with her mother and didn't want to embarrass her mother. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. "That day, Madam explained that I was your confidant. Now, I want to do the same. No one knows me better than Madam." Song Qingshu stood up. "That's right. Actually, I already expected this to happen. I just purposely let myself be thrown into prison." The main reason why he did this was because he didn't want to take the blame for Wanyan Xian and Wanyan Liang. After all, the Chongqing king had never done anything evil. Moreover, everyone knew that the Chongqing king had been wrongly accused. It was easy to kill the Chongqing king as Wanyan Xian and Wanyan Liang wanted, but afterwards, he became the executioner in everyone's eyes. After all, this world's rulers and ministers did not subconsciously question the emperor. Wanyan Liang had always been hidden in the dark, so most people did not know what role he had played. In the end, Tang Quobian became the target of public criticism. In Song Qingshu's new plan, Tang Quobian's reputation was very important. He could not allow himself to be tainted by this. It was better to do the opposite and let Tang Quobian, who had always been a bystander, gain a great deal of reputation. As for the danger that he would have to bear, Song Qingshu looked at the bars of the cell in front of him and laughed disdainfully. Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't help but say, "You make it sound like everything is within your calculations, but look at the situation now. You're in prison, and you could be beheaded at any time. It's just a prison. I can come and go as I please. How can it stop me?" Song Qingshu's tone was filled with arrogance. "It just so happens that I'm going to meet someone. Come with me." With that, Song Qingshu reached out and shook the door. The lock immediately broke in two. Pucha Elihu's expression immediately changed. "Young master, what are you doing? I know that you are highly skilled in martial arts, but breaking out of prison in public will definitely cause you to be wanted by the entire Jin kingdom. Please reconsider." On the other hand, Wanyan Zhongjie looked excited. She didn't care about her mother's worries. She had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts and couldn't wait for him to bring her to the hailing prince's residence and kill that beast with her own hands. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, madam. It's not that serious. Come with me." With that, he walked straight to the front. Pucha Elihu and her daughter looked at each other and had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. The group soon bumped into the prison guard. The guard's expression changed. He drew his saber and was about to warn Song Qingshu, but he happened to meet Song Qingshu's eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he returned to his original spot, as if nothing had happened. Pucha Elihu's heart was already in his throat, but when he saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Even Wanyan Zhongjia, who was beside him, had a look of shock on his face. He originally thought that there would be a tough battle, but who knew that it would be like this? Could it be that these guards had been bribed by Song Qingshu? No, he had clearly wanted to pull out his sword, but why did it turn out like that? When they walked out of the prison, the two women felt like they were in a dream. On the way here, the guards had treated them as if they didn't exist and allowed them to walk out. How did you do it? Wanyan Zhongjia pulled on Song Qingshu's arm, her face full of excitement and curiosity. Song Qingshu shook his head and said with a smile, secrets can make a man mysterious and charming. Angry. Wanyan Zhongjia was so angry that he stomped his feet. Pucha Elihu had been dancing on a tightrope for the past few years and had always been cautious. Seeing that he wasn't willing, she immediately pulled on her daughter, indicating that she shouldn't dwell on this issue. Young master, you were going to meet someone. Who was it? Pucha Elihu changed her tone and asked. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the hailing prince's residence. Weren't you all unhappy that I didn't allow you to take revenge on your own? Didn't you think that I was being perfunctory? Today, I'll let you experience the joy of taking revenge in advance. Song Qingshu paused, then suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around the two women's waists. The two women's expressions changed. Just as they were about to explode, they heard him say, I can't leave the prison for too long in case someone finds out. We need to hurry. Wanyan Zhongjia twisted his body, an unnatural expression on his face as he said, you can support my mother. I know how to move. Song Qingshu replied, you're too slow, and we need to hurry. He paused, then added, don't think that I'm trying to take advantage of you. If I want to take advantage of you, I'll do it openly. I won't hide it like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two women to refute him. He grabbed their waists and sped towards the Hailing Palace. When they arrived at an alley outside the walls of the Prince of Hailing's palace, Song Qingshu gently placed the two women down. Wanyan Zhongjia immediately jumped away with a red face. As for Pucha Elihu, he was much more experienced. He tidied up his hair that had been blown about by the wind as he tried to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Song Qingshu pushed off with the tip of his foot and flew to a nearby tree. He plucked a leaf and brought it to his mouth, blowing out a unique yet rhythmic melody. Looking at the man on the tree, his robes fluttering in the wind, he looked like he was out of this world. Pucha Elihu pulled his daughter to the side and said, Zhongjia, your mother couldn't open her eyes because of the wind. You're highly skilled in martial arts, can you tell how good his lightness kung fu is? Thinking about how he could only bury his face in a youth's chest, Pucha Elihu felt a trace of the young girl's heart throbbing. Wanyan Zhongjia shook his head and said, I couldn't see it clearly either. However, the distance from the imperial prison to here is more than half of Daxing Prefecture, yet he managed to get here so quickly. His lightness technique definitely far surpasses mine. Pucha Elihu smiled bitterly and sighed. Now we can only hope that he becomes stronger. Otherwise, if he dies, we won't be able to live either. Wanyan Zhongjia also had a depressed expression. This bastard actually used such a sinister poison. What kind of hero is he? The mother and daughter hid to the side and whispered to each other. Suddenly, the side door of the King of Hailing Palace opened and a woman walked out. She nervously looked around, and when she saw that no one was paying attention, she ran towards Song Qingshu. Mother, she seems to be consort Hailing? Wanyan Zhongjia rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Pucha Elihu was also shocked. Yes, it's Tu Danjing. She had been in the capital for so many years, how could she not recognize her? Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, COM. At this time, Tu Danjing also saw them and wanted to retreat. Song Qingshu came down from the tree and waved at her. Don't be afraid. Come here. Tu Danjing's eyebrows furrowed, but she still walked over. Wanyan Zhongjia couldn't help but look. And she couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other. Tu Danjing was the princess. Why she was so. I heard that you are trapped in the heavenly prison, and this concubine is trying to rescue you, but unfortunately. Tu Danjing said as she secretly glanced at Xianxia and her mother. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. One had to know that her relationship with Song Qingshu couldn't be exposed to the public, and now that it was seen by other women, if any rumors were to leak out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qingshu could tell that she was worried and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, they are all on the same side. Tu Danjing nodded and lowered her eyes, but everyone could see that she didn't think much of it. Before, they had only guessed that there was something between the two of them. Seeing their intimate actions and Tu Danjing acting like she was used to it, Wanyan Zhongjia and Wanyan Zhongjia were shocked. He had actually seduced consort hailing. Song Qingshu coughed and said quickly, time is of the essence. I'll be long and short. I came to find you because I need your help with something. Tu Danjing's expression brightened. Tell me what to do. Song Qingshu nodded and said, find a chance to tell Wanyan Liang. Suggest that he send me out of the capital to subdue the Chuanjin sect, which has never listened to the imperial court. Use this as a way to atone for my crimes. Tu Danjing frowned, I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. This time, you didn't do what he wanted, so he is very angry. He can't wait to kill you. Besides. She suddenly became a little hesitant. She looked at Song Qingshu's face and continued, he wants to use this opportunity to get rid of you and get his hands on the Jade Song. It is even more impossible for him to let you go. Song Qingshu smiled. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you tell him, he can take the opportunity to command the Pucha family to accompany me to Chongyang Palace. If there is a chance, he can transfer more than half of the forces loyal to the imperial court. He will definitely be tempted. Tu Danjing nodded. I'll try my best. I have to go back now. Otherwise, the servant girls will be suspicious. Song Qingshu opened his arms. Aren't you going to hug me before you go? Tu Danjing glanced at the two women and could not help but bite her lips. After struggling for a long time, she could not resist the voice in her heart. She blushed and threw herself into Song Qingshu's embrace. Song Qingshu lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After a long time, they parted. I haven't seen you for a few days. Wang Fei's body has become softer. In front of other women, Tu Danjing could not resist such teasing. She spat and ran back to the Wang Fu with a red face. Turning back to look at the two women in the wind, Song Qingshu's voice returned to normal. With Madame's intelligence, you should know why I deliberately acted so intimate with Tu Danjing just now. Pucha Elihu looked at him in a daze. Suddenly, she bowed to him. On behalf of my late husband, this servant thanks young master for his kindness. Of course, she knew what Song Qingshu meant. She had been humiliated by Wanyan Liang. Simply killing him was not a good way to vent her anger. However, Song Qingshu had given her a taste of her own medicine and caused Wanyan Liang's wife to suffer the same fate. Pucha Elihu immediately felt much better. As for dealing with Wanyan Liang, it is almost time. I hope that foreign will not wait patiently. Song Qingshu continued. Pucha Elihu smiled. Now that things have come to this, how can I still doubt young master? From now on, if young master has any requests, as long as we, mother and daughter, can do it, we will not refuse. Any requests? Song Qingshu silently cursed. If he asked the two of them to accompany him, he did not believe that they would not refuse. Of course, this kind of taboo thought only lingered in his mind. He quickly regained his composure and said, in the near future, there is indeed something I need Sister Xianxia to do. Wanyan Xianxia was startled. What is it? If everything goes according to plan, the imperial edict for me to leave the capital will arrive soon. I am worried about Gubai's safety, so before I return, you must secretly protect her. Gubai was, after all, a dignified princess of the empire. The guards in her residence were quite strict, and Xianxia's martial arts were passable. Most importantly, as a woman, it was easier for her to protect her. Song Qingshu made these arrangements just in case. No problem. I will protect Auntie. Xianxia nodded. Wanyan Xianxia froze and asked, what do you mean by worse than a beast? Song Qingshu had wanted to say worse than death, but he didn't expect that to come out of his mouth. Hearing Xianxia's question, he deliberately put on a straight face and said, in your eyes, Wanyan Liang is a beast, right? When the time comes, I'll be even more of a beast than him. Beside him, Pucha Elihu coughed lightly and blushed. Wanyan Xianxia also reacted and said angrily, you're shameless. Song Qingshu replied, as long as you protect the song by well, nothing shameless will happen. Humph. Xianxia stomped his feet and turned around, leaving only his back facing him. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart, this bastard is really too shameless, to actually have such thoughts. I really want to bite him to death, I'm going back to the imperial prison. Goodbye. Song Qingshu was also a bit embarrassed and hurriedly left after saying, ha. Seeing him leave, Xianxia couldn't help but run to his mother's arm and say, Mother, this bastard isn't a good person. We have to be careful in the future. Pucha Elihu laughed and shook his head. He was just joking with you. With his martial arts and the methods he showed in the imperial prison, even if he really wanted to do what we did, it would be a piece of cake. Why did he have to threaten us? I'm just lamenting why Gubai was so lucky to meet him when she was at her most helpless. Hearing his mother's lamenting tone, Wanyan Xianxia fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, if only he had appeared in front of us when grandfather and father were unjustly killed. That's right. Pucha Elihu also sighed. At this time, Gubai, whom they were envious of, was kneeling in front of the Hall of Benevolence and begging her brother. However, Wanyan Ju remained unmoved. Eventually, he became annoyed and couldn't help but say, it's just Tang Quebian. Even if he's dead, I'll just find you a new son-in-law. Why are you crying here? Gubai bit her lip and said with red eyes, my sister and the son-in-law are in love and won't remarry. The reason why Prince Consort Changxing Wang was acquitted was largely because I went to plead for him. So, if Imperial Brother wants to punish me, then punish me as well. Wanyan Ju narrowed his eyes and said coldly, it seems you're on Wanyan Yuan's side. Gubai raised his head and answered, I'm not on either side. It's just that Imperial Father only has a few children. Now that Prince Wei has unfortunately passed away, if even Prince Chongqing is gone, won't the empire passed down by Imperial Father fall into the hands of outsiders? Right now, Wanyan Rui was most afraid of people mentioning the matter of the throne. In fact, deep down in his heart, he would rather pass the throne to an outsider than to the Chongqing prince. However, he couldn't voice these thoughts out loud. Hearing that Gubai seemed to be speaking up for the Chongqing prince, Wanyan Rui couldn't help but fly into a rage. You and I are brother and sister, but I didn't expect that even you would betray me. You're not allowed to enter the palace without my permission. Gubai panicked. She hadn't gotten a pardon from Song Qingshu yet, so she wasn't willing to leave. Brother, Wanyan Ju waved his hand impatiently. Chase Princess Dai out. The eunuchs and palace maids quickly blocked Gubai's way and said coldly, Princess, please. Gubai knew her brother's personality very well. Since he said this, there was no turning back. With the eunuchs and palace maids blocking her way, Gubai looked at the person sitting on the throne not far away and felt that he was a stranger. Seeing this, Wanyan Ping turned to leave. Originally, she had come to beg her brother to pardon Tang Quebian, but with Gubai as an example, she knew that begging would be of no use. She might even end up harming her brother-in-law. She had worked in the laundry for many years and had developed a swift and decisive personality. Seeing that begging was of no use, she left the palace without a word and headed for the imperial prison. Song Qingshu had already returned to the imperial prison. As he was meditating, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he opened his eyes. Not far away, a suppressed scream could be heard, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Is someone trying to get rid of me in advance? Puzzled, Song Qingshu was secretly on guard. When he saw Wanyan Ping rush in, he froze. Why are you here? There's no time to explain. Wanyan Ping cut the shackles on the cell with her sword. Grab him and come with me. Song Qingshu didn't move. He looked at the blood on her sword and asked, are you planning to break into the prison? There's no other way. My brother is getting crazy and wants to kill you and Chongqing Wang together. I have no choice but to do this. Wan Yanping sighed inside. She had used her identity as the head of the laundry to sneak into the imperial prison. She would thank the heavens if she could save Tang Quebian before the guards could react. As for Chongqing Wang, she could only apologize. Song Qingshu shook his head. No, you're taking too much risk. Wan Yanping hurriedly said, no matter what, I'm my brother's sister. I can keep my life. You are different. My brother has already started to find a new son-in-law for my sister. Song Qingshu's eyes hardened. Wan Yanping didn't know the danger around her and was now seeking death. There was nothing to sympathize with. Ping-er, listen to me. I have a way to safely get through this. What you need to do now is to protect your sister. Even though she didn't need it, Song Qingshu was still moved by her actions. She was taking such a big risk to break into the prison. If she wasn't careful, she would be doomed. But when he thought about how her affection was for Tang Quebian, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. What can you do? Wan Yanping was so anxious that she stomped her feet. With this delay, the guards in the heavenly prison finally reacted. A large group of guards surged out from the alleyway, and when they saw the two of them, they couldn't help but shout, "Princess of the Qi country, you are so daring to break into the heavenly prison." Wan Yanping's face paled. With so many guards, she probably wouldn't be able to kill her way out. But it was fine. It wasn't a bad ending to die with her brother-in-law. But she had a strong personality. She wasn't willing to give up until the last moment. She grabbed Song Qingshu's hand with one hand and held her sword in front of her chest. "Brother-in-law, let's kill our way out." Song Qingshu reached out and pulled her back. He looked at her with pity. "Ping-er, why are you so stupid?" He then turned around to look at the guards. His voice was like the voice of the nine heavens. "Nothing happened here. You didn't see anything. Go back to your posts. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? SpeakNet, provide you with exciting novels to read." But what shocked Wan Yanping was that a miracle really did happen. The group of guards dispersed one by one with stupefied expressions, as if the entire jailbreak incident had never happened. "See, I didn't lie to you. I can go out whenever I want, and the reason I'm here is because I have to stay here." Song Qing turned around and smiled at Wan Yanping. Wan Yanping felt a chill run down her spine. The brother-in-law she was so familiar with suddenly became so strange. She subconsciously took a step back and put some distance between them. Song Qing sighed, "I know you have a lot of questions in your heart right now, but it's not convenient here. You should go home and protect your sister first. I'll explain it to you in detail after everything is over." Plus unspecified currency plus unspecified currency plus unspecified currency, greater than or equal to, Wan Yanping nodded mechanically. Even when she left the prison and saw the sunlight outside, she was still in a daze. She subconsciously walked towards Tang Que's mansion. The servants in Tang Que's mansion were already familiar with this sister of the matriarch, so no one stopped her or notified her. As Wan Yanping walked around the mansion, she suddenly realized something. Sister must know something, so she pulled a servant over and asked, "Where is my sister?" "Madam is receiving a guest in the main hall." "What guest?" Wan Yanping was confused. "I think it's King Hailing." Wan Yanping was shocked and hurried towards the main hall. At this time, in the main hall, Goodbye looked at the person who killed her husband. She finally calmed down and squeezed out a smile. "Brother Hailing, what brings you here?" Wan Yanliang noticed her unnatural expression, but he thought that she was overworked because of her husband's imprisonment and looked a little haggard. But even so, it didn't hide her charm at all. Instead, it gave her a kind of pitiful charm. She really is a gift from the heavens to men. Wan Yanliang secretly sighed in admiration. He thought about how he could ride on her that night and felt a strong sense of accomplishment of conquering her. "I heard that something happened to Brother TangQue, and I was worried that royal sister would be too sad and hurt her body, so I brought some tonics to visit her," Wan Yanliang replied. Goodbye glanced at the gifts beside him and suppressed the disgust in his heart. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wang, but I'm fine. Now that there are no men in the mansion, it is not convenient for me to keep Brother Wang for a long time, please forgive me." At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after he left, he would burn all the things he had brought with him. No, he would even burn the chair he had sat on. Wan Yanliang was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would ask him to leave so quickly. However, the other party's cold attitude made him even more irresistible. He had seen countless women, and it was no longer interesting to play with those who threw themselves into his arms. It was better to conquer the heart and mind of such a cold woman step by step. That would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. He said unhurriedly, apart from visiting my sister, I'm also here to ask her if she wants to save Tang Quebian. Gubai was still troubled by this matter. Hearing this, she was no longer in a hurry to chase him away. Does Brother Wang have a way? Of course I have a way. Wan Yanliang deliberately paused to keep Gubai in suspense. Gubai frowned. She had a bad feeling about this, but she still went along with his words. I hope Brother Wang can enlighten me. Wan Yanliang deliberately sighed. This case is the Emperor's idea. It won't be so easy to save him. Gubai calmly replied, Brother Wang has always been resourceful. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Wan Yanliang frowned. He realized that these methods of dealing with ordinary women were not effective on Gubai. It seemed that he had to change his method. Since we've come to this point, I'll be straightforward. I do have a way to save Tang Quebian, but why should I take such a big risk to save your husband? Gubai laughed coldly inside. She knew that her fox tail had finally been exposed. From Brother Wang's tone, it seems that you want a reward. What does Brother Wang want in return? The strange feeling in Wan Yanliang's heart grew stronger. Gubai was a little too calm. It was very different from the dejected look he had imagined. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that everything was within his control. He directly said, Sister Wang is a smart person. You should know what I want. Gubai's expression turned cold. Forgive me for being stupid, but I really don't know what you want. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, she didn't even want to call him Brother Wang. Since Sister Wang is playing dumb, then I'll be straightforward. Wan Yanliang chuckled. You are what I want. Spend a night with me, then I'll help you save your husband. Gubai opened her red lips and spat out a single word. Scram. Wan Yanliang was stunned. He didn't think that she would reject him so decisively. She didn't hesitate at all. Don't you want to save your husband? Gubai thought to herself, my husband is already dead because of you. But she also knew that revealing this matter now would only bring harm to herself. It would only put Song Qing in danger. She suppressed her anger. My husband is a man of indomitable spirit. I believe that he would never agree to sacrifice his wife's innocence to save him. You don't need to say anything more. If you don't leave, I'll call for someone to chase you out. Although Wan Yanliang was powerful, this was still her home. At the same time, it was also the ancestral home of the Tangqua family. She might not be able to kill Wan Yanliang, who was surrounded by guards, but just chasing him out was not a problem. Your husband is a man of indomitable spirit? Wan Yanliang laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. My good sister, you don't need to act so pure. Do you know that the man of indomitable spirit in your heart, in order to rely on me, gave you to me to play with? Do you still remember the time I came to your house as a guest? When he asked us to stay the night, did you think it was Tangqua who entered your room that night? To tell you the truth, he was the one who led me to stand at the door. After talking to you, I was the one who entered. Tisk, tsk, tsk. That night, you were really coquettish. That panting beside my ear, that fine sweat on your body, and that boundless passion of yours. Even now, when I think about it, I'm still excited. Wan Yanliang said a bunch of things in rapid succession. He had thought that Gubai would collapse on the spot. He would then be able to take advantage of this opportunity to break through her defenses and obtain this beautiful woman that he had been drooling over for a long time. Who knew that from beginning to end, Gubai's expression was very calm. It could even be said that she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Are you done? If you're done, then you can get lost. Gubai expressionlessly waved her hand. Wan Yanping, who had just arrived at the main hall, heard everything clearly. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. There was only one voice left in her heart, impossible, impossible, Brother-in-law can't be that kind of person. Starting from 12 noon tomorrow until 12 noon on the 19th, Zongheng will have a double monthly vote event. During this period, the monthly votes cast will be counted as double, so one vote will be counted as two votes. During this period, I will try my best to write as many chapters as possible. I hope that I can work together with everyone to see if I can make a breakthrough in the monthly votes rankings. After all, after so long, the highest I have been hovering around is in the 20s. I really want to experience what it's like to be in the front. In order to get the reader's support and corresponding feedback, the author will be more motivated, and at the same time, the author won't be exhausted to death. For the time being, we'll set a standard. In the future, we'll write 2 chapters a day. Starting from 12 noon, after the double monthly votes, we'll add 1 chapter for every 50 votes that increase the total monthly votes for Zongheng. Because I don't have any experience like this before, I'm always worried that if everyone votes too many monthly votes, let me think on the bright side for a moment, I'll be exhausted from writing. For example, if there are any godly rich readers, my manuscript will definitely not be able to make ends meet. So I need to make it clear to everyone in advance that if there are too many monthly votes and I can't keep up with the speed of writing, the missing chapters will be recorded and I will do my best to make up for it in the shortest time possible. Thank you for your support. Seeing that things were not going as he had expected, Wan Yanliang was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. His expression became ferocious as he said, "It's easy to make me leave now, but I'm afraid that you'll kneel down and beg me to come back." Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll raise my conditions. If you want to save your husband, then it won't be enough for you to accompany me alone. Call your younger sister. If you two serve me well, then I'll consider it. Wan Yanliang dared to act so brazenly in front of Wu Ji because he knew that this was not something to be proud of for Gubai. As a woman, she would subconsciously hide this matter. Secondly, he had just received news that because of Tang Qua's defense, Wan Yanren had ordered that Gubai was not allowed to enter the palace again. Even if she wanted to complain to the emperor, she could not. Thirdly, the Chongqing prince had already been killed. Before long, he would start a coup and replace Wan Yanren. She was just a princess, so he did not have to worry too much. Wan Yanliang couldn't help but tremble at the thought of having a gentle and moving elder sister and a charming and hot younger sister at the same time. Wan Yanping, who was outside the door, could not bear to listen any longer. She shouted and rushed in with her sword drawn. With a clang, one of Wan Yanliang's 4 guards, Tu Dan Ali, appeared in front of his master and blocked Wan Yanping's attack with his sword. Wan Yanping's wrist was in pain. She knew that she was no match for Tu Dan and could only stare at Wan Yanliang with hatred. "You're a beast in human clothing." Gubai frowned and shouted, "Guards!" Soon, a large group of Tang Qua's guards rushed in. Gubai pointed at Wan Yanliang and said, "Get him out of here." Wan Yanliang laughed and said, "There's no need to trouble the guards. I can leave on my own. Remember my conditions. When the time comes, ask your younger sister to come along." Ha 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 ha, seeing how arrogant he was before he left, Wan Yanping trembled with anger. She wanted to rush over several times, but her sister secretly held her back. "Sister, are you going to let him go just like that?" After Gubai dismissed the guards, only the 2 sisters were left in the hall. Wan Yanping couldn't help but ask. Gubai sighed and said, "Wan Yanliang has 4 bodyguards with him, and each one of them is a highly skilled fighter. There is also a team of bodyguards waiting outside the palace. If we really fight, we won't be able to hold him back. If we provoke him, it will be disadvantageous to you and me." Wan Yanping also knew that what she said was reasonable, but she felt very sullen inside. 2D princesses were forced into such a sorry state by a branch Wanya. What kind of world was this? It's all because royal brother is muddle-headed and useless, favoring such a crafty person. Wan Yanping angrily said. Gubai also had a desolate look on his face. My royal brother's character has always been rather feminine, and he has become even more so in recent years. He doesn't even care about his own kinship. He only cares about that position and is afraid that others will threaten him. Last time, Wei Wang was killed unjustly, but Chongqing Wang was innocent. Don't let him take the opportunity to implicate him. Now even brother-in-law. The more Wan Yanping spoke, the angrier she became. Other than the few people who had set up the plan, most of the people in Jing were confused by the recent changes. In the eyes of the two sisters, it was clear that the emperor had executed Wei Wang, but he was putting the blame on Chongqing Wang. After thinking about it, they could only think that Wan Yanliang had become so ruthless that he didn't care about anyone who was a threat to him. Even his own son and brother were no exception. Thinking about all of this, the two sisters fell silent. After a while, Wan Yanping remembered what Wan Yanliang had just said. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, "Sister, what Wan Yanliang said just now, is it true?" Gubai nodded, "It's true." "What?" Wan Yanping felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She thought about how her brother-in-law, whom she had always admired, had bought a wife for the sake of wealth. She thought about how her beloved sister had been humiliated by that beast. She felt all her hopes turn to dust and the world seemed to lose all color. Noticing her sister's pale face, Gubai also realized that her words had caused a misunderstanding. She hurriedly pulled her to sit down and said, "Ping it's not what you think. Listen to me." She then recounted what happened that night. Hearing that her brother-in-law had used a prostitute to deal with Wan Yanliang, and then used the plum to replace the peach, causing him to lose the rice used to lure the chicken, Wan Yanping's expression became very interesting. "Sister, are you saying that not only did Wan Yanliang not take advantage of you, but Wang Fei was also slept with by brother-in-law?" Gubai's face was red as she nodded. She had always been gentle and kind. If it wasn't to avenge her husband, she wouldn't have agreed to use such a lowly and sinister method. "Brother-in-law is good." Wan Yanping's face was full of excitement. "Just then, Wan Yanliang almost angered me to death. Brother-in-law helped me vent my anger." She was born in the royal family and was used to what happened in the palace. She was different from other women and didn't feel that it was inappropriate for her lover to sleep with another woman. Moreover, it was Wan Yanliang, that beast's wife. Gubai didn't think that her sister would have such an excited reaction. She didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly. Wan Yanping's expression suddenly changed and she became hesitant. The attentive Gubai quickly noticed her sister's abnormality and couldn't help but ask, "Ping what's wrong?" "Sister, there is something I've been suppressing in my heart and I don't know if I should say it." Thinking about the scene that morning, Wan Yanping felt irritated. Gubai smiled warmly and held her hand as she looked at her. "Ping in this world, you and your brother-in-law are the closest people to elder sister. What else can't I say?" Wan Yanping gritted her teeth. "Fine. Since you mentioned brother-in-law, I want to ask you a question. Did you do something to let him down?" Gubai's expression changed as she thought about the time she spent with Song Qingshu. If she didn't know his identity before, it wouldn't have mattered. However, after discovering his identity, the two of them lived a normal life as a married couple. Although she had always used the excuse of avenging her husband to numb herself, recently she became more and more aware that her body had let down her husband and her heart had started to let him down. Thinking about this, she sighed, "Yes, I did something to let your brother-in-law down." Hearing that she didn't deny it, Wan Yanping had a complicated expression on her face. "Sister, why are you so muddle-headed? Brother-in-law has always been good to you. Why did you do something like that? Besides, it's fine if you looked for someone else, but why did you look for a traitor who is an enemy of the Jin dynasty?" Even more today, 15th, at 12 noon, until the 19th, Zongheng will have a double monthly vote event. During this period, the monthly votes cast will be counted as double. One vote will be counted as 2 votes. During this period, I will try my best to write more chapters. I hope that I can work together with everyone to see if we can make a breakthrough in the monthly votes list. After all, after so long, the highest position we have is only in the 20s. I really want to experience what it feels like to be in the front. In order to get the corresponding feedback from the readers, the author will be more motivated, and at the same time, the author will not be exhausted to death. For the time being, let's set a standard. In the future, there will be 2 chapters per day. After the double monthly votes, for every increase of 50 votes in the total monthly votes for Zongheng, 1 chapter will be added. Because I don't have any experience like this before, I am always worried that if everyone votes too much, let me think on the bright side for a while, I will be exhausted from writing. For example, if there are some super rich readers, my manuscript will definitely not be able to make ends meet. Therefore, I need to make it clear to everyone in advance that if there are too many monthly votes and I can't keep up with the speed of updating, the missing chapters will be recorded and I will try my best to make up for it in the shortest time possible. That day, she had been coerced by Song Qingshu. Wan Yanping had no choice but to give in. Afterwards, she had tried to use the power of the laundry yard to capture him, but Song Qingshu seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of him. During this time, she had investigated many things about Song Qingshu through the information network of the laundry yard. The more she investigated, the more shocked she was. In the past few years, he had been like a bright sun that had suddenly risen into the sky, giving off blinding light. Even as an enemy, Wan Yanping admired him. Of course, when she thought about how he had bullied her sister and made the brother-in-law she admired a cuckold, this good feeling disappeared. Hearing her sister say this, Goodbye's expression changed. So you knew? Yes. Wan Yanping lowered her head. She was irritated and kept kicking the ground with her shoes. Actually, Xianxia had no choice. Goodbye sighed, I mainly wanted to avenge your brother-in-law. Avenge brother-in-law? Wan Yanping suddenly raised her head, her expression puzzled. Even though brother-in-law had been thrown into prison, he was still fine. Avenge what? Goodbye nodded and continued, last time, your brother-in-law was ordered to go to Kaifeng to capture Guojing and Huang Rong. On the way, he met Qing Shu and became sworn brothers. It was the most solemn kind of oath. Later, during the arrest of Guojing and Huang Rong, that dog Wan Yanliang took advantage of the chaos and sent a suicide soldier to kill your brother-in-law. He wanted to take the opportunity to push the blame on Guojing and Huang Rong. Fortunately, Qing Shu appeared and saved him. Otherwise, your brother-in-law wouldn't have died without knowing why. However, your brother-in-law's injuries were too severe at that time. He knew that he would definitely die, so he begged Qing Shu to disguise himself as him and come to Daxing Prefecture to protect me and the Tangqua family. He also tried to take revenge for him. In return, your brother-in-law gave the entire family and me to Qing Shu. Xianxia didn't know about these things at the beginning and didn't want to do anything to your brother-in-law. But later, I found out the truth and knew that it was all your brother-in-law's good intentions. So I forgave Qing Shu. As Goodbye spoke, she suddenly noticed that her sister's face was covered in tears and quickly wiped them away. Ping what's wrong? Wan Yanping raised her head mechanically. Sister, you mean brother-in-law is dead? Goodbye immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but exclaim, so you don't know? Wan Yanping shook her head dejectedly. Goodbye looked at her sister with pity. Since they had already spoken, it was better to get the pain over with. So, she pulled her sister back to the bedroom and took out Tang Quibian's blood letter from a secret drawer. She handed it to her sister and said, Ping this is what your brother-in-law wrote before he died. You, take a look. Wan Yanping shakily reached out to take the blood letter. Seeing the familiar handwriting and the eye-piercing bloodstain, she finally sobbed uncontrollably. Hearing her sister's cries, Goodbye's emotions were also affected. She couldn't help but hold her in her arms, and the two sisters began to cry. After crying for a long time, Wan Yanping suddenly stood up and walked out with her sword. Goodbye hurriedly pulled her back. What are you doing? I'm going to kill that bastard Wan Yanliang to avenge brother-in-law. Wan Yanping said through gritted teeth. Goodbye frowned, you've already tried. You can't even defeat one of his guards. How are you going to avenge him? Then we can report this to my brother and let him help us. Wan Yanping thought for a moment and continued. Goodbye shook her head, my brother is very fond of Wan Yanliang. Comparing a dead prince consort to Wan Yanliang, I'm sure you can guess who is more important. Moreover, we don't have any evidence. A blood letter from Wan Yanliang could be a forgery. In addition, Qing Shu's identity is very sensitive. When the time comes, will your brother believe Wan Yanliang's words or the words of an enemy of the Jin kingdom? Also, during this period of time, Qing Shu has been using Tang Quibian's identity. If he asks about it, we will all be found guilty of deceiving the emperor. At that time, not only will we not be able to avenge him, but we will also be implicated. That will be the last hope of revenge. Wan Yanping suddenly became anxious. Then are we going to do nothing and let that bastard Wan Yanliang get away with it? Of course not. Goodbye explained, Qing Shu has already started to avenge us. Wan Yanliang, that beast, has been plotting against us. Qingshu has made him suffer a double loss. If your brother-in-law's spirit in heaven knows, he will be very happy. Wan Yanping frowned, making Wan Yanliang a cuckold is just fooling around. When are we going to deal with Wan Yanliang himself? Goodbye replied, Qingshu mentioned to me before that simply killing Wan Yanliang would not be enough to appease your brother-in-law's hatred. Only by breaking up his family, destroying his reputation, and destroying his family is the real revenge. As for the specific details, Qingshu has not told me yet. Qingshu is Qingshu. You keep saying Qingshu so intimately, as if he really is your husband. Wan Yanping was immediately annoyed. He slept with you but only drew you a few big cakes. My good sister, why are you so silly? Goodbye smiled and shook her head. Qingshu is a good person. After getting along with him for this period of time, I am willing to believe in him and also believe in my foresight. Wan Yanping opened her mouth and finally shook her head helplessly. It's over, it's over. You have completely fallen. If brother-in-law's spirit in heaven knows that you have fallen in love with another man, he will be so angry that he will die again. Goodbye's face turned slightly red and she couldn't help but say, Humph, I get angry when you mention your brother-in-law. Isn't all this caused by him? If he hadn't set up such a trap, would I have slept with another man without even knowing it? What's more, when he became sworn brothers with me, he even made the most solemn oath on the grassland. You also know the customs of our Jurchen people. Now theoretically, Song Qingshu already has ownership over me. Wan Yanping was angry on the surface but she knew that this couldn't be blamed on her Jiejia. It was just that when she saw her Jiejia, who had always been in love with brother-in-law, had a face full of tenderness and sweetness when she mentioned another man, she couldn't quite get over it. The one in the heavenly prison right now is Song Qingshu? Wan Yanping was angry inside and asked with a pout. N. Goodbye nodded. No wonder he is so skilled. Thinking of the scene she had seen in the heavenly prison, she had been slightly dazed. But when she remembered that the other was Song Qingshu, who had created miracles in the past few years, and that the other had great martial arts, she understood. Suddenly, something popped up in her mind. Wan Yanping's expression changed. She looked at her Jiejia and said with a trembling voice, Jiejia, did brother-in-law already pass away when he was in Kaifeng? Then the brother-in-law who appeared in front of us was Song Qingshu in disguise? Basics Part 2. It was now noon on the 15th, and the total number of votes for this book was 550. Goodbye nodded, yes. That time, the person who went hunting with me was also Song Qingshu? Wan Yanping was both embarrassed and angry. She didn't know how to describe it to her sister. That day, I thought he was brother-in-law. With him, Goodbye pursed her lips, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You finally realized it? You were laughing at sister just now. In the end, you were also muddle-headed and slept with another man without even knowing. Wan Yanping's expression was uncertain. She suddenly realized something and raised her head. Sister, you know what happened that day? Goodbye sighed, I only found out after the fact. At that time, I saw your sweet and happy expression and didn't have the heart to pour cold water on you. I could only tell Qingshu to stay away from you. Song Qingshu is a bastard. Thinking that she had carelessly given her virginity to him, Wan Yanping almost fainted from anger. What he did to us sisters, what difference is there between him and that beast, Wan Yanliang? Goodbye pursed her lips and teased, who asked you to have bad intentions and keep thinking about your brother-in-law? This is the punishment that the heavens have given you. Hearing this, Wan Yanping was dazed and looked at her apologetically. Sister, are you blaming me for having improper thoughts about brother-in-law? Goodbye smiled and shook her head. We are sisters, and we have such a good relationship. I have seen your feelings for your brother-in-law all these years, and I have been waiting for you to ask me. As your sister, how could I not let you marry into the family? Who knew that you had a guilty conscience and wanted to be sneaky? I felt angry and funny at the same time. Since you like this, then I'll let you. Every time you came to find brother-in-law to go out to play, I turned a blind eye. I just didn't think that in the end, it would be Qingshu who took advantage of it. Don't mention that name, I get annoyed just hearing it. Wan Yanping pulled on her hair and was extremely frustrated. In her heart, Song Qingshu was just a very powerful and mysterious thief. She was both fearful and respectful of him. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would become her man? Thinking of him now, Wan Yanping felt complicated emotions in her heart. But I have no choice but to mention it. Goodbye rubbed her temples. It was obvious that she was also having a headache. He was sent to prison because of Chongshin King. If I hadn't begged him to release Chongshin King, he wouldn't have ended up like this. How could I leave him to die? Bye-bye Jia, you also went to beg him? Wan Yanping exclaimed, I also went to beg him not to make things difficult for brother Chongshin Wang. Goodbye was also stunned. Looks like we sisters really have a telepathic connection. Wan Yanping humped angrily, when I went to beg him, his attitude was cold. In the end, he ruled that Chongshin Wang was not guilty. I thought he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He took such a big risk for me. I was really touched for a while. In the end, he did it for you. Goodbye could not help but laugh. What's wrong, Ping-er? Are you jealous of me? Wan Yanping's face reddened. Who's jealous of you? I only have brother-in-law in my heart. Why would I be jealous of him? Goodbye sighed faintly. I didn't think that us sisters were fated to be entangled with one man. First it was your brother-in-law, now it's Song Qingshu. Wan Yanping quickly waved her hand and said, that's what you think. I've only ever recognized brother-in-law. If you want to remarry, just remarry. I'll always observe mourning for brother-in-law. Girl, are you purposely mocking me? Goodbye couldn't help but laugh and scold. You haven't married your brother-in-law and you haven't done anything with him. Why are you observing mourning for him? Your man is Song Qingshu, okay? Wan Yanping pouted and humphed, I don't care. I'll observe mourning for brother-in-law. Don't be ridiculous. Goodbye said with a headache, it's good to have me alone to observe mourning for your brother-in-law. You're still young, you can't waste your time like this. Wan Yanping looked suspiciously at her, you'll observe mourning for brother-in-law? I see that you're living with Song Qingshu right now, and you look like you're enjoying it. Goodbye spat and her face reddened slightly, I've already discussed it with Qingshu. In order for your brother-in-law to live forever in everyone's hearts, he will continue to live as your brother-in-law in Xingfu for a while and help your brother-in-law gain glory. Also, when we have a child, we'll let the child take your brother-in-law's surname. This way, your brother-in-law's reputation will not be damaged and he'll have an heir. Wan Yanping froze. She hadn't thought that her sister would think so deeply and thoroughly. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. That person is willing to let the child take brother-in-law's surname? Wan Yanping couldn't help but ask. In this world, unless there was no other way, no one was willing to let their child be adopted into another's family. Because once the child was adopted into another's family, it meant that the child had nothing to do with you. The child would only be responsible for the new family in the future. For example, the later Zhou Emperor, Chai Rong, had been adopted by the previous emperor, Guo Wei, and changed his name to Guo Rong. After that, all the official records stated that his surname was Guo and not Chai. Even after he ascended to the throne, he didn't think about changing his name back. He also didn't give any special treatment to the Chai family. As for why the later generations were more familiar with the name Chai Rong, it was because Zhao Kuangyin didn't inherit the throne properly. The Song dynasty officials intentionally changed him back to his original name. This was to create an illusion that if the Chai family could take over the Guo family's country, then the Zhao family could also take over the Chai family's country. Hearing that her sister was only willing to use that person to replace Song Qingshu, Goodbye knew that she hadn't gotten over it. However, it wasn't easy to forgive something like this when it happened to a woman. She didn't force it and only tactfully said good things for Song Qingshu. Sister didn't think that he would agree so easily. He really is a very gentle man. At this point, she couldn't help but think of some scenes that made her blush. That man really was very considerate and gentle. Wan Yanping couldn't help but snort, don't think of him as so noble. He has such a beautiful wife and he can play for free. He doesn't have to take any responsibility. If I was a man, I would also be willing. Goodbye couldn't take it anymore and grabbed her with a red face, you damned girl, how can you insult your sister like this? The two finally stopped after a while. Goodbye asked tentatively, you won't be unwilling to save him because you blame him, right? Wan Yanping shook her head, I am a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. He did help brother-in-law, I won't leave him to die. As for him, I'll deal with him for bullying me in the future. But what else do we have now? Gubai's face dimmed. Just now, I went to beg Imperial Brother. In the end, Imperial Brother not only didn't agree, he also decreed that I wouldn't be allowed to enter the palace again. Oh my, the number of books increased too fast. There were 111 chapters now, and 10 chapters needed to be added. It was a happy worry. I came here to tell you something, Wang Yanping said hurriedly. Just now, I went to the heavenly prison to break in. Break in? Gubai hurriedly checked her from head to toe. Are you injured? Are there soldiers trying to capture you now? Seeing her sister's nervous expression, Wang Yanping felt funny and touched. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Then she told her everything that happened in the heavenly prison. I couldn't figure out how brother-in-law did it, but now that I know he is brother-in-law, there seems to be nothing I can't figure out. That man is indeed capable. Wang Yanping recalled the information she had found about Song Qingshu over the past few years and couldn't help but feel a little lost. Yes, Qingshu is indeed a very capable man. Gubai couldn't help but sigh. Wang Yanping came back to her senses and heard her sister praising him again. She snorted angrily. Don't really think of him as your husband. You always praise him. Seeing Gubai frown, she hurriedly changed the topic. Since it's him in the heavenly prison, we really don't have to worry. With his martial arts, the heavenly prison can't stop him. He told me to come back and protect you. From his tone, he should have his own plans. Sister, you don't have to worry. Who's worried about him? Gubai snorted insincerely. Wang Yanping curled her lips in disdain. I wonder who was the one who looked like she lost her soul just now. Well, you damn girl, you only know how to make fun of me. Good sister, my good sister, I was wrong, okay? The two sisters immediately started to quarrel. Wang Yanliang angrily returned to the hailing palace. Xiao Yu and the other confidants were already waiting for him. Who made His Highness so angry? If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, Xiao Yu was Wang Yanliang's #1 confidant and also his #1 think tank. The two of them had a close relationship, so there was nothing to worry about. It's all because of that woman from Tangqua's family. Wang Yanliang said impatiently. He had nothing to hide from his confidants about Gubai. As for Tu Danjing, she had always been aloof from worldly affairs and never cared about his affairs. Tu Danjing frowned slightly. Although she didn't care about these things, she couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, now that a major event is approaching, you can't lose everything because of a woman. This prince understands. Wang Yanliang replied impatiently. Tu Danjing suddenly froze. She felt that there was a magical voice in her heart. Her eyes were dazed for a moment, and then she regained her clarity. Your Highness, actually, it is not difficult to obtain the song by. Oh? Does Wang Fei have a way? Wang Yanliang was a little surprised. Although Tu Danjing had never asked him about women, she had never taken the initiative to participate in such matters. What was going on today? He quickly realized that perhaps she was worried that he would make a mistake, so it was better to get rid of this matter first. Xiao Yu and the other confidants all prostrated themselves in admiration of Wang Yanliang. They thought that if it was their wives who knew that they were thinking about other women, they should be thankful that they didn't fight it out with them. But Wang Fei actually took the initiative to pursue another woman for His Highness. His Highness's ability to control his wife was really admirable. Tu Danjing smiled slightly and explained, a woman like Gubai is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. It is useless for Wang Fei to force her. It is better to show her kindness first and let her be grateful to Wang Fei. When a woman owes another man too many favors and has no other way to repay it, it is easy for her to be hot-headed and do something like repay the favor with her body. Cough. Even though Wang Yanliang was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush when his wife spoke so bluntly in front of so many subordinates. How can I make her owe me a favor that I can't repay? In this world, the deepest hatred is the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. On the other hand, the deepest kindness is the kindness of saving one's life, the kindness of saving one's husband. Your Highness, although you have fallen out with Gubai before, as long as you help her save her husband, she will have to owe you even if she doesn't want to. When the time comes, your highness will sincerely apologize to her for what happened before. Women are emotional creatures and will easily be moved by your highness, thinking that you have wronged your highness. At that time, with your highness's usual methods, wouldn't it be easy to chase after goodbye? Moreover, Tang Qubian has been saved twice by Wang Fei. How could he dare to stop Wang Fei? Tu Danjing replied. When Xiao Yu and the others heard this, they all exclaimed in unison, as expected, women understand women the best. According to Wang Fei's method, Wang Yi will not only be able to obtain the body of Daigua's princess, he will also be able to obtain her heart. Wan Yanliang, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't say it out loud. Usually, this method would work. But now, he couldn't use it. Firstly, this method required a slow fire, and the effects would be too slow. He couldn't wait any longer. Secondly, neither Tu Danjing nor Xiao Yu knew about him and Tang Qubian's overnight exchange of spouses. Today, he had impulsively revealed what happened that night in Tang Qubian's residence. Gebai already hated him to the core. How could she accept him? This method takes too long. It's not suitable. Wan Yanliang could only use this as an excuse. Tu Danjing frowned and quickly said, if Wang Fei wants it to be faster, there is a faster way. Wan Yanliang's expression changed. He suddenly became interested. Jing, listen. Tu Danjing replied, in order to make it easier for Gebai to accept Wang Fei in the future, Wang Fei must repay her for saving Tang Qubian. But how to save him is very important. Like this, Mo Wan, Yan Liang, and even Xiao Yu and the others became interested. They thought that Wang Fei, who usually didn't show off her talents, was actually such a powerful character. No wonder Wang Yi usually flirted outside, but Wang Fei's position didn't waver. Wang Fei is planning something big in the near future. Aren't you worried about how to deal with the Pucha family? You can use Tang Qubian to transfer the Pucha family's power away from the capital. Tu Danjing continued. How do we transfer them away? Wan Yanliang's expression turned serious. After many years of planning, everything was ready. All that was left was the final push. Once Chongqing Prince was removed, the only obstacle would be the loyal Pucha family. Most of the imperial guards in the palace were controlled by the Pucha family. Wan Yanliang had tried everything he could to win over the right deputy prefect Pucha Adi. His brother, Pucha Adi, was the left deputy prefect. His status was even higher than Adi's and he controlled more than half of the imperial guards. If a conflict were to break out, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Wan Yanliang had always been a person who planned things out before taking action. If he wasn't completely confident, he would never make a move. Thus, during this period of time, everyone had been vexed over this matter. Although he had used the incident at the laundry yard to express his goodwill to Pucha and Ah Hyut, the time was too short. This little bit of friendship was far from enough to pull Pucha and Ah Hyut's faction onto his war chariot. Thinking about this, Wan Yanliang hated Yang Gua to the core. He had spent so much effort to find Yang Gua and bring him back from the streets to acknowledge his ancestors. He had also pushed him into an important position in the Xianxia province. Firstly, he wanted to win over the Prince of Zhao, Wan Yanholia's faction. Secondly, he wanted to use Yang Gua's marriage to Pucha Qiutsao, the daughter of Pucha At. When the time came, Yang Gua would be on his side. Even if Pucha At didn't help him, he would still remain neutral. Who would have thought that Yang Gua would run away at the last minute, causing all his efforts to go down the drain? Thus, when he heard that Tu Danjing had a way to lure away this loyal force, how could Wan Yanliang not be excited? Tu Danjing thought back to what Song Qingshu had told her and her lips curled up. When Prince went to the Golden Snake Convention, didn't you meet the Mongols in an inn? That's right. Wan Yanliang's expression immediately darkened. When he had run into Zhao Min's group, although he had been very impressed by the legendary Princess Xiao Min, the Mongolians had many experts under their command, and he had been beaten into a sorry state. He had almost been unable to return, so that memory was not a pleasant one. I remember Prince saying that he saw the third-generation core disciples of Chongyang Palace having an ambiguous relationship with the Mongols? Tu Danjing asked. Chongyang sect's third-generation disciples, Yin Jiping and Zhao Zijing. There is news that Yin Jiping is the next sect leader. Wan Yanliang's heart skipped a beat as if he had caught on to his wife's thoughts. Tu Danjing smiled and said, "Isn't there a good reason? Colluding with the Mongols is the most taboo crime in the country. Let Tangqi atone for his crime and lead his troops to recruit the Chongyang sect. First, it will give the emperor a way out of this embarrassing situation. Second, we can use this opportunity to divert Pucha and Ahu's main forces away. When that happens, the entire capital will be under your control." Wonderful. Xiaoyu couldn't help but slap the table and stand up. Princess's plan is simply killing two birds with one stone. It's clearly solving the problem that we're having a headache over, and it's also giving Princess Di a favor. It's really too wonderful. Alright, let's do as Princess says. Wan Yanliang was also overjoyed. In the past, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty had a virtuous empress, Zhang Sun. Now, I also have a virtuous wife like the princess to help me. There's no need to worry about failure. He compared himself to Tang Taizong, and Tang Taizong was a figure who usurped the throne and plotted a rebellion. His intentions were as clear as day, but everyone here were his trusted aides, so no one had any unusual reactions. Following Wan Yanliang into the imperial palace, the imperial edict was quickly sent out. Because the Chongyang palace was suspected of colluding with the Mongols, the minister of the left and prince consort Tang Qibian was sent to Mount Zhongnan to investigate the matter. He also wanted the Chongyang sect to accept the imperial edict. Because the Chongyang palace had a large number of disciples and had a great reputation in the Wulin world, Wan Yanping was also sent along with the experts of the laundry yard to assist them. The left assistant inspector Pu Cha, who was also sent to, led 3,000 imperial guards in case of emergencies. The tone of the imperial edict was strict, and at the same time it was very urgent. It was for the relevant personnel to immediately set out once they received the imperial edict. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. It looks like Wan Yanliang can't wait to make a move. Because Song Qingshu was in the imperial prison, he needed to go through a series of procedures. When he was ready to leave the city, the others were already waiting outside. Seeing Wan Yanping among them, he couldn't help but think, after the last incident, the laundry yard's strength has been greatly damaged. I didn't think that Wan Yanliang would still send away the remnants of the laundry yard's strength. He is indeed very cautious. Goodbye was also waiting there. When she saw him, she couldn't help but excitedly run over and throw herself into his arms. Husband, at the same time, she lowered her voice and said, "Qingshu, you must be careful on the road. Sending you to Chongyang Palace was Wan Yanliang's idea. He definitely doesn't have any good intentions." Song Qingshu thought, in the end, this is all part of my plan. But now that time is pressing, he didn't have time to explain in detail. He could only comfort her, "Don't worry, with my abilities, Wan Yanliang won't be able to harm me. I'm actually a bit worried about you. Although I've already sent people to secretly protect you, you must also be careful. Don't go out for a while. Strengthen the guards in the palace and wait for me to return." "Okay." Goodbye wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Wan Yanping, who was not far from her, and a crafty smile appeared in her eyes. "Remember to take good care of Ping for me." "Okay, I will definitely protect her." Although Song Qingshu felt that Goodbye's tone was a bit strange, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, Wan Yanping coughed and said, "Brother-in-law, everyone is waiting for you. Hurry up and go." She purposely emphasized the word brother-in-law and winked at Goodbye. After the initial excitement of seeing him, Goodbye remembered that the two of them were being watched by thousands of people. She couldn't help but blush and push him away. Song Qingshu also felt a bit embarrassed. After saying goodbye to her, he hurriedly caught up with the main group. Only Goodbye was left in the same place, quietly waving goodbye to the gradually fading silhouette. At this time, Wan Yanzhongjia, who was hiding in the shadows, snorted and said, "That heartless person didn't even think to say goodbye to us when he left." Pucha Aliha couldn't help but laugh. "I told you to read more books." The words heartless are almost flirting. How can a girl say that so casually? Are you going to be jealous of your aunt? Wan Yanzhongjia pouted and said, "In the past, I always heard people in the capital say that aunt and uncle's relationship was very good, but now it seems that's all there is to it." Ant's heart has already been tied to another man. Young Master Song is a heaven-sent genius, and he's also extraordinarily handsome. It's normal for your aunt to fall in love with him. Alright, stop looking, I'll head back first. Protect your aunt well, Pucha Elihu warned. I know. Wan Yanliang impatiently waved her little hand. After the main group left the capital, Song Qingshu first chatted with Pucha Elihu for a while, then found an opportunity to call Wan Yanping over. Ping come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Wan Yanping puffed up her cheeks and rode over. Ping do I know you that well? Song Qingshu was stunned. Are you still angry at brother-in-law? Bah. Wan Yanping spat. You really think you're my brother-in-law? Oh, so you already know. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. If he still couldn't figure it out by now, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. I'm really sorry for what I did to you before. I'll take responsibility for it. Who wants you to take responsibility? Wan Yanping's face reddened. I'll settle this with you later. First, tell me, why are you looking for me? The third time. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Wan Yanping didn't yell at him? It has to be said that this kind of thing could be a big deal or a small matter. If one wasn't careful, it could destroy a woman's happiness for the rest of her life. Was Wan Yanping's reaction so gentle because she was a girl from the plains and had a more open mind than the girls from Jiangnan? Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Seeing him staring at her, Wan Yanping finally couldn't help but blush. Because Ping you're so cute. Of course I can't bear to look away. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Pa, glib tongue. A pure girl like Wan Yanping was also the opponent of an old driver from the future who had seen the essence of human art. Just one sentence was enough to make her unable to bear it, and she directly rode away on her horse. Wan hua ba. Square root p, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be proud of his charm. It has to be said that when the same words come out of different people's mouths, it gives a woman a different feeling. If a man with an ugly appearance dares to flirt with a girl, he will be called a pervert and given a slap. Only a man with high charm can make a girl's heart beat like a deer and pout coquettishly. It's clear that I belong to this type of man. Watching Wan Yanping's beautiful back as she left, his gaze gradually moved down to her perky buttocks on the horse's back and her long, well-proportioned legs. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. In terms of looks alone, Wan Yanping might not be able to compare to her sister and Madame Peach Blossom, but her body is brimming with the aura of spring that the other two do not have. As for the question he wanted to ask, there was no need to rush. No matter what the answer was, he wouldn't be returning to the capital for a while. It would be better to find her after setting up camp at night. Following that, Song Qingshu purposely used the excuse that he had been tortured in the imperial prison and his body could not take the strain to slow down the entire team. Seeing that there was not a single wound on his body, Pucha, Ahu, and the rest's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Who are you trying to fool by saying that you're injured? But since they were all in the same circle, they would still give face to each other. Moreover, the imperial edict did not specify a specific time for them to complete the mission. Pucha and Ahu treated it as a sightseeing tour. As for the lower-ranking soldiers, they were even happier. After all, which soldier would be willing to march dozens of miles in a hurry? Not long after, seeing that the sun was about to set, Pucha ordered the army to set up camp. Wan Yanping found a quiet hill by herself and sat down with her hands on her knees. She looked at the setting sun in the distance and thought about how her beloved brother-in-law had died without a sound in Kaifeng. 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Princess? Princess? A man's voice came from behind her. Wan Yanping hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and turned around with an unfriendly expression to look at the tall youth walking over. Master Pucha? Didn't I emphasize to you many times that you can only call me Big Head and not Princess? Master Pucha smiled bitterly. Princess, after what happened last time, the core of the laundry brothel was completely annihilated. Only a few of us are left, and the emperor has no intention of rebuilding the laundry brothel. Right now, the laundry brothel only exists in name. Wan Yanping was immediately displeased. Shut up. As long as there is one person left in the laundry brothel, it will not disappear. Although she often acted like a little girl in front of Song Qingshu, in front of others, she was known as a cold-blooded queen. Even though her reputation was not as great as before, she still spoke impolitely to her former subordinates. Do you know why I don't want to call you Big Head, but Princess? Master Pucha smiled bitterly. Wan Yanping frowned. Why? Because when I call you Big Head, it makes it seem like there is only a cold relationship between the two of us. But when I call you Princess, it seems like our relationship is much closer. Master Pucha's eyes burst with a fiery passion. Wan Yanping clasped her hands behind her back and said lightly, Do you like me? Master Pucha did not expect her to be so direct and choked on his words, his dark face turning red as he stood there in embarrassment. After a long time, he came back to his senses, as if he had made up his mind. You. Wan Yanping immediately became impatient. What you? If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Seeing that she really turned to leave, Master Pucha immediately became anxious, the words in his heart blurting out, That's right, I like you. Wan Yanping paused and turned around to look at him. Are you done? Master Pucha was still in the excitement of his confession and subconsciously replied, I'm done. Then I'm leaving. Wan Yanping took another step forward. That. Master Pucha hurriedly called out to her, Princess, did you agree? Wan Yanping frowned. What did I agree to? You agreed to my proposal. Master Pucha was dumbfounded. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that something was wrong. You're crazy, I don't like you. Wan Yanping took a few more steps. I know that you like your brother-in-law, Princess, but that's impossible. Hearing Master Pucha's words, Wan Yanping suddenly turned around. What did you say? Master Pucha gritted his teeth and gathered his courage. The laundry brothel started out as an intelligence agency. Who in the laundry brothel doesn't know that Princess has feelings for Tang Quobian? Everyone just doesn't say anything, but Princess, Tang Quobian is already your sister's son-in-law. Since ancient times, there has never been a case of two princesses marrying the same son-in-law at the same time, so the two of you are destined to have no future together. Whether I have a future or not is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Wan Yanping's tone was as cold as ice. Also, if any word of this gets out, I won't let you off. Princess, don't be so stubborn. Seeing that his dream lover was determined to hang himself, Master Pucha became anxious. What's so good about Tang Quobian? Whether it's martial arts, looks, or even family background, how can he compare to me? A cold light flashed in Wan Yanping's eyes, and the whip at her waist flew towards his face. Although her attack was unexpected, Master Pucha was known as the #1 expert of the younger generation, and his reaction was fast enough to grab the end of the whip. Let go. Wan Yanping tried to retract the whip, but it didn't budge. No. Master Pucha's stubborn temper flared up. Just as the two were in a stalemate, Song Qingshu's voice came from the top of the hill. Ahem, did I come at the wrong time? The two turned around and saw that it was him, and they both had strange expressions on their faces, pulling back their hands at the same time. Song Qingshu saw this and smiled. It's fine, if you want to continue fighting, I'll leave after saying a few words. He then turned to Wan Yanping. Come to my tent tonight. Under Master Pucha's dumbfounded gaze, Wan Yanping nodded. Okay. Chapter 4 More. My total monthly votes are 1289, and I need to add 14 to 15 chapters. Song Qing couldn't help but smile when she agreed. Before leaving, he waved at them. I'll be going first. You guys can continue. Seeing the look on his face, Pucha almost died of anger. If not for the fact that the other party was the commander of this operation, he might have already rushed up to him and let him know what it meant to have a fist as big as a bull. Wan Yanping's mouth twitched as she stood to the side, wishing she could just whip him. You like this kind of man? Pucha asked in disbelief as he pointed at Song Qing's back. Wan Yanping replied coldly, I don't like him. And, is identical to. Less than or equal to at. Isn't he your brother-in-law? You still won't admit it even at this point? Pucha felt like his heart was about to break. Wan Yanping was also having a headache. She knew that this brother-in-law was actually Song Qing in disguise, and she couldn't just let outsiders know about it. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't think of a way to explain it, so she decided not to. Think what you want. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Pu Cha felt helpless and could only change the topic. Are you really going to his tent tonight? Of course. Wang Yanping thought about how Song Qing purposely asked her a question before, but because she walked away, he didn't get to ask her. He probably asked her to meet tonight because of this. Of course, she wasn't interested in explaining this to an outsider. You're really going? Pu Cha panicked, a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night, what a scandal. He's my brother-in-law, my relative. What's wrong with talking to me? Wang Yanping was puzzled. Pu Cha almost choked to death. After a long time, he finally said, what can't you say in the day? Why do you have to say it at night? It's obvious that he has ulterior motives towards you. So what if brother-in-law really has ulterior motives towards me? Wang Yanping looked at him strangely. I don't mind. After saying that, she couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore, leaving Pu Cha in a daze. I don't mind. I don't mind. Wang Yanping's last words echoed in his ears, causing him to receive a critical hit. Soon, night fell. Wang Yanping paced back and forth in her tent. Although she had acted cool in front of Pope, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What if he really makes a move on me? Should I resist or should I not resist? On one hand, she thought that the two of them had already been intimate, so there was no point in resisting. On the other hand, there was another voice in her heart. She had only treated him as her brother-in-law before, but now that she knew he wasn't, of course, she couldn't let him do as he pleased. Wang Yanping finally made up her mind and hid a chastity guard in her short skirt. She thought that if he really tried to touch her, she would cut him. With this thought, she felt much more comfortable. She got up and walked out. Song Qing was watching from inside the tent. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hesitating footsteps outside the door. He couldn't help but laugh. Is it Ping-er? Since you were already here, why are you afraid of coming in? Humph, who's afraid? Having been seen through, Wang Yanping directly barged in. Also, don't call me Ping-er. Are we that close? Song Qing revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he nodded and said, I've touched every inch of your body. From this, we should be quite close. Wang Yanping didn't expect him to be such a pervert. She was so angry that her body trembled. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. You tricked me of my body. I still haven't settled the debt with you. Who are the people going to Chongyang Palace this time? Song Qing wisely changed the topic. What? The change in topic was so big that Wang Yanping didn't know how to react. Song Qing repeated the question and then added, this question is very important. It concerns whether or not I can successfully avenge you and your sister. Even though she was extremely angry, hearing him say it so seriously, Wang Yanping could only reply, there's me in the laundry yard. You saw Pu Cha Shijia and Fu San Hutu. Then there's the left assistant inspector Pu Cha Ahu. You saw him before, he brought some of his subordinates. I think his daughter Qiu Chao is also in the army. I heard that they came out to relax, but I didn't see them. Other than that, Wan Yanliang also sent his trusted disciple Dan Zhen with a group of people to supervise the army. Song Qing nodded his head. This was more like it. If he was Wan Yanliang, he wouldn't be at ease letting this group of people escape his control. He sent the head of the 4 bodyguards, Dan Zhen. It seemed like this was to prevent the army from suddenly returning to the capital. Seeing Song Qing remain silent, Wan Yanping couldn't help but snort, Hey, are you done with your questions? There's one last question. Song Qing looked at her with a smile. If I remember correctly, you were wearing a set of long pants before, but now you've changed into a beautiful dress. Are you wearing it for me to see? Wan Yanping paused and then her face turned red. In reality, she didn't realize this. She was hesitating whether or not she should come over. Who would have thought that she would unknowingly change into a dress? Don't be so smug, can't I wear it for myself to see? Wan Yanping said with a red face. That's a pity, Song Qing shook his head. Now that I think about it, I miss the girl who was so obedient to me. Pei, you took advantage of me. If you didn't pretend to be my brother-in-law, I wouldn't have treated you like that. Thinking about how passionately she was under him that night, Wan Yanping wanted to find a hole to hide in. But before your brother-in-law died, he gave his woman to me. If you don't believe me, your sister has blood as proof, Song Qing responded. Since you think you're your brother-in-law's woman, then you're my woman now. Wang Yanping was confused by his words and knew that the blood he mentioned was the truth. Even though she knew it wasn't right, she didn't know how to refute it. She could only say angrily, "You're twisting words." "How is this twisting words?" Song Qing smiled. "Legally, you belong to me. In reality, your body is already mine. Of course, from the current situation, your heart doesn't belong to me completely. But I'm confident that before long, I'll be able to obtain your heart." Wang Yanping was so angry that she laughed instead. "I've never seen such a shameless person." Song Qing said unconcernedly, "A thin-skinned man is destined to not have a woman's favor. Thinking about it, I'd rather be a shameless person." Pay. Wang Yanping felt that if she stayed any longer, she would faint from anger. She turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Song Qing called out to her. "Of course I'm going back to rest." Wang Yanping looked at him in confusion. Song Qing shook his head. "Stay here with me tonight." Wang Yanping looked back at him in disbelief. "Are you crazy or am I crazy?" Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. "Why do you have this kind of reaction? It's not that this kind of thing is not allowed in the military camp. Even if the military camp allows it, do you think I will sleep with you?" Wang Yanping replied snappily. "First, this is not an official march. No one will care about this kind of detail. Second," Song Qingshu stretched out his second finger, "why won't you sleep with me?" Wang Yanping's face suddenly turned cold. "Yes, we did have sex. But now I know you are not my brother-in-law. Do you think that just because of that one night, I will be like those Han women who have my body and be loyal to the man who has my body? Because I know that one night is far from enough. So I want to spend a few more nights with you. Our relationship should be able to go one step further." Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Although you are not Han, I am. After that night, I have already regarded you as my woman. Do you still want to deny it?" "Shameless." Wang Yanping couldn't take it anymore. She whipped his face. Song Qingshu caught the end of the whip. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Yanping involuntarily fell into his arms. He held her waist to prevent her from falling. Song Qingshu whispered in her ear, "It's not like we haven't fought before. You are clearly not my opponent, but you still take the initiative to fight with me. Are you looking for an excuse to throw yourself into my arms? You." Wang Yanping was about to go crazy. Suddenly Song Qingshu pressed her lips. "Shu. Did you hire a helper?" Wang Yanping shook her head blankly. Song Qingshu took off one of her earrings and turned his head to listen attentively. Suddenly he raised his hand and Wang Yanping could not even see the trajectory of the earrings before she heard a muffled groan coming from outside the tent. Then, Song Qingshu took a step forward and rushed out of the tent. After a few muffled sounds of fists and palms colliding, everything became quiet again. When Song Qingshu returned to the tent, his hand was on the neck of a masked man. "Who is he?" Wang Yanping exclaimed. "I don't know." Song Qingshu shook his head. "His martial arts seems to be pretty good." Then he pulled off his black cloth. "Macom." Wang Yanping was stunned. "Great Master Pu Cha?" Pu Cha Shiji was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He was known as the #1 martial artist in the capital city, just below Dexing Kingdom, and he had even looked down on Tang Qibian's martial arts in front of Wang Yanping in the evening. But now, he was being strangled by his opponent like a chicken. What was even more embarrassing was that he was only able to block 3 moves from his opponent before he was captured. Although he was caught off guard by his opponent's sneak attack, experts fought for the initiative when they fought. How could they fight fair and square like in an arena? Pu Cha Shiji understood this very well. When the same thing was seen by someone familiar and someone unfamiliar, there would be vastly different reactions. For example, when people like Gu Bai and the others discovered that Song Qingshu possessed peerless martial arts, their first reaction was to know that he was an imposter. Pu Cha Shiji, on the other hand, thought that Tang Qibian had been biding his time all these years, so he didn't suspect his identity. "Ah, so it's young General Pu Cha. May I know what brings you here so late at night?" Song Qingshu let go of his hand. He had planned to get rid of the man after questioning him, but he didn't expect this person to be Pu Cha Shiji. His identity was sensitive, and he was the son of Pucha's first wife. This was going to be difficult. Fortunately, he hadn't been here for long, so he probably didn't hear anything he shouldn't have. Pucha Shiji rubbed his neck and panted heavily. At the same time, his face was full of shame and anger. He stammered, "I was worried that something might have happened to the princess, so I came to take a look." "What could possibly have happened to me?" Wang Yanping said angrily. But then she remembered that she had fallen into Song Qingshu's embrace, and she immediately felt guilty. Song Qingshu immediately understood. "Does young general like Pinger?" Pucha Shiji felt a little uncomfortable hearing him call her so intimately. But when he thought of the other party's martial arts, all that was left was disappointment. "That's right, it's a wonderful thing for a gentleman to be in love with a fair and graceful lady, but there's a saying that young general hasn't heard of. It's called fate, and there's no need to force it." From the intelligence gathered in Daxing Constabulary, Pucha Shiji was a decent young man. He didn't have many of the bad habits of the nobles, and he was also an upright person. Song Qingshu didn't want to make things difficult for him. "Ping Er has already clearly rejected you. Why do you still insist on pestering her?" Pucha Shiji's face was desolate. "After what happened tonight, I don't have the face to pursue the princess anymore. But there's something I have to say, and I hope you won't mind." "It doesn't matter." Song Qingshu gestured at him. "I know that the princess likes the left minister, but you're already the princess's son-in-law. How will you give the princess happiness in the future?" Pucha Shiji stared at him. Before Song Qingshu could reply, Wang Yanping frowned and said, "This is a matter between him and me. There's no need for an outsider like you to worry about it. Even if brother-in-law can't marry me, I'm willing to be his secret lover." Although she hated Song Qingshu as well, Song Qingshu was much more pleasing to the eye compared to Pucha Shiji, who kept pestering her like a housefly. Pucha Shiji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He smiled bitterly. "So that's how it is. I was rude earlier, princess. I hope the princess won't take it to heart." Watching his figure disappear into the night sky, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "Your words are a little too much of a blow to him." Wang Yanping snorted in annoyance. "If I don't do this, how can I make him give up?" Song Qingshu immediately leaned over and asked, "Then did you mean what you said just now?" "Don't be so smug." Wang Yanping hurriedly took a step back. "Even if what I said just now was what I thought, it was directed at my real brother-in-law, not an imposter like you." "I'm not an imposter," Song Qingshu said proudly. "If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister. Although I'm not your ex-brother-in-law, I will be your future brother-in-law." "What ex-brother-in-law, post-brother-in-law, what a mess." Wang Yanping spat and turned to leave. But in a flash, Song Qingshu was already in front of her. "I won't let you go today. If you leave, I'm afraid I'll really lose you in the future." Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. Seeing that Pucha Shiji couldn't beat him, Wang Yanping had completely given up on the idea of using force. Moreover, they had a special relationship, so she couldn't call for help and call for help. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Yanping could only stomp her feet. "I can stay, but I'll sleep on the bed." "You sleep on the floor." "No problem." Song Qingshu's reply was also very straightforward. Chapter 6, Update. The total number of votes for the month was 144, which corresponded to 17 to 18 chapters. There were still about 11 chapters left. Oh my god, everyone is too enthusiastic. There were a total of 8 chapters today, and there were really no more chapters left. The chapters that were lacking would continue to accumulate, so he had to finish them as soon as possible. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he would continue to fight. Wang Yanping was immediately dumbfounded. "I said I needed time to think about it." Song Qingshu replied in a muffled voice, "You can also think about it now." Wang Yanping bit her lip. "Why are you so shameless?" Although reason told her that she couldn't let him do this, when she thought about how the two of them had already done something 100 times more intimate, her determination to resist wavered. Wang Yanping's voice trembled as she was distracted by his kiss. "If you don't stop, I'll stab you with a knife." "If you really wanted to stab me, you wouldn't have warned me first." Song Qingshu laughed and slid his hand down her thigh. "I remember that your chastity guard is hidden here." Wang Yanping thought about how she had unreservedly given herself to him under the mountain stream that night. At that time, she had even shyly shown her chastity guard to him. She didn't expect him to remember. She felt her thigh loosen. The small dagger that was wrapped around her had been untied and thrown to the side. Wang Yanping sighed. Wait a minute, I'm not used to your appearance. Change back to brother-in-law's appearance. Let's do it again. Song Qingshu laughed. Fortunately, I'm broad-minded and won't be jealous of your brother-in-law. Alright, just you wait. After he finished speaking, he ran over and grabbed the mask on the table. He also extinguished the oil lamp in the tent so that the shadow wouldn't be seen. He didn't mind, but Wang Yanping was a girl who was thin-skinned. Noticing his careful actions, Wang Yanping instantly understood what he meant. She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder her sister always said that he was a considerate and gentle man. When he climbed back onto the bed, she didn't say anything and quietly let him press on top of her. After an unknown amount of time, when her hand suddenly touched his face, she found that it was smooth and there was no trace of a beard. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You lied to me." Song Qingshu looked at the mask that he had thrown to the side and smiled proudly. You have to get used to my current appearance. How about this, if you miss your brother-in-law in the future, I'll pretend to be him to be intimate with you. Why does it sound so weird? You should feel lucky. Marrying me is equivalent to marrying two men. Of course, if you like, I can pretend to be another man. Before he could finish, Wang Yanping punched him. Go die. You're getting more and more vulgar. Song Qing smiled and didn't say anything else. He hugged her tightly. Only heavy breathing and deliberately suppressed moans could be heard in the tent. Compared to Song Qingshu's Xiaoyao Zizai, Chongqing Wang, who was also sent to prison, was not so lucky. Soon, the new chief interrogator followed the instructions of the emperor and Wan Yanliang and tortured Chongqing Prince into confessing. He recorded a confession of rebellion and took the opportunity to arrest all the officials close to Chongqing Prince, including the former inspector of the imperial palace, Wan Yantesi. After reading the confession, the emperor expressionlessly issued a secret edict to kill Chongqing Wang in the imperial prison. The usually spacious Chongqing Prince's mansion had become extremely desolate. The servants and maids had already run away after hearing the news. Only Chongqing Wangfei was left alone in the main hall. More than 10 years of hard work has been destroyed in a day. Does the heavens want our Ming dynasty to end? Tajkia seemed to be in a daze. The three Persian emissaries stood to the side, looking at each other in dismay. They were also dejected. Miaofengshi could not help but say, Tajkis, now is not the time to be lamenting about this. The headquarters is still waiting for our help. We can't just give up like this. Lu Yunshi nodded and said, that's right. Miaofengshi's words make sense. The two of them had lived in Persia for a long time and had always put the interests of the headquarters above all else. Therefore, they were not as dazed as Tajkis. But Tajkis was different. She had lived in the Jin kingdom for a long time. Although she did not fall in love with Chongqing Wang, even a cat and a dog who had lived together for more than 10 years would have some feelings for each other. Moreover, Chongqing Wang had always treated her very well. This time she had to watch him die in the imperial prison without being able to do anything. Her heart was filled with guilt. Hearing their words, Tajkis finally could not help but burst out, that's easy for you to say. Now that Chongqing Wang is dead, my foundation in the Jin kingdom is gone. What else can I do? Hui Wisher could not help but say, isn't the Jin emperor infatuated with you? In my opinion, it would be much more useful to work on him than on that useless Chongqing Wang. Why don't you go and seduce him? If necessary, you can let him take advantage of you. In any case, you are no longer the holy maiden, you don't need to maintain your chastity. Tajkis was so angry that she laughed, you say it so easily. I don't know if you have become stupid after staying in Persia. Which powerful man in the Central Plains would be easily influenced by a woman? To them, a woman is only a plaything. If I were the empress or even the imperial concubine, it would be easier. At least to a certain extent, I could influence the emperor and befriend foreign ministers. But my current identity is Chongqing Wang's wife, the emperor's sister-in-law. Now that Chongqing Wang has been executed, even if Wan Yanshui were to bring me into the palace, Would he dare to risk universal condemnation and give me a public identity? Without a corresponding identity, in everyone's eyes, I am only a plaything. Which minister would be willing to make friends with me? How could I influence the decisions of the imperial court? Lu Yunshi's eyes lit up. Taj Kiss, your identity is too sensitive. But Hui Wushi does not have this problem. Why don't we use your connections to recommend her to the Jin Emperor? Although Hui Wushi is not as peerless as you, she is still a famous beauty in Persia. Won't it be easy to win the favor of the Jin Emperor and obtain a place in the harem? When the time comes, you two will work together. Miafengshi and I will coordinate from the inside and outside. As long as we have control of the palace, we will have half of the success. Hui Wushi's countenance changed. How can we do that? Why not? Taj Kiss hated Hui Wushi for always pressuring her with righteousness, so she decided to give her a taste of her own medicine. Are you not willing to sacrifice yourself for the headquarters and for the revered Ming? Noticing the unfriendly gazes of the others, Hui Wushi hurriedly said, of course I am willing. However, the effect of fighting for favor in the harem is too slow. The headquarters may not be able to hold out for that long. Why don't we take this opportunity to control the Jin Emperor? As long as we can control him, we can do whatever we want. In order to not lose her virginity to the Jin Emperor, she had racked her brains. Taj Kiss's eyes lit up. Although she had a personal grudge against Hui Wushi, it was not to the extent of delaying the proper business. Although Hui Wushi's idea was risky, it was effective. Very well, you can pretend to be my distant cousin. I will recommend you to the emperor. At the same time, we can take advantage of this opportunity to bring Feng and Yun in. When the emperor comes to favor you, we will act together. As long as we can quickly eliminate the great Qing kingdom, we can control the emperor without alarming anyone else. Song Qingshu's reply was too straightforward and Wang Yanping felt that there was something fishy going on. But now that things had come to this, she decided to stay with the attitude that she would take things as they came. Now that there are no outsiders, you don't have to use my brother-in-law's face anymore. It looks weird. Every time she saw the face with the curly beard, Wang Yanping felt a sense of familiarity, but once she found out that the brother-in-law was Song Qingshu in disguise, she felt uncomfortable looking at the same face again. Since Ping doesn't like it, I'll take off my mask. Song Qingshu smiled and took off his mask, revealing his original face. Looking at the young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, Wang Yanping couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. She didn't know what to say. And by female sign. LVP, Song Qingshu, on the other hand, didn't care. He just quietly looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, which was also an extremely pleasant thing to do. After a long time, it was Wang Yanping who could not withstand his fiery gaze. She pointed at the mask on the side and asked, "How did you do it? You look exactly like my brother-in-law. Even my sister and I can't recognize each other." Women were the most meticulous, not to mention two women who had such a close relationship. Wang Yanping had always been brooding over the fact that she had carelessly given her body to this man. "Oh, that. I cut off the skin of Tang Quebian's face to make it," Song Qingshu said casually. "What?" Wang Yanping was shocked and angry. Her hair stood on end and she unconsciously pulled out her short sword. "Look at how anxious you are. I was just joking with you." Song Qingshu laughed. Wang Yanping felt that the other's smile was asking for a beating. She stretched out her hand coldly, "Let me see." She didn't dare to completely trust the other and wanted to confirm it herself before she could be at ease. Song Qingshu tossed the mask to her and said, "Tang Quebian really did ask me to cut off his face before he died so that I could impersonate him. But such a bloody thing doesn't suit my taste, so of course I wouldn't do it." Wang Yanping automatically ignored his chattering and her fingers gently stroked the mask. This mask was made of a special material and felt exactly like skin. However, she came from the laundry yard so she could tell the difference between real and fake skin. After confirming that it wasn't her brother-in-law's face, she couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief. "Tell me about what happened when brother-in-law went to Kaifeng." Although she had heard most of it from her older sister, Wang Yanping still wanted to know how her brother-in-law spent his last moments. "Tang Quebian is lucky to have such a loyal sister-in-law like you," Song Qingshu sighed, then began to talk about the series of events that had happened since he met Tang Qiubian. From time to time, Wan Yanping would ask questions, but they were all trivial matters, as if she was trying to recreate Tang Qiubian's daily life. Song Qingshu didn't show any signs of impatience and continued to ask questions and answer. In the end, Wan Yanping even knew how many times Tang Qiubian had gone to the bathroom during those few days. Only then did she calm down. It was already late at night, and Pucha didn't go far. He was in a corner about 100 feet away, silently enjoying the night breeze, but his heart was even colder than the wind. Years of obsession couldn't be put down so easily. Although he knew that there was no longer any possibility between him and Wan Yanping, he still cared about her. It was a pity that he hadn't seen Wan Yanping come out even after staying here for so long. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of her under Tang Qiubian's body, and he immediately withered. Pucha laughed self-deprecatingly a few times, then got up and left in a desolate manner. At this moment, he had truly come to terms with it. There was an indescribable atmosphere in the tent, and the two of them couldn't find anything else to talk about. It was so quiet that Wan Yanping could even hear her own heart pounding. If he dares to climb onto the bed, I'll stab him. Wan Yanping touched the chastity guard on her thigh, and her nervous heart gradually calmed down. As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. She suddenly felt something strange beside her, and turned around to see Song Qingshu lying beside her, smiling at her. What do you want? Wan Yanping was like a startled rabbit, shrinking to the side. You. Song Qingshu answered straightforwardly. Wan Yanping didn't understand at first, but then she finally understood what he meant. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. You bastard, get off me. She stretched out her leg to kick him off, but Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to grab her. That night, you were much gentler to me than today. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. In truth, he had always been very conflicted about Wan Yanping. Before, he had deliberately kept a distance from her, and would rather be misunderstood by her than explain himself. He thought that it was better to just get the pain over with and end this fate. But the basis of this was that she didn't know his identity, so he could quietly appear and then quietly leave. But now that she knew the truth, Song Qingshu couldn't be so free and easy. Especially when he saw that brat Pucha Jia circling around her, he was very unhappy. Thinking that she might fall into the arms of another man in the future, he felt like he was going to go crazy. Since that was the case, he might as well be the bad guy for once. A man's possessiveness is really a bad thing. Although Song Qingshu understood this, since he couldn't overcome it, he might as well follow his heart's desires. You're not allowed to mention what happened that night again. In the end, women were still soft-hearted. Thinking that the man in front of her was her first and only man, Wan Yanping's mood became very complicated. Song Qingshu just lay down beside her and didn't make any further movements. There's really no need to mention what happened before. Let's discuss how we'll get along in the future. What's there to discuss? Although they had already been intimate with each other, now that their bodies were so close, Wan Yanping still felt nervous all over. I'll tell you what I think first, Song Qingshu said. I don't have any other requests, just one thing, and that is that you can't find another man in this life. Wan Yanping was so angry that she laughed. I can't find another man, but you? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. That's what I mean. Do you have any shame? Wan Yanping was angry. Compared to my face, I'm more willing to have you. Song Qingshu turned sideways and quietly looked into her eyes. The reason why he dared to be so domineering was largely because of Wan Yanping's reaction. After all, when she found out about his identity, her reaction couldn't be considered fierce, so he immediately realized that there might be a chance. Wan Yanping couldn't stand his burning gaze and began to evade it. I need time to think about it. The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth slightly rose. Take your time to think about it. As he spoke, he kissed her smooth neck. The rest of the people agreed, but they soon realized a key problem. As the #1 expert of the Jin Kingdom, how could the great Qing Kingdom get rid of him silently? Lu Yun said in his broken Chinese, no matter how good the martial arts of the Qing Kingdom are, they can't be better than Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Central Plains Ming dynasty. If the three of us join forces, even Zhang Wuji is no match for us. What can a mere Dexing kingdom do? Be that as it may, it is better for us to be cautious. We cannot afford to make any mistakes this time and must succeed in a single strike. Therefore, let us first discuss how we will proceed when the time comes, reminded Tadish. After all, she was the mother of the current hierarch, and what she said was reasonable, so the three Persian emissaries did not refute her. They gathered around the table and began to discuss. And P+, plus or minus. Plus. Wanyan Shui had gotten rid of Chongqing Wang. Thinking that no one would be able to threaten his throne anymore, his mood became very happy. Especially when he thought about how he would be able to have Madame Peach Blossom forever in the future, he was so excited that his lower abdomen heated up. He had already sent someone to Chongqing Wangfu to invite Madame Peach Blossom into the palace. At this time, she should be arriving soon. This concubine pays her respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor! While Wan Yanju was lost in thought, Lady Peach Blossom had already entered and knelt before the prince. Madam, please get up. Wan Yanrui hurriedly left the throne and ran over to help her up. Many thanks to your majesty. Tadish lowered her eyelids, concealing any changes in her expression. Wan Yanrui looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Madam has lost weight recently. Taj Tish replied with a wooden expression, I have been running errands for Chongqing Wang all over the place, it's very difficult for me not to reduce it. After all, she and Chongqing Wang had been husband and wife in name for so many years, it was difficult for her not to have a bit of resentment. Wan Yanju forced a smile and said, Does Madam blame me for killing Prince Chongqing? I dare not. Tadish bowed. Chongqing Wang brought about his own destruction. He can't blame anyone else. Wan Yanxi looked at her suspiciously, Are you telling the truth or are you lying? Whether it's true or false, it's all meaningless now. Tadish lifted her head. Moreover, I know that a large part of the reason why His Majesty is doing this is because of me. Wan Yanxi gazed at her affectionately and said, Tao Yao, I've wanted you for more than 10 years. I've wanted you for more than 10 years. Every time I thought about the fact that you are the wife of the Chongqing prince, I felt suffocated. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Even if you resent me or hate me, I must have you. His Majesty has already obtained me. Tadish was referring to the exchange of her body for Chongqing Wang's safety. It's not enough. Wan Yanrua looked at her with reddened eyes. We want to have you for myself forever. I won't share it with anyone, even if Chongqing King is your husband. Tadish heaved a faint sigh and said, So, in the end, it was I who caused Chongqing Wang's death. Wan Yanxi frowned and said, Tao Yao, do you still not understand? You chose the wrong man back then, which is why you're in this situation today. Are you going to make the same mistake again? Tadish shook her head and said, I am no longer the little girl from back then. Only now do I understand that love is useless. If I want to marry, I should marry the strongest man in the world. Only then can I live a happy life. Wan Yanxi was overjoyed and said, Tao Yao, it's good that you understand this. In the entire Jin kingdom, I am the strongest man. From now on, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will be 1,000 times happier than if you followed Chongqing Wang. Yes, many thanks for His Majesty's favor. Tadish gracefully bowed, but inwardly, she was sneering. Seeing that she was willing to let him do whatever he wanted, Wan Yanxi was greatly moved and could not help but open his arms to embrace her. However, given Tadish's martial arts, how could she let herself be hugged by him? With a tap of her foot, her skirt fluttered and she spun to the side. Although her posture was very pleasing to the eye, Wan Yanxi's face sank and he asked, What? Are you still unwilling? Tadish saluted before explaining, replying to your majesty, this concubine has been married before and is not as pure as the ladies in the palace. For the sake of not being bullied in the palace, this concubine has decided to recommend cousin sister to your majesty. We sisters will serve your majesty together in hopes that your majesty will take more pity on us in the future. You have a cousin? Wan Yanxi's interest was immediately piqued. How does she look? She is a peerless beauty and will definitely not disappoint your majesty. She is currently waiting outside the palace. Your majesty, you can summon her in to see for yourself, replied Tadish. Quick, summon her into the palace. Wan Yanxi thought that since Tao Yao was already a peerless beauty, her cousin's appearance would definitely not be too bad. Even if she was only half as beautiful as Tao Yao, she would still be considered a great beauty. Moreover, the two of them were sisters. TSK, TSK, TSK. Very soon, Hui Wisher was brought into the palace. A palace maid had already inspected her from head to toe. After confirming that she was not carrying any weapons, she was brought to Wan Yanxi. Yunu pays her respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Unlike the others, Hui Wisher's appearance was the closest to that of the people of the Central Plains. In fact, she looked even more like someone from the Central Plains than Tadish. Only those who were extremely familiar with the western regions would be able to recognize her bloodline from the faint color of her eyes. Other than that, she looked no different from a person from the Central Plains. You knew? What an interesting name. Wan Yanxi raised her head and saw that she was around 30 years old. She had a head of beautiful black hair and an oval face. Just now, Tao Yao praised you as a peerless beauty. At first, I didn't think much of it. Now that I have seen you, you are indeed an outstanding beauty. Wan Yanxi's royal countenance immediately brightened. Many thanks for your praise, your majesty. Even though Hui Wisher had an ulterior motive, she was still somewhat excited to be praised by the emperor, who was used to seeing 3,000 beauties in his harem. Wan Yanxi suddenly thought of a question. You knew, have you ever been married? Hui Wisher's face turned slightly red. I have never been married. Yunu is still a virgin. The Persian Ming dynasty was very strict. Although she was the Hui Wisher's emissary, she was also one of the candidates for the position of saintess. Naturally, she had to maintain her virginity. Wan Yanxi frowned. You're not young anymore, yet you've never been married. Could it be that you have some sort of hidden illness? In recent years, the Jin kingdom had been deeply assimilated into the Chinese culture. He really couldn't understand why a woman in her 30s was still unmarried. Even on the grasslands, there were very few unmarried women over the age of 30. Yunu silently cursed. This emperor of the Jin kingdom was sick. How could he have such a reaction when he heard that she was a virgin? Would he only be happy if she was already married? Seeing this, Toshkis hurriedly explained, reporting to your majesty, it's like this. When cousin was young, a wandering Taoist came to our house. When he saw cousin, he turned pale with fright and declared that cousin's fate was indescribably noble and that only men with the blood of the true dragon could approach her body. Other men would not be able to enjoy it. Later on, this rumor spread and no one in the surrounding villages dared to propose marriage. It was only recently that I received news of her whereabouts and specially invited her over to serve your majesty. So that's how it is. Wan Yanxi was overjoyed. It seems that you are fated to wait for me to take your virginity. Chapter 7. The total number of votes now is 1609, corresponding to 21. Genius. 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Moonslave was inwardly furious, but she had no choice but to put on a bashful expression. Tadish, who was standing to the side, revealed a strange expression. This woman really knows how to act. Sure enough, when Wan Yanxue saw her expression, he could not restrain his appetite. He walked over and pulled her with one hand and Toshkis with the other, walking toward the dragon bed. We are especially happy today. I want you two sisters to serve us well. Wan Yanxue's face was full of excitement. He didn't notice that the two women beside him were secretly exchanging glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, de Xinghua, who was standing at the door, suddenly said, reporting to your majesty, I'm afraid this is somewhat inappropriate. There were rather strict rules regarding bedding in the palace. According to the plan, he was supposed to spend the night at another concubine's place. Even if he didn't go, it wouldn't be a big deal to rest in the Hall of Benevolence. However, he was being absurd with two other women. If word got out, the imperial family's reputation would be somewhat tarnished. Especially when one of the women was the emperor's sister-in-law. If we say it's reasonable, then it's reasonable. Wan Yanxue glared at de Xinghua with dissatisfaction. However, he also understood what the other party was worried about. After thinking for a moment, he added, have the surrounding people withdraw. Bring a few reliable people with you to stand guard outside, lest too many people leak any information. Love go little say net que as your majesty commands. De Xingguo replied helplessly. However, regardless of whether it was Wang Yanshui or him, they weren't worried about any safety issues. After all, this was the emperor's bedchamber, the center of the entire palace. There were layers of defenses outside, so it would be strange if an assassin could enter. Moreover, with him standing guard here, it was even more guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Tadish and Hui Wushi looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. According to their original plan, the final success rate was only 50-50. Apart from De Xingguo, the biggest problem was the other unrelated people. They couldn't guarantee that they would be able to capture everyone in one fell swoop. If even one of them escaped, all would be for naught. Who would have thought that they would voluntarily dismiss the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards? Before he left, for some reason, De Xingguo felt a little uneasy. He could not help but turn around and say, "Your Majesty, to have both of you serve me at the same time. This is too harmful to your body. Why don't you let Moonslave or Lady Peach Blossom serve me tomorrow?" Although he was a eunuch, his knowledge was no less than that of a man's. He roughly glanced at the two women and saw that they had peach blossoms on their cheeks, slender waists, and perky buttocks. It was clear that they had an inner seductive body, not to mention that they were in their prime. Even if he was a strong man, it would be difficult for him to deal with one of these women, let alone two at the same time. He was very familiar with Wang Yanrui's body condition. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanrui flew into a rage. "You damned old dog, I know what I'm doing. Why do I need you to meddle in other people's business? Get lost. You know your limits, my ass." De Xingguo wanted to scold him, but he could only think about it. The only thing he could do was smile awkwardly and leave. Yes. This servant will go out now. Because of the awkwardness just now, Wang Yanrui had already indicated for the two women to wait for him on the dragon bed. After De Xingguo left and closed the door, he anxiously walked towards the dragon bed. As he rubbed his hands, he chuckled. "Two beauties, I'm coming." Hearing the faint sounds coming from inside the room, De Xingguo couldn't help but shake his head. He thought, not without malice, that with the emperor's extremely weak body, how could he deal with the two women? In the end, he could only use his hands. However, this matter concerned a man's dignity. Even the emperor was no exception. De Xingguo wasn't interested in being unlucky, so he dozed off outside the door. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from inside the room. De Xingguo's half-closed eyes suddenly opened and emitted a bright light. In an instant, he rushed in. At the same time, he didn't forget to order the guards outside to temporarily stay where they were. Who knew what was going on inside? If Wang Yanrui's embarrassing side was seen by the guards, it wouldn't be funny. In any case, with his martial arts skills, he was more than capable of dealing with anything. Rushing to the dragon bed, he saw the two women's robes half undone, tightly holding on to the brocade quilt to cover their vital parts. Large areas of their dazzling snow-white skin were exposed to the air. Looking at their curvaceous curves, even though De Xingguo had been deprived of power for many years, he almost had a nosebleed when he saw this scene. What exactly happened? When De Xingguo's gaze fell on Wang Yanrui, he couldn't help but sternly shout. It turned out that Wang Yanrui was currently lying on the bed, foaming at the mouth and twitching non-stop. I also don't know. Just now, His Majesty was about to pamper me when suddenly. This happened. Hui Wushi's timidity and fear were displayed to the fullest. Even Taj Tish, who knew the inside story, couldn't find any flaws in it. De Xingguo swept his gaze over Wang Yanrui's body and was suddenly shocked. At this moment, Wang Yanrui's penis was even smaller than an infant's. He couldn't help but blurt out, shrinking Yang into the abdomen, "Wind on horseback." He immediately felt relieved. Wang Yanrui's body must have been too weak and he wanted to force himself on the two women, thus triggering this emergency. Although this illness was frightening, there was a way to cure it. That was to use silver needles to pierce the Chongqiang acupoint near the 5 grains reincarnation gate to stimulate his recovery. De Xingguo instructed, "Turn His Majesty over and have him lie face down on the bed." Although he didn't have silver needles, he could condense his qi into needles and the effect wouldn't be any different. He stretched out his finger and quickly pressed on Wan Yanrui's Xianxia acupoint. Seeing Wan Yanrui's body gradually relax, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Xinghua suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the side of his neck. In an instant, half of his body felt slightly numb. His heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the opponent's weapon was smeared with a deadly poison. He hurriedly slapped his palm to the side. Hui Wisher let out a muffled groan and held her arm as she retreated. His many years of vigilance allowed him to instantly understand that this was a meticulously planned murder. At this moment, his first reaction wasn't to attack the enemy, but to open his mouth and shout. He knew what his advantage was. As long as the imperial bodyguards outside came in, he would be in an invincible position. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to slowly deal with the other party. Unfortunately, just as he opened his mouth, he was greeted by a puff of pink smoke. He immediately felt dizzy and his expression finally changed. This was because he clearly saw that the person who had puffed out the smoke was Madame Peach Blossom. Madame Peach Blossom also knows martial arts? A question flashed through Xinghua's mind. However, as an expert, he instinctively raised his hand to defend against the opponent's next attack. Unfortunately, because he had successively been poisoned, his movements were slightly slower. Taj Tish and Hui Wisher had been prepared for a long time. How could they let go of such an opportunity? In an instant, they stabbed their nails into his throat. Chapter 8. More at the last moment of his life, Xinghua finally solved a question that had been bothering him for a long time. When they entered the palace, they had been searched. Where did the weapons come from? It turned out that it was the bright red fingernails on their slender jade-like hands. Usually, they were tender and alluring, beautiful and alluring, but at the critical moment, they were lethal. Xinghua was very unwilling to accept the fact that he, who was known as the #1 master of the Jin Kingdom, had died in the hands of 2 women. He tried to drag at least one of them down with him. Unfortunately, his eyelids were getting heavier and his hands were not listening to him. Pucci, he saw Hui Wisher raise her left hand and a stream of yin energy, like a knife, a sword, a dagger, or a chisel, pierced the jade hall acupoint on his chest. Xinghua's last shred of vitality was finally extinguished. And sent, male sign. Plus P, Tatish's pupils shrunk as she expressionlessly said, "It seems like your sinister wind blade has improved by quite a bit." Hui Wisher did not notice the meaning in her tone. She just held her right hand and looked at Xinghua with lingering fear. This eunuch is really powerful. Just now, I used the bone-piercing needle technique to inject the poison from my fingernails into his body, but he was still able to break my arm with one palm strike. In the end, Tatish dispelled the thought of attacking emissary Hui Yue. She heaved a long sigh and said, "That's right. Fortunately, we didn't choose to clash head-on with him. Otherwise, who knows how many of us would have survived." Originally, according to the 3 emissaries' thinking, no matter how high Xing's martial art skill was, it was impossible for him to surpass Zhang Wuji, who had mastered the Jiuyan Shengong, Qian Kuan de Nua, Taiji sword, and Jiuyan Shengong. The 3 of them joining hands would be more than enough to deal with him. However, Taj Tish vehemently opposed the idea. She believed that the movement would be too big and would easily alert other people in the palace. Moreover, for experts of Xing's level, it would be easy to defeat him, but it would be too difficult to kill him without a sound. After all, the Persian Ming dynasty similarly had 1,000 years of tradition and experience of assassins. After a thorough discussion, they felt that Taj Tish's worries were very reasonable. Finally, they unanimously decided to abandon the plan of a 4-man encirclement. Instead, they dispatched Taj Tish and Hui Wisher to execute the mission. This way, it might seem like the power was weakened, but that was not actually the case. In terms of assassination, a woman's innate advantage was not small. Firstly, they could make full use of their beauty. Secondly, they could make the enemy lower their guard and find an opportunity to strike. The principle of the Persian headquarters assassination was that once they made a move, life and death would be decided. The 2 women first restrained Wan Yanshui and then used a special technique to make him gain the wind on his horse, distracting the attention of the Xing kingdom. The moment the Xing kingdom was about to rescue the emperor, they made their move. Together with the poison, they succeeded in killing him in a very short time. It must be known that in terms of real martial art, Taj Kis and Hui Wisher combined would be far from being De Xinggua's match. After resting for a while, the two women put on their clothes again, and then they summoned the imperial bodyguards outside and killed them one by one. After that, Hui Wisher changed into a eunuch's clothes, and took the emperor's golden medallion to fetch Lu Yunshi and Miafengshi, who had been waiting outside the palace all along. Taj Kis stayed behind to dispose of the corpses in the room. Although her appearance was as beautiful as a peach blossom, with a delicate and weak appearance, she was also Zishan Long Wang and Jinhua Popo, who had killed people like Scything Flax and Jianghu. Naturally, it was not a problem for her to dispose of the corpses. By the time the Persian three emissaries returned with their trusted subordinates, Taj Kis had already taken care of everything. She ordered her subordinates to change into imperial bodyguards' clothes and stand guard outside. As for the problem of their appearance, there was no need to worry. Every day in the imperial palace, many people died mysteriously. Changing several imperial bodyguards was not a big deal at all. On the contrary, the Dexing kingdom was a bit troublesome. However, when the time came, there would always be a way to muddle through. As for Wanyan Shui, he had already fainted and was thrown on the bed. Nobody cared about him. After the three emissaries entered the room, they rummaged through the drawers and cabinets, but they did not find what they were looking for. Lu Yunshi looked at Taj Kis and asked, "Where is the emperor's tiger seal?" Taj Kis was also startled. "You didn't find it?" Seeing the three of them staring at her, she was immediately angered. "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Are you suspecting that I have hidden it?" Miafengshi laughed mischievously and said, "Just now, there were only you and Hui Wisher here. Since Hui Wisher came out to receive us, naturally we can rule out the possibility that you were the only one here. If we don't suspect you, who else would we suspect?" Taj Kis snorted and said, "Just now, I was half dead from handling so many corpses. How could I have the time to look for the tiger seal? Besides, what good would it do me to hide the tiger seal? Right now, the cult leader of the main altar is my daughter. Do you think I would deliberately pull her back?" The three emissaries looked at each other. They felt that Taj Kis's words were very reasonable. They could not help but hesitate and asked, "Then where did the tiger seal go?" Taj Kis pointed to Wanyan Shui who was lying on the bed and said, "Can't we just ask him?" Wanyan Shui had a wonderful dream. In the dream, he held Madame Peach Blossom in his left hand and Yunu in his right. They did some shameless things on the dragon bed. What made him even more delighted was that he felt as if he had suddenly returned to his youth. That surging and boundless energy, that never-tiring toughness, and the two girls gazing at him with starry eyes. How many years has it been since he experienced such a feeling of pride and satisfaction? However, just as he was about to raise his spear and get on the bed again, the room suddenly started to rain. He immediately became furious and said, "My bedchamber is leaking. When I find out who is responsible for this, I will definitely execute 9 generations of his family." The rain became heavier and heavier. Finally, the heavy downpour directly drenched his face. He immediately got up, and woke up. There was no rain and there were only a few people surrounding him. Wanyan Shui's head was still somewhat dizzy. When he saw Taj Kis, he could not help but reach out to hug her and said, "My beloved concubine, slap." In response to him was a crisp slap. Wanyan Shui was stunned. It had been a long time since he had been slapped. Ever since he became the emperor, no one had dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. Now, he was actually slapped by a woman. Even if the other party was the calamitous Madame Peach Blossom, it was still unacceptable. "Men, drag this woman away and behead her." However, after calling out 3 times, he did not see a single person. He finally realized that something was wrong. Only then did he see Lu Yunshi and Miafengshi. His expression changed and he said, "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into my bedchamber? Don't you know that this is a crime worthy of 9 generations of your family being executed?" In response to him was a slap from Miafengshi. Miafengshi frowned and looked at him. He could not help but say, "Taj Kis, did you use too much medicine? Did you make this dog emperor stupid?" Taj Kis coldly said, "He is not smart to begin with." Wanyan Shui immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly shouted, "Where is Dashing Kingdom? Dashing Kingdom, where is this dog slave?" "Shut up." Tajkis gave him another slap. Her depressed mood because of the ever-victorious king finally eased a little. "That eunuch is already on the road to the Yellow Springs. If you miss him so much, I can send you down to reunite with him." After all, Wanyan Rui was the emperor. After his initial panic, he quickly regained his composure and stared fixedly at Tadish. "Who are you?" Tadish smiled sweetly and gently lifted her hair. "Am I not the Lady Peach Blossom that you yearn for day and night?" Her face, which he usually thought was peerlessly beautiful, now caused his hair to stand on end. Wanyan Rui subconsciously shook his head. "No, you are not Tao Yao." "Of course I am Tao Yao. However, I have another identity. I am the Ming Dynasty's Purple Dragon Queen." Thinking back to how she had no choice but to curry favor with him in the past, Tadish felt the thrill of revenge. "Purple Dragon Queen?" Wanyan Shi silently muttered the name Zishan Long Wang. It was a pity that although Zishan Long Wang was considered a first-class character in Jianhu, in the eyes of the people of the imperial court, he was nothing more than a commoner. He had never heard of this name before. Miaofengshi coughed heavily. "Tadish, get to the point." Tadish blushed slightly and asked, "Where did you put your tiger tally?" "Tiger tally?" Wanyan Rui's heart stirred. He suppressed the urge to look in a certain direction. Wasn't the tiger tally always in the cabinet in the bedchamber? Since they have taken control of this place, they should have obtained it. Why are they asking me? A person's potential is limitless in a desperate situation. Although Wanyan Rui was usually muddle-headed, he was more clear-headed than ever when his life was at stake. Since they are asking me this, it proves that they haven't found it. It seems that the tiger tally has been lost. Normally, losing the tiger tally would be a big deal. But now, it looks like it's a good thing. Wanyan Rui quickly organized his thoughts and suddenly had an idea. "Do you think we would be stupid enough to tell you?" Wanyan Rui deliberately snorted. His actions clearly indicated that he had hidden the tiger tally in a safe place. If he didn't tell them, none of them would be able to find it. Use torture. Lu Yunshi was also very direct. The Persian Ming dynasty was good at assassinations and was very familiar with the human body structure. They also had a very deep understanding of the art of torture. Even trained death warriors could not withstand their techniques, let alone a pampered emperor. "How dare you? I am the son of heaven. How dare you torture me?" Wanyan Rui's expression immediately changed. However, his tone revealed that he was putting on a brave front. "You are only our prisoner right now, why are you putting on the airs of an emperor?" Miaofengshi mocked. Wanyan Ju's countenance changed several times. Just a moment ago, he had been trying his best to straighten his back, but now, he seemed to have deflated and collapsed. Suddenly, he thought of something and hastily said to Tajtish, "Tao Yao, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of devotion. It's not just one day between us. Don't tell me you have the heart to see me being tormented like this?" Tajtish sneered and said, "Do you really think I was the one accompanying you on those occasions? I just used some knockout drugs to make you have some beautiful dreams. Even Chongqing King has never been close to me, let alone you." "What?" Wanyan Rui became absent-minded. "So I never had this woman? All those beautiful memories were just a dream?" This blow was no less than when he first discovered that he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, an imperial guard suddenly came in and reported, "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived and wishes to see your Majesty." "I won't see her. Send her away." Tajtish frowned. What would happen if the Empress were to see them? When Wanyan Rui heard that the Empress had arrived, he normally disliked this overbearing woman. However, at this moment, it was as if he had seen his savior. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Your Majesty." Unfortunately, Hui Wisher, who had been by his side all along, was already prepared. Before he could shout, she had already sealed his mute acupoint. Why has the Empress come to see him at this time? Miaofengshi looked at Tajtish with a puzzled expression. "I'm not sure either." Tajtish shook her head. Wanyan Rui and the Empress have never gotten along. During my stay in the palace, I haven't seen them interact much. It is indeed strange for the Empress to come at this time. It can't be that our matter has been exposed, right? Hui Wisher couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be, Taj Tish pondered for a moment before replying. Our operation this time was sudden and we didn't let anyone live. It is impossible for her to know. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. One of their trusted aides had already reported. The Empress insisted on barging in. We didn't dare to stop her. As the other party was the Empress, they felt somewhat guilty for pretending to be Imperial Guards. Moreover, even if they were real Imperial Guards, they wouldn't dare to stop her. After all, this was a family matter of the Son of Heaven. Those fake Imperial Guards had a guilty conscience and in the end, they were muddle-headed and allowed the Empress to enter. I heard that His Majesty invited sister-in-law to the palace tonight. As sister-in-law, I came to take a look. Empress Peiman's words came to an abrupt halt. Seeing the chaotic situation in the hall, she couldn't help but stare blankly. Who are you? Miao Fengshe and Lu Yunshi glanced at each other before stepping out at the same time. Before Empress Peiman could react, the eunuchs and palace maids behind her were all slaughtered. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial Guards outside also took the opportunity to kill all of Empress Peiman's palace maids and Imperial Guards outside. Empress Peiman finally reacted. There's a thorn. Unfortunately, the moment she spoke, her mute acupoint was sealed by Tadish. Looking at the luxuriously dressed woman before her, Tadish laughed. I was still thinking about how to control the Hall of Peace. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ask her if the tiger Tally is with her, reminded Hui Wisher. After all, not just anyone could enter the Emperor's bedchamber. As the Empress, Peiman indeed had the opportunity to take the tiger Tally. Tadish nodded and casually unsealed Empress Peiman's acupoint. Who knew that the moment the other party was freed, she would start cursing loudly, Tao Yao, you slut. You actually colluded with thieves to rebel? Because Wanyan Rua had always liked Tao Yao, she hadn't felt the slightest bit of love from Wanyan Rua ever since she married him. Naturally, she hated the instigator to the bone. Today's situation only added fuel to the fire. Shut up. Your and the Dog Emperor's lives are now in my hands. If you want to live, answer my questions properly. Tadish didn't have the energy to argue with her and coldly said. Humph, are you very pleased with yourself? A strange smile appeared on Empress Peiman's face. Do you feel that the Imperial Palace is under your control? What do you mean? Tadish immediately felt a sense of foreboding. You'll know soon enough. Slut, don't you always brag about your beauty? When the time comes, this Empress will throw you into a brothel and let you suffer the abuse of thousands of men. Then, I'll execute you with 1,000 cuts, said Empress Peiman through gritted teeth. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from outside. Your subject, Wanyan Liang, requests an audience with your majesty. At this moment, Taj Tish's countenance finally changed. The three Persian emissaries looked at each other in dismay and hastily asked, why is he here? They could not help but feel puzzled. It was the middle of the night and the gates of the Imperial Palace were closed. No one was allowed to enter or leave unless they had the Emperor's gold medallion. Although Wanyan Liang was favored by the Emperor, he was still a foreign subject. How could he appear outside the Emperor's bedchamber in the middle of the night? Wanyan Ting also had the same doubts. However, the most important thing at the moment was to escape from the clutches of these villains. As for Wanyan Liang's crime of breaking into the palace in the middle of the night, it could be investigated at a later time. Stop him outside and don't let him in. Taj Tish hastily ordered her subordinates to deal with the situation. At the same time, she was extremely depressed. Ever since she returned to the Central Plains, everything had gone wrong. Today, she was so close to success, yet so many accidents happened one after another. Suddenly thinking of something, Taj Tish turned to Empress Peiman and asked, did you know that Wanyan Liang was coming? Empress Peiman sneered, slut, are you afraid now? If you obediently let me go now, I might consider sparing your life. Taj Tish's countenance turned cold. Just as she was about to fly into a rage, the sound of weapons clashing was suddenly heard from outside the hall, mixed with the screams of many people. The three Persian emissaries and Taj Tish looked at each other with unsightly countenances. They could tell that the screams came from their trusted subordinates. Soon, the group of subordinates retreated into the hall in panic. Wang Yanliang walked in, escorted by a group of people. After taking a glance at the situation in the hall, he roughly understood the situation. I was wondering why the guards of the Hall of Benevolence were changed today. It turns out that you are the culprit. The three Persian emissaries subconsciously walked to Tajtish's side and looked at the incoming group of people with vigilance. Tajtish had mingled with the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom for a long time and could roughly recognize the people around Wang Yanliang. The person closest to Wang Yanliang was Wang Yanliang's most trusted aide, the Assistant Minister of War, Xiaoyu. Next to him was the Right Deputy Inspector, Pu Cha, who had brought a few dozen trusted imperial bodyguards with him. Although the number of imperial bodyguards was small, it was obvious that they were all skilled fighters. There were also 3 burly men guarding Wang Yanliang in the middle. Although Tadish had never seen them before, she could roughly guess their identities. They were most likely Wang Yanliang's 4 personal guards, 2 Dongjin, 2 Dali, 2 Chihu, Xiao Tonggu, and Yelu Yuani. However, for some reason, there were only 3 of them. He didn't know which of the 4 wasn't present. On the other side stood 3 elderly men. Although they didn't look as valiant as the others and appeared rather old, they faintly exuded the unique prestige and imposing aura of a grandmaster, causing Tadish and the others to feel the greatest apprehension. Standing at the head of the group was a tall old man dressed in white. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His face was yellowish-brown and he exuded a heroic spirit. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Back in the western regions, Tajtish had met him once and recognized him as the master of White Camel Mountain, Western Poison Ouyang Feng. The other person wasn't that old. He was dressed in a sapphire blue satin robe. He had a handsome face and a natural and unrestrained manner. His upper lip and chin were slightly pursed. He should have been an extremely refined man, but unfortunately, he was blind in one eye. The black eye patch made him look even more sinister and ruthless. Looking at the 2 golden sabers and black sword on his back, Tajtish could roughly guess his identity. He was the master of Unrequited Love Valley, Gong Sun Ji. In that case, the remaining old man should be the Iron Palm Drifter, Qiu Qianren. The news of Wang Yanliang, the Prince of Sea Mausoleum, recruiting several famous Zhenghu experts had spread far and wide in the capital. Tajtish had also heard about it. Prince of Sea Mausoleum, quickly come and save me. Wang Yanling quickly called out while Huiyue emissary's attention was on the other side. Wang Yanliang's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule, but he still replied, Your Majesty, don't panic. Wait for this prince to capture these rebels first. Tajtish sneered, Prince of Sea Mausoleum, we are all straightforward people and don't resort to insinuations. You have brought your troops to the emperor's bedchamber so late at night. It is still uncertain who is the rebel. After hearing her words, Wang Yanling's eyes turned doubtful. Wang Yanliang smiled unhurriedly, this prince has obtained reliable information and knows that there is a change in the Hall of Benevolence. Therefore, I have brought my troops to rescue the emperor. What is wrong with that? On the other hand, you, Madam Peach Blossom, have truly exceeded this prince's expectations. I didn't expect you to have so many experts under you. You were able to silently control the emperor. Admirable, truly admirable. At this moment, Ouyang Feng spoke, if I didn't recognize wrongly, this Madam Peach Blossom should be the head of the 4 great law kings under the former Ming dynasty cult master Yang Dingtian, Zishan Dragon King. Zishan Dragon King? Wang Yanliang revealed a strange expression. It is said that Zishan Dragon King was the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. I didn't expect her to come to the Jin kingdom and become the ever-victorious princess. Wang Yanliang was different from Wang Yanling. These years, he had been paying more attention to the martial arts world, especially those famous chivalrous women and beauties like Huang Rong and Zishan Dragon King. Wang Yanliang looked at Tajtish with a playful expression, isn't the Ming dynasty's power in the western region? Why do you suddenly want to encroach on the Jin kingdom's court? Tajtish weighed the strength of both sides in her heart. It was obvious that her side's situation was not optimistic. It seemed that she could only win with her wits and not force. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly, Prince Hailing, you misunderstand. This time, we came to the Jin kingdom to seek cooperation with your country. We definitely have no intention of encroaching on it. Taj Tish was already a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Her sweet smile made her look even more beautiful. The surrounding soldiers' breathing quickened. Among the people present, only Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren were not affected. Firstly, their cultivation levels were high, and secondly, they were old. In addition, they were not fond of women to begin with. Therefore, when faced with Taj Tish's peerless beauty, their minds were as calm as an ancient well. As for Gong Sanji, who was also a top-notch expert, he was just like Wan Yanliang, drooling. After all, Wan Yanliang was used to seeing beauties. In this aspect, his resistance was slightly higher. He forcefully sobered up and said, "Madam's words are a little funny. Madam has taken my country's emperor and empress hostage. How can you talk about cooperation like this?" Taj Tish seemed to have anticipated his question. Unhurriedly, she explained, "Your servant has been in your country for many years. I understand that Wan Yanling is muddle-headed and incompetent. He is not a partner worthy of the Ming dynasty's reliance. In comparison, your excellency is wise and brilliant. Our Ming dynasty has decided to cooperate with your highness. Unfortunately, we do not have a suitable gift for our first meeting. After much deliberation, we decided to use the emperor and empress to show our sincerity. Who would have known that before we could present them, your highness would arrive?" Wan Yanliang laughed. "Is that true?" Taj Kiss bowed. "What I have said is true." After spending so many years in the upper echelons of power in the Jin kingdom, her vision was no longer that of a young girl who would disregard everything for love. In a short period of time, she had already understood the situation. Wan Yanliang had obviously come prepared. Although the Persian three emissaries were highly skilled, if both sides were to fight, they would definitely be annihilated. Since it was impossible to control Wan Yanrui, it was better to take a step back and cooperate with Wan Yanliang while they still had the capital to negotiate. If she could successfully build a relationship with Wan Yanliang, it would be a blessing in disguise. After all, from what she had seen and heard over the years, Wan Yanliang was a staunch supporter of war in the Jin court. Moreover, he had always viewed the Mongols as the greatest threat. When the time came, she could provoke him and incite a war between the Jin and the Mongols. That would be considered as having accomplished her mission. The reason why Tadish felt that negotiation was feasible was because even though her side was in a disadvantageous position, they were still a force that couldn't be underestimated. If Wan Yanliang truly wished to devour them, he would have to pay an exorbitant price. To Wan Yanliang, every ounce of strength was extremely precious. "Madam's proposal is very interesting." Wan Yanliang smiled. "Since that is the case, to show your sincerity, can you first send the emperor and empress over?" Hui Yushi hurriedly stepped forward and whispered to Taj Kiss, "No, the emperor and empress are our only bargaining chips. How can we hand them over to him?" Taj Kiss frowned. After a long time, she said, "The emperor and empress are of no use to us. I know Wan Yanliang very well. He is not a loyal subject. This time, he brought troops in the middle of the night, not to save the emperor." Miao Fengshi and Lu Yunshi agreed. "Just hand the emperor and empress over to him." Taj Kiss then said in a clear voice, "Since your highness has spoken, to show our sincerity, we will immediately send them over." She signaled with her eyes and her subordinates escorted Wan Yanrui and Empress Pei Man to the side. "Prince Hailing, help us kill these rebels and we will bestow you the title of minister." Seeing Wan Yanliang, Wan Yanrui felt as if he had seen his savior. All these years, he had trusted Wan Yanliang greatly. Now that he had returned to his side, his heart, which had been restless the entire night, finally calmed down. Hearing his order, Wan Yanliang immediately smiled, but he did not immediately respond. Instead, he walked to his side, and under the other party's astonished gaze, he reached out and broke his neck. Bandits from the Ming dynasty snuck into the imperial palace to assassinate the emperor. Unfortunately, the emperor has passed away. He has ordered the guards to kill the bandits on the spot. Wan Yanliang's emotionless voice reverberated throughout the hall. Although Taj Tish's plan was perfect, and if it was any other day, Wan Yanliang might really be persuaded by her. However, this time it concerned the emperor. He had entered the palace with the intention of assassinating the emperor and usurping the throne. Just as he was vexed over how to deal with the infamy, the people of the Ming dynasty happened to bump into the muzzle of his spear. This kind of scapegoat delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to make use of it. You. Taj Tish and the others were both shocked and angry, but they no longer had the time to criticize them. Wan Yanliang's subordinates received their orders and charged towards them. Ouyang Feng took the lead and went against Miaofengshi, while Qiu Qianren chose Lu Yunshi. As for Gong Sunji, he had long coveted Hui Wishi's slender waist and perky bottom. Without any hesitation, he chose her. Pucha and Ahudi led the guards to kill the remaining bandits. Although Empress Pei Man no longer had any feelings for Wan Yanrue, he was still her husband. Seeing him die just like that, she could not help but feel sad. However, at this moment, she was even more shocked and angry. Wan Yanliang, you dared to assassinate the emperor. Wan Yanliang smiled. Empress, you misunderstand. The emperor died at the hands of these bandits from the Ming dynasty. I am currently avenging the emperor. Empress Pei Man berated him. These lies can only be used to deceive the ignorant commoners. Since you dared to assassinate the emperor, I believe that you will not be lenient towards me, the empress. Wan Yanliang greedily glanced at her voluptuous body. Your Highness is worrying too much. This prince has no use for Wan Yanrue. However, your Highness is different. At the very least, your Highness is a charming beauty. Shameless. Empress Pei Man was so angry that her whole body trembled. Wan Yanliang, don't be too pleased with yourself. Someone will definitely come to deal with you. You mean Wan Yan Zongxian, Zongmin, and those old farts? Hee, when this prince is done here, the first person I will deal with will be those old farts. These past few years, both Wan Yan Zongxian and Zongmin had been above Wan Yanliang in terms of status and seniority. Wan Yanliang also knew that after he usurped the throne, other people would be fine, but these two leaders of the military and the government would definitely not obey him. They had the military and power in their hands, and at the same time, they had great prestige. Once they raised their arms, he would be in a dangerous situation. So after he took control of the palace, the first thing he would do was to get rid of these two people. Empress Pei Man laughed coldly and did not refute him. However, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Taj Tish glanced over at the Persian three emissaries and found that they were all at a disadvantage. She knew that it would be difficult for them to escape today. Her only chance was to capture the ringleader first. Having made up her mind, she consecutively used her killing moves to kill the guards in front of her. Then, using her lightness skill, she rapidly approached Wan Yanliang. Along the way, the guards tried to stop her, but unfortunately, there was an indescribable strangeness to her movements. She was like a ghost or a demon, a spirit or a monster. After a few leaps, she appeared in front of Wan Yanliang. Wan Yanliang's expression changed slightly and he hastily retreated. However, Taj Tish was betting on this slim chance of survival. How could she let him go so easily? She stretched out her hand to grab the major acupoint on his chest. Just as Wan Yanliang was about to be caught, two large hands suddenly reached out from the side, blocking in front of them. It turned out that Wan Yanliang's 4 personal guards had made a move. Xiao Tonggu and Yelu Yuani blocked Taitish's attack, while Ali Chuha stayed by Wan Yanliang's side. Wan Yanliang's 4 bodyguards were carefully selected top experts in the country. If they were to appear in Jianghu, each one of them would be as famous as Zishan Dragon Queen. Moreover, half of Taj Tish's kung fu was related to underwater kung fu. Fighting 1 against 2, she quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Taj Tish clenched her teeth. She raised her hand and threw her famous concealed weapon, the golden flower, towards the 2 bodyguards. She tried to seize this opportunity to escape. The result was that the 2 bodyguards dodged to the east and swayed to the west, completely avoiding the projectiles. Xiao Tonggu continued to press forward, his finger pointed at Taj Tish's throat. Taj Tish hastily raised her palm to block in front of her body. At the same time, she brandished her sword to counterattack. Unexpectedly, she suddenly leaped up. Yelu Yuani had already grabbed her from behind. Xiao Tonggu took this opportunity to rush forward 3 steps and sealed several major acupoints on her body. Taj Tish's body stiffened and from then on she was unable to move. Wan Yanliang nodded his head in satisfaction. After following him for so long, these 2 finally understood his master's temperament and knew that he had to capture her alive. In his panic, he didn't have the time to warn them. If they were to kill Tadish on the spot, it would be strange if he didn't vomit blood in anger. It would be a waste if he didn't play with such a beauty from head to toe for at least 30 times. Tadish was brought over by the two. Observing her up close, despite being over 30 years old, her skin was still as tender as a young girl's. Even though Wan Yanliang was used to seeing beauties, he couldn't help but be amazed. One must know that in order to conceal her identity, Tadish had intentionally altered her appearance. Yet, she was still comparable to the number one beauty of the Jin kingdom, Song Bai. Now that she had restored her original appearance, she was even more alluring and devastatingly beautiful. No wonder she was publicly acknowledged as the number one beauty of the pugilistic world back then. Wan Yanliang couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Infinity, less than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. In fact, the title of the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world was not that strict. Because there were many countries, the corresponding martial arts world was not unified. The martial arts world of each country had its own number one beauty. Moreover, for those who obtained this title, beauty was only one aspect, identity was also an important factor. For example, in the southern Song dynasty, Huang Rong was the publicly acknowledged number one beauty of the pugilistic world. This didn't mean that there was no woman in the entire southern Song dynasty who could surpass her in terms of appearance. For example, Xiao Longnu, Wang Yuyan, Zhou Zhirua and the others were definitely not inferior to her in terms of appearance. Moreover, with the advantage of being young, they might be able to surpass Huang Rong. However, Huang Rong's identity was too special. She had guarded Xianxia with her husband for over 10 years and had become a goddess in the hearts of countless people of the southern dynasty. Within the kingdom of Ming and Qing, the publicly acknowledged number one beauty was Jin Yuan of the past. A large part of the reason for this was also because she was a beauty that had soared to the heavens. The men who fought over her, whether it was Wu Sangue or Li Zicheng, were all influential figures. The other women, whether it was Princess Chongping Ajiu or the holy aunt of the Sun Moon sect, were slightly less legendary than Qin Yuan. Compared to them, Tadish's reputation as the number one beauty of the martial world didn't play much of a role. Instead, it was the crushing effect brought about by her looks. Wan Yanliang couldn't help but reach out to caress Tosh Tish's face, only to be spat on by Tosh Tish. He didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he dipped his finger into the saliva on his face and tasted it. Immediately, he was inspired to write a poem, graceful figure, soft and supple like jade. Fragrant liquid lingers on the tip of the tongue, the beauty with the flute in her mouth cannot speak. His eyes sent flirtatious words. Wait until the dew of the flowers gradually thickens, the silver spear will dance deep and destroy the beauty, the colors will gradually become chaotic, the branches will gradually tremble, when the sun rises, the flowers will already be destroyed. Although Tosh Kiss and Empress Peiman were not Han people, they had a deep understanding of Han culture. Naturally they understood the meaning of his poem and cursed him in their hearts for being shameless. As the female lead, Tosh Kiss was both ashamed and angry. From the point of view of the poem itself, Wan Yanliang's poem did not even have any rhyme, so naturally it couldn't be considered a masterpiece. However, in between the lines, it was able to describe certain matters in a vivid and colorful manner, as if it was a vivid and lifelike painting unfolding in front of him. Tosh Kiss was originally a contradictory character who was both affectionate and fickle. Her affectionate feelings were expressed towards Han Xianxia, but her fickle feelings were expressed towards everyone except Han Xianxia. Even towards Xia Sun, who she was good friends with in the past, she would fall out with him just like that, not to mention being teased by Wan Yanliang like this. It was a pity that her internal energy was currently restrained, otherwise she would definitely chop Wan Yanliang into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. At the same time, she was unable to restrain her worry. At first glance, she could tell that Wan Yanliang was a lustful person. Now that she had fallen into his hands, it was obvious what kind of fate awaited her. Fortunately, Wan Yanliang very quickly shifted his attention away from her and focused on the battle on the other side. Although he was lustful, he was able to distinguish the severity of the matter. Today's matter was of great importance and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, when faced with such a beauty who could cause the downfall of a country and bring suffering to the people, he only casually flirted with her. In any case, as long as he succeeded, he would have plenty of time. Tajkis also followed his gaze and looked at her companions. Now she could only hope that the Persian three emissaries would be able to turn the situation around. Perhaps there would be a turning point in the situation. Unfortunately, she knew that the possibility of this happening was very low. Actually, in terms of martial arts, any one of the Persian three emissaries might not necessarily be her match. In the past, the reason why they were able to beat Zhang Wuji, who had mastered the 9-yang divine skill, and the Qiankuan de Nuai, into such a sorry state was mainly because of their strange stances and their proficiency in joint attacks. Unfortunately, whether it was Ouyang Feng or Qiu Qianren, they were both great devils tempered by the blood and fire of the underworld. Whether it was combat experience or reaction time, they were far superior to the inexperienced Zhang Wuji. With one glance, they could see the advantages of the three emissaries. Therefore, intentionally or unintentionally, they separated the Persian three emissaries, causing them to fall into a predicament of fighting on their own. The Persian three emissaries simultaneously launched their strange moves. Several times they tried to group together to attack each other, but unfortunately, Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren were able to neutralize them. As for Hui Weshi, her martial arts were the weakest among the three emissaries. In addition, she had lost an arm during the assassination attempt onto Xinghua. Against Gong Sunji's golden saber and black sword, she was at a great disadvantage. Therefore, although Gong Sunji's cultivation was the weakest among the three, he had the easiest time. Seeing that victory was within his grasp, he was not in a hurry to hit his opponent. Instead, he continuously used his golden saber and black sword to cut her clothes. Towards the end, her clothes were fluttering in the wind. Not a single part of Hui Weshi's clothes was left intact. Wan Yanliang frowned and said, "Ballet Master Gong Sun, finish this quickly." He understood that any delay could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, they were plotting treason against the emperor today. How could he allow any mishaps? Only then did Gong Sunji stop playing games. His attacks suddenly became swift and fierce. Hui Weshi could no longer withstand his attacks. After a few stances, her pressure points were sealed. Seeing that Gong Sunji, who was the weakest among them, had the upper hand, Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren both grunted and used their most powerful techniques. Lu Yunshi and Miao Fengshi knew that they were going to lose today. Their hearts were already filled with fear. When they saw Tajkis and Hui Weshi being captured, they were even more frightened. Under such circumstances, they were no match for Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren. Tajkis and Hui Weshi could use their beauty to preserve their lives. Lu Yunshi and Miao Fengshi, these two men of the western regions, would not show any mercy to the fairer sex. Two miserable screams were heard and the two lost their lives. When Tajkis saw this scene, she could not help but turn her head away. Although she did not normally have a good relationship with the Persian three emissaries and was humiliated by them when they were captured on the Lingxi Island, this time they were on the same side. She could not help but feel sympathy for the loss of the rabbit. Wan Yanliang did not have the time to worry about Tajkis. Instead, he issued one order after another. Finally, his eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Take the emperor's gold medallion and summon Wanyan Zongxian and Zongmin to the palace. Tell them that the emperor has something to discuss with them. Chapter 11. When Wanyan Zongxian received the emperor's verbal order for him to enter the palace and have an audience with the emperor, he did not have any suspicions. This was because the emperor had tactfully revealed to him several times that he was going to depose Empress Peiman and make Chongqing Prince's wife, Lady Peach Blossom, the new empress. In Wanyan Zongxian's opinion, this was very inappropriate. Although it was shocking to simply take his sister-in-law into the harem, it was not a big deal as long as it was done secretly. In the past, Wanyan Zongxian had Zhao Guo's mother, Empress Wei, and his wife, Empress Xing, in bed with him. How could he be an old pedant in this regard? He objected because the emperor's killing of Chongqing Prince had already caused a lot of controversy. If he were to publicly take his wife as the empress, not only would the common people be in an uproar, but even the nobles would find it hard to accept. During this period of time, he had been thinking about how to persuade the emperor to change his mind. Coincidentally, he thought of a clever method and felt that this time he would definitely be able to persuade the emperor. Just as he was thinking of quietly going to the emperor after the morning court session, he received the palace edict. Without the slightest bit of suspicion, he entered the palace without any precaution. As soon as he entered the palace, he was arrested and executed by Wang Yanliang's men. Before he died, he did not know about the upheaval in the palace and thought that his suggestion to change the empress had angered the emperor. Before he died, he said to the people around him, "Who can speak for me? My death is not to be regretted, but I hope that the emperor will not listen to me." He hoped that these words would reach the emperor's ears so that he would stop being so stubborn. As for the left prime minister, Wang Yanzongmin, he did not receive an edict from the emperor, but a secret edict from the empress. Because of their many years of marriage, he was inextricably linked to Empress Peiman's family. Over the years, he had always been a strong supporter of Empress Peiman in the imperial court. The two of them worked together and controlled the Jin court for a long time. Although their power was affected after Wang Yanshui took over, their alliance had always been unbreakable. Therefore, when he received Empress Peiman's message from the palace, he did not suspect anything. Like Wang Yanzongxian, he entered the palace unprepared and was executed by Wang Yanliang's men. From this, it could be seen how meticulous Wang Yanliang's plan was. He had even taken these details into consideration. That was why he could effortlessly get rid of the two leaders of the Jin kingdom's military and political circles. In this way, no one in the entire imperial court could threaten him. When Wang Yanliang received news from his subordinates that the two men had been taken care of, his last bit of worry disappeared. There was still some time before the morning court session. Wang Yanliang had an idea and looked towards the Hall of Benevolence. "I can take advantage of this time to taste the delicate bodies of those beauties." Just now, Wang Yanliang was busy issuing one order after another to control the situation. Therefore, he dispatched some men to bring Empress Peiman and Tadish to the Hall of Benevolence. At this time, the two women were sitting on the dragon bed, holding each other's hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes. After a long time, Empress Peiman sighed regretfully, "I didn't expect that after all our fighting, we would end up benefiting that dog Wang Yanliang." Tadish frowned. "I have never fought with you over anything. It is you who have unilaterally treated me as an enemy." Empress Peiman was stabbed by her, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "Didn't fight for what? Who was the one who provoked His Majesty every now and then? So much so that His Majesty recently had the idea of replacing the Empress." "Replacing the Empress?" Tadish revealed a look of astonishment. After clarifying what was going on, she couldn't help but cry out, "If I had known that he had the idea of making me the Empress, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to act." Thinking of how they had taken such a huge risk to control the emperor, only to end up helping someone else, Tadish regretted it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have chosen such a radical method. With her beauty and charm, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to make Wang Yanliang make up his mind. As long as she became the empress, she would be able to legitimately influence the decisions of the Jin kingdom. She wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. "You slut, aren't you ashamed to say that?" Empress Peiman spat hatefully. "If you hadn't plotted against His Majesty, how could Wang Yanliang and his group of rebels succeed in killing the emperor so easily? Who are you calling slut?" A murderous glint flashed across Tadish's eyes. She had always been proud of her chastity, so how could she tolerate Empress Peiman repeatedly calling her a slut? "So what if I am?" Empress Peiman coldly snorted. "Stop pretending to be a chaste woman. With Wang Yanliang's temperament, none of us will be able to escape being humiliated by him in a moment. What are you still pretending for?" Tadish's breathing instantly turned hurried. If not for the fact that her entire body was restrained, she would have long killed this woman before her. However, when she thought about the possibility of what Tadish said happening, a deep sense of helplessness washed over her. All these years, she had been shuttling between Chongqing King and the Jin Kingdom's emperor, yet she was still able to maintain her chastity. Could it be that she was destined to meet her doom today? "Xianxia, my husband, if your spirit is in heaven, please tell me what I should do." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Tadish's mind. She looked straight at Empress Peiman and asked, "Why is your tone so calm? I can't sense your worry at all." Empress Peiman's expression changed. "Am I?" Tadish's train of thought became clearer. "Of course I am. From the moment you appeared, you were behaving strangely. When you fell into our hands, you didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, you threatened us in all sorts of ways. When Wan Yanliang appeared, I subconsciously thought that you were in cahoots with him. But now, it seems that you are relying on someone else. Empress Peiman's expression flickered. Finally, she snorted and said, so what? That person is my reliance, not yours. You should obediently wait to serve Wan Yanliang in bed. Who knows, if you serve him well, he might even bestow you the title of a concubine. Shut up. When she thought of the possibility of Wan Yanliang doing those disgusting things on her body, Tatish's face turned pale. Ask your backer to help me out. Otherwise, when Wan Yanliang comes in, I will tell him everything. When that happens, no one will be able to leave. Empress Peiman immediately became furious. You slut. At this moment, Wan Yanliang's voice sounded from the doorway. What are you two beauties doing? Why are you so angry? It seems that this prince will have to soothe your anger. Tatish ignored him and continued to look at Empress Peiman. This is your last chance. Empress Peiman bit her lips and finally nodded. You win. What are you two beauties talking about? Wan Yanliang was confused. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the two women's figures. Tatish sat there with a slight anger, looking like a meticulously carved jade statue. She was bright and sparkling, and every part of her body gave people the urge to caress her. Although Empress Peiman was not as beautiful as Tatish, she was still a famous beauty in the Jin kingdom. Coupled with her high status as an empress, her attractiveness to men was not inferior to Tatish's. Wan Yanliang looked left and right but could not decide on who to start with. In the end, he simply made up his mind. This prince is really muddle-headed. Is there even a need to choose? Let's do it together. Wan Yanliang took off his clothes as he walked towards the dragon bed. My two beauties, whoever serves me better, I will confer her the title of empress. Peiman laughed coldly. I am the empress, do I need you to confer me the title? Wan Yanliang's eyes turned cold. Since ancient times, when an emperor dies, there will always be someone buried with him in the harem. Do you want to try? Empress Peiman's expression changed several times, but she did not refute. Tish saw that he was getting closer and closer and tried to stall for time. Your Highness, why do you need to trick us? You already have a legitimate princess in your residence. If you ascend the throne, she will naturally be the empress. How can we have a chance? 10. Wan Yanliang's expression turned ugly. That may not be true. Although Tu Danjing is the princess, she may not be the empress. In fact, during this period of time, he had been regretting what happened that night. Although he finally got to taste Goodbye's body as he wished, that night his wife was also under another man's body. When he thought of that scene, it was as if there was a thorn in his heart. Today, after the coup d'état, he was even more vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have endured for a while. Once he became the emperor, obtaining Goodbye would be a piece of cake. Why did he have to sacrifice his wife? Now, every time Wan Yanliang saw his wife, he could not help but think of some unpleasant scenes. Thus, when he said that the empress may not be Tu Danjing, he was not completely deceiving them. When he accidentally thought of this matter, Wan Yanliang's anger flared up. Because Tish had mentioned this matter, he was prepared to vent his anger on her. With reddened eyes, he reached out to pull Tish's clothes. Tish's expression changed greatly and she subconsciously tried to dodge. Unfortunately, her acupoints were sealed and she could not move an inch. Moreover, she had used the pink smoke in her mouth to deal with Dashing. She was now completely defenseless. At this time, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. To deal with such a devastatingly beautiful woman, if you can't get along, then attacking the heart is the best and attacking the body is the second. Your Highness is also a flower lover, so why did you choose the most impulsive and despicable method? Who dares to speak such nonsense here? Wan Yanliang was enraged, but he quickly calmed down. His heart sank. For someone to appear outside the palace at this time meant that something must have happened. When Wan Yanliang put on his clothes and walked out of the hall, his other subordinates gathered around him. He hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Bring the two women out." He didn't know how many people the other party had and was worried that the other party was using a diversion tactic to attract everyone's attention and take advantage of the chaos to rescue the two women. He would never allow a woman of peerless elegance like Tadish to fall into the hands of another man. As for Pei Man, her identity as the empress would be of great help in stabilizing the situation of the imperial court. Therefore, he could not afford to lose either of these two ladies. He would only feel at ease keeping them by his side. Tang Quebian? When Wan Yanliang saw the person standing outside the hall, he was shocked. Prince, long time no see. Song Qingshu smiled. Shouldn't you be at Chongyang Palace? Wan Yanliang frowned. During this time, the people he had sent to keep an eye on this situation kept coming back with news. From the latest news, Tang Quebian, Pu Cha, and Ahu's 3,000 men should be near Mount Shongnan. Who said I was at Chongyang Palace? Song Qingshu suddenly came to a realization. He casually threw a package in front of him and said, "It should be this person who told you." The package rolled on the ground a few times and soon revealed a round object. Wan Yanliang took a closer look and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Tu Dongjin. Inside the package was the severed head of Tu Dongjin, the person he had sent to keep an eye on Tang Quebian. Tu Dongjin's eyes immediately turned red. He and Tu Dongjin were both from the Tu Dongjin family and had always been close. Xiao Tonggu Dai and Yelu Yuani also had gloomy expressions. Although their relationship with Tu Dongjin wasn't as good as Tu Dongjin's, they were all Wan Yanliang's 4 bodyguards. Seeing their comrade's head separated from his body, they couldn't help but feel sad. They took a step forward and were about to attack when Wan Yanliang hurriedly stopped them. He still had many questions to ask the other party. It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after he answered them. Since you're here, Pucha and Ahu must have returned as well. Where are they now? Wan Yanliang asked coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the faint sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from the palace. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. The Pucha family has always been loyal to the royal family. Now that there's a traitor in the family, they're trying to clean up the family. Wan Yanliang's expression changed. No wonder Pucha and Ahu hadn't returned after so long after he sent them to take over the imperial army. It turned out that Pucha and Ahu were delaying them. However, he wasn't too worried. Instead, he coldly said, Ahu has at most 3,000 men under his command. Ahu has far more men under his command. With the help of my own troops, it's hard to say who will be the one to clean up who. Song Qingshu smiled. Your Highness does have a lot of men under your command, but can they be more than the 100,000 soldiers of the northern barracks? Wan Yanliang's expression finally changed. Impossible. Unless it's the Emperor's tiger seal, no one can mobilize the northern barracks. There were a total of 3 armies near the capital. One was the imperial bodyguards under the control of the imperial inspector. Wan Yanliang had used a scheme to get rid of the imperial inspector, Wan Yantesi, and then moved the left deputy inspector, Pucha Ahu, away, allowing his trusted aide, Ahu, to take control of the imperial bodyguards. Another army was the defense army of the capital, which was under the control of the imperial police. After many years of infiltration, most of this army was under his control. The last army was the northern barracks. It could be said to be the most elite army in the entire Jin kingdom. It was under the direct command of the emperor. If a war were to break out, the soldiers in the marshal's office would come from this army. It was impossible for Wan Yanliang not to consider such an army. However, since this army could only be mobilized by the emperor himself or by the emperor's tiger seal, he chose to attack directly. As long as he controlled the emperor, this army would naturally be under his control. Although he did not find the tiger seal just now, from the testimony of the relevant personnel, it should have been hidden somewhere by the emperor. Since he already controlled the imperial palace, he could slowly search for it. Even if he could not find it, as long as he became the new emperor, he would still be able to command the army. Now that he heard the news of this army from Song Qingshu, how could he not be moved? The emperor already knew that you were up to no good, so he secretly gave the tiger seal to me. I have already sent the Qi Kingdom's princess, Wan Yanping, to mobilize the northern barracks into the capital. If everything goes according to plan, your men should be under control by now. Song Qingshu's calm voice was like a bolt from the blue that shook Wan Yanliang's ears. Chapter 2 of the basics. I have something to do today, so I can't finish updating. As an apology, I will share the original manuscript of The Art of Disguise in the VIP group. Hearing Song Qing's words, Empress Peiman and Tadish revealed expressions of puzzlement. Tadish was puzzled because when Wan Yanxian was being interrogated, he didn't reveal the slightest hint that he had given the tiger tally to someone else. Otherwise, he would definitely seize the opportunity to use it as a bargaining chip to make them hesitate in taking action. As for Empress Peiman, she was puzzled because the person she was waiting for was not Tang Quebian. Moreover, Tang Quebian and Wan Yanxian were not close. Why would the emperor give such an important tiger tally to a marginal person? Nonsense! Wan Yanliang roared angrily. After so many years, how could he not know Wan Yanxian's temperament? If Wan Yanshui really had such a plan, he wouldn't have dared to think of rebelling against his superior. Therefore, he didn't believe that Wan Yanshui would give the tiger tally to Tang Qua. However, judging from the current situation, it was highly likely that Tang Qua had the tiger tally in his possession. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the other side, Song Qing laughed inwardly. You guys can keep guessing. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to guess how he obtained the tiger tally. Of course, Wan Yanxian would not give him the tiger tally. Not long ago, Wan Yanxian had thrown him into prison and almost killed him. The reason why Song Qing had the tiger tally was because he heard from Tu Danjing that Wan Yanliang was about to start a coup. Therefore, he sneaked out of prison in the dead of night and snuck into Wan Yanxian's palace to steal the tiger tally. With Song Qing's current level of lightness kung fu, if he was a serious thief, there was nothing in this world that he could not steal. Moreover, he was very familiar with the Jin Imperial Palace. He had even been to the Emperor's palace more than once. However, even if he stole the tiger tally, it would not be of much use. Once the Emperor discovered that the tiger tally had been stolen, he would naturally have a set of well-developed countermeasures. Song Qing would not be able to mobilize troops even if he wanted to. However, coincidentally, Taj Tish and Wan Yanliang had started a coup. Wan Yanxian did not even have the time to realize that the tiger tally had been stolen. On the surface, Song Qing left the capital and went to Chongyang Palace in accordance with the imperial edict. However, he did not go far. First, he found an opportunity to kill Tu Danjin. Although Tu Danjin's martial arts were good, Song Qing knew that Tu Danjin had no chance of surviving. Then, he brought Tu Danjin's head to Pucha and explained everything. Pucha Ahu had originally felt that the imperial edict ordering him to lead troops to Mount Zhongnan was somewhat abrupt, and after hearing Song Qing's analysis, although he did not completely believe it, he still agreed to quietly return to the capital to investigate. When he returned to the capital, he found that there was indeed a change in the palace. Pucha Ahu could not help but be shocked and angry. He hurriedly led his troops in the direction of the Hall of Benevolence to protect the emperor. Pucha Ahu, who was in the middle of taking over the defense of the palace, naturally did not allow it. The two armies fought, and Song Qing took advantage of the chaos to reach the Hall of Benevolence first. After all, Wan Yanliang was an ambitious and ruthless person. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down and said, "Ha ha ha, your empty city stratagem is not very good. If you could really mobilize the northern barracks, why would you appear here alone? It's just a bluff to mess up the morale of my army. Men, whoever helps this prince kill this delusional person will be heavily rewarded by this prince." Song Qing couldn't help but admire Wan Yanliang. When the soldiers heard that the tiger tally was in his hands, even Wan Yanliang's confidants couldn't help but feel their hearts waver. However, Wan Yanliang reacted quickly and calmed them down with a few words. Although Wan Yanliang was licentious and cruel, objectively speaking, he was indeed a very capable person. Gong Sunji stepped forward and said, "I am willing to serve your highness. After killing this thief, I don't dare ask for any other rewards. I only ask that your highness bestow the Persian woman to me." Wan Yanliang frowned. He knew that the Persian woman Gong Sunji was referring to was Hui Weshi. Although that woman was not as beautiful as Taj Tish, she was still an outstanding beauty. He had intended to keep her for himself, but since Gong Sunji had spoken, he would not be jealous of his subordinate at this juncture. Good. After Mr. Gongsun kills Tang Qibian, I will bestow Hui Wisher to you. Yan Liang smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren frowned at the look on Gongsun Ji's face. They subconsciously moved away from Gongsun Ji, as if they were ashamed to be associated with such a person. Songqing couldn't help but mock him. Gongsun Ji, you are a famous man in Jianghu. I didn't expect you to be reduced to begging for food. Do you have any shame? Gongsun Ji flew into a rage. You're asking for death, you little thief. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his golden saber and black sword and pointed it at Songqing's legs. Gongsun Ji was deeply touched. In order to take revenge, he didn't want to kill his opponent immediately. Instead, he wanted to cut off his opponent's arms and legs first, then torture him until he begged for death. Gongsun Ji was very confident in his attack. With his martial arts, as long as he didn't run into any of the 5 uniques, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Moreover, Tang Qibian was not famous for his martial arts. At most, he knew some horsemanship and archery. But in Gongsun Ji's eyes, such martial arts were no different from that of a wild hunter. As the saber and sword flashed, Gongsun Ji suddenly had a bad feeling. He keenly sensed that his saber seemed to have missed. What was even more unbelievable was that Tang Qibian was now standing leisurely on his golden saber and black sword. How is this possible? Gongsun Ji hurriedly tried to pull his golden saber and black sword back, but the saber and sword seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't budge. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. In the original, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Gongsun Ji was usually a sanctimonious person, but at the critical moment, he didn't even care about his daughter's life. In Songqing's view of values, he didn't discriminate against the so-called bad people, because he knew that people were complicated and contradictory. They were not as simple as in the novel, where they were either good or evil or good. Like Morong Fu, Lin Pingji, or even Ouyang Feng and Duan Yanqing, who were recognized as villains in the original novel, there were also many people who sympathized with them, or admired them to a certain degree. Unfortunately, Songqing couldn't find anything in Gongsun Ji that was worth admiring. He couldn't help but say coldly, "Killing you will only dirty my hands." Gongsun Ji was already scared out of his wits, but when he heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, a trace of hatred flashed across his eyes. Humph, I will return the humiliation today 10 times over. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Gongsun Ji's feet were getting closer and closer. With a crack, Gongsun Ji's head turned almost 180 degrees and drooped down weakly, as if it was hanging on by a layer of skin. Killing you will only dirty my hands, but it won't be a problem if I use my feet. Songqing said coldly. Although the entire process took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. In Wan Yanliang's eyes, one moment Gongsun Ji confidently charged forward, the next, he found his head hanging upside down from his neck. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren's expressions changed. Although Gongsun Ji's character wasn't very good, his martial arts were pretty good. Both of them knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him, but he was killed by Tang Qibian so easily. The whole process seemed to have taken only one move. How is this possible? Wan Yanliang blurted out. Suddenly, his expression changed. Who are you? Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Your Highness, can't you recognize me? I am Tang Qibian. Of course you're not Tang Qibian, Chen Chongqing said with a smile. Wan Yanliang's voice was cold. He was well aware of Tang Qibian's martial arts. If Tang Qibian really was that skilled, he wouldn't have been so easily injured by Huang Rong's dog-beating stick. At that time, Wan Yanliang had specially sent a physician to examine Tang Qibian. After confirming that Tang Qibian's spine was indeed severely injured, he decided to send a suicide squad to kill Tang Qibian. Song Qingshu smiled. Since your Highness has seen through me, there's no point in me continuing to pretend. With that, he took off his mask and revealed his true appearance. Song Qingshu. Wan Yanliang subconsciously took a step back. Back at the inn, he had personally witnessed Song Qingshu single-handedly beat up all the Mongolian experts. The scene at that time had shocked him so much that he subconsciously felt a little afraid when he saw Song Qingshu now. Empress Peiman's expression was also very interesting. She had been waiting for Song Qingshu to appear and save her, but she had never imagined that his other identity was actually Tang Qibian. Suddenly, she remembered that Tang Qibian was Gubai's husband. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If that was the case, didn't that mean that she, as his sister-in-law, had slept with the same man as her sister-in-law? Taj Tish recognized him as the man from that night at Wan Yanshua's bedchamber. She felt her cheeks burn when she thought about how, apart from her husband, he was the only man who had forced her to take off her clothes in front of him. Strictly speaking, she and Song Qingshu were enemies, but they were still enemies. Compared to Wan Yanliang, it was easier for her to accept falling into his hands. However, she was not very optimistic about Song Qingshu's chances of defeating Wan Yanliang's side. Wan Yanliang's side had the famous Western poison Ouyang Feng and the iron palm on the water Qiu Qianren. Previously, Lu Yunshi and Miao Fengshi, who had always been arrogant and haughty, had not been able to last long against them. At this moment, the two women's thoughts were complicated. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren's attitude was also quite playful. As far as Ouyang Feng was concerned, there was no enmity between him and Song Qingshu. On the contrary, the friendship between the two could be said to be quite deep. The Divine Dragon Island could only wake up from its madness with the help of the other party. He clearly remembered this kindness. Coupled with the series of events that happened later, although the two of them weren't considered friends in the traditional sense, their friendship was much deeper than most friends. However, both of them belonged to different camps today. Judging from the situation, he and Wan Yanliang would probably fight to the death. What should he do later? If Ouyang Feng had to risk his life for Wan Yanliang and fight to the death with Song Qingshu, he definitely wouldn't do it. However, Wan Yanliang had treated him well during this period of time. If he betrayed him now and word got out, people who didn't know the truth would think that he was afraid of a junior. It would inevitably damage his reputation as the Western poison. Ouyang Feng was known as the Western poison and was viewed by countless people in Jianghu as an evil demon. Of course, he would scoff at the idea of loyalty. However, something like face was extremely important to him. Thus, he fell into a dilemma. As for Qiu Qianren, his expression was currently much more unsightly. Back at the inn, he had also witnessed Song Qingshu's battle against the group of Mongolian grandmasters. His heart was also very shocked. Later on, he relied on the fact that he had the advantage in numbers and wasn't afraid of fighting against Song Qingshu. However, after a few times, not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also seriously injured by the other party. It took him a few months to recover. Now that he had just reappeared, he unexpectedly encountered this jinx again. After these few fights, although Qiu Qianren was unwilling to admit it, he also understood that the gap between him and Song Qingshu was getting bigger and bigger. If he had to choose an opponent in Jianghu that he didn't want to face, Song Qingshu would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Wan Yanliang finally recovered from his shock. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression became even more unsightly. That night at the prince consort's residence, was it also you? Song Qingshu knew what he was talking about that night and couldn't help smiling slightly. That's right, I didn't think that Wang Yu would treat me so well, actually letting Wang Fei personally accompany me. Speaking of which, Wang Fei's body is really soft and soft, shut up. Wan Yanliang's face turned green and he hurriedly said, that night, Song Bai was also played by this prince over and over again. Song Qingshu looked at him with a pitiful expression. Now that you know that Tang Qibian is an imposter, do you still naively think that the person who accompanied you that night was the real Song Bai? She was just a prostitute that I found in the 8 great alleys. Pfft. Wan Yanliang's chest rose and fell rapidly. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the crowd didn't know what happened that night, from the conversation between the two of them, they could roughly guess what happened. They all looked at Wan Yanliang with a pitiful expression. Empress Peiman had been in the palace for many years and had seen this kind of thing happen among the nobles. However, it was usually an exchange of concubines. This was the first time she had heard of someone exchanging his own wife like Wan Yanliang did. Thinking about how she was forced into a corner by Wan Yanliang, she felt a great sense of satisfaction in her heart. Taj Tish was both ashamed and angry. She thought that Song Qingshu and Wan Yanliang were both not good people. They actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. However, comparing the two of them, Wang Yanliang's act of letting his wife be humiliated was even more despicable. Ouyang Feng's face twitched. He thought to himself, this kid is indeed an interesting person. After knowing him for so long, he has always been the one taking advantage of others. I've never heard of him suffering at the hands of others. Alas, if he had been born a few years earlier, Kuer would have become his disciple and learned a few moves from him. Kuer wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Isn't he the best candidate to take revenge on Wu Jing and Huang Rong, who don't care about etiquette? Sensing his subordinates' pitiful gazes, Wang Yanliang couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Song Qingshu and roared, everyone, attack together. Kill him for this prince. Second chapters, as of noon today, Jing Heng's monthly votes totaled 2078 chapters, corresponding to 30 chapters. Now, I've added 11 chapters, leaving me 19 chapters short. I'll add them as soon as possible. Most of the guards looked at each other in dismay. Even an expert like Gong Sunji died in a single move. Weren't they just going to be sent to their deaths? Qiu Qianren hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but glance at Ouyang Feng. Noticing that Ouyang Feng was still standing at the same spot without any intention of making a move, Qiu Qianren thought for a moment and gave up on the idea. In the end, the first to respond to Wang Yanliang's order was Tu Dan Ali Chuhu. He and Tu Dongjin were from the same clan and were very close. Seeing his comrade's head separated from his body, he had long wanted to avenge him. Receiving Wang Yanliang's order, he roared and charged out. Two of the four guards, Yelu Yueni and Xiaotong Gudai, hesitated for a moment before following suit. Although they didn't have a deep relationship with Tu Dongjin, they understood the principle that the lips were cold and the teeth were cold. Now that the three of them were working together, they might be able to defeat Song Qingshu. If they waited for Tu Dan Ali Chuhu to die, then the situation would truly be hopeless. Facing the combined attack of the three, Song Qingshu didn't dare to be careless. Although he didn't see how easily Xiaotong Gudai and Yelu Yueni captured Tadish, he did see with his own eyes that even a peak expert like Yang Guo was caught off guard at Autumn Fragrance Brothel. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. Be careful. Witnessing the seamless teamwork of the trio, Tadish recalled the scene of her being restrained and blurted out. Song Qingshu didn't expect her to warn him and smiled at her, causing Empress Peiman to look at Tadish suspiciously. You two know each other? Thinking back to that night, Tadish couldn't help but blush. She shook her head, I don't. She didn't understand why she was so concerned about that person. Could it be that the two of them shared a bed that night gave her a special feeling towards that person? What a joke, she wasn't a teenage girl who would fall in love with a man just because he saw her body. If you don't know him, why are you worried for him? Noticing Tadish's strange expression, Empress Peiman's innate sensitivity as a woman raised her guard. Falling into his hands is better than falling into that perverted Wang Yanliang's hands. Tadish lightly said. You're just taking it for granted. Empress Peiman's cheeks were burning. She secretly added, compared to Wang Yanliang, Song Qingshu is definitely not inferior in that aspect. Wang Yanliang watched for a while and realized that although the three bodyguards were on the offensive, their attacks hadn't even touched the hem of Song Qingshu's clothes. When he bumped into them, he hurriedly ran towards Ouyang Feng and Qiu Yu. Mr. Ouyang, Chief Qiu, please lend them a hand. Ouyang Feng indifferently replied, Your Highness, you may not know this, but with this old man's status in Jianghu, how could I possibly bully someone with numbers, let alone a junior? Qiu Qianren saw that Ouyang Feng had no intention of making a move, so how could he be stupid enough to risk his life? Brother Ouyang is right, he said with a similar attitude. Wang Yanliang was almost angered to death. He thought to himself, you guys eat and drink from me. These days, I've treated you like my ancestors, but when the time comes, you guys are all so unreliable. As for their nonsense about disdaining to join hands with others to bully someone with numbers, Wang Yanliang didn't believe a word of it. Although he was an amateur in martial arts, he could clearly see that if they fought alone, they were definitely not Song Qingshu's match. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him. What are you trying to show off in front of me? Although Wang Yanliang was extremely angry, he didn't dare to show it. After all, these two were famous ruthless people in Jianghu. Offending them on an ordinary day was nothing, but if he were to offend them at this critical moment, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After dodging several times, Song Qingshu had already gradually grasped the pattern of their joint attack. Before the three of them formed an encirclement again, he no longer dodged. Instead of advancing, he retreated and took the initiative to wait on the path that Xiao Tonggu had to pass through. When Xiao Tonggu was about to land, he was shocked to find that Song Qingshu was actually waiting there in advance. Hastily, he guarded the vital acupoints on his body while leaping to the side. Yellow Yuani, who was closest to him, saw this and hurriedly came to his rescue. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He didn't chase after Xiao Tonggu, because he wasn't his target from the beginning. A sharp sword energy soared into the sky, and Yellow Yuani's whole body suddenly froze on the spot. Although there wasn't a single wound on his body, his brain had already been turned into a paste by the sword energy. Even a great principal golden immortal wouldn't be able to save him. The reason why their joint attack was so powerful was mainly because they used a formation as a cover. Everyone didn't need to defend themselves when they attacked, because the other people's attacks just happened to play the role of protecting the other person. In this way, their attack power would naturally multiply, so much so that even some top experts would be caught off guard and suffer grievances. Originally, with Tu Dongjin's death, their formation had weakened a bit. Now that Yellow Yuani was dead, they could no longer maintain the formation. Without the cover of the other two, Tu Dongjin's body revealed a huge opening. Song Qingshu's figure flashed, and the two of them passed by each other. Tu Dongjin's throat gurgled a few times, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It turned out that his heart meridian had been broken. Seeing that two of his companions had been killed in the blink of an eye, Xiao Tonggu was finally terrified. He let out a strange cry, and without even caring about Wanyan Liang, he directly leaped into the distance. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand, and in the distance, an imperial guard suddenly lost his grip on the saber in his hand. The saber shot up into the sky, blocking Xiao Tonggu's path of escape. Xiao Tonggu was caught off guard, and his head directly collided with the tip of the saber. Song Qingshu turned to Wanyan Liang and smiled, "Your Highness, I've already helped you deal with your guard for desertion." Seeing Song Qingshu smile, Wanyan Liang felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily hid behind Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren. "I asked Mr. Ouyang and Chief Qiu to take action." He was secretly angry, thinking that at this time, they couldn't possibly refuse. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren glanced at each other, seeking the other's opinion. At this time, Song Qingshu suddenly spoke, "Brother Ouyang, we can be considered old friends. Why should we fight over an outsider?" Ouyang Feng revealed a hesitant expression. "The Prince of Hailing has treated this old man quite well these days. If this old man leaves him now, what will the people of Jianghu think of me?" Song Qingshu smiled. "When did the Grand Western Poison become a loyal and righteous man? Old brother, when have you ever cared about the opinions of the common people?" Ouyang Feng's eyes brightened, and he immediately laughed. "You brat, you really understand me. How about this, we'll be straightforward. If you promise me one thing, I'll help you instead." Wanyan Liang immediately became anxious. "What does Mr. Ouyang want? This prince can agree to it 10 times over." Ouyang Feng looked at him with an arrogant expression, completely ignoring him. Song Qingshu smiled. "I know what old brother wants me to promise." "No problem." Ouyang Feng's greatest wish was naturally to deal with the Gua couple. He didn't even need to guess to know. It's easy to speak with smart people. From now on, this old man will be on your side. Ouyang Feng didn't even ask if he guessed correctly and directly laughed. Song Qingshu then turned his head to look at Qiu Qianren, who had a F***king dog expression on his face. "I wonder what Chief Qiu plans to do." Jiagung 12, end of this chapter. Qiu Qianren's current mood was hard to describe with words. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse Ouyang Feng for having no moral integrity. However, he only dared to think about it. He couldn't defeat Song Qing alone, let alone the vicious and merciless Western Poison. He was quick to react and knew that Wanyan Liang's defeat was inevitable. He had relied on Wanyan Liang in pursuit of wealth and glory. How could he be so foolish as to sell his life to him? When he heard Song Qing's question, he laughed awkwardly and coughed before replying in a serious manner. "Brother Ouyang and I have been friends for many years and have always advanced and retreated together. This time is no exception." Ouyang Feng looked at him strangely and thought, "When did our relationship become so good?" In terms of shamelessness, there aren't many people who can compare to him. But Ouyang Feng was just silently cursing him. At this time, how could he expose the other party, seeing that the Grandmaster he had spent a large sum of money to invite had suddenly turned against him? Wan Yanliang cursed angrily and hurriedly grabbed Taj Tish and Empress Peiman to shield him. Surnamed Song, I admit defeat today, but if you want the two of them to live, you must let me go. Song Qing revealed a surprised expression. Your Highness, are you mistaken? These two women are not related to me in any way, why should I let you go for them? Although Empress Peiman knew that he was saying this on purpose, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. She was worried that Song Qing would really burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, she was someone who had weathered many storms and knew that if Wan Yanliang found out about her relationship with Song Qing, the disadvantages would be greater than the advantages. She resisted the impulse and kept her mouth shut. Compared to her, Taj Tish was much calmer. Whether she ended up in Wan Yanliang's or Song Qing's hands, it would not be a good thing for her. Let's not beat around the bush. After Wan Yanrui's death, he will be in control of Empress Peiman. You and I both know very well what kind of effect that will have, Wan Yanliang said quickly. As for this Zishan Dragon Queen, she is even more beautiful. Which man would not be moved by her? This king will use them to exchange for a safe escape. If you don't agree, worst comes to worst, this king will perish together with them. Wan Yanliang had already thought it through. Today's defeat was already decided, so there was no point in forcing him to stay in the capital. When he left the capital and gathered some trusted generals, he should be able to gather another reliable army. When the time came, he could take advantage of the emperor's death and the court's lack of a leader to return to the capital. He might have a chance to turn the situation around. Song Qing nodded. I have to admit that what you said is very attractive. How about this, you let them go, and I will let you go. Wan Yanliang was so angry that he laughed. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Without a hostage, how can I leave alive? Once this king reaches a safe place, I will naturally let them go. Song Qing declined to comment. Instead, he said to Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren, may I trouble the two of you to clean up these people? Ouyang Feng glanced at Wan Yanliang's demoralized soldiers and revealed a cruel smile. No problem. His figure flashed, and all sorts of pitiful screams could be heard. Qiu Qianren was also very straightforward. Since he had already pledged his allegiance to him, he would do his best to leave a good impression on his new master. Unwilling to fall behind, he pounced on the soldiers. Although the soldiers that Wan Yanliang had brought with him were carefully selected, after witnessing the sudden change in the situation, they knew that defeat was inevitable. Their morale was gone, and they all ran away. The two grandmasters were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, they slaughtered the soldiers. Seeing this, Wan Yanliang was both shocked and angry. Song, what is the meaning of this? Song Qing calmly replied, I agreed to let you go, but I didn't agree to let your subordinates go. Is there a problem? Fine, fine. Wan Yanliang was so angry that his teeth chattered, but there was nothing he could do. Then can I go now? Wait a moment. Song Qing took out a pen and paper from somewhere and threw it in front of him. Your Highness must be planning to leave the capital soon. It would be inconvenient to bring the princess with you. The princess is delicate and precious, so I'm afraid she won't be able to endure much hardship. Why don't you leave her in the capital? I will take good care of her on your behalf. Of course, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, I would like to ask your Highness to write a contract so that I can properly take care of her. Song, don't go too far. Wan Yanliang was shocked and angry when he heard this. All these years, he had used his power to take care of many people's wives. How could he not know what the other party meant by taking care of her? Song Qing calmly smiled. Your Highness, you must think this through. Are you really going to throw your life away for a woman? Wan Yanliang's face darkened. The other party's words were full of malice. He knew that the other party wanted to find an excuse to kill him, so how could he dare to risk his own life? Thinking about how he had to leave the capital as soon as possible, Wan Yanliang knew that he would not be able to take his wife with him. Even if he didn't agree, his wife's fate would not change. Thinking about this, he felt much better. Gritting his teeth, he agreed, fine, I will write it. At the same time, he swore to himself that when he returned to the capital with his troops, he would execute Song Qing's entire family and humiliate all of his women countless times. Only then would he be able to vent his hatred. The rest of the people who witnessed this all had strange expressions on their faces. Ouyang Feng thought that Song Qing was sometimes a gentleman, but when he was shameless, even someone like Wan Yanliang couldn't compare to him. It seemed that revenge on Wu Jing and Huang Rong would fall on Song Qing's shoulders. Xiao Qianren's face twitched, but he was more happy in his heart. In this chaotic world, it was useless to be a good person. Only those with better means would be able to laugh in the end. He didn't want to experience what happened today again. Although he had never been a loyal person, who would be willing to do something like changing their allegiance, Empress Pei Man had a worried look on her face. She knew a thing or two about Wan Yanliang's petty deeds over the past few years, and now he was getting what he deserved. She was mainly shocked by Song Qing's series of ruthless methods. Before this, in her heart, Song Qing was just a perfect lover and a perfect substitute. After she was pregnant, his value could only be considered to be slightly better than nothing. She had originally wanted to be an empress dowager who wielded great power and authority from behind the curtains, but now it seemed that this plan was destined to fail. Taj Tish began to doubt her previous judgment. Was falling into this man's hands better than falling into Wan Yanliang's hands? Wan Yanliang's heart was filled with humiliation and resentment, but he had no other choice. In the past, he was so proud and arrogant that he felt that there were very few heroes in the world who could compare to him. But now, he sadly discovered that he was just a pitiful person who was willing to sell his wife in order to live. It's done. Wan Yanliang held the knife across the necks of the two women and wrote quickly with the other hand. When he finished writing the contract, he looked as if he had aged 20 years in the blink of an eye. Song Qing stretched out his hand and the letter in midair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force into his hand. He glanced over the contents and couldn't help but laugh. Your Highness is indeed talented in both literature and martial arts. In ancient times, there was Chao Zijian who wrote a poem in 7 steps. Today, there is the Prince of Hailing who gave his wife a gift. I believe that in 100 years, this will become a legend. Wan Yanliang felt the blood in his body roil and the veins on his head twitch. He felt a sweetness in his throat and finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Song Qing's eyes narrowed. He had deliberately humiliated Wan Yanliang, waiting for this opportunity. He flicked his finger and Wan Yanliang felt the back of his hand go numb. He could no longer hold the knife in his hand and it fell to the ground with a clang. Wan Yanliang was startled. Ignoring the burning pain in his chest, he quickly reached out to grab the two women. Unfortunately, the two women had a strong force and he couldn't grab them. He could only watch helplessly as they flew into Song Qing's arms. Your Highness, they are your life-saving talismans. Why didn't you protect them? Song Qing held Empress Pei Man in one hand and Taj Tish in the other. His voice was filled with ridicule. Wan Yanliang's face paled. At this point, he could only make one last effort. You promised to let me go. As he said this, his eyes moved to the paper in Song Qing's hands. Song Qing smiled. Of course, your Highness has already sold your wife to me. How could I not keep my promise? Go. Really? Wan Yanliang looked at him in disbelief. At this moment, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Song Qing. Of course it's true. Song Qing shrugged. Wan Yanliang hurriedly turned around and ran. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when he heard Song Qing's voice. Chief Chiao, let him run for half an incense stick's time first, then you go and catch him. If you can't catch him, hee. Xiao Qianren was startled. He knew that Song Qing wanted him to hand over the proof of his loyalty. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he hurriedly replied, yes. At this time, he did not consider the problem of taking the opportunity to escape. He had seen Song Qing's heaven-defying qinggong. Even if he was known as Iron Palm floating on water, even if he ran until his legs broke, he would not be able to catch up with Song Qing. Wan Yanliang staggered and almost fell. He turned around, shocked and angry. Song, you're going back on your word. Song Qing replied indifferently, I've already let you go as promised, but if you're captured again, then don't blame me. Instead of complaining here, it's better to run as far as possible. If you delay any longer, the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn will be over. Wan Yanliang almost cursed out loud. Not to mention half an incense stick's time. Even if he ran for 3 incense sticks time first, he would not be able to outrun Xiao Qianren, whose Qinggong and iron palm were equally famous. But now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. He looked at Song Qing with hatred in his eyes and ran for his life. Ouyang Feng could not help but sigh. The new generation really surpasses the old. Brother Song, I'm afraid this old man's nickname of Western Poison is more suitable for you. Song Qing faintly smiled. Brother Ouyang is overpraising me. I have a habit. If others treat me well, I will treat them even better. If others use despicable methods to deal with me, I will be even more despicable and shameless than them. Ouyang Feng laughed. Not bad, you're very much to this old man's liking. You're much better than those hypocrites in Jianghu. Song Qing smiled and suddenly thought of something. He could not help but ask, why didn't I see Morongbo this time? He was prepared to fight a bitter battle today. If Morongbo was here, perhaps he would not be able to win over Ouyang Feng and Xiao Qianren so easily. Ouyang Feng replied, last time in the laundry yard, he was injured by your hands. Not long after returning, he left the Hailing King's palace. It seems like he wants to find a place to study hard and then come back to take revenge on you. Song Qing indifferently smiled. With such a potential enemy urging me, I won't slack off. Morongbo, this person, he really did not care too much. After all, from what he did in the demigods and semi-devils, this old man's intelligence had a big problem. Even if he was given time and opportunity, he would not be able to cause any big waves. While the two of them were chatting, Xiao Qianren had already caught Wan Yanliang. Looking at Wan Yanliang's dejected look, Song Qing waved his hand expressionlessly and said, find a secret room in the Hall of Benevolence and lock him up. Objectively speaking, he didn't have much of an enmity with Wan Yanliang. Today's humiliation was enough for him to vent the anger in his heart. The rest would be left to goodbye, Wan Yanping, and Wan Yanzhongjie to torment him. Oh right, there was also Madame Tang. I heard that Brother Ouyang's White Camel Mountain has a kind of corpse-dissolving powder. Can you lend me some? In the past, when Song Qing was chatting with Wei Xiaobao, he heard him mention that the corpse-dissolving powder seemed to come from the western region's White Camel Mountain. Song Qing could roughly guess that it was something made by Western poison. Ouyang Feng revealed a strange expression. He took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and handed it to Song Qing. He asked curiously, you even know this? Song Qing smiled and did not reply. He picked up the corpse-dissolving powder and dissolved Wan Yanliang's body. Ouyang Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Why did you? Today, Wan Yanliang wanted to enter the palace to assassinate the emperor. Fortunately, the emperor was already aware of it. Wan Yanliang's plot was easily foiled and the emperor was safe and sound. Song Qing smiled as he looked at Ouyang Feng and Xiao Qianren. Brother Ouyang, Chief Qiao, what happened today? As soon as Ouyang Feng and Xiao Qianren met Song Qing's eyes, they felt the hair on their backs stand on end. They had lived for many years and were very experienced. They immediately replied, of course it happened. We saw it with our own eyes. That's good. The two of you can find an empty house near the Hall of Benevolence to stay. Song Qing paused for a moment before continuing, I, Song Mao, have a general understanding of your desires. Once I have stabilized the court, I will definitely not mistreat the two of you. Xiao Qianren hurriedly replied, young master, please do not worry. It does not matter who the emperor of the Jin kingdom is. I will definitely not leak this matter to anyone. This time, he even changed the way he addressed Song Qing. He had no choice but to show his loyalty. All of Wan Yanliang's men were dead. Other than the two women, only he and Ouyang Feng knew what happened tonight. Those two women were so beautiful that no man could bear to kill them. That left only him and Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng and Song Qing were friends, so he did not need to worry. But what did he have to rely on? Strangely enough, Xiao Qianren wasn't this afraid even when facing Ouyang Feng, the Western poison. Although Ouyang Feng's martial arts were superior to his, the gap between them wasn't too big. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat Ouyang Feng, he could always run away. However, if he was facing Song Qingshu, Xiao Qianren didn't even have the confidence to escape. Therefore, he was only afraid of Ouyang Feng, but feared Song Qingshu from the bottom of his heart. Song Qingshu could roughly guess what he was thinking. Amused, he hastily consoled him with a few words, telling him and Ouyang Feng to rest in peace. Meanwhile, he led Empress Peiman and Tadish into the emperor's bedchamber. Young master is really good at scheming. After Song Qingshu unsealed Empress Peiman's acupoints, she couldn't help but say faintly. Your Highness, why do you say that? Song Qingshu asked with a smile. I have already notified you, but you didn't show up. You watched as Wanyan Liang killed the emperor, then Wanyan Zongxian and Zongmin. Then, you came out to reap the benefits. In this way, all the power of the Jin kingdom will fall into your hands. Isn't this a good plan? Empress Peiman's expression was somewhat unsightly. She had already sensed from her intelligence network that there was something strange about today's situation. On one hand, she secretly strengthened her defenses, and on the other, she secretly informed Song Qingshu. In the end, she didn't expect Wanyan Liang to make such a big move. She was somewhat unprepared. After several fires in the palace, her influence in the palace had probably been wiped out. The left Prime Minister Wanyan Zongmin had also died. She had lost her greatest ally in the court and her control over the court had dropped to a freezing point. More importantly, her greatest political asset was her position as the empress. Now that the Emperor Wanyan Yen was dead, how could she still be the empress? Song Qingshu was silent. All of this was indeed within his plan. He had borrowed Wanyan Liang's blade to wipe out the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom and then come out to reap the fruits of his labor. He had no regrets about this. According to Empress Peiman's plan, he was just a breeding person. Once she got pregnant and had the legal right to inherit the throne, he would have no value. Based on their interactions over the past few days, Empress Peiman was a person with a strong desire for power and control. At that time, it was hard to say if she would still tolerate him. Seeing him tacitly agree, Empress Peiman felt even more upset. She coldly said, however, no matter how much you calculated, you didn't consider one thing. What is it? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Although you swept away all the power centers, now that the emperor has passed away, according to the rules, the throne will be succeeded by Prince Su, Wanyan Yong. In the end, you are just helping someone else. Empress Peiman's face revealed a strange flush. It was clear that she was very happy to see Song Qingshu miscalculate. Who said the emperor has passed away? Song Qingshu smiled strangely. He took out a mask from his bosom and put it on. Suddenly, it was Wanyan Liang standing there. You. Empress Peiman pointed at him. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Only then did she remember that he had been pretending to be Tang Qibian. No one in the capital had recognized him. So you planned everything. Song Qingshu reached out and hooked her chin. A playful smile appeared on his face. Let's cooperate. From now on, I will be the emperor and you will continue to be the empress. We will jointly wield the power of the Jin kingdom. What do you think? How can I refuse? Empress Peiman laughed bitterly. She had been in the palace for so long that she was no longer a naive girl. The other party's words were pleasant to hear, that they would jointly wield the power of the Jin kingdom. But this time, he took the opportunity to cut off her 2 arms. When the time came, she would be alone. Apart from the title of empress, she would have no power to speak of. However, she didn't refuse. After all, this was already the best outcome. If she angered the other party, she wasn't sure if she would be able to keep her life. After all, the emperor and several ministers had already died. Another empress death wouldn't be a big deal. Tadish sat by the side and witnessed everything. Her heart was surging with monstrous waves. She understood that since the other party had exposed such a shameful secret to her, it would be hard for her to escape death. Empress Peiman also noticed her. She pulled out a dagger and walked towards her. Today's matter is of great importance. I will kill this slut first. Because of her identity as Madame Peach Blossom, Empress Peiman had always been jealous of her. She wanted nothing more than to get rid of her. Tadish's face paled. Now that things had come to this, she had nothing to fear. She closed her eyes. However, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard Song Qingshu's voice. I only have one use for her. Empress Peiman angrily retorted, "What use? Don't tell me you are also coveting this slut's beauty?" She had fought with Madame Peach Blossom for more than 10 years. She didn't want to continue fighting with another man. "I don't think I need to explain too much to you. If you want to think that way, then so be it," Song Qingshu coldly said. Empress Peiman was alarmed. Worried that she had really angered him, she could only sheath her dagger and sulk. Song Qingshu didn't say anything else. He sat on the throne that only Wan Yanling had the right to sit on. He closed his eyes and rested, as if waiting for some news. Not long after, news came from the palace. When Pucha and Ahute's soldiers heard that Wan Yanliang's side had been defeated, they lost their will to fight. They all laid down their weapons and surrendered. Pucha and Ahute quickly seized control of the palace and hurried to the Hall of Benevolence to pay his respects to the emperor. Song Qingshu casually said a few words to him, then sent him to stabilize the palace. Throughout the entire process, Pucha and Ahute didn't notice anything amiss. They didn't know that the emperor had changed. Wan Yanping also sent news. She led the army of the northern barracks and defeated Wan Yanliang's troops. She was now sweeping up the remnants of the Hailing Empire's faction in the capital. So many things had happened that night. The streets and alleys of the capital were filled with soldiers. How could the court not know that something big had happened? However, the situation was unclear in the middle of the night. Coupled with the fact that the soldiers were everywhere, everyone was worried that they might get into trouble. As a result, they all unanimously decided to close their doors and protect themselves. However, everyone was guessing what had happened. They even began to wonder if the morning court would be held as usual. Dang dang dang. As the sky began to brighten, the ringing of the bell to summon the officials came from the imperial palace, answering their doubts. Along the way, they whispered to each other in twos and threes, guessing what had happened last night. Finally, when they found that the top few seats in the imperial court were all empty, they were even more shocked. After everyone had arrived, Song Qingshu walked out in the guise of Wan Yanling. He looked at the scene of His Highness kneeling down and the crowd shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Even though he had experienced this in the Qin kingdom, he couldn't help but feel excited. During the morning court session, Song Qing recounted yesterday's events in Wan Yanshui's tone. The Prince of Hailing, Wan Yanliang, had plotted to rebel and killed Duke Yu, the Shangling, the Commander-in-Chief Wan Yanzongxian, the King of Chao, and the left Prime Minister Wan Yanzongmin. Just as he was about to succeed, Tang Quebian, Pucha, and Ahu appeared and crushed the prince's plot. Next, he began to reward them according to their contributions. Tang Quebian, the left Prime Minister and Commandant of the Horse, had saved the emperor's life and was promoted to Commander, Commandant of the Imperial Army, and was conferred the title of Duke of Qin. Because he was seriously injured in saving the emperor last night, he was allowed to stay at home to recuperate and not have to attend court in the morning. The left Deputy Commandant of the Imperial Army, Pucha, was promoted to Commandant of the Imperial Palace and was conferred the title of Duke of Chu. The head of the Imperial Palace, De Xing, died in battle while protecting the emperor yesterday, and was conferred the title of Duke of Dingtao. The washing brothel was re-established and Wan Yanping was appointed as the commander. As for Wan Yanliang and his accomplices, they were temporarily thrown into prison and handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be investigated and given the corresponding charges. In order to reassure the people, Empress Peiman was also present at the morning court session. She had originally doubted Song Qing's ability to control the situation. After all, not everyone could withstand the emperor's coercion. Qin Wuyang had dared to kill people at the age of 13, but after seeing the Prince of Qin, he had been paralyzed with fear. In the end, Song Qing's performance was far beyond her expectations. If she hadn't known that he was in disguise, she would have thought that Wan Yanshui had come back to life and was sitting on the throne with ease. After thinking about it, Empress Peiman could only attribute it to the training she had done for him in the past. She had no idea that he had already been a real emperor countless times. After the court session was dismissed, Gubai and Wan Yanping were already waiting for him at the Hall of Benevolence. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Song Qing waved his hand to signal the eunuchs and palace maids to leave. They could no longer bear it and asked, why did imperial brother die without a corpse? Even though their brother-sister relationship had faded over the years, And the sisters were bitterly disappointed with Wang Yansun after Tang Qibian was imprisoned. Wang Yansun was still their brother. It was difficult for them to accept his fate. Song Qing took off his mask and smiled bitterly. If people know that Wang Yanshui is dead, the Jin kingdom will be in chaos. I don't think you want to see that happen. Wang Yanping glared at him. Are you the one who wants to replace me as the emperor? Song Qing smiled and said, that's right. I don't deny it. I do want to take this opportunity to control the power of the Jin kingdom. However, this isn't a bad thing for you. After all, I'm using Wang Yanshui's identity as the emperor, so I can keep the emperor's bloodline in your hands. Gubai knew that what he said made sense. After all, Wang Yanshui was dead. If the emperor's bloodline fell, the previous dynasties had learned their lesson. The bloodline of the previous emperor would suffer a terrible fate. Even if the successor was a benevolent emperor, he would still suppress them for the sake of the throne. But even though it made sense, the two sisters still felt that it was a bit strange. Wang Yanping raised her head and saw Empress Peiman, who was watching the show from the side. She immediately became angry and said sarcastically, sister-in-law, you really don't let imperial brother down. Empress Peiman blushed. Even though she didn't care about Wang Yanshui, it was still embarrassing for her sister-in-law to see their affair. However, she wasn't someone who was easy to bully. She immediately retorted, didn't your sister also let Tang Qibian down? And you, didn't you also find a brother-in-law for your imperial brother? How do you not let him down? Humph, if word gets out that you two sisters are working together, you'll be even more embarrassing than sister-in-law. She had sharp eyes and could immediately see that Wang Yanping was no longer a virgin. Looking at how close she was to Song Qing, it wasn't hard to guess their relationship. Wang Yanping's face immediately turned red. She was still a young girl and couldn't be as open as Pei Man, who had been married for many years. She couldn't say anything after a few words. Song Qing laughed and hugged them. Don't struggle. If word gets out that sister-in-law and sister-in-law are sleeping together, it won't be a good thing. In this way, not to mention the Gubai sisters, even Pei Man couldn't bear it. The three women immediately united and clasped their fists at Song Qing. After fooling around for a while, Song Qing said, in the near future, I will start building the imperial mausoleum. When the time comes, I will bury your imperial brother inside so that he can rest in peace. In the future, there will be a memorial tablet for him in the imperial ancestral temple so that he can enjoy incense for all eternity. Most emperors would build their own mausoleums when they were alive, so no one would object to his suggestion. As for enjoying incense for all eternity, he knew that there was no such thing as an eternal dynasty. He only said this to comfort the two sisters. As expected, after Gubai and Wang Yanping heard this, their expressions softened. In order to divert their attention, Song Qing took the opportunity to say, Wang Yanliang killed Tang Qibian and Wang Yanshui. They are your closest relatives. Before, I promised you that I would help you take revenge. Now, I have done it. Wang Yanliang is currently imprisoned in a secret room in the laundry yard. You can take revenge however you want and torture him however you want. However, leave him alive. After all, he has committed the crime of treason and will be publicly executed. Don't worry, letting him die now is letting him off lightly. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Wang Yanping said hatefully. Every country's punishment for treason was extremely harsh and cruel. She naturally hoped that Wang Yanliang would enjoy this process. After the three women left, not long after, Pucha Ali Hu and Wang Yanzhongjia came to the palace to seek an audience. Young master is really generous. Seeing Song Qing in his dragon robes, Pucha Ali Hu was first shocked, then her expression became extremely complicated. Song Qing smiled. He didn't hide it from her because when Wang Yanzhongjia was protecting Gubai, he had more or less seen something he shouldn't have. The mother and daughter were so smart that they would figure it out sooner or later. It was better to lay all his cards on the table and get rid of this hidden danger. After the coup last night, Taizu's bloodline and the royal family's power had been greatly weakened. Taizong's bloodline had suffered the least. Of the three great clans, the Tudun clan was doomed. Only the Pucha clan and the Tangqi clan were left. The Tangqi clan was needless to say, so the Pucha clan and Taizong's bloodline were his next targets. Xianxia and her daughter were the best middlemen. Pucha Ali, who was from the Pucha clan, and Wanyan Xianxia was the first wife's daughter of Taizong's first wife. Their dual identities gave them a natural advantage. The biggest problem now was how to ensure their loyalty. In order to ensure the loyalty of Wanyan Xianxia and his daughter, it was impossible to rely solely on the three-corpse divine brain pill to control them. Song Qingshu also didn't want to keep a ticking time bomb by his side. Who knew when it would bite back at him? The best way was to make them his allies, but no matter how much Song Qingshu thought about it, he could not think of a good way. As the saying goes, show mercy and show mercy. He had used enough pressure before, so now it was time to show mercy. I promised you that I would help you get revenge on Wanyan Liang. Now, I have done it. Not only has Wanyan Liang lost his reputation, but his family has also been consigned to eternal damnation. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Wanyan Liang was really his lucky star. He had given his wife to him and helped him increase his favorability. Song Qingshu was a bit reluctant to see him die. Thank you, young master. You are our benefactor. Please accept our bow. Pucha Elihu pulled his daughter down and bowed. Song Qingshu hurriedly went to help them up. Madam, you are too kind. I didn't overthrow Wanyan Liang just for you. I also did it for my own benefit. I am not worthy of your gratitude. He knew that this was a wise woman. Under her enchanting and charming appearance, there was a clear heart. Playing too many tricks in front of her would have the opposite effect. It was better to admit it directly and leave a magnanimous impression. Pucha Elihu unnaturally retracted her hand and blushed. Young master, there is no need to be so modest. No matter what, it is an indisputable fact that you helped us get revenge. We will naturally not forget this kindness. In his previous world, this was normal physical contact even during work. Song Qingshu did not notice it earlier, but after seeing her unnatural reaction, he realized that something was wrong. At the same time, he could not help but feel a bit strange. Her hand was as soft and smooth as a young girl's. Pucha Elihu had trained her eyes over the years, and the change in Song Qingshu's heart did not escape her eyes. As a result, her expression became even more unnatural. Song Qingshu coughed. In order to divert the awkwardness, he hurriedly said, now that Wanyan Liang is imprisoned in the imperial palace, you must be very interested in seeing him. Of course, this bastard's father caused my grandfather and father to be killed unjustly, and he bullied my mother. I have to settle the score with him. Wanyan Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said. Song Qingshu replied, don't worry. Your grandfather and father were framed by Wanyan Zonggan for treason. Now that Wanyan Liang has committed treason, everyone related to him will be investigated accordingly. Wanyan Zonggan is no exception. As for your father's case, I will also pass down a decree to clear their names. Really? Wanyan Xianxia looked at him with surprise. Looking at her sparkling big eyes, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? The first few times he met her, she always appeared as a cool female assassin, which made him almost forget that she was also a young girl. Thank you. Wanyan Xianxia suddenly revealed an embarrassed expression. I've been secretly scolding you lately, I'm really sorry. Song Qingshu was speechless. What do you usually scold me about? Wanyan Xianxia's face turned slightly red and she stammered, I didn't scold anything, I just complained a bit. Noticing Song Qingshu's suspicious gaze, she hardened her heart and said, Humph, you were the one who used such an insidious drug to control me and my mother. Can't I scold you a bit? I don't mind. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. There was no way he would argue with a young girl. Moreover, there were many people in the world who scolded him, so what if there was another young girl? Pucha Elihu was worried that his daughter would be too outspoken and say something that would offend Song Qingshu, so he hurriedly interrupted, Benefactor, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if Benefactor will agree to it. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Madam, please speak. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely do my best. He was currently thinking of a way to pull the mother and daughter onto the same boat, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to show his kindness. That's right, madam, there's no need to call me Benefactor in the future. Just call me Qingshu. Yes, Benefactor. Pucha Elihu smiled noncommittally. Song Qingshu felt a bit helpless and could only let her be. What do you want me to help you with? Pucha Elihu suddenly revealed a hesitant expression. This matter isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. I'm just afraid that benefactor won't be willing to help. What is it, madam? Why don't you tell me? Seeing her hesitation, Song Qingshu's interest was immediately piqued. Pucha Elihu's full chest heaved slightly, clearly brewing her emotions. After a long time, she said, Benefactor, you know what happened to me in the past. The main culprit was Wanyan Liang. It could be said that he destroyed my family and destroyed my happiness. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Now that he's involved in a rebellion, he will naturally receive the cruelest punishment from the imperial court. If I make a fuss about physical punishment, I'll just be displaying my slight skill in front of an expert. It will be very difficult to cause any real harm to him. Song Qingshu gradually understood. Madam, what do you mean? Pucha Elihu pursed her lips and slowly said, since physical punishment won't be able to cause any harm to him, I'll destroy him mentally. Destroy mentally? Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Madam, what method do you have to cause mental harm to him? Pucha Elihu's face reddened. That's why I need benefactor's help. How can I help? Seeing the shyness and embarrassment on her face, Song Qingshu thought to himself, why is this not right? That beast Wanyan Liang bullied me in front of my husband's mourning hall. At the same time, he proudly pointed at my late husband's memorial tablet and said many, many unbearable things, so I plan to pay him back. Doesn't he like to bully other people's wives in front of their husbands? I'll let him have a taste of that. Song Qingshu finally reacted. He looked at her in shock. Madam, you can't possibly want me to be quiet. Pucha Elihu's legs bent and she knelt down in front of him, her voice choked with sobs. I know that this request is very difficult for benefactor, but I really can't think of any other way to take revenge. I hope that benefactor can help me. Song Qingshu had an awkward expression. Even though he would occasionally fantasize about such a scenario, this was too hurtful. Although he didn't lack ridiculous actions, he more or less had a bottom line. Even the Golden Snake camp in Jiao Waner didn't let Luo Liru know the truth. Although it was somewhat hypocritical, but after the matter, whether it was Jiao Waner or Luo Liru, the damage was minimized. End of this chapter. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Pucha Elihu's request was clearly different. He wanted Wanyan Liang to see it with his own eyes in order to achieve his revenge. This was a bit too much, as if seeing through Song Qingshu's refusal, Pucha Elihu bit her lips and threw out a bargaining chip that Song Qingshu found hard to refuse. As long as benefactor helps me this time, I and my daughter will repay benefactor's great kindness even if we have to work like an ox or a horse in the future. Yes. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Pucha Elihu's charming and mature face, then at the young and beautiful Wanyan Xianxia standing to the side. His heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Pucha Elihu continued, if I'm not wrong, benefactor will need to win over the Pucha family and the princes of Taizong's lineage if you want to gain complete control of the court. I and Xianxia can help benefactor solve this problem. When Song Qingshu heard this, he realized that he had misunderstood. He secretly despised himself, but who knew how many men in Daxing Manor secretly coveted this pair of beautiful orphan and widowed mother, so it was quite normal for him to misunderstand. I need to think about this. Although Pucha Elihu's proposal was very tempting, Song Qingshu didn't immediately agree. After all, this matter was too unimaginable. He had no choice but to use the delaying tactic. Because Gubai and Wanyan Ping had already gone to find Wanyan Liang, Pucha Elihu and Xianxia couldn't go to the laundry for the time being. They had no choice but to stay in the palace for a while, so they took the opportunity to visit some of the imperial concubines. The Pucha family had a marriage alliance with the imperial family, and Wanyan Xianxia was a descendant of Taizong's lineage. He was related to many people in the palace, but because he had lost power in the past, he rarely went to the palace. Now that he had Song Qingshu as his backer, he could finally visit friends in the palace. After visiting a few people, Pucha Elihu took advantage of the time when no one was looking to pull his daughter aside and say, "Mother plans to find an opportunity to marry you to him." Wanyan Xianxia was stunned. Marry who? Pucha Elihu glared at his daughter. Who are you going to marry? Wanyan Xianxia finally reacted and his face turned red. Why should I marry him? Do you really have to use this kind of method to repay your kindness? Pucha stroked his daughter's head dotingly and sighed faintly. Do you think I'm doing this to repay you? Isn't it? Wanyan Xianxia couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had been curious about Tang Quobian's mysteriousness, and later, she was convinced by Song Qingshu's strength. At the same time, she was very grateful that he had avenged her and her daughter. But these favorable impressions weren't enough to make her want to marry him. Of course not. Pucha Elihu shook his head. We're orphans and widows. In the end, we can't support a family. You'll have to marry eventually. Now that the power of the imperial court has fallen into his hands, marrying him will ensure the glory of our family for generations to come. It might even surpass the glory of your grandfather and father. And on the surface, our relationship with him is very good, but it's clear that he doesn't trust us. No one knows what will happen in the future. Only through marriage can we completely set him at ease. At the same time, it will ensure our safety. Also, you don't want the 3-corpse brain pill to act up in your body, do you? Even though Pucha Elihu had seen many things in her life, she still paled at the thought of that terrifying pill. Wanyan Xianxia's expression was also a little ugly. She couldn't help but snort. I don't believe that he'll be so heartless as to not give us the antidote when the time comes. Pucha Elihu recalled Song Qingshu's handsome face and clear eyes. She actually agreed with her daughter's judgment. However, she wasn't a teenage girl after all. When she made decisions, she was more cautious and rational. She wasn't willing to put everything on some illusory feeling. Actually, what I said to you just now wasn't the real reason. The reason why I'm so anxious for you to marry him. Pucha Elihu paused and didn't explain directly. Instead, she changed the topic. Although he's now the emperor of the Jin kingdom, he's destined to only be the emperor as Wanyan Shi. In the future, the throne will eventually be passed on to the descendants of the Wanyan clan. But since he's the emperor, why would he pass the throne to someone who has nothing to do with him? So the biggest possibility is that he'll pass the throne to his own son in the end. However, Gu Bai and Wanyan Ping also know that. He's pretending to be the emperor. Although they love Song Qingshu so much that they won't expose his identity, they definitely aren't willing to become the eternal sinners of the Wanyan clan and let the throne fall into the hands of someone else. If Mother's predictions are correct, in the end, the two sides will definitely choose a method that satisfies both sides. That is to pass the throne to a prince who is both Song Qingshu's son and also has the Wanyan clan's bloodline. Wanyan Xianxia was confused and subconsciously replied, Mother, you're really far-sighted. But what does this have to do with me? Pucha Elihu really wanted to give his daughter a good beating and knock on her head. His daughter was smart, but she used all her intelligence on martial arts and weird stuff. She was born into the royal family, but she knew nothing about politics. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course it's related. Pucha Elihu hurriedly explained. Based on the current situation, Gu Bai, Wanyan Ping, and Song Qingshu have the closest relationship. If nothing unexpected happens, one of their sons or Song Qingshu's sons will be chosen to inherit the throne. However, Gu Bai's husband is Tang Quobian in name, so it's very difficult to hide this from the public. Thus, the greatest possibility is still Wanyan Ping and Song Qingshu's son. But there are no absolutes in this world. Wanyan Ping has the imperial bloodline, but aren't you also of the imperial bloodline? As the granddaughter of Emperor Taizong's first wife, if you and Song Qingshu have a son, whether it's in terms of bloodline or legal principles, your right to inherit the throne won't be lower than Wanyan Ping's sons. So it doesn't matter who is chosen to be the emperor in the end. What will affect the final result is Song Qingshu's preferences and preferences. Xianxia, you've inherited mother's beauty, and it seems like you're going to surpass your mother. In this aspect, you have an innate advantage over Wanyan Ping. When the time comes, you just have to work hard to win Song Qingshu's favor. How can Wanyan Ping compete with you? Wanyan Xianxia was dumbstruck. She hadn't been able to figure this out before, not because she was stupid, but because her mind wasn't on the matter. Now that her mother had seen through her, she instantly understood the stakes and couldn't help but admire her mother's foresight. End of chapter 942. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.